when you got a really unpredictable friend and you bring him around and you're just the whole time you're just thinking like, oh God, what are you gonna do?
Bunny?
Oh, howdy, McClintock. Hey,
Somewhere
figured you'd be belly
stinky
down drunk by
stirs every time that
I've been
man's
doing
name
some
is said.
thinking, drinking, Bunny. Is that boxcar still on the siding?
Well, sure, but
But what?
I don't like it.
You don't, eh?
You figure if them Indians get out there and lead the cavalry on a wild goose chase, that great white father's going to get nosy.
Get nosy and he'll investigate. And when they find out how that side-saddle governor's been messing things up, they'll give those Indians a fair trial.
That's
Press
fire
X to
ammunition in that
doubt.
boxcar. You know what'll happen if them Indians get some guns in their hands? Somebody's going to get hurt.
Is Puma's word good enough for you?
Well, I don't... McClintock, you got yourself a partner.
Leave me out of this.
Hey, McClintock.
Good night, Bunny. Good night, Governor. There is the Katie with her light red hair.
Oh.
Sweet as the roses on a summer air. I'll find her somewhere while the moon is high and tell her that I love her and I'll love her till I die. Katie Gilhooly.
Didn't he say that his daughter has a voice like his? Because I gotta say, that now feels like an insult.
Catherine Gilhooly McClintock. Where is the woman of the house?
Mr. McClintock.
Oh, there you are. Mrs. Warren. Oh, good evening.
I waited up for you, Mr. McClintock.
Oh, how nice.
I want to talk to you about something.
Delighted, delighted. 309
Oh, she looks so
times
happy.
I beg your pardon?
straight. 309 times straight without a miss. Gotta be a record.
I suppose so. Now, Mr. McClintock, what I wanted to
2
say...
pound Stetson, 6-inch brim, 53 feet in the air. It's gotta be a record.
I'm sure it is, but the reason I waited up...
Dammit, woman, can't you hold that glass still?
Of course, sir.
Now, down the hatch to my world's record. Down the hatch.
Yes, sir.
And now, to the governor of our territory.
The governor of the territory, sir?
Now, don't you stick up for him, Mrs. Warren.
What happened?
You're a fine
T.S.
woman,
What happened
Mrs.
to the
Warren.
little
But
kid?
you'll certainly go down in my estimation
Which
if you
little
stick
kid?
up for Cuthbert H.
The
little kid who got the hat up top.
Don't mean to
Down
change...
the hatch.
No, I think.
Oh,
Wait,
yes, sir.
she has a young kid too. She's got the old kid and then she's got the young kid too.
Oh, the
I
daughter.
think that's what novelty.
H.
Yeah, I think
Humphrey,
that's what
governor of
novelty's
our
asking about.
territory, Is a cow.
Well, I think
You know
the
what a
younger
cow
kid is
is, man?
inconvenient for the rest of the story. So
A cow is a specimen that is
Yeah,
so
it feels
worthless
like we just go
that you have to cut
wherever
him out of the
it
herd.
feels like we need
Now,
to
if
go.
all the people in the world
Yeah,
put in
exactly.
one herd,
Andy says Stetson
is
was
the one I
not
would throw
founded
my
until
rope at.
1865.
at whom I would throw my rope at. Natural born cow. Another touch, ma'am?
Oh, no, sir, no. Well, I don't mind if I do.
Good. Can't walk on one leg. Oh, I didn't mean to be vulgar, ma'am. Can't walk one limb.
It's all right.
what?
What?
I don't get it.
Can't walk on a limb.
What?
You know my wife? Her name's Kate.
I
She
think that
insists
there
on
was
being
a
called
was
Catherine.
there a
Do you
sex
know her?
joke in there somewhere?
Of course, Mr. McClintock, and
Maybe?
that's what I wanted to talk about.
Because I've been like
she
primed and ready
thinks
for
that
sex
Cuthbert
jokes.
H. Humphrey is panting for her like a bull buffalo at the first green up of spring. But what Cuthbert is panting for is my
Sea Kitten's
money.
asked, what percentage of this movie was John Wayne
Don't make
actually
me feel
sober
like I'm
for?
drinking alone, ma'am.
I don't think in the
Very
Wild
well,
West
Mr.
days
McClintock. If
anyone
you
was
insist.
at any point.
Down the hatch.
Good.
Which, to go back to a recurring theme, is there weren't nothing to do.
like Shane from BuzzFeed Unsolved always
McClintock?
says, if he was
I have
born in
something
the
very
past, he
important
would
to say to
be
you.
miserable and a serial killer because there's nothing to do.
Very important.
He would be at a, what was it, bar, a
We'll have
gambling
to wait
den,
till the
or a
morning.
brothel. The only things to do.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right.
Oh, she
Betty,
cannot
bye-bye.
hold her liquor.
No.
No,
That should not have hit her that fast.
no, it was seconds.
Whoops. Oh.
Oh my god.
Mrs.
Oh.
Warren. Let me assist you.
Very kind.
Oh dear. I don't think either one of you. Yeah, you're just dragging her down now. This is bad.
Oh, 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 oh.
There's it done.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what this was all.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Hang on here.
Now, Catherine, are you going to believe what you see or what I tell you?
Is that where that line came from?
Mrs.
'Cause
McClintock.
I've definitely heard
Hope
that
you won't misunderstand.
in other things.
It's the first 100 women sitting on his lap that I misunderstood. Number 101 is quite simple. Now, G.W. McClintock, I have some...
People say that about episodes of Woe.Begone too.
Just when I know exactly what I want to say to him, he goes to sleep.
I waited up to talk to Mr. McClintock. I wanted to tell him I was quitting. You see, Sheriff
It originated
Lord
in a
has asked
Marx
me to
Brothers
marry him,
movie called
and-
Duck Soup in 1933.
Congratulations. I don't want to seem prudish, but if you are going to marry Sheriff Lord, it seems to me that you're sitting on the wrong man's lap.
It's called ethical non-monogamy.
I'll help you. Wrong sort of men in general.
I think you'd all be a lot happier.
Ladies, one moment.
Jesus, this guy.
Oh.
Watch out, you'll get us all killed.
Oh. What?
Is the falling down? Is this a 1960s like metaphor that we're supposed to? They're all falling down the thing together. Is that anything? Is that any? No.
Honestly, this feels like when I'm dreaming and I need to go somewhere and like I can't stand up.
Good on her. Look at that.
Mrs. Wallace, Mrs. Ward, but not tomorrow. I want my breakfast in bed. I want to... I know, toast, lightly brown.
Somebody sure put a knob on my skull.
She's putting her to bed. That's nice. Good for her.
There Mrs. Warren was there.
Oh.
And there you was there.
Oh.
And there that whiskey bottle was there.
Oh.
And Katie's temper being what Katie's temper is.
Oh.
Well, there you are.
Drago, old friend.
Huh?
My wife does not understand me.
Why, she is different than the other man. Come on, I gotta get you upstairs.
And now he's putting him to bed.
Yeah, see, everybody's going to bed happy, I think.
I was about
See,
to say we
I'm
haven't
telling
got
you,
a
this-
rule of threes.
I'm telling you, the falling down the stairs thing, it's a metaphor. They can only show so much in this movie, you know? It's the 60s. No, see, kittens, that's what I'm saying. That's what the falling down the stairs is. Bunny.
Jesus.
Oh, poor guy.
Galloway! Gilliam! Hope you get the measles!
Back then, that would be like
That's
that
a
would be like
curse.
2020 saying like I hope you get COVID. Like
Yeah, for real, for real.
Let us know when you're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you the governor of our territory, Cuthbert H. Humphrey. freeze. Thank you, Mayor. My friends and citizens of this great territory, this is the 9th consecutive year. It has been my privilege and my pleasure to inaugurate the McClintock 4th of July celebration. Now, the first event will be the wild horse race. But before I fire this shot to start the event, I would like to say a few modest words regarding my stewardship of this great territory.
I like anytime music plays, they're like, this is Western party music. And it's just like whatever music is in the background. See you, Kritsune. Thanks for hanging out. I'd say hold on to your hats as far as another wacky thing where people are pushing each other into a pit of mud, because we got 18 minutes left in this movie.
18 whole minutes.
So like something's gonna happen, right?
Well, yeah, the whole cast is gathered together. There's got to be some raucous bullshit that happens next.
Once around the inside, once around the outside. First cowboy that hits that finish line without busting that egg is the winner. And
I agreed with Chance at first about movies, like, I'm missing them being able to meander, but this is meandering too much. There's no
wait, I
plot
should clarify. I should clarify. This is excessive.
There's a balance to be achieved. And
It
this
would be
is
nice if a movie had a plot.
sure, yeah.
Well, anything that they set up was going to be too serious with the Native American tribe, because this is a comedy, so they couldn't actually engage with the subject they picked.
Wonderful. It's the only thing I really do enjoy about this barbaric country, the 4th of July celebration.
I don't know, ma'am. You seem to really enjoy throwing hands.
Was anything wrong?
Wrong?
Well, I just hope that it hasn't been necessary for you to say anything to GW.
The college education. It's fun to neg an entire county.
Mothman asks, why are they riding horses now? Because it's the 4th of July. They're wild horses. Did I understand that right? That's why they were jumping around earlier.
About what?
Oh, okay.
You and me.
Look at her face.
Why, you pompous windbag. Do you think that you're the only man who's ever tried to play patty fingers with me? Who's ever tried to lure me into
I don't know what
moonlight?
patty fingers is.
Well, I'm a big girl and I
Yeah.
can take care of myself. My husband knows it. I can
You know how we were
assure
talking
Governor,
earlier about
that
where
your
babies come
reputation is
from?
untarnished. Now get out
It might have something to do with that.
Patty Fingers feels like the precursor to scissor. Egg thrown in it?
He's got egg on his face.
Oh, don't put the hat. Okay.
Oh, why would you do that? Now you gotta launder the hat. I don't even know
That's
how
why
to
you
do
buy
that.
12 hats when you go to the store.
Buy 12 hats. What it's all about. Got it. It's all come round.
Were they doing this with eggs in their mouths? Oh.
Yes.
Did he just swallow the whole egg like a
He
snake?
sure did. He sure did.
You'll never believe what happened over there.
What?
You smell a beer.
Well, naturally, I'm drinking
Yeah, he
beer.
holds it up
He's drinking a
beer.
whole
I mean,
beer.
The next event will be a contest between the two bronco-busting champions of our territory. Remember the year I
Great line read.
Yeah, I was gonna say they were lit. The mayor's son was given the job. Nepotism.
George Washington McClintock, you are a very crude man.
Well, I guess so, but that was a rough
She
horse,
needs
like
to
that
stop
jarred my
being
insides.
surprised that he's a very crude man.
He has the best dresses.
He really does.
comment.
No.
Yep.
I'm not saying a word.
I'm not saying a word.
Nope.
I'm stickering an acorn right now, so I don't have to pay attention to what's happening.
Whoa.
Damn, Zeb, are you all right?
I guess so. Nothing busted but my pride.
I guess so. Only got trampled by a horse.
For what?
Well, that sore
It's
nose
to the
you
best
gave me
of
the
us.
other day. Well, that ain't what's sore on him.
Yeah, his ass
What?
is sore.
Wait,
Got
what?
fucked real hard.
What is sore on him? Please elaborate.
Because he got fucked real hard. I just said.
The closing
I
event
wonder what the
is
horses
the
are
top
thinking.
pony
So real,
race.
must be.
The finish line is at the barbecue. So start meandering. Come on.
You heard the man start meandering.
Now, what is that? False courage? Why, you know a Douglas doesn't ever use a thing like that. I want you to get on that horse, get out in front, and stay out in front.
I'll be out front, Dad. All the way.
Good boy.
Oh, Jesus,
I remember,
Mary and
stay out in
Joseph.
front. That Agamemnon's a good horse.
Agamemnon is a wild name for a horse. I kind of.
No, Agamemnon's like a perfect horse name.
11:40 and she's on time.
He stayed in front.
He's giving Dick Van Dyke.
You can tell there weren't actually
In that
horses
scene.
in that scene.
It's oddly endearing. Just like, you're just such you're a gangly little goof.
Gangly little goof, part of the Glee Club, definitely gay, but trying to court the sheriff's daughter, you know? That's what it's all about.
Is this a jailbreak? I have not.
Yeah, it's a jailbreak, I think. I cannot emphasize enough that when you shoot bullets in the air, they do come down.
If you think about it, this is the best way to celebrate the 4th of July. Them are real ones. Goose feathers.
John Wayne said indigenous people.
Wait, is she about to get... Is she about to get tarred and feathered?
Oh,
you don't
please,
put a
no.
giant thing that says goose
Oh,
feathers.
goose feathers. Yep.
Let me just get my big old thing of goose feathers.
Oh,
Stick 'em
yeah,
right
no.
here.
Grabs it! What the fuck?
Oh.
She was startled.
Watch, in the next scene, she's gonna have so many more feathers on her than she would have in this situation. Like, it'll be as if you had dunked her entire body in molasses, is what we're about to see.
She will have turned into a goose.
Puma finally got his way, but I reckon he's riding out his last war party.
We won't get very far.
But one thing still has me puzzled. Where did they get the guns?
I was wondering the same thing.
My kidney's been bothering me.
Funny.
GW.
Thank you for redeeming Hydrate, Felix.
What an idiotic joke.
Joke? Do you think that was a joke?
Oh, shut up. You want everybody in town to see me.
You look good in feathers.
Oh.
Dev, reminds me of your hat.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
What can I do?
Yeah.
Just like you've always done. Oh.
How long, GW?
How long what?
Catherine.
She's been riding herd on you for 2 years now.
I'm a peaceable man. But my father used to say, you raise your voice, it doesn't do any good. It's time to raise your hand.
Well, I've been planning to do something about it. I'll have another talk with her.
Talk to her? Talk to her? Talking won't do any good.
Becky, have you seen your... What's been happening around here? You've got hay all over you.
Been some mighty sneaky goings on here during that raid, Mr. McClintock.
Who was it said only a trollop would kiss a man before they were formally engaged?
Oh, but we are engaged, sir.
You are?
That is, with your permission.
Well, you've got it. Oh, Mrs. Warren?
I think it's wonderful.
I guess this is the only engagement that ever started off of a spanking.
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah. You are way too happy about that, sir. My God.
All right.
Lord bless us, this is going to be a great day.
Doggone it, folks. Let's don't let a little old Indian raid break up a good barbecue and a rodeo.
No one was being weird about it before you got here.
You contestants, get ready for the cow pony race.
Who is it?
It's me. Let me in.
Not now. Are you insane?
I want to talk to you.
Oh, Timmy, I'm respecting. I'm respecting your privacy.
Why not give him a string? Right as your parents but coming in anyway.
Picked up and walked out on me.
2 years ago, you remember, you came home from Denver with lipstick all over your...
Lipstick on my collar.
I've got the shirt to prove it.
Who cares?
Why, you big...
I feel like this crowd is acting like they've got context that they don't got. See you, Xenophone Ring. Thanks for hanging out.
GW, you are a ruffian.
Cuthbert, you are right.
It was perfectly good food.
Step on the food.
He stepped on a cake! He stepped on a... How is he not the villain of the movie? I'm sorry, he stepped on a cake.
This is where it started. For some people.
You say that's where it started for some people?
Started for some people. Is that fucking Pirates
It doesn't look terrible that an entire town is chasing a woman that's half dressed down the street at all. That's not uncomfortable.
Look, there she goes. The girl is so big.
I regret to inform you I've changed my mind about matrimony.
Who was that?
That was Rufus, obviously.
Do we know who Rufus was?
I think he's the one who had taken the girl on horseback at the start, which is why they were gonna hang the chief.
Oh, yeah, that I think that's right.
Yeah.
Oh. This is publicly humiliating his wife.
Yeah. Oh, good job. Oh, good. She got good aim. Maybe this is flirting for them. Is this flirting for them? Maybe this is. It's just
I feel like
you know.
it is. The thing is, I feel like it is because there have been so many times where she yells at him and then walks away smirking.
Yeah, it's gotta be. It's a kink thing. It's just a kink thing. It's fine.
It's a kink thing.
It's just. It's fine. It's good. Fine as long as it. You know.
It's gonna end with them yelling at each other and then immediately making out.
Yeah, that's what it's gotta be.
I think y'all were right with the
What
falling
is this, Dead
down
by
the
Daylight?
stairs stuff.
See, what did I say?
You can't just have sex. So you got to do whatever the fuck this is.
Right, exactly.
You've got to get all the porn back on this website.
She's gonna fall and part of her dress is gonna get caught on something and it's gonna get even worse.
Of course it is. Yeah.
I mean, it can't get too much more revealing. Just because of 1960s or whatever.
63, yeah.
They sure do like dunking people in water.
They do. They really do. Just came to a fence.
Someone's gotta get wet.
It's like, oh no, wrong woman. Sorry.
Grabs her by the tip, pushes her back down.
Mrs. McClintock, you setting a new style?
They stopped making out to make fun of her.
The whole town is coming. The whole town.
It's like a fucking zombie movie.
Mr. McClintock, in here!
What? She carried you up the stairs firefighter style. Okay, I'm sorry, but Kate's a badass. Throws punches, jumps through windows.
Oh, this is probably what's on the poster.
There you go. The getting with the spurs.
It's a kink thing.
It's a kink thing. It's 100% a kink thing.
In front of the whole town.
The subtitle said Catherine screaming and carrying on.
Keep it. You may need it. Now get your divorce.
Home. Don't spare the horse. Home. You heard me.
Don't think you're going to get rid of me that easy.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
She's
fucking
fucking
Roadrunner.
badass. I love her.
I'm sorry. I'm on her side. I don't care. Look at that. Look at that fucking badass.
No more living in the capital?
No.
No more Newport in season?
Nope.
No more.
He's like, yeah, I just needed you to get exciting again. Jesus, all you did is play chess.
310 times without a miss. That's a record.
What? What?
Wow.
What?
That really was the movie of all time.
It was.
Katie, what?
Did we
What does that mean, Katie?
So to wrap up movies with Michael, so I can play the theme
Now we
song
watch
and
2
stop
hours of Blood on
talking
the
like
Clock
this.
Tower.
What did we learn? I learned you vet a movie better before you show it on stream. What did y'all learn?
I learned that Katie is actually the hero of this entire movie. Like, I'm sorry, I'm on her side all the way. She
I learned that horses can play tug of war.
I learned that John Wayne had one less racist movie. Racist, but less.
Racist light.
Lux is right. I want to see her pull a truck.
I do want to see her pull a truck.
Oh my god.
Well, thanks for having us on your podcast, Michael.
Yeah, I'm gonna play I'm gonna play the theme song. And we're gonna get out of here. I'm gonna talk normal for a real long time. So here goes the theme song. It's playing right now.
Movies with Michael. Yeah, movies. I hope you're ready for movies with Michael. Movies with Michael. Yeah, movies. I hope you're ready for movies with Michael. Yeah.
Okay, the theme song's done. I was like, why did you guys say Blood on the Clock Tower? I didn't see that it recommended Blood on the Clock Tower next.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, this is good practice for Y Hour tomorrow. Y time.
For Y time, yeah. I need to add $38 to 867.66 real quick. 867.66 plus 38 means we're at 905, which means that we reached a goal.
What goal did you reach?
I think it was biscuits and gravy and facade.
Oh,
nice.
If you guys weren't here for facade last year, it was a lot of fun. I fell asleep and just spun in a circle and just said yes over and over again. Just typed yes. So our goal amount is 1,000. And we have 905.66, and it's what is our 5 strange books. 5 strange books. I don't know how much you guys know about the books.
I think I know about the books.
You keep referencing 5 strange books as if we're gonna know, and I'm just like, I don't know what this man's talking about.
Yeah, I have 5 strange books in my possession.
How strange are we talking? Is this like when I sent?
Pretty strange.
Yeah, I was like, okay, more or less strange than the book of plant-based erotica I sent Tay.
I do have plant-based erotica on my shelf next to me.
It cost me $1.
There's a
Tay
Google.
told me not to send it to him, and I had to.
There's a Google Doc about it in the. I think it's in the 200 channel. If you want to get caught up on the 5 strange books.
Let's see here.
Well, no, I don't know where it is. There's a lot of people talking about me. If you type in Google Doc. Google Doc. In 200. Here it is. No, it's not.
Woe.Begone.
Varumba, what?
Postcards time.
Varumba, thank you for $200.
Whoa! Holy shit! Holy shit! Dylan, am I allowed to give Athen a hint for that? They just donated a ton of money. I will give Athen a hint for finding merch in his house.
No, Varumba.
Varumba. Oh, yeah. Okay.
It donated $200.
What?
Thank you so much. That is incredibly generous. Postcards time. For $200, you get every postcard. There are 38 of them, counting the October one, which you will be getting. Even though they'll probably be going out when I send out yours, if you get one of every postcard. So that means that we are close to making Athens set up a store for me that sells T-shirts.
Oh, yeah.
That's exciting.
1105.
I want a shirt that just says sock.
Currently in my favorite pajama shirt, which is the one from the TKO stream. I forget why you did it, but it is Bluster with a gun that says "Just don't die."
Was that not a 24-hour stream? Was that last year's 24-hour stream?
If I've had this shirt for a year, that's crazy. I feel like I have not had this shirt. I must have, though.
Oh, congratulations on your raise. I feel like we both got a raise. Varunda says, postcard time sponsored by my work raise.
Love when that happens.
And I accidentally paused the timer again. I don't know what I'm doing that pauses the timer. I think it's, is it the number 1? Oh, it is, but it's on the numpad. It's only on the numpad, but I use the numpad when I update the tip goal. I figured it out. I'm a
really
genius.
Really stacked against you.
Felix has redeemed Riga treat. So I thought what I might do is it's late and you guys are probably wanting to head out of here. And
I should probably start getting ready for bed.
And after this, I've got the Proof is in the Podcast episode 3 debut, which means that I get to take a little break. Like I'm just gonna play it. And then maybe go downstairs, make a sandwich, stuff like that.
Nice.
And then when we come back, we'll do games block. It'll probably be solo stuff, unless anyone wants to, but I just might do something easy. I might play Unfair Flips. Have you guys played Unfair Flips?
No.
Oh, is that the like idle game about getting 10?
10 heads in a row.
Yeah. That was on my radar. I was gonna check that out at some point.
Yeah, I might try it. I might wait until the season 4 re-listen. Just as like a thing, because sometimes I play GeoGuessr while we listen. I feel like it's something like barely like moving on the screen, barely giving me like a little bit of attention to keep me awake.
Hey, did we force Rat Shaker upon Dylan?
I know about it.
I don't think we ever did. That would be a wild time.
Game Grumps
If you
played
want something to keep you awake, go play Rat Shaker.
Did Athen play it on the 24-hour Kickstarter stream?
I don't think so. But I could be wrong.
He played a lot of game. He played click holding.
He definitely played click holding.
He played some games that are like that. Yeah, I've seen at least Game Grumps play Rat Shaker. I don't know if I've seen other people play it.
I found the screenshot I had recently of my conversation with Tay, where I was sending him proof that the game only cost me $3, so he wouldn't be mad at me for sending it to him.
Yeah, I gotta tell you that I woke up that morning and I had 2 messages. The first one was Pine going, "Don't be mad, I got you something." And then I scroll my notifications down by one, and it's an email that just says, "Rat Shaker is in your library." And I did not know about that game ahead of time, and I'm just like, what the fuck has been sent to me? What?
Don't be mad, I got you something would give me a panic attack if I woke up to it. Sometimes I'll wake up. I think I said this in the Premiere group chat that I woke up and I had like 50 notifications and I was like, what happened? What's going on? Where are my mods? It's like, oh no, people are just excited that we're all gonna meet.
Where are my mods?
Where are my mods, Jenna?
Oh God, what did I miss? Oh.
That and when every channel is white is another scary thing. And that actually does always mean that something happened.
Yes, correct. Well, usually it's a spammer.
Yeah. Like nothing big, but
yeah,
something that has to be
annoying,
addressed.
but you know.
Moss says, "Dylan, get behind us." That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm very glad that I sent you a message saying I sent you something in the mail, so that I also didn't get Athens' reaction the last time I mailed him something, which was me getting a ping in the server plus multiple DMs while I was at work because I sent him a box of Fraggle Rock plushes. He did not know who had sent it, and he was like, what if it's anthrax? What if it's bees?
I've only gotten
the time before that I did send him bees.
I've only gotten mail once without being told I was being sent mail, like from the community, and it was Lux. And when I opened it, because Lux had been like, "Hey, what guitar strings do you use?" And I was like, "Okay, weird question, but here's the answer." And I opened it, and it was guitar strings. I was like, "Oh, I have autism." It's like, oh, that conversation about what guitar strings I used wasn't out of nowhere. It was someone who was very clearly communicating what was about to happen. And I though to be clear, my therapist is okay with me not liking to use labels. I was gonna say she doesn't, but it's really just that I don't like to use labels. So yeah. Is there anything we want to say, do? I'm gonna take a quick intermission and load up. Because if not, I'm gonna take a quick intermission and load up Proof is in the Podcast, episode 3.
I think that sounds like a good plan.
I did Riga treat quietly. Is that okay, Felix or whoever actually redeemed it? Yeah, Felix. I take it you didn't see it because you. Yeah, I guess we'll do another Riga treat. And then I'll take a quick intermission. We'll come back and I'll start Proof is in the Podcast, episode 3. And then that means I get to take a quick break while you guys listen to it.
Nice. Sounds good.
Yeah, and if you guys want to hop on, if you're still awake in the middle of the night, me and Mushy are doing the season 4 re-listen.
Nice.
And then noon is when Jackbox/Project Keep Dylan Awake happens. So if you guys, that's like the main next thing that people are really invited to.
Yeah.
You're not going to want to be here.
The season re-listen?
I will be in Dreamland, but
season re-listen is scheduled for midnight. But that would involve skipping the whole games block. I'm going to talk to Mushy about what they want to do.
Okay, yeah, I might be around for that then.
Because it's already it's going to be midnight by the time Proof is in the Podcast ends.
That's true.
So we'll see how things are going, and I'll make an audible as far as maybe we'll do something else for an hour, maybe we won't.
All right. Well, I'll be around. Just let me know. Yeah,
Yeah.
I took this whole weekend off for this. I was like, I guess I'll be available.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be around.
Perfect excuse to take a whole weekend off.
All right, well, I'm going to hop off of here. It was great hearing from you guys, and it's great that I don't have to do the Michael voice anymore.
All right. Rest those vocal cords, man.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah. Prepare for Y time.
Yeah, prepare for Y time.
Good night, y'all.
All right, bye, guys.
Bye.
All right. That was McClintock. Rue is around. When's the acoustic stream scheduled for? 6 a.m. And that's just sort of tradition at this point. I don't know how it got started like that. But yeah, we'll feel out, because I do want to show you guys episode 3 of Proof is in the Podcast. I think that's more fun than me sitting here and playing a video game. I'm going to give her a treat, because she's about to throw a fit. And then we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to walk her. We'll come back and start. How does that sound? Do you want a treat, Riga? Get on the couch. Oh, it's okay. Don't be scared. be scared. It's just a painting. Shake. Shake. Yeah. Shake. Yeah. Here. Speaking of Rue, turn the correct direction. She made that painting. and not that painting. All right, I'm going to be back in like 10 to 15 minutes because I'm going to walk her. Enjoy the intermission. If you've never heard the intermission before, it's fun. You should listen to it. Nancy Drew. It's the intermission. I am taking a break. I am getting some water. I might be using the bathroom. When was the last time you stretched? Was it even today? I suggest you take this time to do the things that I'm doing. Are you a fan of the show? Because if you like the show, you might have noticed the theme about listening to your body. That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm not very good at it. And I know that Mike isn't either, so if you could give both of us a break. And so a break is what I'm taking. I'm not trying to deprive you of anything. I'm still alive if it's been a few minutes, but if it's been like an hour, then maybe you should start, I don't know, asking around. But don't call the cops. Not just now, but generally. I better get back soon. This song was probably novel the first time and annoying the second. And it's looping. It's the intermission. I am taking a break. I am getting some water. I might be using the bathroom. When was the last time you stretched? Was it even today? I suggest you take this time to do the things that I'm doing. Are you a fan of the show? Because if you like the show, you might have noticed the theme about listening to your body. That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm not very good at it. And I know that Mike isn't either, so if you could give both of us a break. And so a break is what I'm taking. I'm not trying to deprive you of anything. I'm still alive if it's been a few minutes, but if it's been like an hour, then maybe you should start, I don't know, asking around. But don't call the cops. Not just now, but generally. I better get back soon. This song was probably novel the first time and annoying the second. And it's looping. You thought that it was looping, but it never was looping. I repeated that section with a copy and paste. Here are some extra instruments. I will double the vocals, and at the end of this measure, I will bring in the bass. You thought that you understood, and I guess that that's cute, but you must have forgotten. I like being unpredictable. Did you see what I did? Did you think it was clever? That's all I ever wanted, was a small validation. So you can type it in chat, you can make a donation, you can spam some emojis. I did not pay that artist. I'll be back with the stream here in just a few minutes. When a break takes this long, I am usually pooping. I think this bit's run its course, and I'm tired of talking, so when this part is done, I will actually loop it. For real this time, how long do you think I'm gonna work on this song? It's gonna loop. It's the intermission. I am taking a break. I am getting some water. I might be using the bathroom. When was the last time you stretched? Was it even today? I suggest you take this time to do the things that I'm doing. These instruments are wrong because we've never been looping. You must feel like a fool now that I've caught you out twice. That wasn't my only trick. If you look at the webcam, you can tell that the vocals were not pre-recorded because I'm sitting right here and saying the lines, except that's also a trick. This part is pre-recorded. And I could tell you it's over, and you wouldn't believe me. You'll always be suspicious, and you're welcome for that, because a healthy distrust will keep you out of trouble. This was a teachable moment. I am glad I could help. It's actually going to loop this time. It's the intermission. I am taking a break. I am getting some water. I might be using the bathroom. When was the last time you stretched? Was it even today? I suggest you take this time to do the things that I'm doing. Are you a fan of the show? Because if you like the show, you might have noticed the theme about listening to your body. That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm not very good at it. And I know that Mike isn't either, so if you could give both of us a break. And so a break is what I'm taking. I'm not trying to deprive you of anything. I'm still alive if it's been a few minutes, but if it's been like an hour, then maybe you should start, I don't know, asking around. But don't call the cops. Not just now, but generally. I better get back soon. This song was probably novel the first time and annoying the second. And it's looping. It's the intermission. I am taking a break. I am getting some water. I might be using the bathroom. When was the last time you stretched? Was it even today? I suggest you take this time to do the things that I'm doing. Are you a fan of the show? Because if you like the show, you might have noticed the theme about listening to your body. That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm not very good at it. And I know that Mike isn't either, so if you could give both of us a break. And so a break is what I'm taking. I'm not trying to deprive you of anything. I'm still alive if it's been a few minutes, but if it's been like an hour, then maybe you should start, I don't know, asking around. But don't call the cops. Not just now, but generally. I better get back soon. This song was probably novel the first time and annoying the second. And it's looping. You thought that it was looping, but it never was looping. I repeated that section with a copy and paste. Here are some extra instruments. I will double the vocals, and at the end of this measure, I will bring in the bass. You thought that you understood, and I guess that that's cute, but you must have forgotten. I like being unpredictable. Did you see what I did? Did you think it was clever? That's all I ever wanted, was a small validation. So you can type it in chat, you can make a donation, you can spam some emojis. I did not pay that artist. I'll be back with the stream here in just a few minutes. When a break takes this long, I am usually pooping. I think this bit's run its course, and I'm tired of talking, so when this part is done, I will actually loop it. For real this time, how long do you think I'm gonna work on this song? It's gonna loop. Alright, I am back. Hello. We had a very nice walk. And I had some thoughts on my walk. And only some of them were regrets that I picked McClintock as the movie for Movies with Michael. The other thoughts that I had were, I need to set aside some time for Pilk and Sporkle quizzes and a dramatic reading of selected pages from 5 strange books in my possession, because they're not on the schedule. But I was also thinking now would be a great time to play The Proof is in the Podcast, Episode 3, and take a quick break, because I'm tired, but I'm tired in a way. We hit 1,000. When did that happen? 22 minutes ago. I'm tired in a way that I can take a break and come back. As opposed to a few hours from now, if I take a break, I might fall asleep. So, Proof is in the Podcast is an hour and 19 minutes long, I think. I feel like it's a nice second screen sort of thing. It's exactly 1 hour and 22 minutes with all the themes and stuff inserted. And we can do some of that stuff during the season 4 re-listen, like, because it's gonna be like 6 hours long, the season 4 re-listen. So I'm definitely gonna need things to preoccupy myself and all of that. I think I played GeoGuessr last year, and so maybe this year I pepper in some Sporkle quizzes like in between episodes. I drink some Pilk during it, and then pages from the book we will figure out. Oh, so I have to stay up to... You stay up until like 4 in the morning anyway, Lux. Like, I swear that you're normally up around 3 or 4 in the morning. So I think that... let's see. New poll. Schedule. Skip games block. Or keep games block. Because games block just feels like I was just going to do some games. Or do I even want to do a... I guess I'll do a poll. I think I know exactly how the poll is going to go.
Woe.Begone.
What's Proof is in the Podcast? Proof is in the Podcast is a Woe.Begone recap show.
T-shirt.
Did I have games picked? Not especially. I was going to go back to some old favorites, I think. The Proof is in the Podcast is a Woe.Begone recap show where I talk about, I sit down with some voice actors and we talk about a season of the show. In this case, it's episode 3, so it's season 3 of Woe.Begone. So episodes 25 through 36. I thought about maybe playing like World of Goo or something, because I associate that with Pilk. Perhaps do the game block later if there's time. There is something scheduled that's called like the Keep Dylan Awake time. Claire Annabelle Whitetail, thank you for $15. I need every podcast t-shirt. Well, if we hit 1,200, then there will be more t-shirts in the world to have. How much time do I have booked for... I have 2 hours booked for Y time? Oh my god. That can't be 2 hours. That can't be 2 hours. So there will be time at the end. I I don't have 2 hours of why time. Like, what? Why did I do that? I was just doing 2-hour blocks and was like, this is how the world works. "30 minutes of why and 1:30 of game block." That seems more like what's gonna happen. I mean, why can partially be game block. Like what why does is up to him, of course. Why should play Rat Shaker? There is a character named Y. Okay, I'm gonna set up for Proof is in the Podcast episode 3 then. I'm trying to think of like what the best way. I'm gonna add a text source. And it's gonna say, we are listening to the Proof is in the Podcast, a Woe.Begone recap show. Episode 3, Woe.Begone, Season 3. Starring Benro, David Alt, Michelle Can. Perfect. You can't see it at all. Yeah, Y is from season 18. So my plan is open with VLC. Season 7, what was that? Then add window capture. Gonna have a nap on account of I'm sleepy tired. Cool beans. Thank you so much for hanging out and donating, Varumba. And for listening to the show and all of that stuff. I thought that I would just do this and crop out. It decided that that's the art for it. I believe that is the I Wonder What It Is About That Place EP art. We're just starting Proof is in the Podcast. I think we're gonna skip games block and head right into the season re-listen. So yeah, without further ado, actually, All right, I'm going to hit play, and you guys are going to have to tell me if you can hear it and if it's loud enough, and then I'll set it and forget it and go make a sandwich. Season 7, what was that? Was How does that sound?
One of the ones that was sad. Was that the mustard seed one, or was that season 8? You tell me, I don't know. I wrote it all so long ago. What
Cool. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back intermittently.
What am I, some kind of asshole? Yes, I am. You should know that by now. If you've been listening this long, you should be able to tell. Yes,
And to be clear, I will be watching you.
the proof is in the podcast, the music that I broadcast. Please stop me now.
Welcome to The Proof is in the Podcast, a Woe.Begone recap show, Episode 3, Season 3. We will be discussing Season 3 of Woe.Begone, titled Inner Ring. If this is your first time listening, this is a show for everyone who says that they are lost in the plot of Woe.Begone, that they're confused, or that they don't know what's going on, or maybe they just don't remember something that happened in Season 3 because it was 1,000 years ago. Each episode covers a whole season of the show, with discussion geared towards picking out elements that are going to be important in later seasons, and developing an understanding of those ideas. So there will be spoilers. We'll try to curtail them, but I don't know if that'll be possible because we are talking about how things relate to other seasons of the show, so it's best to be caught up to Season 17, which is what is ongoing during this recording. Each episode features guest voice actors from the show. Originally, the idea was to get one who's caught up and one who isn't, but today we have two professionals with us who know everything about Woe.Begone.
Yes, absolutely. I even know who Flinch is.
Yep, everyone in this chat knows who Flinch is, even the Discord recording bots Craig and Geark.
This is true, yes, but I wanted to be special.
Well, would you like to be special, David, and introduce yourself?
Okay, hello there. The voice of Ty Betteridge is David Alt. Check out his podcast, Shadows at the Door, or go to davidalt.co.uk for more.
Very good. Then would you like to introduce yourself?
I am Ben Rowe. I play Felix. I am a long-time listener of Woe.Begone since Season 2 originally, and am delighted to be here, especially with my Lord and Saviour, David Alt.
Oh, you.
And Michelle Can is here, our editor and the voice of, I almost said Michelle, the voice of Michelle. In addition to being their own voice, they're the voice of Marissa. They are muted currently, but might join us in the conversation later. I always am so intrigued. There's a few podcasts I listen to where like the editor is always there, but they don't talk except rarely, and it's always so cool. Like, wow, it's like a glimpse behind the curtain. This glimpse might have been more mysterious if Michelle was not the guest last episode.
I just want Michelle to say, you invited Ty fucking Betteridge to this? That's what I want. But I know that it's very early over there, so there's not that level of shouting that can be done from inside the cupboard.
Yes, we are recording from New Zealand, Kentucky, and England. So,
7:20 in New Zealand. How are people not awake? My kids wake up at 5:30 in the morning, and I'm grateful for it.
7:20 is about when Rigo wakes me up and I have to go walk her. But I come back and go to bed.
7:20, I'm doing my best to be in bed unless I'm en route to some planetarium somewhere.
Yeah, my alarm is set for 9 because this is what I do for a living, and nothing about it needs to happen before 9 a.m.
I think that's very cultured.
So let's hop into our first segment, which is the plot in 60 seconds.
The season is already done. I need to know what's going on. Can someone please sum up what happened on the podcast Woe.Begone? The season is already done. I need to know what's going on. Can someone please sum up what happened in 60 seconds?
Where someone tries to describe the plot of this season as fast as they can, preferably in 60 seconds. Would anyone like to volunteer?
I can give it a go. Give me a countdown and I'll give it a crack.
Go on, Ben.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so Mike or Mikey shows competence for once, and across the show begins to investigate more and more of OVA and its technology, and gains more and more access. As he does this, he gets closer and closer to Edgar, and they are now in a relationship, but the events bring him further and further from Hunter. everything builds to a head when building 357A, I think, 357A, explodes within over, while Mike and Egg are off on holiday. Mike runs away and hides and turns up at Matt's house. Yes, Matt is alive. Oh my god. And as Mike's relationship with Hunter is destroyed seemingly forever, he's pushed into the arms of a new and mysterious organization, the Flinchites, and meets a mysterious stranger with a hint, apparently a trace, of a British accent.
I think the word is remnants of a British accent.
It was 59 seconds, Ben. That is the first person who's gotten even close.
Yeah, I keep to time for judges for a living. But
that explains why you were so willing. And it was pretty comprehensive as far as everything that you can say in that amount of time.
I can't do any better than that.
The thing that I would have thought to add is that this is relayed via a whole bunch of trips into Tier 2, which is why the season is called Inner Ring.
Yeah.
But you have just done a perfect précis of the season in 59 seconds.
I'm very good at themes, but not detail, I guess.
Woe.Bgone is a show about contradictions. But other than that, we should jump into the episode recaps. Wait, Dylan, you got to do your run?
As I say, I really couldn't improve on that, but if you feel you can...
Well, my editor is demanding it of me, so I guess I have to do it.
Okay, but you have to use none of the same words that I used.
None of the same words? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. We start with he'd seen the 2 hunters inside of Tier 2 when he comes back, and now he knows that there's 3 hunters. And Mike is going to keep going back into Tier 2 to experiment. He finds a security program, and it kind of works, and mostly first he saves himself from the bear, and the bear trashes the thing, and then he keeps going into Tier 2, and he realizes that Chance and Shadow have been attacked by these people called the Flinchites, which he learns from an email with Anne. He goes back into Tier 2 a 4th time, I believe, to get Edgar off of his tail because Edgar's picking up that the codes are being stolen, and so he accidentally puts Edgar in the Pacific Ocean, and he has to talk to the hunters to get it figured out. They aren't happy about that. After that, he's not allowed to use the codes anymore, and a Flinchite shows up in his cabin, and then that's when he learns that they're called the Flinchites. I'm doing terribly. And so he has to send him back, and it turns out that Punish Hunter has been covering for him because it doesn't make any sense that he hasn't been caught yet. And then he contacts Ryan about all the stuff that's going on, and they want to use Ryan as a way to get out, and they use a dead man switch, and they pull it off, and Ryan gets what he wants, and the Mikes live. They go to Glacier National Park, 357A blows up, and time travel is gone from Over. And so they go back to Over, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. They figure out that Hunter's involved in the 357A explosion, and then he goes to check to see if the tech is really gone, and Punish Hunter's there, and he kills Punish Hunter, and then he goes to Matt's house, and from Matt's house he gets kidnapped by someone who might have a British accent. And that was 1 minute and 45 seconds. I was trying to hit the things that Ben didn't say, like the Pacific Ocean.
The Pacific Ocean is the really important thing I wish I'd included because it's such a recurring theme. But generally, I clearly understand the themes and motivations of Woe.Begone better than you do, and I think it's my show now.
Okay.
All hail Ben, Overlord of Woe.Begone.
As long as the Patreon still pays out to my bank account.
That's fine, and as the new creator of Woe.Begone, I can now confirm that Flinch's real name is Dylan.
As the new creator, so this is like an Elon Musk thing.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, everything, all rights are pushed over to me now.
All right, well...
David, you're now playing Mike.
I'm playing Mike? Excellent. Yeah. Right.
Do I get to be in the... Can I be Troy?
Well, no, the thing is that I think it's self-indulgent that all of the Michaels are played by the same person.
Okay.
So I want different people for each of it. So David is Mike, but you can be Mikey still.
Okay.
And I think Athen should be Michael.
He yes. does do a cowboy voice.
Yeah, I think it's mandatory to be on the show.
In that case, can we get Dr. Lou to be M-Dog?
Yes. Yeah, let's do that.
I think that would be perfect.
Okay, I am now getting overwhelmed with all these casting decisions, so I need to hand the show back to Dylan.
Okay, it's in good hands.
Okay, thank you. Look after my baby.
All right, so now that we've gotten 2 plots in 60 seconds, totaling 3 minutes, let's hop into our episode discussions.
Here is the part where we
Let's start with episode 25, Security Not Responding. We pick up where we left off in Season 2, Mike having fled from Tier 2, and then confirms the existence of at least 3 hunters Jeremiah Hartley, Innocent, Mystery, and Punished, as they are called. Punished has a scar on his face from some future happening, and Mystery is the one speculated to have played Woe.Begone. Mike uses a code to sneak through 116E into Tier 2 to get his first real look around, manipulating Edgar into giving him door codes through falling in love with him, the perfect crime. He finds an office building used to conduct time travel security and an unguarded computer with the security.exe over proprietary software. He tests this program by rescuing himself from the bear attack in Season 2, accidentally transporting the bear into the office building in the process. He reflects on the idea that he probably hasn't won Woe.Begone in some distant future, and anything that felt like a success or a prize was actually someone intercepting something retrocausally, which makes him reckon with killing Matt last season. He receives an email from Anne that explains that she has been attacked by the Flinchites, which she learns that they call themselves during this attack. So yeah, this episode introduces the Innocent, Mystery, Punish trio of hunters, and it's really our first time that we get to see iterations interacting with each other a lot, like for an extended time, and not just like a mission. Interestingly, right from the jump, Mike's relationship to the hunters is different. The best friend stuff is already over. Even before like the drama happens, the mystery has sort of tainted Mike's relationship to what's going on, and also he's falling in love with Edgar.
One thing I found interesting about that is how honest Mike is being with the listeners about the developing relationship with Edgar and also exploiting it, and that there is developing guilt there about using Edgar, but he just can't help himself.
And it's usual when you get into a relationship, friendships tend to drop off a little bit, but it seems that it's a lot more antagonistic with the hunters. This friendship just doesn't have the attention that it used to have. They seem to be butting heads more than they have been before.
There's also asymmetrical knowledge, because there's 3 hunters with 3 different sets of knowledge, and at this stage, one Mike, one Mikey. The relationship can't be equal, and as Mike's knowledge develops, the change is in Innocent Hunter moving towards the views of those other hunters.
I think the other thing that this episode teaches us is how people are usually the worst part of InfoSec. If you can get the codes from someone just by getting them to fall in love with you, then that is a huge hole in your security.
Yeah, Edgar's probably doing what he's always been doing. It's just that literally no one's ever looked over his shoulder before.
Yes.
Maybe if I was writing it today, because you know how like when you dial a phone, each of those numbers makes a slightly different noise.
The old rotary phones would, yes.
Yeah, because that's actually how it dials, is based on the actual pitch. So if I was writing this today, I might make it so that he had to like learn those little micro pitches that he could hear it from the waiting room. But I think he says that he literally looks over his shoulder. Episode 26 is called Chance and Shadow. Mike reports that he has snuck into Tier 2 again for general recon. He notices that Air Duster isn't going to get him into every building. Some require badges, and these have RFID chips in them. Hunter isn't at breakfast that morning, but Chance and Shadow are, and they menacingly tail Mike back to his cabin. They explain that they were attacked by the Flinchites, who were looking to retrieve a device that Mike had taken from Tier 2 to activate the boulders, and that he had to have had an accomplice with him. Mike explains that he doesn't have this device, then he realizes there's a device somewhere that he could have used instead of shocking himself at the boulders dozens of times. He reconciles with Chance and Shadow, and they relent, but they tell him to keep his distance. Mike then sneaks back into Tier 2, notices the hunters are using a badge to get into the building, and leave. When he comes back, Edgar is waiting for him inside of 116E, and he looks very angry.
Bit of the betrayal there. Did you actually love me, for my twinkness, or did you love me for the codes that I could give you?
Yeah, there needs to be a word for when you're saying something and everyone knows that it's not true, but you also know that it's not true, but you have to communicate it that way because of who you are. Like, does that make sense?
It's called politics.
When Mikey says, oh, I'm manipulating Edgar, I don't really love him, he obviously loves him a whole lot, and he doesn't expect you to believe him. Like, is there a word for that? Michael does this constantly. Michael speaks entirely
I'm still going
like
with politics.
You're still going with politics?
Shakespeare used it in Julius Caesar in the "But Brutus is an honourable man" speech. That sort of reporting something that's clearly not true, but in doing so you're communicating something else.
It's dissembling, yeah.
Michelle says it's almost like a pantomime.
Yeah, no, I kind of get that. It's the sort of pretending there's nothing behind me. Everyone's telling me there's something behind me. You see there's something behind me. We're all going to pretend there's nothing behind me, but we all know there's going to be a funny jump scare in a minute.
Right. Yeah, it's sort of like those high school movies where the popular guy asks like the ugliest girl to prom and then actually falls in love with her, but then she figures out and then she's mad and then high school movie stuff happens and they're together in the end.
So what you're saying is instead of Edgar taking off his glasses...
This time the boulders are there.
We can talk about the boulders though, because we know a lot more about them. So we know that Mike subverted the boulder key by connecting wires and shocking himself physically.
Repeatedly. Dozens of times, yeah.
It's that sort of beginner's luck, isn't it? Because, of course, in later seasons, we hear about the boulders being lethal if you look at them in the wrong way. And here's Mike in his bumbling, happy-go-lucky, everything's laissez-faire. I'll go to the boulders, get a few electric shocks. Maybe I should have used some gloves or something. And he's fine. As Hunter says, he's eminently killable, but just doesn't die.
Yes, we also learn in this episode that you're supposed to have an accomplice at a second location, and Mike didn't have that, so it raises the mystery of who helped him from the second location. So we can talk about episode 27, which is, Hey Hunter, it's Mike Walters. Mike attempts to correct getting caught by Edgar by moving him somewhere else, but he accidentally transports him into the Pacific Ocean and then transports part of the Pacific Ocean into the security building in Tier 2. He calls Innocent Hunter and explains the situation, and Innocent gives Mike Mystery's phone number. Mystery can't help either, but he gives him Punish Hunter's number. Punished Hunter has him break a window in the Tier 2, Tier 3 interfacing building in order to get access to the remaining security.exe machines and successfully puts everything back to normal and avoids Edgar catching him. He calls Edgar and tells him he's glad that he's not floating in the Pacific Ocean in grammatically incorrect Russian, we don't need to talk about it, and they are clearly already in love. Edgar says that Mike can't hang around 116E anymore because it's making people suspicious of both of them. A big sound design moment for me was the Pacific Ocean getting transported into the building. I think that was the most work I had done on sound design in the show so far.
What I love about the whole situation is I've done something wrong. I can either fess up or I can use time travel to fix it badly, then have to use time travel to fix it again. It's a bit of a butterfly effect situation. Spoilers if you haven't seen that film. Where every time it makes a correction, it gets worse and worse and worse. And so it's snowballing out of control.
Mike's thought process is Edgar will never understand, and I don't know that he wants Edgar to understand. I think he's trying to protect Edgar with ignorance. And a lot of this season and next season is Mike coming to terms with how impossible that is. Also, something that I thought about this time around, this episode picks up when he's in Tier 2, so there had to have been a moment where he saw Edgar, turned around, and ran back into Tier 2. And that's so funny to me, like what that would have looked like.
And he coins a new phrase, I'm glad you're not in the Pacific Ocean. It's I'm glad that I didn't run over your cat.
Yeah, and the Pacific Ocean incident will be a recurring thing forever.
It's one of those iconic images of the show that sort of stays with listeners.
But I had forgotten about that building being a Tier 2, Tier 3 interfacing building that he breaks into. Interfacing is a really good way for me to talk about characters moving between the two tiers. A lot of what interfacing does for Tier 2 is it teaches Tier 1 employees how to work inside of Tier 2. It provides like a middle ground where they can work and train without all of the clearance that they necessarily need inside of Tier 2. I think that's largely what's going on inside of Tier 3 as well.
In a way, it comes back to that whole InfoSec idea. It's a port between two systems. So interface is actually the perfect word for it.
The security between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is Edgar. The security between Tier 2 and Tier 3 is a single pane of glass.
A single pane of glass. And like they tell you, even at like your normal job that's not government, don't put a USB stick into the computer, dummy. And Mike is the USB stick.
And Edgar is the...
Yes. Question is, did he put it in, then turn it around, put it in again, and then have to turn it around
You have to
again?
do it, 3 times.
Like the Hokey Cokey.
Yes.
Next episode, episode 28, The Flinchite. No longer being able to use Edgar for door codes, Mike steals Hunter's RFID badge and clones it so that he can access credentialed buildings. We flash back to earlier that morning when a Flinchite was transported into Mike's cabin. Mike successfully ties him up and asks him a bunch of questions, but the Flinchite explains that Mike doesn't know enough to ask the right questions. He says the Flinchites are a group actively trying to emulate Flinch and possibly interact with him. They don't understand the boulders very well either, and the telekinesis is actually fancy time travel. Mike tests out the new badge by walking straight through the front gate of Tier 2, finds a security.exe machine after 28 tries to locate the proper building, and sends the Flinchite to Kyrgyzstan, which is something that we actually learn later. He thinks that he's sending him to Kazakhstan, and that is the episode.
I like that we have a direct Flinchite contact here, because in 25 and 26, we have the indirect contact via Anne and Chance and Shadow, and we'd had the earlier stuff where Mike's hand gets hurt. But now we have direct access and communication with a Flinchite.
Yes, I think that was probably based on what I wanted as a listener. Like, we need to get a Flinchite here and ask a bunch of questions.
As a listener, I think it's one of the most important conversations in the first half of the show. I really liked re-listening to it, trying to piece together what the Flinchites are and by extension what Flinch might be.
He says that he's not saying very much, but he says a lot to us. It's sort of like they're trying to work for Flinch, because, you know, Flinch has these like little contests, like Ryan won one. So it seems like it's a bunch of people who know about these contests, or like what Flinch is putting out into the world, and is trying to use that to, if not interact with him, reverse engineer what he's doing.
One thing I liked was the confirmation that all of this telekinesis stuff was actually just, you need to be standing right there at the right time, and then you can throw Chance and Shadow into a wall. I appreciated that from a sort of mechanistic point of view.
Yeah, and that becomes more important once we get to the compound and we start expanding even further, that this isn't just time travel technology. There's just so many things you can do that aren't going to be traveling to a different point in time. Because of the implications of what's required for moving through time, you also have to move through space.
It's a very good way of ending up in the vacuum of space.
Depending what coordinate system you use, really.
Yes, Michelle says R.I.P. Chubbums.
And then there is, of course, the wonderful scene with Mike tying up the Flinchite to make sure that he really isn't going anywhere, which I thought was a nice level of detail to show that Mike is actually thinking about things.
It's competent Mike.
Competent Mike, yeah.
The information reveal empowers him to be competent.
Or maybe this is foreshadowing Michael and his amazing lassoing techniques.
Yeah, when he goes out the door and leaves the Flinchite, he says, "There is no justice out here in the Wild West, only retribution." So
that's definite foreshadowing, yeah.
There's your foreshadowing. We should move on to episode 29, Digital Witness. Mike remarks that it is impossible for him to be as cautious as he would need to be to not get caught, and therefore someone is probably looking out for him. He considers the Flinchites and their organizational structure, and he wishes that he was in an organization like that, or at least had access to that sort of resource. He still wants to infiltrate Tier 2, but this is becoming a pain point between him and Edgar, who are obviously dating at this point. Mike enters Tier 2 again and goes to the building where he saw the Hunter's badge in. Punished is waiting for him there and accosts him for being so hard yet necessary to keep alive. He says that he has to protect Mike Walters and has been covering for Mike to keep Over from noticing what is going on, but it also sets up terrible consequences for the both of them. He takes Mike's badge and transports him back to his cabin. Mike ruminates on how he seems destined to ruin his friendship with Hunter and calls Edgar for some emotional support.
Again, we've got the problem of sharing Netflix passwords. Using someone else's badge will get you places, but it also shows up on all of the InfoSec stuff.
Though I think it's implied that Punish is also covering up some of the security program stuff, because when he badges in, it shows as if Hunter is badging in, and that's logged into someone's computer.
Someone who doesn't use passwords.
The security program probably has some sort of credential, I would hope.
Well, not if you can just break in, sit down, and do a bit of random transporting from place to place. If it's secret government technology you want, it's right there if you're sitting in the right place.
The thing that stood out to me in this episode that I didn't think about before is he's fantasizing about running away with Edgar, which is like a big theme this season, but he also wants what the Flinchites have. And I think that that's so interesting, considering when season 5 starts and base happens.
Yes.
It's the problem of the middle classes. The consumerism of, okay, well, I'm here, but I want to be upper class. I want more things. I want a bigger house. I want a bigger garden. I want a better car. I want a nice computer. But at the same time, the sort of dream of going back to basics. There's always that sort of tension in the direction of my life. I can either kind of live all in capitalism and go crazy and organize everything and be in control, or I can just live this simple life and grow my own vegetables. What do I want my retirement to look like? Do I want it to be a comfortable thing surrounded by quite annoying dogs? Or do I want a different life surrounded by guard dogs?
Right.
Mike is sort of caught in the middle of a ladder, and you need to decide whether to climb to the top or go back to the bottom.
Right, but either at the top or the bottom, you're standing on solid ground or on top of a building or whatever, and not on the ladder anymore, which is scary and untenable. And from a commentary point of view, this episode is called Digital Witness, which I think is a really great name. It's also the name of a St. Vincent song. Originally, this episode was going to end with a cover of it, so you could say that I predicted the grotto like 3 years early.
And when are you going to break that news to Athen?
My lawyers will get in contact with his lawyers. Episode 30, Punished. Mike is watching a movie with Edgar when a corpse gets transported directly into the cabin. Mike figures out that it is an older iteration of Hunter, Elder Hunter, and Edgar is rightfully freaked out because he doesn't know that time travel exists. Their relationship is deeply injured by this, and Edgar goes home upset. Mike calls Punished to ask for help. Punished is furious with him and tells him that he needs to kill Edgar because Edgar is a witness. Mike makes a new RFID badge to get back into the security building to fix the problem, where Punished is waiting and mops the floor with him. Mike is transported back to the cabin in a concussive daze, worried that Punished killed Edgar to fix the situation. Instead, he finds that Punished has cleaned everything up for him. Edgar knocks on his door, having returned from Mesa, Arizona, completely baffled on how he got there. He tends to Mike's wounds before asking him what the hell happened. So, Elder Hunter's in this. The Elder Hunter situation begins here, and it gets figured out through Season 10.
And of course, there is this continuity question again, because with the scar on his face, if you don't have that iteration idea, that's obviously a later version of Punished Hunter.
Yes, he specifically says it has to be Punished Hunter because he has the scar.
But we know that's not necessarily the case, right?
Yes, 33 is the one where we have the connectivity ridiculousness.
And then there's this question of why Punished Hunter sends Edgar to Arizona. Because he was saying he's a witness. He can't know anything about it. Oh, I know. Let's just transport him to Arizona. Edgar won't get that blotto that it's like the guy that went on a stag night in Birmingham and woke up in Barcelona. But in doing so, Punished Hunter has basically put Mike in a position doing exactly what Hunter didn't want him to do, which is tell Edgar about the time travel stuff.
I figure that Punished got soft. That's how I always saw it, is that he didn't actually ever want to kill Edgar or condone it. That was just what should be done in order to perfectly protect everything. But another way to protect things is to get Edgar all the way in, like Mike is, because he doesn't have to kill him, but he's keeping him close.
And of course, Punished isn't going to want to kill Edgar because that would be far too antagonistic for Mike. At least this way, some semblance of a working relationship can be kept.
Right, and Mike cannot be any more unstable. He's already a nightmare.
I remember when this episode came out, trying to imagine Edgar's route back to Old Brush Valley from Mesa.
Yeah, I don't envision it as being too terribly far by American road trip standards, which I realize who I'm talking to, and like a 4-hour road trip is like a lot for you guys.
It really is. I can go visit Ben in 4 hours.
And yet you haven't.
And yet I haven't. I know. I'm useless. To be fair, though, you've come closer to me than I have to you recently.
The criminal justice system drags me in many different directions. It has no regard whatsoever for the content of my heart.
It has no regard for a lot of things, but the less said about that, the better.
So yeah, some interesting things happen in between episodes 30 and 31. One is the song Painted Glass, which I think is nice, and you should listen to it, but it's not the plot of the show. And the other thing is episode 30.5, the lost episode, which I ultimately rewrote and made episode 31. What happens in it is described during episode 31, but I do think that it worked better as something that happened off screen that we get to learn about.
Episode 31 covers everything that 30.5 does, but as a format break episode, it would have worked, but there was something much better that you put in its place.
I don't think that it's terrible, or I wouldn't have finished it. But if you have some extra time, it's another thing you can listen to. Yes, and Michelle pointed out in a message just now that the association between Charlie and bluebirds is from the lost episode. And that's something that appears throughout the rest of the show. Episode 31 is called The Cavalcade of Experiences Ode. This is a format break episode that occurs as an exchange between two iterations of Mike. Mike has transported an earlier iteration of himself into Tier 2 to create a failsafe in case of interference. He says Ryan approached him about a plan to retrieve some files in Tier 2, and Mike is using this as a way to get out of Over and Woe.Begone and start a new life. He set up this iteration deadman switch so that Ryan can't just kill him to get out of his obligations. Ryan does attempt to kill Mike 5 times, but the deadman switch works and the Mikes are able to overcome the attack. Mike is transported back to his cabin where he calls Edgar and prepares to have the heart-to-heart talk that the older iteration tells him he is going to have. Meanwhile, the older iteration does one last thing with the security.exe program to be explained next episode. This episode and the next episode both work on some really small moments doing big things that are going to be important later. This is also an episode where Mike calls the younger iteration of himself Mikey. I think that that's the first time that we've had this little iteration fight of who's Mike and who's Mikey.
But he is Mikey, right?
Yeah, I think that we've all called him Mike for the most part, but the one we're following is who we now call Mikey.
I loved this format break because it's kicked off the second half of this season really well, and I'm very pleased that you decided to scrap 30.5 and put this in its place.
Yeah, I don't know where the show goes if that's not episode 31. It feels like the rhythm would have been knocked off by like an 8th note, and 31 is just how I do things now. Like, it was a format break, but like this is basically how I do things now. Michelle says the Ryan Mike/Mikey fight and then prayer hands.
That scene, that part of the scene, it's why I'm torn between this episode and 34 being my favourite of the season. The pace of it, the writing of it, the rhythm of it is so good and shows just how good your craft was even this early in the show.
Hear, hear.
Yeah, that's a very fun scene. And it's something that goes right for Mike, because Mike has to be alive if Ryan wants the files. And we've had discussions of deadman switches in other episodes, but they've been just sort of threats that don't happen. This one does happen, and I think that's cool and good and important. If you establish something that can happen, it either needs to happen or there needs to be a good explanation for why it doesn't. Michelle brings up the damn it, I used the wrong your again. I'm just imagining him on this crappy like membrane keyboard like you have in every office.
And of course we got the old time travel sound as well, the very, very loud one, which has come down in volume over the season.
Because of me. Came down in volume because of me.
Really?
I posted on the Discord just after this episode that I nearly drove off the road driving to court and the time travel noise came in and it was a bit loud. And could you possibly do some timestamps or something like that so I can be aware of loud noises? And from the next episode, Dylan started putting timestamps and they started getting quieter and quieter.
Yes, and the timestamps don't work anymore because there's ads now. But I think there's a season 2 episode where I went back way after the fact and made quieter, because you were not the only one that complained. But at the end of 31, Mike does something with the security program, and what he's doing is rescuing Matt from the original incident that Woe.Begone prevented back in the day. He saved Matt for himself. He doesn't need Woe.Begone for that anymore. And that's important because that is who he's on the phone with in episode 32, Glacier. Mike is on the phone talking about the 2-week vacation that he is on with Edgar in Glacier National Park. He talks about his budding relationship with Edgar and wanting to run away with him, but 2 weeks in the mountains will have to suffice because he's just started dating Edgar and Edgar has a life and it's frankly ridiculous he thought that he could run away forever. He tells the person on the phone he forgives them and has trouble not sounding sarcastic even though he is being sincere. He starts getting messages telling him to turn on the TV and learns that a building inside Tier 3 called 357A has just blown up. The TV incorrectly speculates about what's going on, like aliens or the Hollow Earth, but Mike knows that something important has happened in the time travel power struggle. He says goodbye to the person on the phone and reveals it to be Matt, and if you weren't paying close attention to the last word of this episode, that reveal gets missed, making the whole ordeal very confusing. So if you weren't paying especially close attention, you missed it and then you messaged me about it. Historically, I remember writing it, and I'm sure I say this in the commentary, I wasn't sure what to do with this Matt phone call, so I was like, what if I just literally blow something up? That was the impetus for it, and it's so important. 357A is so important. It's the start of a whole bunch of different things that happen across a whole bunch of different seasons. Michelle writes, there's an AU where Milo Rossi, aka Mini Minuteman, he's a archaeology YouTuber, does a YouTube video about Hollow Earth conspiracy theorists versus Over.
And the fact that the drones couldn't get close enough to give a proper view of Over as well, it just adds to the conspiracy ideas. I thought that was a nice touch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a government organization, so they also have the force of the military.
What, Troy?
Yeah.
But this is actually the first time we actually see the consequences of something without it being corrected. So this is very definitely an oh shit moment for Mikey, because this shouldn't happen. And it's that oh shit moment for us as well, because we think, hang on, this is something so public, why hasn't it been corrected? So this is the first glimpse into the limitations of groups that have this technology, or not, as the case may be.
And without saying the word corrections, the whole season so far has been about corrections. Basically, every episode, something happens and someone corrects it. So we get to episode 32, and the biggest thing happens and no correction follows. And Mike correctly asserts there must be a really good reason it's not corrected. And the most obvious of those is they can't. So yeah, it's a really important episode. I don't know that there's a lot that needs explaining other than it was Matt he was on the phone with. If you remember one thing, it was Matt he was on the phone with.
Was this a common issue that people missed that last word?
David, this is a common issue. It's not, no, there's no was. This is the most asked question about my show. Who was he on the phone with?
Really?
Uh-huh. I take it as their right to criticize me because it's not constant, it's periodic. But I was obviously wrong to make a reveal, a one-syllable, four-letter word at the end of a 30-minute ramble.
The interesting thing for me, you say about people missing that he's talking to Matt. The thing I missed first time round is what happens at the end of 31 and how Matt comes back. So, oh, he's doing something interesting on the computer, that's lovely. Oh, and Matt's back. Oh, those two things, one episode apart, can't possibly be linked. Turns out there was some intentionality to your writing, Dylan, and I'm sorry for ever doubting you.
Is it just that people see the speed at which episodes are put out and think there is no way that you can possibly have any kind of through line when you're doing these things that quickly?
I think that some of it is people who continue to listen to the show are along for the ride, which means they know that if they keep listening long enough, things will tie into each other. And so it's like, okay, he did something on a computer. We'll know what that is sometime. Like, they're willing to wait for another 100 episodes. And it doesn't occur to them that, oh, this Matt thing is what the computer thing was. But this isn't about that. This is about the episode synopsis.
That is episode 32. And this
is Woe.Begone.
Woe.Begone.
Episode 33.
All of the guards are ordered back to Over immediately following the destruction of 357A under threat of rendition. Mike hypothesizes that the time travel technology was contained inside of that building, and doesn't believe it is a coincidence that this happened while he was gone. Tier 3 people showed up and interviewed Charlie. Charlie suspects Hunter, who hasn't been seen since the incident. Everyone suspects that Chance and Shadow are dating, and they're wrong because of their conceptualization of what dating entails. They're actually in a queer platonic relationship. Mike goes to check on innocent Hunter, who is reluctant to answer the door, but when he does, he has a fresh wound on his face in the same place that Punished has a scar, implicating him in the attack, though he claims that he was merely nearby. And that is episode 33, Woe.Begone, with no period.
The thing I found funny about this bit is he has the two investigations going on at once, the 357A investigation and the Chance Shadow investigation. The 357A investigation is one half of his time at Over, which is the kind of Woe.Begone conspiracy madness side of things. And the Chance and Shadow investigation is the other side, which is an incredibly bored security guard getting obsessed with the love lives of their colleagues, because if you don't, you will lose your mind.
Yes, is this the episode where he talks about them mowing the grass on a different day?
Yes.
Because that's
I think
also
it is.
part of the same half as caring whether Chance and Shadow are dating.
I've become a professional grass looker or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I enjoyed that continual hitting on our Chance and Shadow dating with differing results from Charlie, was it Marissa as well?
Marissa.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and forgetting to ask Hunter whether he thinks they're dating. And I just liked that. It was a nice motif.
I was inspired by something in the Q&As, I believe, for them to be Ace Arrow and in a queer platonic relationship, because it's asinine to like be that invested in whether two people are dating or not. Because I thought, what if Mike has it all wrong? That queer platonic relationship is just like what built out of the circumstances.
I was going to say, I really love your Charlie voice before you cast Lissa. There is such a strong through line between your performance as Charlie and Lissa's performance, and it's really great that we're starting to see Charlie's semi-psychic ability to just read everyone around her.
Yes, that is actually what I was about to say, is that Charlie's a people knower in this episode. That becomes very much her thing. They brought her in to talk about everyone who's been inside of Over in the last 6 months, because she's the one that would know.
Is she the only person who can really tell the difference between two very similar iterations?
Yes, in a way that is human, but almost preternatural. Michelle says, rip whoever interviewed Troy that day.
Yes.
That would be a great scene. If I went back and did like a Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood style remake of Woe.Begone that condensed everything and punched all the beginning stuff up, there would definitely be a Troy interview sequence. So yeah, they triangulate pretty accurately that it had to have been someone who didn't have to deal with gate shenanigans. So their little gumshoe routine is sort of working. I don't think we see Mystery again in this season, but when we see him, he's not going to have a scar. So that's the connectivity weirdness that we were talking about earlier. Should we transition to talking about that? Episode 34, very good. This episode is from the perspective of Innocent Hunter, who is being blackmailed by a distorted voice into putting into place things necessary to blow up 357A. First, he is instructed to retrieve a boulder key from a red flag cabin. Then he is instructed to enter 116E and get an item from a specific bay in the warehouse. He goes to the boulders and inserts the key, shocking himself in the process. He goes into a Tier 2 security building and uses it to transport himself into Tier 3, then enters 357A, places the second device where he is instructed to place it, and then runs away. He is not able to fully escape the explosion, leaving him with the scar that we saw in the previous episode. And that does use language from later seasons, like Boulder Key, but he doesn't know the Boulder Key stuff, and we don't know who it is, besides it sounds like Mike in the episode.
Is it in this one where he says that people can clone voices nowadays, so it isn't necessarily Mike?
Yeah, I originally wanted it to be more changed, and then it just ended up sounding like me, so I just went with it.
It's the first time we get a first-person episode, not from Mike's perspective, without that first person saying a word. It's great.
Yes. And the fact that you're using the audio medium as well with the knock on the table if you understand, click your fingers if you understand, which is a really nice way of getting that interaction using the audio medium. We know that the person on the other end of the line cannot see what Hunter is doing, but is able to direct him down to the letter what he needs to do. I found that setup really well done.
Yes, and him not being able to talk made it so that I could make the episode.
Yes.
Because we're still halfway to voice actors at this point.
And of course, we don't know what was in the folder that was so terrifying for Hunter that he just went along with everything completely.
No, I don't think so. Something similar happens to Mike later, but I don't think we get to know what is in Hunter's folder. But now that we've seen so much of Hunter as the villain, I'm not saying that's what's in there, but it's not that hard to imagine some of the stuff that we see from him could be in there. And the last thing I want to bring up is the voice on the other end of the line, later confirmed to be an iteration of Mike, prevents Hunter from dying. I'm not sure if there's any rhyme or reason for that. Maybe the presence of his corpse would have been bad for the mission, or maybe it's Mike trying to protect Hunter still after everything.
Is it Mike thinking that connectivity is an issue, and if he kills Innocent Hunter now, that will then stop Edgar from being saved in the future? future past.
Well, it's Alaska Mike, so who knows what he believes about connectivity. And Alaska Mike came from the compound, and you know that the compound understands connectivity.
Very true, yes.
But the specifics of that operation have not been made clear.
I'm sure there's a spreadsheet for it somewhere.
We can move on to episode 35, Safe House, which Google Docs says is not one word, but it is. Mike is reporting from somewhere new after the time travel technology has left Over. He's free to leave Over, but instead he breaks back into Tier 2 looking for confirmation that the time travel technology is in fact gone. Punished is waiting for him and blames Mike and Edgar for the attack, saying that it was too convenient that they were away during it. He says that Mike is the one who was blackmailing him and confirms that the time travel tech is truly missing. Punished attacks Mike yet again, but Mike brought his gun and kills Punished Hunter. Mike flees back to Tier 1 and then to his car, driving away from Over. Knowing he shouldn't go home, he calls Matt, who is confused but sympathetic and offers a place to stay. Mike drives 26 hours to Vancouver and arrives at Matt's house. He breaks his phone, cutting himself off completely from the rest of his life. Matt tells him to rest up before he starts explaining everything. And that is episode 35.
When it happened, the initial reaction for me was one of surprise and shock, but the immediate second reaction was, well, that was coming. The relationship with Hunter was moving in such a way that there had to be an absolute complete breakdown between any sort of iteration of Hunter and Mike. And the only real way of that happening is by Mike killing Punished.
The first time I wrote it and listened back to it, I was like, it doesn't feel like Mike's motivated as much as he maybe should be, but listening to it recently, it felt like a proper escalation based on what Mike was going through.
And the fact that he then runs away from Over without even saying anything to Edgar feels like a proper reaction to what he's just done as well.
Yeah, and it's a dark mirror of him trying to run away with Edgar. So it's sort of like the all is lost moment building up toward the end of the season where we get to go to Matt's house, which is cool because the last time we were at Matt's house, it was very dramatic.
There was some killing. There was some tears. We rode into the night.
What's a bit of death between friends?
Well, exactly. Matt would literally die for him.
Over and over again.
I think it's a cool parallel that instead of going there to kill someone, he's going there because he's killed someone.
And that Matt is sympathetic as well.
Well, Matt doesn't remember all the other stuff.
True, yes, fair enough.
But the thing is, without remembering all the other stuff, we know what Matt says has happened and why they've not been in touch and that sort of stuff. So this is a guy who's not properly been in touch for a long while, whose old friend's turning up, basically broken. And he's just like, yeah, come on in, this will be fine, don't worry about it.
Did I talk to you about this, Ben, about how either the end of 35 or the beginning of 36, I was originally gonna record the drive in my car like you did in the Felix Chronicles?
Yeah, we mentioned it in the commentary.
Yeah, but logistically, I just didn't have the resources, and what I had come up with wasn't as good as anything that's in the show, so. Episode 36, Respite. Mike recovers from everything that had happened to him while at Matt's house. Matt explains that the day he originally died was an inflection point in his life that made him feel unstable and contributed to his sorry state of affairs when Mike caught back up with him after completing the first challenge. Mike decompresses over the next 2 weeks or so and starts to approach normality again, helping Matt out whenever he can. One day, when he is doing the dishes, he is suddenly transported to a room without a door or windows. A man transports in and explains that he's not with Over, but with a different organization, the Compound. He is amused that Mike calls them Flinchites, which is more of an inside joke than anything else. The implication is that Mike and his quote husband, as they keep calling him, are a point of interest to them because of what has just happened inside of Over and their loss of the time travel technology. The season ends with Mike stuck inside of the compound, unsure what will happen next. I think that I did a good job of explaining that time travel didn't make Matt this way, it's just his material conditions following what happened to him. There's a lot of time travel media where it's like, oh, you time travel and then like you bleed out of your nose and your brain's all screwy or whatever. That's not what's going on with Matt or anyone. As far as Matt knew, that was just a normal break with reality. Like normal, like people have.
Normal breaks with reality. Yay.
It's on a scale where like one end is knowing what reality is and the other end is time travel. It's way closer to the one end. So Matt doesn't seem to know anything, though he's not oblivious. Like, he knows that Mike's doing something, because Mike's being very erratic and he disappears. So it's not like Matt is just like, oh, I guess he left.
Yes, and of course Mike says, I left my card. There's the smashed cup on the floor. Matt should be able to understand that something weird happened, but has no way of finding out what.
Mm-hmm.
And we finally meet the most interesting people in the show.
Right.
Yes.
Ty fucking Betteridge.
We're still a little way from Felix, but yes.
It's implied.
Yes. Behind every good ethical scientist, there is a wonderful man with a spreadsheet.
Absolutely. Yep. So yeah, Ty's here. He has a hint of a British accent.
The remnants of a British accent.
Oh, the remnants, sorry. That's better because it sounds like he tried to get rid of it.
And then, of course, in between episode 36 and 74, he decided that he would re-British again.
It was tea withdrawal symptoms. He hadn't had coffee in a very long time.
Of course.
All of those microwaves.
And you know that that's a retcon because you know that Mike would have said something because that's just how he describes people.
Yeah.
And I'd forgotten that he is actually described in episode 36 as well, his physicality.
Yeah, do you remember what the description is? I didn't make any notes about it. He's sharp dressed, for one.
I can't remember anything more than that. But yeah, it's always interesting to me to see how Ty is drawn. I love all of the artwork that people do. Of course, at the time when I started listening, I had no idea I would eventually become the voice of Ty. But I think my ears pricked up when the words British accent came in. It was like, oh, well, if there's ever going to be voice actors in this, then, you know, you're legally obliged to have a David Alt in every single audio drama that's put out. So, you know, this is me sliding my card over the virtual desk.
Right. I haven't found the description yet because I made it to the bottom of the transcript and there's a comment from September 6th, 2022. Did it come up how Matt is alive again? I know Mike called him a few episodes back, but I can't recall if the author explained why. And then I replied, Mike rescues him with the security program at the end of episode 31. I'm not kidding. This is the most misunderstood. We have a section coming up right after this called Everybody is Confused. And I am going to mention it again, because if there's anything that people have been confused about, it's that. But yeah, that's the whole season. To sum it up, it feels like this is a season about experimenting with what the technology can do when you have access to it through a portal, like the Tier 2 security stuff, and Mike being able to go hands-on and experiment with corrections and their consequences. That bleeds into his relationship with Chance and Shadow and Edgar and the Hunters, and it really drives his instability up to a point where it's unavoidable that he's gonna snap, and then he snaps. And in the background of this, Over is in the middle of collapsing. And that's because of something that a future iteration of him did, and that future iteration of him got there through this escalation, and that attracts the attention of the Compound, and the Compound takes him away to season 4.
Yeah. I mean, my recap in 60 seconds was basically just going to be Mike bumbles around like a fool and finally shows up in someone's office. Someone who is wonderfully important and very, very good for the show from here on out.
You joke, but this sort of is a season about bumbling around. He's more self-directed. Not like strongly self-directed, but he's not being directed by anyone else either, so he's sort of wandering into buildings the whole season.
And I think there is a very nice progression through the season for Mike. It's that, let's try this, let's try that. Oh shit, that's happening over there. Okay, I can no longer do the compressed air. I'll try getting the codes to tier 2. I can't use that way, so I'll get the RFID card, etc. So he's following his intuition, which I think is very important when it comes to later seasons, like when we have someone who is looking in the psychic plane for various things. So I think that's sort of starting to channel that side of the personality. There's a lot of intuition going on there. And that level of trying to correct things, mucking up and having things cleaned up after him. It's a very human way of experimenting with the technology.
Yes, it feels very human. Like season 1 is about a game and its rules, and then season 3 feels like it's about Mike's body and soul.
I've been teaching my tiny son chess recently. It feels to me like the first 2 seasons are getting the pieces on the board. We've got the tech, we've got the theories, we've got much of the language and grammar of the show in place. We've had the initial pawns set up, the beginning of the game. And now season 3, we're starting to see the initial moves of chess before the battle then commences for the next 14 seasons. And after that, that's when the crazy shit starts happening.
Yes, because it's all maneuvering and posturing a bit to begin with. Then seeing how you react once your opponent starts playing as well. Yeah, I think that's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah, that feels like a very apt metaphor. And it felt different to write this season. Like, I had to learn to reckon with what the broader world is and how he's going to relate to it as he goes further out into it. And you can sort of tell at the end of this season that I was playing with the idea of we never go to over again. But I couldn't justify it, because originally it could have been like we hop to the compound and then we go somewhere else and we never see the compound again. But I felt that I was building up too many things to leave everything behind. It would be almost like an anthology at that point. They needed to go back there because there's too much to do, and writing all of that off felt like it would be writing it off, parentheses derogatory.
Besides, you had voice actors to use.
Well, yeah, another year after this.
Yes.
But I think by like the end of season 5, I had like 40 named characters.
I intend to increase that by 1 British character per year.
You are doing that.
I think we can go a little bit further. I think we should push for 2.
Who are you?
Yep.
Your wish is my command.
For every British character you introduce, I'm gonna make another house with 8 non-binary people in it.
I'm fine. That's delightful. In fact, that's an incentive.
People are waiting for that season because that confused so many people. Also, something that stood out to me this season is that I'm playing very much with how much characters are allowed to know. Up through the beginning of season 3, Mike is trying very hard to keep everything a secret, and the ability to keep things a secret is dissolving. Everyone that he's interacting with knows so much more than before.
But even though Edgar's now in the loop, having been transported to Arizona, having first-hand experience of how a lot of this stuff works, Mike still doesn't feel that he can share some important stuff with him. He doesn't share Woe.Begone, right? And he doesn't share the Pacific Ocean stuff, so there's still stuff Edgar doesn't know that Mike is holding back. So Mike, even at his most honest and open, is still not honest and open.
Yeah, I think that there's levels to it. Like, Edgar knows a lot, but what's in Mike's heart goes in so many other directions. It's going to take a while to share it all, if ever.
I'm sure that in future seasons there will be some form of scientist that comes along and very ethically helps Mike to open up in so many ways.
It's very specific.
So, are we going to move on to the Everybody is Confused section?
Yes, we are on Everybody is Confused. It's my favorite theme song of all the little theme songs I wrote. It's been stuck in my head because I went through and listened to them to remember what I was supposed to talk about.
I think that everybody is confused. Let's ask our guest if they feel any closer to the truth. I think that everybody is confused, but I've got answers, you've got questions. Let me see what I can do for you.
So it didn't factor very much into this season, but who do you think Flinch is?
I really liked when we had Try Better, where Ty says, I'm definitely not Flinch, and Troy doesn't say a word. I thought that was a really nice touch. So I think Troy knows a lot more than he's letting on.
I like Dylan's mother's theory that Felix is Flinch, but I don't personally think that Felix is Flinch, although I would love that to be the case because it would mean that I'll be around for a little while longer. But my instinct, and I'm sure it's because Dylan is writing us to think this way, like I think we're all meant to be thinking there's more going on with Troy at the moment, but what I really want it to be is Anne. There's just a lot more to Anne's competence and ability to control and manipulate and cajole and entertain and work with and against people. And whether Anne is Flinch or not, we don't hear as much from Anne as we might, which makes me think that perhaps Anne is being kept for something.
All of those protestations that she just can't record very often is probably all fake. It's all bluster.
Both can be true.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So yeah, what else are we confused about? Are either of you...
I still don't get the Matt thing.
Yeah, the Matt comes back somehow, and he was seen in a car crash, so what was going on there? Who was Mikey talking to?
And that's all the time we have for today. Thank you so much. At the end of episode 31, he saves Matt from the original car accident that was the correction at the beginning of episode 1 of Woe.Begone, and he's talking to Matt on the phone in the episode Glacier. So that's the first thing literally everybody is confused about, and now we've said it 7 or 8 times. But I don't want to ascribe blame to the people who don't understand, because so many people have asked. I think it indicates that it's confusing. It's not just subtle, it's a step beyond subtle where you can't expect people to get it. I'm still going to be asked about it, but I can at least point them somewhere. Something else is that Who Did 357A is a moving target based on what's happening in which timeline. I will refer you to Season 6, where Alaska Mikey admits being the voice on the other end of the line. In a corrected timeline, Marissa is the one that gets blackmailed instead of Hunter.
So it's the Hunter stuff. Listening through, I remember having to think a lot about what is the order of the Hunters, how do they work, and then importantly, we have a Hunter who has this fresh scar, who knows nothing about Woe.Begone, and that shouldn't be the case. And so we now start to get indicated to us that there is no connectivity between the 3 Hunters that we've seen at this point.
Yes, something that I talked about in previous recap episodes is that time travel is real in the universe of Woe.Begone. It happens, it's not theoretical or hypothetical, and in order for it to happen, certain things have to be figured out, or it would be impossible, like it is in our universe. For instance, because the Earth is moving around the sun, we have to be able to move through time and space. And Michelle typed R.I.P. Chubbums again every time I say something about outer space. There has to be a disconnectivity between events in some capacity, otherwise this creates an infinite loop that you can't escape from.
The grandfather and bootstrap paradoxes.
Yes. And so the only way to solve it is you go back and solve the thing, but it still happened. And that creates disconnectivity between the original inciting incident and the result. And once you start to apply that, you can disconnect people from each other on purpose. And so we've discussed a lot of this already, but just to put it all in one place, the Hunters are not connected through time in a way that you are connected through time to yourself in the future as a person who cannot travel through time.
Differently from 1 second per second, but yes.
Yes. That's stuff that we have language to talk about now. Knowing what I know now, the past is not that hard to figure out. In the present, with the language that we learned, we can return. The last section is called Knowing What I Know Now, the same as Season 10, Episode 10, and this section is about taking what we know from the later seasons and applying it retroactively to things that happened in, this case, Season 3. So, I would be interested in knowing how you guys conceptualize the Flinchite Boots as the actors that portray the people who are in the compound.
From my perspective, as someone who writes about the compound, the answer has to be that there are multiple departments within the compound that have different projects and different roles associated with them, and this is an early glimpse of the sort of important connection to the future from now on with Ty, and by extension the compound and
Felix.
Obviously, thank you, David. You're a very kind man. But thinking about it in terms of James Bond analogy of how ordinary MI6 people are the spies, but James Bond and the 00s are the blunt instrument. The Boots are the punchers and the stabbers and the thwackers, people with rudimentary access to the technology, but not to the sort of high levels that Ty and Felix and others might have. But they are always projecting the compound's power in different ways depending on what they think people need.
Yeah, the Flinchite that appears to muscle in on Chance and Shadow and ends up hogtied in Mike's cabin. One approach didn't get them what they wanted, and so now they've moved on to Ty's approach.
Mm-hmm. That then compared to what we know the Flinchites to be now and what resources they have available to them.
They've got spreadsheets.
They have some spreadsheets. They have at least one spreadsheet.
They have the Arctic Monkeys.
They have the Arctic Monkeys. They have an iPod.
I like the idea that they have the Arctic Monkeys, like they've iterated the Arctic Monkeys, and they just have them.
Ty does that for Felix's birthday.
I was hoping to surprise you, Fee, but You found me out.
Yeah, the way that I thought of it, and I think that I'm just concurring with the two of you, is that the boots are someone else's department, and then they started working on this, and they were like, this is like a tie thing. We need to give this guy a tie. So Mike basically got email forwarded to the correct department.
This email could have been an abduction from Vancouver.
Yeah, and maybe when he left, it's like, okay, like this isn't our jurisdiction anymore. We're just doing this organization infiltration stuff, so we need to hand it off to like someone who does something different. Though it's odd to think about what Ty did before episode 36. Do you think that there was a time where he worked at the compound and he didn't work with Mike?
I would think so, yes, because after all, he's got his PhDs in quantum mechanics and psychology and all of the other PhDs that he's got. So I think that he's done a lot of different projects over the course of many centuries. I'm just building in my own lore here, because why the hell not?
But he was born to mess up Mike Walton. That's the culmination of it all.
Yeah, Mike Walton.
It's his Ness and Dormer.
It's a, yes, very much a Ness and Dormer. Yeah. So I think that there is a lot that he can do and has done, but this is a special project that lands on the floor in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
The question I have is, he is so good already at dealing with Mike Walters's, or Mike's Walter, if we're going to put it that way, whether this is this Ty's first Mike. We may have sort of asymmetrical timelines here where Ty has already got enough experience of Mike's through time and space that when he actually has his first proper meeting with a Mike, he's already fully prepared and knows how to communicate with Mike's already.
Well, of course, he
Right.
does refer to Mike and his
his
husband, so there is obviously some future knowledge there.
But whether that is Ty has been briefed by someone who is briefing him on the wrong part in time, or whether that is actually Ty's own personal experience, we won't ever know that, but it's just fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Mike is like, oh, he's better at being a time traveler. But really, that's not it. Especially when we talk about calculators later, their coordinate system is much more crude, and their mapping system is much less planned out, either the end of 35 or the beginning of 36, but the compound is mapped atom by atom, basically. They can do really accurate time travel, which means that you can land on the ground, and your inner ear is not going to be all screwed up. Mike was at Matt's house, and Matt's house is like an unknown location. He's coming from a place where error has been introduced, and so he won't land perfectly on the ground like Ty does. I don't think any of that ever gets explained in the show.
It's nice you know it.
It's necessary for me to know.
We'll keep it between us. No one else needs to know.
No one else. And they don't talk about it until much later, but everyone's using proprietary coordinates because GPS coordinates aren't accurate enough to do anything that anyone's doing here. And there would be proprietary coordinates on this proprietary security program also.
And it does open up this world to, okay, so if the government has this software and this technology, they're obviously going to let some of their private company friends have that. How much further away is that going to proliferate? What do you do when the entire canvas is reality and you've got a whole load of different groups vying with the technology to change that? It sort of sets that stage of there being multiple different possibilities created by different interest groups with the same technology.
On that, I got the idea in my head that the security.exe was not the only piece of software that would interact with the time travel technology. It's just the only one at this stage that Mike has worked out how to access and get his head around.
Mm-hmm. And they use time travel for more than security. So I assume that everything is software integrated somehow. And of course, the security program keeps a record. So if you need to move something without a record, you need to do it without the proprietary software being used on site at the very least.
I love the security.exe. There's something so wonderfully MS-DOS about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's really nice for those of us born in the 80s and into the 90s.
It's so government. You know, we've created this really archaic piece of software that just works, so we're not updating anything at all. And it's going to be called something utterly mundane, but it's the most important thing that keeps the entire organization on the road.
Yes, I majored in Earth and Planetary Sciences. One of my two majors, the other was archaeology. And both of them, to some extent, use a program called ArcGIS. GIS stands for Geographic Informational Systems, and it's exactly like this. It's a whole bunch of maps, and if you click things too fast, it freezes.
That sounds like APES, which is what I had to use for radio astronomy stuff that I did for my masters. It works for decoding radio astronomy, frequency impulses, pictures, etc.
Mm-hmm.
It's an old piece of software, but it works, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But then that's how you get entire social security systems run on COBOL and Fortran.
Mm-hmm.
It's why the entire login to the English court system cannot be upgraded upgraded from computers on Windows XP, because otherwise everything falls over.
Yeah, ArcGIS is still around, and you can get a subscription as a service, which is probably the worst phrase in the English language. Their
really
website
is
is unnavigable to the point that we had a very fun evening a couple of months ago in the Discord, just like trying to figure out what you would purchase if you were an individual trying to use ArcGIS. It is not clear.
And of course, it's just niche enough that no one's going to create an alternative.
There is an alternative, but it's not the industry standard, so you have to use ArcGIS, so it's like a Photoshop situation.
No matter how many GIMPs you have, they'll never be the full potato.
Right. So is there anything else that you want to say before we go on to the last question of the recap?
I can hear you bracing yourself.
You are not
Dylan.
allowed to ask. There's one thing you're not allowed to ask.
Do you regret having both David and I on this episode?
It's gonna be a good podcast.
Michelle has a question.
Oh, Michelle has a question.
I realize I can unmute.
If it's about Matt, that's going to be amazing.
Yeah, I was confused about what happened to Matt. No, I'm
leaving.
I was wondering. I'm curious about Ryan's movements and what he's been doing between the time that he gets the technology back, leading up to the point where we next meet him.
I have been wondering about that myself. I didn't bring it up in the episode 31 description because I was hoping that everyone would forget that that's what's going on. So those files ostensibly give him something akin to getting the technology back. He doesn't have Woe.Begone back because Woe.Begone is not just the technology, it's like a set of things. It's the game. Is the next time we see him the season after Mustard Seed where Marissa gets kidnapped, right? And there's a Ravi component to it?
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing. He's in his own podcast. I'm sure that he's doing a lot of things because it culminates in him coming back and intersecting. It feels like some of the side characters, and Anne is another one, they're in a different show, and then that show like whizzes by hours for like 5 minutes, and then they're off still doing whatever thing that is their own show.
Like planetary orbits with differing speeds?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like look outside at 2 a.m. It's the only time for the next 150 years you're gonna see Ryan. I think that he's got his fingers in a lot more pies than we are even aware of. It doesn't seem like he would be satisfied with just one thing.
Why doesn't he attack Mike at an earlier time? Because he's obviously shown that he wants to eliminate Mike, because that whole little tug of war with the dead man's switch is quite an admission of, I want to tie up all the loose ends.
Well, Mike's doing a lot of other stuff for him.
But that's quite an antagonistic working relationship.
Yeah, but we don't know what future scouting Ryan's done either. Because the no future scouting rule is an Edgar rule. It's not like something that everyone's banned from doing. And wouldn't that be convenient for me as a writer? If I could just say if something in the future, it might not make sense to you, but he's been to the future. So yeah, do we have any more thoughts about...
Who's Python?
Who's Python?
I just thought that's another fun thing I don't understand. Or people might not understand.
That's not related to this season.
Are we not? Okay, we're not in the knowing what I know now bit.
No, I don't know.
Confused.
Is that a question that you have about this season?
No, I was just chucking in another way of asking the Matt question.
My dog is crying. Her dinner was supposed to be 13 minutes ago. We haven't got to. We have to move on to the last section. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So to wrap this section up, Matt's alive. They bring Matt back to life, and he's alive.
How though? How? You've never explained this, Dylan.
Dylan, I'm sorry. Did you say Matt or did you say Python?
I said Matt. Other than that, I think that this was a good discussion of the season. I guess my last question for the two of you is, what would you want people to think about going on to the next seasons, especially season 4? As we go into the compound, what do you want listeners to be paying attention to?
How wonderful and competent and ethical and moral and dashing certain scientists are. How loyal, approachable, friendly, loving, caring their assistants are. And that's about it, really.
Well, the answer to how much can be none.
From my perspective, thinking about where we are, if this is some kind of strategy game like chess, we've now made the initial moves and we have certain pieces very much in play. We have the Mike and Edgar relationship in play, and we know that the Mike and Hunter relationship is broken down entirely. We know that Mike is starting to build a cast of characters around him in the shape of Marissa and Charlie and Chance and Shadow and others, and he's now putting himself in precarious situations where dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands of people actively want him dead. We know that while Mike's world has expanded over the last season, in the last few minutes of the last episode, his world has shrunk dramatically. So in terms of preparing yourself for the future, bracing yourself for the developing relationship with Edgar and also a relationship between Mike and Ty Betteridge, thinking about where the relationships stand, what we know about what those relationships might look like in the future from the hints we've had, and thinking where the pieces might go next. That's what I think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that was excellent.
I guess we sort of covered this when talking about going into season 4, but there was also the question of thinking about how the events set up the pieces that lead to the introduction of your character. Has this season changed your perception and influenced thoughts of the character's background or motivations?
I think that Ben said it much better than I could have done, but hearing that description of Ty for the first time in 3 years, it was a kind of, oh, that's who I was supposed to be. Oops. I had completely forgotten it, to be perfectly honest. Has it changed my perception? Well, yes and no. Yes, in that I realised the character that I play came more from my muddled recollection of what was said into let's just make this person as British and as close to an unethical Doctor Who as possible. And
I've just realised that the remnants of a British accent is a perfect description of Outlaw Ty when he still can't properly do the cowboy accent. So that's who Mike was talking to.
Yep.
That's the big reveal. That's gonna be a season ender big reveal.
Brilliant.
David, if you go back and listen to that first episode you're in, it's not like it is now.
Is it not?
We did that together.
Right, okay.
You're a lot more reined in, and I am not writing for your voice yet, so it's very different than where we end up.
Right, okay. Relief. And as the episodes go forward, you will find even more ad-libs creeping in.
Yeah, the minute Alt and Athen get involved, yeah.
Well, when the script just says, come up with 10 British things to say here, here are some caterpillars, name them.
That's especially funny, knowing that you try to read your scripts
I
unprepared.
don't look at them before I record them. It's just like, oh, fuck.
Now I know 10 caterpillars.
Yes.
Yes, David is on my very own episode of Breaking News, the Dropout Show.
Oh, yes. I love that. I do like breaking news. Yes. So from that point of view, yes. From another point of view, no, because Ty is Ty. And no matter what Ty thinks of iteration and what's the proper term for it?
Iterative personhood?
That's the one, iterative personhood. All of the Ties have their own uniquenesses, and so if one Ty, the outlaw to be, is the one with the remnant of the British accent, it doesn't matter that other ones are slightly more British. Only slightly.
Only slightly.
Duplicates.
Yes. Duplicates.
Clearly, this has no impact on my views on Felix, because Felix was not even a glint in Dylan's eye by this stage.
Mhm.
But I suppose it does help, because now that I know that Felix is Flinch, hearing from the captured Flinchite about how much they are trying to emulate me is actually quite personally rewarding.
And now that you know that saving Matt is what happened at the end of that episode, that has like a chain reaction all the way through to being at Matt's house and going to the compound.
What? I'm sorry, Dylan.
Wait, did you say Matt or Python?
I did say Matt.
Okay.
You're really going to have to be a little bit more explicit about these
I
things.
learned my lesson.
I also think you need to work on your diction, because when you say Matt, it sounds an awful lot like Python. Just perhaps elocution lessons.
I'll take that into consideration.
I can do you a good deal if you want.
Ooh, one question I want to ask David, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Does your science background influence the way that you think about the time travel technology, or, you know, the technology within Woe.Begone?
How long have you got?
He corrected me about how much taller you get in space is one thing I remember. Because I picked a number that I thought was big, and then you gave your line back, and it turns out that you actually get much taller in space than I thought.
Yeah, I can't remember that, but good. Hooray! I did that, yes. The science knowledge, yes, it's interesting that sometimes I find myself wanting to weigh in more on the M-Dog side of things and the astral stuff because I'm very interested in consciousness as well. But yes, the science stuff, we don't go into a lot of the technicalities, but I have plenty of theories about how consolidation works, especially when it comes to things like intentionality. The questions people ask about if we consolidated this person with this person, what would you get? But yeah, I tend to think more about the crystal side of things.
Crystal tie.
Yeah, crystal tie, an M-Dog and his reaching out on the astral plane kind of thing. I tend to want to weigh in more on that than anything else, which I know is really bizarre. But yes, if any science questions do come up, like if you wanted to talk about the actual mechanics of the machine, send me the script and I'll look it over. What is it that they say in Hitchhiker's Guide? With a degree in maths and another in astrophysics, it was either that or back to the Dole queue on Monday.
All right, I think that's all that I wanted to talk about. Would you guys like to plug your stuff and tell us where we can find you, what you're up to?
You can find me at davidalt.co.uk. I'm on X and Blue Sky at davidalt. That's AULT, as in Renault. Otherwise, you can find me on such podcasts as Shadows at the Door, Woe.Begone, No Sleep, and many, many others. And if you have an audio drama that I'm not yet in, you are legally obliged to find a role for me.
Ben?
As well as being Felix on Woe.Begone, I write and edit the Felix Chronicles and the Samantha Chronicles, which appear a bit later in the show. As well as Woe.Begone, I have been involved in 400 Words of Horror and Kingmaker as Alistair Crowley, which is really fun. On socials, I'm on Blue Sky as Ben M. Rowe, and you can find me in the Crown Courts of England.
Can we just like bust in there anytime, or do we have to make an appointment?
The Crown Courts are fully open, but if you want my professional services, you probably need to go via a solicitor.
I think if you bust in, then you will find yourself in again. Being escorted in.
Then you'll have to make an appointment.
Yeah.
All right, that is our show. Next episode, we'll be talking about season 4 with I don't know who yet. So I'll be just as surprised as you are.
Woo-hoo.
So yeah, say bye to our future listeners.
Bye, team.
Bye.
Bye, future listeners.
Bye, future listeners.
You have been listening to The Proof is in the Podcast, a Woe.Begone recap show, episode 3, about season 3 of Woe.Begone. The Proof is in the Podcast and Woe.Begone were both created by me, Dylan Griggs. This episode was edited by Michelle Can, who also makes an appearance and is also the voice of Marissa. You can find them online at FS Rights. This episode also stars Ben Rowe, the voice of Felix in Woe.Begone. You can check out his podcast, The Samantha Chronicles, and the Felix Chronicles in the Woe.Begone feed. And, of course, David Alt, the voice of Ty Betteridge. Check out his podcast, Shadows at the Door, or go to davidalt.co.uk for more. Thanks for listening. Yeah, I've been composing music on a different computer than normal for something, don't ask. And I've never used the USB ports on this computer, and so they're super, like, they're super tight. And so, I know. I regretted telling the story before I even got to it. But I go to plug it in. I spent much longer than I should have figuring out, no, it was the right orientation. It wasn't loose. Kill me.
Ty? Really? Ty? You invited Ty fucking Betteridge to this? Hey Dylan, what the f-
That was it, gang. That was episode 3 of The Proof. It's in the podcast. I ate a burrito. So yeah, that was that. Mushy looks like they need 15 minutes. Which is fine. I need time to get set up. Anyway, I thought something that I haven't done in 10 and a half hours is play the little donation song I wrote. So I'm going to play that real quick. While I load up. Can someone link me to the Sporkle quizzes? I've got Sporkle quizzes, and I brought Pilk, if Coke's okay. There's that color block. We are $50 away from merch store. So that's exciting. But the song has more information, and I'm going to play it right now. And there's a flashing lights warning. They're intermittent. It's not like the whole thing is like a strobe. But there are some flashing lights. I used a stock CapCut effect. But anyway, I'm going to play that while I try to figure out where I'm going to, how I'm going to do this next part. Anyway, here's the video. It's the 5th anniversary, 24-hour stream. We're gonna have a good time, if you know what I mean. What? I don't mean something crass. Why did you think of that? Hey, things are already starting down a kind of weird path. I make my share of blue jokes, I'm sure you already know. It's just we've gotta make it for 24 whole hours, so let me tell you about some things that I have in store, and then we don't have to bring up all of the weird energy that you're bringing to this. Soundtracks and Pilk, and me playing songs live, and we've also got Why Time. Please don't ask me about Why Time. But don't call the cops. Not just now, but generally. I left that bit in from last year's song. Don't call the cops even on Why. Like, I know that it's very tempting to call the cops on Why, because, of course, but just don't do it, okay? It's not good for the community. It's the 5th anniversary, 24-hour stream. We're gonna have a good time, if you know what I mean. We're gonna start the song over and get on the right foot. If you were looking for the schedule, this is where you should look. We're gonna start with the soundtrack of episode 225, and then we're gonna write an episode of Woe.Bgone live. Then we've got movies with Michael, with some very special guests, and then I'm taking a break because I thought that'd be best. After that, it's a games block and a season re-listen, and then an acoustic set, and then facade, and then Why Time at 10 in the morning.
Somebody say why time?
It's the 24-hour stream. I did not plan ahead. I meant to write the song before going to bed. Did you think that it was looping? Because that clip was from the 3-year stream. I used it in the 4-year stream, and this is now the 5-year stream. So let me tell you what is going on inside the 5-year stream. There's certain things that you can get if you donate some funds to me. Last year I had one sticker. This year I've got millions. For $15 you can have one. For $150 you can steal them. The value of the postcards going up. It's looking pretty great. For $25 you can have one. For $238. $50 for a corkboard card, $100 for a page from a book that you can't read yet, but I promise you it's strange. And speaking of that book, $250 for a gouache painting of Mork, who is a character that might be in that book. And if you fuck with small amounts, well, I do too, so here's the plan. $750 Riga treat, 3 and change for Yeehaw Man. It's Michael saying yeehaw. Yeehaw. It's the intermission. I am taking a break. I am getting some water. I might be using the bathroom.
I think that Dylan is gone, and now Y is here, so here's what you've got to look forward to this year. 10 a.m. is Y time. That means it's my time, and here's what we're gonna do when I get my time.
No, you get back in your cage. They aren't ready for you yet. When you summon a beast, you've got to be prepared, and they are not ready. They may never be ready, but they better be ready at 10 a.m.
But that's really only if we hit a donation goal. And the donation goal is pretty high, so I wouldn't even worry about what Y time is. Okay? Don't worry, don't ask me about Y time. Okay? It's the 5th anniversary 24-hour stream. We're gonna have a good time, if you know what I mean. What? I don't mean something crass. Why did you think of that? Hey, things are already down a kind of weird path. I make my share of blue jokes. I'm sure you already know. It's just we've gotta make it for 24 whole hours, so let me tell you about... I think we're done here. I think it's looping. So yeah, I'm trying to get some of my stuff in order. The season re-listen will be 5 hours and 22 minutes long with 49 seconds, I think. Uh-oh, these aren't in order. I'm not going to do episode names quiz, I don't think. I've got too many tabs open. My RAM, my dang RAM is too much being used. I don't need some of these tabs. Please leave them in the past. Season 4 in order goes again. Why is it in a random order? Again, then that's what I get for being a psychic. And then we are going to buy ourselves some time. And then I'm terrified that I'm going to live forever. And then that's not who I am. And then absence makes the heart grow fond. Oh, I didn't put in the intermission. Then intermission 7. Intermission VII? Intermission 7? That's the song from intermission 7. Generated. Oh, it's predictive text. Predictive. Why? Oh, I understand. Absence makes a heart grow fond, and then you can't cancel me. We all thought AI was fun for a minute, and it wasn't like it is now. And then life will be more difficult, and you won't remember why. And then you turn into me, remember that, and then I wonder what it is about that place, and then information, and then we take charge of our destiny. We have the bear and the bird song, and then intermission 8. 8. Okay, so it's going to be almost exactly 6 hours. You should not be seeing something on screen. Intermission 7 is the predictive text adventure. The Wolverines in the tank. I made it using Infer Kit. I used it, GPT-2, I think. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get started. Michelle is available soon. We'll jump in the proof chat again. Oh, Pine is already in there. Hello, can you hear me? Also, I'm on. You're on stream. If you can hear me,
I can hear you. I jumped in right when you sent that message. I was like, okay, we're going back here. And then I heard you say, oh, Pine's already in there on stream, which was very funny.
So yeah, I'm very interested in getting started. I'm trying to figure out if I can. Last time I listened to it at 1.1 times speed, but I'm doing it in Music B, like my music player, instead of a website this time.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't know if I can do that, and I think that trying to figure it out will just take more time. So let's see. I share with you, and then you mute stream, I think.
Yes, and I've already muted stream.
Okay. So it should be this one. And when I hit play, you should hear something. Do you hear something now? Hey guys, welcome to season 4. I hope you enjoy the new adventures. I think we're just gonna roll with it. What sticky predicaments will he end up in? Hijinks will ensue. Okay, season 4. Do you have any memories at all of season 4? Just dropped for $5 patrons.
No,
or you can get it for
which
$5
is
on Bandcamp.
there's been a lot of episodes,
All
man.
of that and more at Michael shows up eventually. _begone. Thanks to my 10 newest patrons: Monica Quirk,
that's
Jesse Grace,
mostly what I
Hood
think of.
Haley, Maple Autumn, Alex Lemire, N13E86, Melvis Gray Mystery, Eleanor.
I remember all of
Gwen
these
C,
people.
and Samantha Topfer.
I don't know
Enjoy
if any of them are still
Woe.Begone,
in the community.
Season 4.
I always, anytime I'm like when I do the commentaries, I hear names and it's like, oh, are they still in the community, or do they hate
When you are
me
inside
now?
of a
Do they
system,
secretly hate
sometimes
me?
it can be difficult to see the flaws within that system, or to see how differently it is run compared to other comparable systems. The things that you find to be standard operating procedure
Classic
might be
cold
seen from
open.
the outside as something deeply unfair, unorganized, or unprofessional. It is tempting to lend an air of legitimacy to the institutions that you operate inside of, to think, well, I want to feel legitimate, and I work within these systems, therefore these systems
feel
must
legitimate.
be legitimate.
Can you
We are
imagine
more forgiving of the practices that
the
happen right
founder
under our
of
noses,
Gays for
because we
Trump
can see the full thought
following
process
me
that got everyone there.
and hearing
It
this?
is easier to critique from afar
What?
because we cannot see
Oh, you
the
don't know
thought
about that?
processes, only the
No,
materiality of
what?
the results of those processes.
I
All we
had to
can see is
ban
what
him
actually
from
matters,
Discord.
which is how the institutions
Oh
actually
my
operate.
God.
This can apply to your workplace, your nation,
That's insane.
your time travel institutions.
I try to make my politics
When
kind
I
of
started playing
obvious.
Woe.Begone, I was coerced into acknowledging its legitimacy. Not only was it the strongest force that I had ever personally witnessed,
Oh,
it was
new feed
actively
drop
being
for the
used
Hollow
against
Disciple
me
just
to
went
my
live.
detriment.
Oh, it
I
did
didn't
because
know if
it went
anyone
live at
else who was
midnight.
privy to this sort of power that I was
You're
experiencing.
struggling,
To
Athen.
me,
Go to
Hi,
bed.
Athen.
was all of time travel. They had a monopoly
We
on
were
the
just
subject,
talking about
and
my
what they were
biggest
doing to me
fan
was the way that things were going
from
to be.
Gays for Trump.
They were legitimate whether I
That's
wanted them to
actually
be or
crazy.
not. Let's
It
do
was
voice
easy to
actor
imagine that they
matchup.
were unchallenged,
That seems easy.
having been strong and resourceful enough to eliminate anybody who stood in their way, just as I had nearly been destroyed by Woe.Begone myself. Working at Over disillusioned me to that way of thinking. Over was truly legitimate in a way that Woe.Begone was merely pretending to be, I thought. They had the legitimacy of a government in control of the situation, of a physical operations site, of a security apparatus to protect those assets, and of the physical containment of the technology that they were wielding. That is, until they didn't. Until one day there was an enormous explosion inside one of their most highly guarded buildings, and the technology that secured that legitimacy vanished.
So
Once
where
it
we
was
left
gone,
off
it was clear that the
is,
legitimacy was never really there. I mean, they had me as
with
one of the guards,
Ty
for God's sake.
saying hello.
Who knows
So
how many
this
other
is a nice,
spies
like,
from how many
pullback.
other operations could have infiltrated even deeper into Over than I was able to.
Like we're not getting right back into the
Hunter
action.
didn't seem to put Over's interest before his own, for instance. Marissa was down to break and enter with very little explanation required. That's suspicious. There's no way for me to know, but if you told me that like a third
Marissa wanting
of
to break
every
and enter
employee
is
at Over was a spy
suspicious,
for
that's
some
just-
other
that's just
organization,
Marissa.
I would be inclined to believe you. Now that it's happened, the downfall of Over looks like an inevitability, in hindsight. So, I'm keeping on, moving down the line of institutions, seeing each one as more legitimate than the one before it. So, up next is the Flinchites. As it stands, they seem like they have it together. They definitely have enough disdain for the other groups to indicate that they think that they're better than everyone else. But are they better than everyone else? Could they possibly
I'm glad
be better
you're getting all the
than
voice
me,
actors right
the
for your own show.
oft-described
It would be
most
a
stupid,
disaster if I
easiest to
missed
kill
any of
man?
them.
Huh?
It would
There's
be
only one way
really
to find
funny,
out, and
though.
that is through trial and error, bloodshed and conspiracy, and of course
There you
time
go.
travel. Because this
You did it.
is Woe.Begone.
See if I know the vocab. Let's see if I know the words I use. Holy, consecrated, hallowed. It's a cenotaph. It's albedo. I think that this might be a panoply. That's not the definition of the of panoply in the song. I'm gonna skip it for a second.
I calmed down quickly in the blank white room with no door. It had been tempting to panic at first, but the introduction of a man saying that he was with the Flinchites made me more curious than afraid. If I was going to get dragged back into this, at least it would be by a new group of people with a new angle. I didn't like the old angles. I didn't know much about the Flinchites.
It's interesting to think
I
of
knew
my
that they had
process
severely
when I
injured me
recorded
in a time
these.
that now felt like
This
the
was
distant
still up
past,
through
but I didn't
episode
forgive them.
44. I
I
was
knew that they had roughed up my
bringing up
friends
the
and
script
didn't
on my
think too highly of
phone and
Woe.Begone,
reading it in the
and that was
closet,
about it.
and then
The
like
man who
dragging
met
my
me in the
mic
room
in
was nothing
there,
like
and then
that.
just
I was
recording
not afraid
all
of
the
him.
lines
I
and
felt
then
as though I
going
was
through
going to
them.
be reasonably accommodated.
Wild.
I still felt a pang of yearning for an ordinary life, for adjusting
Also wild
and
that
living in a less
I was like,
complicated
when
world,
was
for
this season?
having
It
any
was
of my desires met.
2021.
But pangs
Yeah, I
of
think it was
regret
the
still
end
was
of
far than
2021.
my baseline state of being.
Yeah,
so
this episode's from
I'm
September.
gonna learn to live with it.
I don't know what order
That's-
up means.
My tour guide through the whole experience was a man named
Oh,
Ty
I have to put
Betteridge.
the episodes in
That's
order
what he
based
told
on
me.
titles.
He's the guy that interviewed me at the end of the previous episode. Tall,
I do not know. I
dignified,
do not know this.
formal, even when he doesn't need to be. The slightest hint of a British accent that only comes out when he's talking
The
too
slightest
fast and it just
hint.
slips. A man who
The
speaks
slightest hint,
slower
and
than
then you
me
got
in a way
David
that I'm not
Alt.
going to do justice. A consistently professional man, no matter what the situation is. His job was to acclimate me without letting me know too much about what was going on. A tough line to strike.
In theory,
He
I
asked me
should
more
know the
questions
order
in
of
the
these because
preliminary
I was
interrogation than
re-listening
I
to
described
season
to you,
one
because a lot of
recently
people
before I
do
broke
not
up with
know
my
know
boyfriend.
about that. After that, he gave
got
me a
through, like,
pill
episode
explaining that it
7.
prevented nausea. Then I was out of the room via time travel and into a larger facility. One with doors connecting the rooms, thankfully.
This one's before the break.
The Flinchite compound is huge and professional looking, or it's going to be huge and professional looking someday. I can't really say. One of the ground rules for anyone dealing with me is that I was never allowed to know the time period that I was experiencing. It could have been contiguous with the moment that I left Matt's house. It could be 100
don't
years in
know.
the future. It didn't feel like the past. The temporal location of the organization was something that was privy to only members
go.
of the organization, and I was not a member. The place looked modern, but not necessarily futuristic.
yeah.
I mean, I guess the future isn't going to be all chrome, but this just looked like a big tech company
Everything's
campus.
chrome in the future.
I'm just
A big
imagining
place with big
Squidward
open
in the
areas,
future.
Clean, minimalist, sensible, amenable.
You
It felt professional, like professional experts working a job in their
It's kind
area
of how I
expertise.
feel about
Ty told me
right
to expect
now.
a series of interviews about what had happened to me, what I had seen, and what I hadn't. And I got to ask him some questions myself.
Also,
Here is
hi,
my
I'm
recollection
here
of one
now.
such
Oh,
interview.
hey,
when
how's
first
it
met
going?
myself
Once
and
again,
Ty. The conversation that
the
we had
Asians
right
are here
after
to
he removed me
outnumber
from
the
the time
white
travel
men.
box
It's-
and
Let's
walked me through the
go.
Flintshite complex.
This is me paying
Let's fucking
penance
go.
after the thing I made everyone watch on stream.
I don't want you to think of this as an interrogation, Ty said.
There
You
was
are not in trouble, nor are
the
you in danger. Think
craziest
of it as a
Chinese
hybrid,
racism, and
a friendly
it was
conversation.
wild.
It came out of
They
nowhere,
threw
and
an
it
Asian man
served
in
no
just
Like
purpose.
a
for
more
racism.
friendly interrogation, I replied. More like, I'm going to tell you how it is going to be,
His
and there will
name
be some
was
questions along
Ching,
the way.
and he was
Mostly
there
from you,
just
actually,
for
I would
racism.
imagine. He said, smiling.
Well, he was also
Okay,
there
well, if I get to
to
ask questions, then let's get
scream that
started.
he was
I've got
going
a
to
ton,
end his own
I said.
life.
My first question
Oh,
is
yes.
about why
I
you were
forgot
seemingly
about that part.
treating me so well. I haven't been cordial with the Flinchites before this. They attacked me in my cabin, and so I sent one to Kazakhstan as retaliation.
It's
I
interesting.
explained.
We should always
Why would
listen
you
to
put in
the
effort into
previous Proof is in the
making me
podcast before the
comfortable?
season re-listen. I feel so prepared.
Kazakhstan. No, that guy ended up in a mountaintop in Kyrgyzstan. He had
I
to be
remember
rescued by a
things.
group of pastoralists living nearby.
It definitely didn't
It's a
go
miracle
to
that they
read
found him at
another
all,
chapter,
he said.
another couple
But
chapters
that
of the
makes
book I was
sense.
reading instead of listening
Oversecurity
to
was
the
not
Proof is in
working
the
with
podcast.
high-resolution technology at that time. More importantly, those guys are just, we call them boots, meaning boots on the ground. They aren't exactly the guys that you'll see hanging out in the office. They are hired guns. Sometimes we need things done that can't be done by pressing a button from here, so we send them out to get their hands dirty on our behalf. Not everything
Also,
can be
Dylan,
solved
I hope
with
you know
soft
that my
power
mom
and
is very
time travel.
concerned.
Sometimes you
Sleep
actually
patterns
do
right
need
now.
true material
Very
force.
concerned what?
I've actually never
Got
met
your
anyone.
sleep habits right now.
Okay, I
mean,
get that, I said. I continued without
this
missing
is
a
one
beat.
time a
I was
year.
not going to risk the answer
And then
while
that
running
apparently
dry.
2 times a
Well, if
year,
I get
that
another
one
question, then
time,
what is this place
because
actually?
I was talking
I've only ever
about,
heard of it as
that was for
Flinchites.
an anniversary stream, and then I think it was Cake or
That's so
Fortune
funny
or
that you
someone that
picked
was
up
like,
that
no, that
word
was from a
somewhere.
different
Where did you hear
24-hour stream.
I would prefer to keep that
Wild.
to myself, I said, betraying my change in demeanor. I didn't want to drag Anne into this if she wasn't already on their radar.
Truly just
I knew that she had encountered
told
the
her you're going for
boots,
24
but my
hours,
story
just
to
the
Ty up to
saddest
this
shake
point
of the
had
head.
carefully omitted Anne, as well as anyone else who could possibly be omitted without outright lying.
It's fine.
Understandable. You do not have to tell us everything in order to be
She's
useful
like
to
this
us.
anytime any of
As
you
far
are
as the
streaming for
official title
24
of our
hours.
organization,
She
we
worries
don't
about
have a publicly
Athen
available
like a
name.
job.
Sorry. Feel free to call us the Flinchites, though. The other employees here will get a big kick
You
that
could
you know that
you
word.
could worry about
He was
him
quiet a moment,
for a living.
thinking about what I just told him.
There's more to worry
Flinchites, good
about, I
grief.
think.
But I'm afraid that I have questions
no
for you
offense
as well. Specifically,
to
I'm going to
Athen.
be blunt with you. We want to know how you orchestrated
Oh,
357A.
Athen. He has the constitution
The attack,
of a
you mean? I asked.
very small orphan
Yeah, there's a really
child.
long name for it in our events records, but we just call it 357A. I didn't orchestrate 357A, I said. If that's why
Oh
I'm
my
here, then
God.
you made a mistake. We can't be certain that you did, Ty said, but we are nearly certain. Certain enough to put you through all of this trouble. Just as I am certain enough that the sun will not crash into the earth tomorrow, that I set an alarm clock to get up for work. We aren't just meddling in your life for the hell of it. Well, then whatever happens
He
in
says
the
then,
future,
but
I guess.
they're really just meddling in his
Future
life for the
relative
hell
to
of
the
it.
attack, I mean. Future relative to me, to this Mike Walters. Because I don't know anything. Why not find a Mike Walters further in the future and ask him? I asked. We tried that, Ty explained. A Mike Walters further in the future, even a day further in the future from the time that we acquired you for that matter, could not be reached for comment.
The main character feels strongly about Lotta's version of this biscuit dish.
I asked. We
Begone.
don't fully understand what that means. Obviously, if you were dead, we would not be able to
Stained
contact you
Glass
after you
Cicada,
died.
thank you for the follow.
But there is no evidence that you were dead immediately after the time that
We are
we
listening to
interrupted you
season
either.
4 and doing
There's no
Sporkle
evidence of
quizzes.
anything. We cannot track you at all.
My brain
This has happened a few other
is
times.
so
The
melted.
nature of those anomalies, their
The main
potential
character feels
solutions,
strongly
and the
about
names of
Lotta's
those
version of
involved
this
are not something
biscuit
that I can
dish.
share with you. That probably
And
isn't
gravy.
satisfying, but on the bright
Like,
side,
what is the-
it's highly unlikely that you are going to drop dead of a heart attack
Why did I
or
decide
something
it
like
started
that
with
in
an
the next
E?
few years. We would end up with a record of that if it happened, I think. Dead people are unsurprisingly bad at covering their tracks.
Okay.
I took a moment to process this this information. There was a chance that it was good news. If I really was the architect behind the attack, maybe I had some sort of power in the future, one that the Flinchites couldn't understand or subvert. This thought was immediately met with a deep pessimism. No, of course it's not. Mike Walters, you complete fucking rube, really? At no point have I ever been or will I ever be at the top of the food chain. Professional environment or not, this was a spider's web
He's
that
crashing
I was in.
out.
They probably couldn't see me later because I'd be in someone else's spider web. Top
Crashing
of
out
the food
hardcore,
chain,
bud.
Jesus.
He has
Poor
no
Mikey.
idea.
Well, I don't know anything. I imagine that you knew that I didn't know anything when you kidnapped me, or you assumed that I knew very
Season
little,
15
right?
features Old Rush
Like
Valley
you knew that
in
I
this
was
state.
legitimately
It's
on
the fire
vacation. We talked
season.
about this.
But a flame
So
isn't the
why
answer.
bother with my input at all? I asked. If you want to know what it says regarding your input on all of the important paperwork, we are interested in exploring your temporal perspective on 357A and to receive consultation for boots operations. We want to know what happened and what you think. Regardless of who you are now, you are going to become the
Gonna go
man
look up
responsible
synonyms
for
for a flame.
357A. It hasn't happened to you yet, but you are the same person.
I'm gonna give up.
We think that with the
I'm
right
gonna move on.
briefing, you can tell us
A
what you might do as that
blaze.
future person with a high level of accuracy. If you are given the same options, you will make the same choices.
Yeah.
You and your future self contain the same decision-making processes, more or less. Reconstructing the cause and effect of 357A will directly aid our organization in our own endeavors. Okay, that makes sense, I said. But my future self isn't working with you. If he was working with you, then you wouldn't have to track him down. And that indicates to me that I won't be working
Oh no, this is
alongside
really
you forever,
hard.
at least, and that future
I was
Mike
gonna say that
might
first
not want
question
me to work with you at
crazy.
all. So why should I trust you if you don't have the Mike Walter seal of approval?
Fuck.
Ty looked at me thoughtfully. Well, we are going to be cordial and professional
This is
with you,
too-
no matter
this one's
what
way
you
too
choose
hard.
to do. Other organizations that have used you for their own ends did not
The
account for how
the proof is in the
precarious they
podcast
made your
theme
life.
song is about how I don't know the
Mistake.
answers to these
It is how you ended
questions.
up in our hands and not theirs. However, you are not currently permitted to leave the premises. Without your consultation, the arrangement will stand for an indefinite amount of time. I scoffed. So I'm trapped here forever if I don't help you. You've been kind to me in a Stockholm Syndrome kind of way, but I've been tortured by your
Syndrome's not
organization
real.
before. My fucking hand doesn't work. I held up my hand that didn't work. I was trying not to get
It was
worked
a
up,
force
but
driven.
it was working. Can you tell it was working? I could feel the resentment rising in my chest, but it wouldn't do me any good here, so I tried to push it back down. I don't trust you not to torture me, is what I'm saying. Ty looked at me concernedly. He scowled and shook his head. Oh, no. That was the result of a boots operation.
Listen,
one that was
anytime
handled
anyone
poorly, in
mentions
my
Stockholm
opinion, but not a
Syndrome, I
decision that I
have
had
to mention
control
that it's not
over.
real, and it
You are
was
inside
just
the
that the
complex
cops were
now.
inept and needed
Torture
to blame
would be
something on a woman.
ineffective. We have contemporary information gathering techniques that are both humane and convincing, rather than threatening. This was a poor consolation.
Humane and
The
convincing,
description of these
says
techniques
Ty
felt like they were
Betteridge
hiding
is
something
crazy.
sinister that I didn't want to learn about.
He
did my
went
best to
from
remain
humane
calm.
and convincing to
I tried to
so
mirror
much
Ty's
worse.
composure. His calmness would allow me to keep my
Oh,
own
boy.
composure while I thought about what he was saying. Fine, I mean, I don't
The
think
downhill
anything I know is
spiral.
worth much anyway. Definitely not to me. Not enough to risk getting humanely
Hi,
convinced,
careful
at
Betteridge
least.
definitely doesn't
I
do
don't
a
have any
torture,
allegiances
ever.
to Woe.Begone or to Over, or, well, to anybody, except for some of the people I met at Over. Speaking of those people, I don't suppose you can tell me about their status? Ty shrugged. Operations at Over ceased a long time ago. Cleanup operations were just a
I'm
facade
gonna
of control
DNF this
after
quiz. I'm
357A.
scared of it.
The dream of Over died that day, but it took a while for everyone involved to come to terms with
Be
that.
gone.
They did everything that they could to project confidence and
Spider
confidence,
Grace,
but once everything
thank you
was
for
on
the
television, and
$50.
the thing
That's so
everyone was
generous.
there for was gone.
And it
There was
also
no
meets
holding
the
it together.
T-shirt merch store
That isn't to say that
goal.
they didn't try for as long as they
Yay,
could. I'm not at liberty
finally,
to say
I'll
what
be able to
happened
get
to
a
any individual.
Woe.Begone shirt that
But
doesn't have a
honestly,
horse
I also
saying
could not
just
tell you
don't
even if
die
I
on
wanted
it.
to, because I
It's a
simply do not
Woe.Begone shirt
know.
I can actually
There may
wear
be a
to
time
work.
in the future where you may attempt
I'd
to
say,
contact friends
Requesting them
under
in an
organization supervision for limited
XXX.
times and concerning limited
I'd say
subjects.
every third conversation I have with Athen, he's like,
Edgar. His name fell
I
out of
could,
my
you
mouth
know, I
before
could
think
just
about
set
it.
up a store for you.
Your husband, you mean?
So
he
now it's gonna happen.
Boyfriend. I corrected him, wondering if this was an error in their
Oh,
information about
we
me
just-
or
the
something
husband-boyfriend
else,
thing just
This was the
happened.
second time that Ty had said that. Edgar was also involved in
Distance
your
from me,
orchestration
A
of
to Z.
357A. That is our current
What is this?
understanding. As such,
Can you name
it will be
any
a
word
considerable
for
amount of
every
time
possible
before
letter?
we will be
Is
able
that
to allow you to
possible?
communicate with each other, because unfortunately, for the two of you, we would like for those communications to be strategic, Ty said. Are you holding him too? I asked. No, We do not have him present with us in the way that we have you, he said. He, strangely enough, has
Wow.
also been difficult to track
So-
temporally following 357A.
So much of
Okay, then when
Mike's
is the
life
last
is just
time in a
people are holding
in
a version
time
of his
that you can see
boyfriend
him,
husband
I asked.
hostage.
That
and
is
then
not a
he
question that I
dies.
can answer. Ty briskly moved on in the
Victor in his
conversation.
moment.
I'm afraid
Or
that
they
I'm reaching
can't
the outer
find
limits
him,
of what
and
I'm
then he
able to tell
dies.
you about what you want to know. The time has come for me to explain to you what we want you to do, the preliminary steps anyway. Ty walked across the room to a file cabinet, unlocked it, and flipped through until he found a
Put a
file
Samsung
folder.
Smart tag
He
on
returned
that
it and
boy.
set it on the table face down in between us. The folder remained unopened. The role that Woe.Begone plays in this whole scenario piques our curiosity. What do you know about that? I gave the game back to Ryan. At least that's what I thought I did. Woe.Begone went silent immediately after that. Interesting, he said. So you assume that Ryan is in control again. Considering that my actions on the night that Ryan presumably regained control ended Ryan bothering me and Woe.Begone bothering me at the same time, that's the only conclusion that I can come to, I said. I tried to contact Ryan after 357A to no avail. Interesting indeed, he repeated. I think it's safe to say that our organization had completely
Interesting
written off
indeed
Woe.Begone,
is a very
both
David
as a
Alden
threat
sentence.
and as a matter of interest,
Indeed.
especially any version of Woe.Begone that Ryan
Indeed.
considered himself in charge of. I mean, I led you through our office just now. Woe.Begone doesn't have any structure comparable to that, does it? No, it's just Ryan telling guys what to do, I said. One employee working out of his own apartment for a while, and then
This
a
one's
handful
hard
of
because I
guys
can't
like
hear
me
the song in my
mutilating
head while I'm
ourselves for his
listening to the show.
enjoyment. What makes it all the more strange is that 357A happened
All
right
the
after
more
you returned the game
strange,
to Ryan.
governor, in it,
We don't think that is a
bruv.
coincidence, but we don't know how to connect the dots.
The light
It
English
is one
accent.
place where your
That's
insight will
what
help us
British people
immensely.
just. That's what.
Out of
That's
all
what
the
they all
sources that
sound
we
like
tried
to
to
me,
acquire
and I
in the
want.
same
I
way that
want
we
all the
acquired
British
you,
people to
there are no
know
living Woe.Begone players
that
that
if
we
you're
were able to
from the
obtain.
north of England
So,
or the
not
south of
only are you
England,
vital to our understanding on 357A,
that's what
you are
I'm
vital in
hearing.
our understanding of how Woe.Begone intersects in this whole
I think it's
equation.
just funny if we
As
imagine
far as
from
we
now
know,
on that this
you are the
slight
only living
hint of
Woe.Begone expert
the
in
remnant
the
of a
entire
British accent,
world.
but if we just imagine that it's not
He said this
I
nonchalantly,
think we
as
should
though
just
he didn't have any
imagine
expectation that I
from
might
now
have
on.
an
Just
emotional
really add something
response
to the whole
to
track.
being
That
the
would
last
kind of
living
be a
Woe.Begone person.
twist.
Anne Hunter? I demanded. I immediately realized that I let Anne's name slip and felt regret. I'm not at liberty to say, he said.
North
I
and
think
south,
being
so
more
each corner
British
of
just to
England.
fuck
Are
with
they
Mike.
dead?
I mean, I could name
asked.
regions of
That
England
information
that
is
I can't tell
classified,
apart.
but I hope it is of some
But I
comfort to
didn't
know
want
that
to.
my
I didn't want
organization
to
is not one
brag
of
that I know what
God's. Just because you
Snowdonia
aren't able
is.
to access someone does not mean that they are dead.
This
I'd like
man
you to take a
plays
moment
so
and take
much
some deep breaths
GeoGuessr
before we
Gem. You
continue
really
to the
think
next
he
segment
doesn't
of this
know
conversation. It's important to
the
reset
corners
before
of
we move
England?
on. The next part of the conversation is a request that I believe that you are going to find challenging, but you must obey. Can I get you some water?
Water.
Can I get you some water?
Oi.
Water?
Because he's British.
Bottle of water?
Water. Can I get you some water? Yes, please. I do need some water. I've been talking all day, I said. What I
When
really
we get
wanted was
bored
for
at
him to
work,
leave
we
the room
start
for just a
doing
second
accents
so that I could get
at
my
the
thoughts
buy
together.
counter, and a
He
lot
stood
of
up and left
times
the
it's just
room.
us doing really bad
I
Cockney
immediately
accents,
stood up and
yelling
began
water
pacing.
at each other.
I was not able to keep pace with my thoughts.
God.
Have you
What
seen
if
my
Anne
water
and
bottle?
300 really were dead? Who else could be dead?
I don't know
Why
how
won't
we,
they tell
how
me
it started,
where Edgar
but
is?
sometimes
What does it
my
mean to be
sister and
missing
I
from
do
the
this thing
future?
where
What
we
exactly
talk
could these
in
people see or
exaggerated
not
Valley
see? What did I
Valley
do?
Girl
Did I
accent for
really
some
do
reason or other.
357A? Did I drag everyone
And
else
then
into
I
this
did
with
this
me as a
once
result?
for the first,
Was
like, I was in
Woe.Begone?
voice
For
chat
how
with some
long?
American
What
friends,
time
and I
was
did
I
it for the
in?
first time
Is
without
Edgar
thinking.
my husband? Did I miss
And
something?
they were just like, did you just do a
Would I
Valley
be able
Girl
to get
accent? I was like,
back?
uh,
How long were they going to
yes.
hold me here? Were they
I guess
actually
I
going to let
did.
me go when they're done, or are they just going to kill me? That was
Mike
roughly
crashes
when I
out
was
a
able to
lot
able to
when
get
it's
the
just
short
him
time
talking.
between
Can't
Tyler
kill him,
leaving
Mike
and coming back with
Walters.
ice water in hand. He examined me standing beside my chair, only stopping my pacing once I noticed that he had entered. Well,
He's
I
a
see
very
that deep
anxious
breathing
little
wasn't
boy.
helpful for you, he stated matter-of-factly.
Look at him, he's full
Perhaps
of
some water will
anxiety.
help? We do need to get on with this, and
You
we will
fucked up a
require
perfectly
full
good Mike
cooperation,
Walters, is what you
regardless
did.
of whether or
You
not you
fucked
were
up
able to
a good
participate with a
Mike.
level head. Sorry, I said. You have given me a
I
lot to think about,
presented
and none of it is
Mikey
good.
with a moral
There's nothing to be
quandary.
sorry about, I said. We have put you in an unenviable position. Frankly, I think it would be a bit bone-chilling if you weren't experiencing some anxiety right now. I am the one who should be sorry for compounding a difficult situation with a difficult order. It is the nature of our work here. I don't suppose that you flipped through that folder while I was gone. Didn't even cross my mind, I said. That's too bad, he
Too
said.
busy crashing
I was
out.
hoping that you would have looked inside and begun to prepare yourself so that you would be more ready when I came back. I flipped over the file folder and looked at the outside front cover. The word Woe.Begone
my
was
God,
written
hi,
on the front in
Colleen.
block letters, and the words Mike Walters were written in the spot where the tab was. I don't understand, Ty. Woe.Begone isn't anything new to me, I said. I can tell you whatever you want about it. I can tell you about anyone that I know that was involved. He stopped me short. We have reason to believe that the processes that allowed Woe.Begone to function have started up again. We think the game is active and being played
not
again.
the
Woe.Begone recruiting methods have come back
Every now
online,
and then,
much as they
Just
probably
think about
did
how
when
I
they
was
played
interested in
again.
doing a throwback
Okay,
already.
So what? I asked. So we think that this would be an excellent first
Episode
fact-finding
30.
mission
We're
for
almost
you to
100
participate
episodes
in,
past
he said.
this, or 200 episodes past
Sure.
this now.
I mean, who do you want me to talk to? I can try to get a hold of anyone. You might have to help me with
Listen,
regards to how to contact
he
people
has to
across
play Woe.Begone
time
again
here,
every now and
though,
then to
I
build
said.
character.
Or
It's
if you
like
need help
digging
guiding your
holes.
boots, as you call them, through the game, I can do that too. I did a messy job when I played the game, but I've spent the last several months thinking about how I could have done better. Sorry,
It's like
we think
how,
this might be an
when
excellent
Doctor
first
Who does
fact-finding
those,
mission for you to
anniversary
participate
type,
in, he said,
like
his
past
emphasis
Doctor's
suggesting that he was
episodes.
saying something that I was not understanding. Participate in, I asked. Participate
Jake, I'm
in,
glad someone
he said one
appreciates
final
my
time.
holes reference.
I opened the
I
file
love you,
folder and looked
holes.
inside. Ty began explaining as I
That
was
sounds
reading.
bad.
We
It's a
need
good
someone with a
movie,
breadth of
but that
knowledge
was a
about
bad
the game.
sentence.
It is a good
As a
movie.
result of the strength of our own in-house technology,
Eartha
we will be able
Kitt,
to seamlessly present you
splendid
as someone with a
casting.
different identity and location. The game won't ever know
horny
that it is you.
there.
We have a specific plan in mind, one that only works if the person playing the
It's
game
also a
is
good
someone who
book,
has
you're
played the
right,
game
Felix.
under all of the different iterations and game runners. It is a plan that requires masking and unmasking you to people within the structure of Woe.Begone for reconnaissance purposes. Mike Walters is the only person
Flex,
who
I
can
realized what I
accomplish this
said.
plan. Do you understand now? I understood by the time that I was asking him to
It's
repeat
1
himself,
a.m.
but I didn't want to believe it. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't parse it into my understanding of the world. I would attempt to internalize it and then
I
immediately think,
remember
no,
hearing,
that's
like,
not
way
right, that's
back
not true,
when,
why are you
that when they
lying?
were filming
And attempt to dismiss it.
Holes,
And yet
that
here was Ty
initially
Betteridge
the
in a
plan,
file folder
well, I mean,
full of
'cause,
plans telling me what was going to happen.
it was
What I was
Shia
going to
LaBeouf,
have to
right?
do if I ever had a hope
Yes.
of getting out of this
Yeah,
place, of
like, he
seeing
had read the
anybody
book,
that I
and
ever
so he
knew
had
ever
initially
again,
started,
of getting
like,
my
he was
life
like, oh, I
back,
should put on a lot
my
of weight because
precarious
Stanley in the book
life,
starts off being
as Ty
overweight.
put it.
But then the director was like, no, we're not going to do
I'm
that because that
playing
can be really bad for your health.
Woe.Begone
To like
again,
have that much
I
and then
said.
like lose it later.
You're
No,
playing
we're not doing that.
Woe.Begone again, Ty replied.
That's why
So I played
Holes most based
Woe.Begone
movie of all time. I also love
again.
that they're very poisonous lizards that'll kill you. Were just
Oh, yeah,
bearded
they just
dragons. That's
painted,
someone they painted
yeah.
spots on.
Yeah.
Next time,
So funny.
Woe.Begone again. Thanks for playing.
Just some
playing
totally
Woe.Begone
chill. Just
again.
put some yellow spots on them.
Yep,
too.
we're playing Woe.Begone again.
Again!
Donnie
Again.
Evans, the least recurring character.
It's never too late to change that.
Yeah, season 20 is going to be from his point of view.
You heard it here first, folks.
Tommy Evans is fun.
Woe.Begone.
Woe.Begone be upon you.
I have no idea what that one is, and it's like 1,000 characters long.
We watched a really racist movie, Ben.
So we think that this would be an excellent first fact-finding mission.
Ain't that just the way?
He said.
Listen, it was a public domain John Wayne movie. It was always going to be at least a little bit racist.
It was,
Hey guys,
it was
the
the
Audioverse
wokest
Awards are
John
coming
Wayne
up, and I have
movie.
been nominated.
That's
Check out the suite of
true. It
nominees by
was the
searching
least
for the
racist
Audioverse
John
Awards
Wayne.
Nominee Showcase
Yeah,
podcast,
boy.
wherever you get your podcasts.
You know that he was
More
patting
on that next
himself
month
on the
as it gets
back.
closer to the time. In the meantime, there's still
You
tons
know
of
that
stuff
he
on
was
Patreon.
bragging about how not racist he
Patreon.com/woe
was to all the
_begone.
non-white cast
Instrumentals,
members.
season soundtracks,
That's
the Diary of
We're
Eliza
so
Schultz,
progressive.
director's
I'm
commentary,
guy
and so
who
much
says
more.
that I'm
Thanks to my
giving the
team newest
voice.
patrons,
I'm being a
Gray, Rick
voice for
Platinum,
minorities.
Monica
I'm
Quirk,
speaking
Jesse
for them.
Grace,
Like
Lynn Micah
that
Haley,
kind of
He
guy.
literally
No,
does.
no, literally,
He literally does.
Alison Bourgeois, and Melvis Gray Mystery for
And
supporting
the
the show.
funniest part of
Enjoy.
that is that they're like,
Warning.
the Chiefs
This
speak
episode contains a
English,
description
but
of
we're going to have
domestic
John Wayne
dispute.
say it.
Listener discretion is advised.
And so it wasn't, they
Man
didn't even
literally
pretend
says,
there was a
"I'm the
language
voice."
barrier.
Classic.
Literally says I'm being the voice for the Comanche, I believe.
Oh,
I was like,
the
that's
Comanche.
insane.
He's like, you might say that I'm the savior of these people.
No.
These noble people.
Not at all savage. Yes, John Wayne did many westerns.
This is the first Western I've actually seen all the way through. I've seen bits and pieces of my dad or my uncle watching John Wayne movies. That was the first time I've ever actually sat down to watch one.
I couldn't tell if you were saying that in character when.
No, Dylan, I was saying that for real.
Who's more racist though? Like John Wayne or Clint Eastwood?
Oh,
Like,
easily
Oh,
John
hey, that's
John
it.
Wayne. Clint
Those are the
Eastwood
messages.
is
The messages coming in.
problematic,
And I guess there's gonna
but
be a lot of them,
it's not
and
even
the
a
directions
like
are
it's not a
going to be in the
contest.
middle one, so we're gonna have to wait a while. Yep, that's total gibberish. A654JGVM ampersand KJ.
No one ever picked up
asterisk.
on this ARG.
Fun stuff. Oh yeah, we get it. This
That
is
sure
all
is the name of the soundtrack,
mysterious
though.
and whatever.
Clint Eastwood became worse
You're
with
the
age.
spooky
Clint Eastwood
online
became
alternate reality
more
game. I'm
weird
totally
with
spooked.
age.
What could all of this mean? So mysterious. Wow.
So I guess it's one of those things where, like,
Well, I
oh,
guess I
you have
could
more of a
check the
platform. We're
notes
learning
while they
more
come
things
in.
about you than we wanted to know. Take it back. Take it back.
Donnie and Brendan, huh? Donnie and Brendan.
Our gem. It was just.
And you've already
this
got the
is
voice
the
thing
least
going, right? Like,
racist
it'll sound good on their end.
of this
They won't know
very
it's me.
racist
If
genre
Ryan,
of
he won't know
movie.
it's me.
I think it's time
good,
that the Hispanic
I'm not gonna lie, I'm
take
nervous.
back
This is weird.
the Western genre, considering all the
man going
vaquero.
by Donnie.
Like,
I mean,
there weren't that many
glass
white
stone
cowboys.
houses. You should not throw a
Historically
house
speaking,
out a glass window, whatever
We
the saying
gotta
is.
make a Latino gay cowboy movie.
we gotta
It's
take it. We gotta reclaim
2025.
it. We gotta reclaim it.
There we are.
Put
Now
some
we can
Asians in
finally
there
inspect the damage.
that aren't just relegated to a laundry as well. Boom.
That aren't named Ching.
Yep, we did it.
I-
Same message as mine almost. Call up your brother in the middle of the night and leave him a voicemail
Better than
about the
Latino
last time you
Brokeback
fought.
Mountain.
Tell him
Latino
you don't
Brokeback
forgive
Mountain,
him.
but they end up
Hey,
having
boss,
to
how's
be
it going?
sad.
And
Also,
call again until you
welcome.
get the
First time
voicemail.
chat.
Send us the recording. W.BG. It worked. That sounds perfect. That sounds like the fight from the briefing that you put together for me, which means that ought to do it. It's game time. And the number to call is right
I do kind of like this,
here.
like these episodes where
Since all of you guys are new to this, let me
Mikey
walk you
is
through
like
it. We
talking
signed
to
up on the
someone. He's
website
like
and put in the
obviously
burner
talking
number.
to
We didn't
someone,
tell
not
them
just in a
anything else about
recorded
who I
message
was.
kind of way. He's
That's
talking to
when you
someone
guys
who's
fed them Donnie's
like
information,
rustling
like
through
however
papers.
classified
It's
way
fun.
that you did that. So Woe.Begone looked into
It's a nice
Donnie
little
and found someone
precursor to
close
when
to
we
him
have
that died,
other
and then found
voice
some sort of
characters.
high-intensity experience that happened right after that, using their surveillance technology. I guess it's possible that there are instances where somebody dies and nobody fights about it, but that has to be like the
Nobody.
smallest minority of cases.
Nobody?
I think they can
Oh my
reliably
God.
find one of these events every time, likely within a couple days of the death.
Jim just got
Then they
filtered out of
blindside
my
the player
chat
with
for
knowledge
the
of this
phrase
argument.
"killing any
Again,
gays."
the player doesn't have any way of ascertaining exactly how Woe.Begone figured this out, and that moves the game out of the realm of perceived fiction into the player's reality. So this isn't like a YouTube
You're
series
saying
with
to do it
Slender Man
without.
anymore. This is an entirely different beast. And then the
Yeah, there
reality
was
of
a
the
very,
situation encourages players to go through with the first challenge,
Interesting
and then the
instance.
first
I remember
challenge
once
results
I was
grease the
in
wheels
a
so that the
Twitch chat
players
with
are
some
willing to
other
bust out
Kiwi
the amputation
folks
instruments on the
for,
second
like, a
challenge to
gaming
keep their loved
stream.
one alive, and
And
so on.
someone
And so that's
typed
what
in chat
Donnie is
the
experiencing
Māori
right now as
word
he reads
slash
through this
onomatopoeia
message
for
and gets ready
clapping
to call his
hands, which is
brother.
paki paki,
He
which is
doesn't
spelled
know
Oh,
P-A-K-I-P-A-K-I.
what will happen, or that he's bringing
So,
his brother back to life. And
so
so
that
that's
was
how I'll
like,
be
okay, I guess, okay. Why did that
By
get?
the way, it's
Oh,
actually
okay,
1:18
never
a.m.,
mind.
right?
All right, I guess we can't
I'm
say
supposed to
paki
call in the middle of the night,
paki.
and the phone says 1:18,
I
but
used
you
to
won't let me know
say.
what time anything is.
I'm sorry.
so...
I used to play a game called Gunbound, which is kind of like Worms.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I would
and
prefer
it
if
had
it was
such
actually
an
1:18,
intense
but the middle of
filter
the
on
night
it
is
that it
fine.
wouldn't let you say the word butter because it has the word butt.
Okay, I'm ready when you guys are.
And then people would
big
swear at
Butkins
me in
energy.
Tag
We're
in
in
Tagalog.
Quiet, everyone. I don't suppose
I learned. I don't remember any now, but I remember enough. I learned enough to
full
know when people were
silence.
being mean to me.
Yeah, that's always
Okay,
the
I'm
thing,
turning
isn't
on
it?
the
When you
recording app
have
on 3 and then
a
calling the
friend,
brother.
like especially when
Okay.
you're primary school age or something,
1,
you have a friend who speaks a language that
2,
you don't know. The things that you learn first:
3.
hellos and goodbyes, thank you, please and thank yous, numbers,
Brendan, please
and
don't
swear
pick up.
words.
Please don't pick up. Please don't make this.
Roughly in that order.
What am I doing? Am I really doing this for this online shit? He's gonna be so fucking mad at me.
Do it for the
Man, this better
Vine,
be worth
Mikey.
it. Oh my god.
Vine's back. I don't know if you saw that.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Yeah.
My
hard
God.
no A content rule as well.
Mm-hmm.
But is it still 6 seconds?
I don't know.
That I don't know.
My God. This is. I feel like this is the same feeling that I'm having the same feeling now as when I walked into a convention center like a few years ago and saw Homestuck troll cosplayers. And I'm like, what year is this?
Hey,
Ah,
Brendan, it's me.
it's been 10
it's
years.
Donnie. I'm sorry to bother you.
I
so
forgot
late.
about Brendan.
I was pretty sure you'd be asleep, so maybe you'll see this in the morning.
He's the Brendan
Honestly,
Urie
I'm
of the
glad I
three
got your
brothers.
voicemail. I don't know what I'd do if you answered.
I'm
I was
already
thinking about
tired. I'm already
Toph
loopy tired.
again. I know.
only
It's
1
probably not
a.m.
best to linger on it for so long like we have.
Stay
I know that I get
hydrated.
worked up
Hydrate or
anytime that I
hydrate.
try to talk to anyone about him, but
Oh,
I
they
want
tried to
talk
drown
about
Dylan
him.
earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Twice.
I need to drink some
not
pills.
that
I have to talk
hydrated.
about it, and since you didn't pick up,
I need to
I'm just
drink
gonna talk
some
about it.
pilk right now. Is
You're
crazy.
not
I need to
allowed
drink some
not
pilk
to.
1
right
a.m.
now.
It's
pilk.
been weighing on me pretty heavily recently.
Who's the Brendan Urie of
Heavier than
Woe.Begone?
normal. Heavy enough to call you out of the blue even after all that, after everything we went through. Maybe when you wake up in the morning, you can listen to this and understand better. What a fucking funeral, right? That's what tore us apart more than
This
Toph dropping dead out of
episode
nowhere.
for
I mean, we
sure
hardly ever saw
is
the guy
like
anymore. Maybe that made it worse,
this-
knowing that we blew
like,
our
oh
chance to
man,
ever
I
see
feel
him
so
again outside of a funeral home.
I feel
One
so
last look at
bad
the
for
guy and
Cannibal.
he's staring at us from the other side
Just
of the
like, I
uncanny
can't help
valley.
but it's like,
Fucking weirdo,
oh
that
my
guy.
God,
Everybody knew
owie.
it. Our brother, though, remember that. I really wish you would remember that.
I say
I've been going
remember
through his
so
shit
much
recently,
in
like
this
the stuff from
season.
his house that I didn't toss out. There wasn't much. It's not like anyone needed a busted old microwave or a ratty couch. I threw those out. I think that couch was older than he was. No idea where he got it. All I kept were a
I
few
know because I
paintings,
stumble. I
5,
remember
think there
stumbling
were, and a
over it,
journal of
like
his.
because I sort of
flipped through it. It was
I
from
sort
high
of
school.
slur words
He kept it
together
with
when
him
I
all those
talk.
years.
I just remember
Nothing
like
in there from after he
remember,
graduated.
remember.
I wonder why he kept it
It's
with
like,
him all
say
the time.
remember.
A bunch of doodles in there. better than anything
Remember
I
my
could draw.
name.
The rest is
Grew
embarrassing
up
teenager
remembering.
stuff.
I feel that.
After I read it, I rooted through my garage and found my old journals, and I tossed them in the fireplace. When
Good
I
old
kick the bucket,
pilk.
you are not digging through my old shit like that. I won't let you. There won't be anything to dig through, I can promise you. And if anyone is going to be doing the digging,
my
it is
mug,
not
by the
going to
way.
be you, Brendan.
Says, I
wonder
love
if I'm
my
making
cat.
you nervous, subjecting you to this.
It's got a possum
I'm clearly
on it.
going somewhere, and I know that you aren't
Oh,
too fond
God,
of the places I
Amazing.
take you when I get to talking like this.
So
I'm
Love
Colin
fine,
saying,
though.
remember the
There's
21st of
nothing to
September.
worry about.
There is a
Nobody's in danger.
like
I
a
just wanna
bubble tea
talk.
shop
And you're
that's
not going to
called
like what I have to
September
say to you. but
that
it needs to
recently
be
popped
said.
up, and every time my sister's just
Something
like, oh, I went to September,
needs to
I'm
be
always just
said.
like, do
What
you
happened last time we
remember?
were together did not have a period at the end of it. Or maybe it had too many periods at the end of it. Either way, it needs an ending. It needs someone to mercy kill it after all this time. To put it all out there and let the situation die with dignity. It needs closure. I need closure. And I'm here to take what happened between us and
Maybe
shoot
he
it in
sounds
the head.
too
Release
much
it from the
like
endless sputtering
Mike.
on, bleeding all over everything that it comes into contact
You know
with.
what I mean?
Sorry for the violent metaphor, but it's appropriate.
Like he's just
We
saying
need
things
to
Mike
clean
would
this
say.
up.
But what else would he do?
I'm doing better, by the way. I still have trouble getting out of bed in the morning, but my
Just
wife
miking
helps.
about the place.
I don't even notice anymore until I need to bend and pick something up off the ground, or sometimes if I'm in the car, I need to turn all the way around and grab something out of the back seat from the front. I thought you'd like to know that I'm doing better. But what an awful funeral.
the
Did you know
1.5
anyone besides our
theater?
families and Mom? I didn't. I guess we both moved out of town before he met any of those people. I felt like I didn't belong at my own brother's funeral. Like it was a party where I only knew the host, except the host was dead. Fucking
Wait,
depressing.
is this normal
It
speed or
rained, it was cold.
1.5?
Oh,
out,
this
it
is
was like one of
normal
those shitty
speed. I
funerals
just
they
talked
have in the
way
movies where
faster
everyone's
back then.
miserable.
Oh,
Not like
okay,
dad's at
yeah,
all.
because
His was almost too cheery.
I remember previous seasons.
I was
was
already
like,
on edge.
wow, I
Me
didn't
and
remember
Laura got
Mikey
in a
talking
spat
this
trying to
fast,
find the
but that
cemetery.
tracks.
I get on edge when I can't
Like, as I
understand where the
can tell.
fucking GPS is taking me.
It's
The
also
rain made it hard
it's
to see.
edited a
I was
little
terrified
too
about what I'd find
tight.
at the funeral. And
Like the
then I got
spaces
there
were
and I had to
removed.
try not to die
Not
of
just me
hypothermia
talking
while all
fast.
these strangers mourned my brother dying. And it had been a long time since I'd heard from you too.
You turn
And I
a
knew that we're
struggle,
all going to be
you
staying at
edit
Mom's
something,
house
it's
for
like,
a
yeah,
few
that sounds
days,
good, and then
and
you
I
come
was
back
scared
the
of what
next
that
day,
was
it's like,
going to be
oh,
like.
Mhm.
I was
too many
dreading it
gaps,
before
and
you
you
had a
edit it,
chance
and
to
then you
do
come back the
anything.
next day, it's like, oh no,
And
it's
that's
too
on
tight
me, I
now.
guess. I was my own worst enemy the entire time.
Bend and
It's no
snap.
surprise.
But I was
to
thinking
me
about that
I
moment after the
truly
funeral, after everyone else
understand.
had gone home or was en route to go home, and it was just me and you in our parents' home like old times. Like old times, except no tofu. Tofu is always
old
there when we
times
come home for the
is
summer
a
because he hadn't
blacklisted
left
phrase.
Yet, so really
Everyone
it
started
wasn't like
saying old
at all, was
times,
it?
and I was
It
just
like
like,
old
why
times
is
if someone
everyone saying
blasted
old
through them with a
times?
shotgun. As I'm saying this, I can see exactly how it was a recipe for
How big is
disaster.
the list?
We'd both been blown apart.
How big is the
In that
blacklist?
moment,
It's
it just felt
a
disquieting.
1,000 words long.
I don't think that either of us could tell what was about
My
to happen.
gods.
I started shouting first, right? You were casting some stupid
Ethan
YouTube
Norris,
shit to the
I'm the
television,
sort
and
of
yelled
I
at you
listen
to turn
on
that shit off.
1.3 to
Fucking
1.5
political
times
talking
speed
head shit.
sometimes.
I was
And
not.
that's
in
why
the
I
mood.
talk
We had
like.
just buried
I
our
think
little
that's why I
brother, for Christ's
pace my
sake. You wanna listen to
podcast
the
like
news?
this.
Not even the news, just some jackass with a camera talking about the news.
This got to be
And of course you
crazy
shouted
in
back at me,
1.5
because what
speed.
would this family be if we didn't shout at each
Like-
other all the fucking time, right?
I have a friend who
If it had
only
been
listens
any
to
other
stuff
day,
in
it could have
1.5
ended
to
right
2
there.
times
I
speed,
probably
and I'm
would
like,
have
Mal,
just
I
slunk
don't
off
know
in the
how
other
you
room,
live.
and you could watch TV or
I've been watching
whatever,
Clock
and I
Tower
could go
games
couch.
at 1.5
I
times
definitely would have not
speed.
been in the mood to pull some biggest brother shit on you. But of course, this wasn't any
Yeah, I
other
have a
day.
friend who listens to
It was the day that we
audiobooks
saw
on
Topher's
1.25
corpse,
or 1.5
and I don't even know
speed
how
a
we
lot of
made
the
it from me
I
yelling
listen
at
to
you
all
about the TV to
audiobooks
you
on
yelling at me about what a
1.3.
fuck-up Toph was.
They read too slow
I've
for me.
racked my brain about this. I mean,
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm
Especially,
calling you
I
because
listened to
keep
Algo
thinking
Speak
about it.
by
I can't
the
remember how
etymology
it
nerd.
changed so fast.
And he
I
he
think
narrated his
wanted
audiobook
to
so
say it.
like a normal
I think that
person,
you
and
were
his
waiting for any opportunity
YouTube
to
shorts
say
are
it.
so
No
fast.
matter what I had
So I
said,
had to
we were
speed
going
up
to
so it
argue
sounded
about
like
Toph
him.
right then and there.
I was
Even if I had shut
talking
my lip and
about
said
this
nothing
with,
at all,
with
let some idiot blather
Colin
on the
there
TV
in
about
chat,
politics.
I was
he
talking
would
with
have
him
found
once
a way
about
to
how his
weasel it in there.
videos they
You
make
were
I have to
dying
slow them down,
to
otherwise
say
they
it.
stress me out so much
And I
because of the
was
pace
dying
and
to
like the
fight
sort
you.
of frenetic energy that we
I knew what you thought of
talk.
Toph.
Yeah, and
It gives
sometimes
me
he has
so much
something
anxiety.
complicated to
Something I
say, and
knew
he's just
that
like,
we
"Did you
were
know that
going
this
to
word means
fight.
this and this, and
I
because of
wanted
this,
to
and
get
when
Like,
we
I
talk
feel
about
like
this,
I'm
we're
being
actually talking
shouted
about this."
I wanted to tell you off because I knew how long you had felt that way. Even when we were all in the house together, I had to protect him from you. Pathetic
poor
middle
Toph.
brother envy, like you were the goddamn character in a sitcom.
So this is
Boo-hoo.
this
He
is
stole
based
your
on a
attention away
file
from you.
that Mike
You weren't the
got. It's so
baby
funny
anymore,
to think
and you
about
spilled
what
out on his
the
grave.
file
Really getting into
says.
Decades to get over yourself. I got
And
over
he
you
comes
being
out
born
after
just
this
fine
like,
if
oh
you hadn't
man, that was
noticed.
a great monologue. Can I keep this for next
So
audition?
Topher was dead, unmistakably dead.
According
and you
to
had the
Voz,
audacity to tell me that he didn't
people
make
who
enough of
binge
himself?
listen at
What the
1.5
fuck does
times
that
speed
mean,
come to
Brendan?
my episode
That he
chat
never rose to the prestigious
Discord
rank of
to ask
insurance
what
salesman
happened in
like
the
yourself
season.
before he died. That he only had one messy divorce and not two. There was a
I
lot
mean,
about making it in
what
the world.
happened?
why is Matt
Middle
why is
child
Matt
that you didn't get
alive?
to teach him.
Yeah, how
What a
did Matt come
crying
back?
fucking
Who
shame.
was on the phone?
Maybe he made out better than both of us. He lived in a dingy, dimly lit apartment doing God knows, but
I will say at
probably more free
1.3
time
times
than either of
speed,
us will
some
see in
of
our
the
lives,
songs
and
in my
exited
show
before he could die from
fucking
whatever heart
slap.
disease will kill the two of us when we turn 60, just like it did Dad and Grandpa. And I'm mad
Yeah, we
now.
found-
You
we
probably
found-
noticed, but I
we
was so
found
mad then that I
out,
didn't
like,
even get to
sort of the
articulate
reverse
any of
when
that while you were
you have,
shouting
like,
at me. All I
put
could
a
do was
vinyl
throw
on.
the
I was
remote
like,
at the
oh,
TV.
we're on the wrong RPM.
Those new flat screens break so
I
easy.
listened
How was I
to
supposed know?
Person
I
Pitch
didn't
by
mean to
Panda
break it,
Bear.
but I also didn't mean to not throw the
at,
remote at it either.
Too slow.
Then I stood up
like at
because it felt like
33
all my
instead of
muscles were
45.
contracting at once. And then you stood up because I
and
stood up.
The first
And
time I
guess
listened
that's
to it,
where
I
the
was
real fighting
like,
started.
"Oh, I guess
I
it
was
sounds like
so
this now."
ready to
I guess
fight.
it's very
Mom,
experimental.
just
I was
God,
it was
Dad
like it was
dead
too slow.
And wasn't there to see us. Thank God Toph was dead. Thank God nobody knows what happened in that house that night between the
Nobody
two of us.
knows what happened.
Nobody
Thank God
knows.
my wife bought the story.
Nobody.
And I threw
Oh
my
my
back
God.
out trying to move.
There's
Toph's
gonna be like
out
a
of his
big
apartment
reveal
before we
in
had to
this
pay another
season
month's
where it
rent.
turns out that nobody. One of
Didn't
these
help the
actually
next
did
morning
mean
that I actually
nobody,
did have
like
to
that
move
nobody.
fucking fridge.
But it was just like
My back still
a
isn't
nobody
right
at
again
random
yet, by
from the
way.
script.
I mean, where do you get off shoving your brother onto the ground flat on his back? Fucking asshole.
throw darts at a pinboard
We're
type
getting
thing.
old, Brendan. I don't heal up after a night's rest anymore. We're getting old. And
I
we're
don't know
starting
what
to
was
draw
going
mood.
on
This
with
was
me.
the
My
second
February
funeral.
album writing
There are
month
going
from
to be
this
more,
year
and they're going to
was
have
all
shorter
about
and
me
shorter
having
breaks
chronic
between them for the
pain.
next
Where's
25
what
years
was
until our
going
heart
on
give
with
out, and
me.
we are the funerals that get shorter and shorter.
Well,
for
we all
someone
know that
else.
once you hit your 30s,
And then we're the ones that people
it's
are
not
arguing wasted their
30
entire
flirty
lives,
and
not doing
thriving,
much
none
of
it.
anything.
It's 30
And
hurting
then we're the
and
ones whose
surviving.
entire lives are
Yeah,
scrutinized
but
as people
I don't
who
feel
don't know
that
us
way
as well as they
now,
thought
and
we
I'm
did, pour
older.
over everything in our houses
Maybe you've just
after
got
we're
used to
gone.
it.
And you think that you're any different?
Maybe I have better
slowed
sleep
down to
hygiene.
the
I think
max.
sleep hygiene has a lot to do with it.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
that would
Topher
go
was
too.
up to.
That's why my mom's
Kate
so
said
worried
that she
about
thought
you.
that he got involved in a mob. Or
No, I mean like
something.
how
A man
I
that
sleep.
she did not know
but-
existed until
The fuck does
today.
she know?
I mean
I've
like
never seen the message
how I
in my
sleep.
entire life. What could she
Or it
know
could
about
also
whatever
be
he
that
was doing?
since,
It's not like he was
Riga
inviting her to
gets you
participate in his
exercising
life.
more as well.
He hated that
Riga
woman.
exercise, and also
Probably
I had
more
a,
than she
I-
deserved, but that
I still
doesn't
had
matter now.
Sparkplug, my cat,
And maybe he was
and
involved
yeah.
in some
she would
bad
make me.
stuff.
I had to sleep on
Maybe
my back,
his apartment was made
and
up
I had
to
to
look like a
sleep
freak
with like
accident.
my legs like in
But
like
people
a
die from CO2 poisons all
diamond
the
shape
time.
because she
Their
wanted to
houses
lay
fill up with
between my
their
like
sleep and
between
makes
my
them drowsy,
knees,
and it doesn't have
and
an
I
odor
wake
to
up
the
and
scent. You never
my
wake up.
hips would
Maybe
hurt
that's what
so
happened to
bad.
Oh my
Maybe
god,
someone
you
made
love
that
that.
happen to Toph. It seems like something that would be pretty easy to rig up. If you wanted
Riga
to make
just
someone
lays her
never
head
wake
against
up
my
again.
legs.
It definitely felt wrong. It felt wrong from a mile away. Before I got the call, something felt wrong. Before I could have known anything at all. When I was
He
at
was a
work
friend
that
of
day,
mine
minding
in
my own
the
business,
parkour
not having
community when
spoken
I
to
was
Toph for
staying
weeks,
with her
Mom called my cell phone,
during
and
one of our
before she
national
could even get
gatherings.
the words out
It was
through
the
all
first
the
time I'd
wailing,
stayed
I
at their
knew
house. I
that it
met
was
the little
Topher.
kitten for the first time. She was
I knew
6
that
months
she
old
wasn't
at the
calling
time.
to say that he
I woke
was
up in the middle of the
hurt.
night because I was sleeping on a
knew
mattress. That was
before
all
I
before. I woke up in
answered
the
that
middle
she
of the
was
night to find the
calling to
kitten
tell me
curled
that
up
Topher
between my
was
knees, and I was like,
capital D,
"Oh,
dead.
I love you."
What the fuck does that say about me? That I knew what was going to happen? What sort of bizarre, cursed psychic am I? Why can't I ever predict something useful? Like that my little brother is going to fuck my back up after the funeral if I throw the remote at the TV. That would have made getting up in the morning easier. But no, I am not privy to that sort of information. I am only privy to hurting before I get the chance to be told what I am hurting about. To maximize how long I get to hurt. To spend a longer time
This is
taking
really
painful
getting into
things
the
to my
emotional bleed.
grave with me.
The
To
Evans
increase the
family
weight
was
a
really
little bit
fucked up,
more
huh?
than it had to be increased.
Yeah.
That's what I get for being a
Mikey
psychic.
comes out at the end of this after going, "Oh my god, Jesus."
Maybe
No
Toph
wonder,
did
no
have
wonder he
some
turned out
dark
the way he
shit
did.
going
Jeez.
on.
No wonder
I
he
didn't
decided
poke
to go
around on
back
his computer too
cannibal.
much out of respect for his privacy.
I just played Hangman. I just played
think that anyone
Woe.Begone,
looking at a
Hangman,
dead
and
relative's
lost because the
computer is
word
bound
was
to find
Woe.Begone.
something they don't want to find. And if you don't want to find something,
Damn.
don't go looking for it. Toph is not coming back to explain himself.
I wonder
He is dead.
Does
It does not
Toph
matter.
know about that?
What
Does
I saw
Toph
while I was
know
closing
about how much
everything and shutting everything
Mikey?
down
No,
was
hang on. Let me start again.
strange.
Does
I didn't
Toph
understand
know
it.
how
It looked
much
like it might have
Mikey
been some
knows about
deep web
his
stuff,
past
crypto
family
or
life
whatever.
now? Like,
I think
Never
he has
understood
to,
any of that
right?
shit. Unless something on there proved that someone killed him and who it was,
'Cause,
so that I could
like,
return the favor. There's nothing on the
he knows
computer
that he
for
like,
me,
he's like,
for
"Oh
either
yeah,
of us.
played the
Whatever
game,
he was
brought
up
you
to
back,"
before he
but
died
it's also
doesn't
like,
matter. It isn't our business.
I don't know,
It
he
doesn't
didn't
change anything.
necessarily go
And
into
so
the
I
details
destroyed
of
the
it.
computer. Beat
Because,
that fucker with a
like the
sledgehammer
most
until it was
maybe he
shards
would
of
have been
metal
like,
and
"Oh yeah, I
plastic.
told you,
Good
brother,
fucking
pretending
bye.
to be your
Would I have
brother."
done it if I knew that it was
but
going to make
not
you
on the deep.
furious with me?
No, no, no.
Yes, of course I would.
Jim is saying that
What
they
did you even
redeemed
want that was on
Riga
that computer?
treat.
Proof that
I
he
didn't
was a
see it, but
bad
I
guy?
trust you.
Yeah, that's it. Somehow your
They
opinion wasn't
did
low enough.
shortly after you
You
came,
wanted to
or
twist the
shortly
knife just
after
a
you
little
came
bit
back.
further into your
Okay,
dead
I
brother.
don't.
You wanted proof he was an awful
My
person.
my
who was into
remembering
weird
what
shit
happened
because
5
you
minutes
wanted
ago is sort of
vindication
challenged right
for how
now.
you
So
treated him his entire life. It certainly wasn't to hold him accountable. He's fucking dead. And you didn't hate him
Oh,
because he was a
there's
bad
something
guy.
about that
You
that
hated him
delivery
long
of that
before he
line.
got a chance to be a bad guy.
yeah,
He
Scratches
never
the
got a
I feel like I
chance
do
with
this
you.
so much better now.
You know that. You know that, and it makes you feel
Your
like
own
an
worst
asshole.
critic.
Riga.
I wonder why.
Oh,
Maybe it's because you're a
oh.
fucking asshole. I would smash the computer all over again in a heartbeat. I would smash it with you watching me. I would get in that fight all over with you again with a smile on my face.
Yo.
So I guess I need to circle
So
back around to
gentle.
why I called you. I feel like I've
Precious
been
little
talking into your voicemail for forever at this point.
I still remember. Was
Why
it
I
that
called
one?
started out
There was
open-ended.
one
I just wanted
Boris.
to talk about Topher.
Boris? No, one
Now I have
Bruno
talked about
dialogue
Topher, and
that
that
you
means that
recorded that
certain
you were just talking
possibilities
to
have been
Riga.
excluded as
Can
conclusions
you
to
shake?
this message.
Can you shake?
Oh
No
yeah.
matter which way you slice it, I am not over anything. My
I
face
also
is
confuse
red.
Boris
I
and
can feel
Bruno
it without
all the
looking in
time.
mirror. My blood pressure is not
Thank
under
God.
control. My doctor's mad at me because I eat like shit, but what can you do? The point is, I'm still mad.
You could
I'm
eat
still as mad
better.
as the night that we fought. I'm still mad that Toph is dead.
Just a
I'm still mad at
suggestion.
how you responded. Sometimes it erupts out of me when I'm in the middle of something else, and I can't even tell why my body is choosing this opportunity to get angry. I got lunch yesterday and got angry when the cashier repeated my order back to me correctly. This has not been dealt with.
Damn.
It lingers in the back of my throat, waiting for the opportunity to breathe fire
You know
on
that it
anyone
has to be
unlucky
like
enough to talk to me.
it's not even in the file
Part of that is the
anymore.
result of my
It's
little
just
brother who's dead.
Mikey.
He was never coming back to life.
He's just
But
riffing.
part of it is from the other little brother who for some reason thinks this whole situation is fucking below him. It wouldn't be
okay if it was, but that
Because
makes it
it's-
so
Oh,
much fucking
God.
worse. So I called to tell you that I don't forgive you.
Say that thing.
There, that's me. That's me throwing the remote again. I don't care anymore. There isn't any way to extinguish this, so at least let me have a release valve.
I don't forgive you. I
It's
don't
such like
envision
it's
a
a
path to
great
forgiveness.
episode in terms
I'm never
of like
going to sit
when
in a
you
room with a
when
shrink
you
and talk about these shitty
imagine it
feelings
from being
and
the
find my
point from
softness
actually
or what
being
the
the
fuck
point
ever.
of Donnie
I'm
Evans.
going to die not
But when you
forgiving
think about
and when they
it
find me dead
being
on the
Mikey,
floor of
it's
a
like,
heart attack
I'm
when I'm
threading
60,
back
you can tell everyone else that
an
I never
anecdote
really
about
amounted to
being at
much.
the coffee shop
Because
and
none
putting
of
in
us did.
another reference to
And
throwing
if
the
you
remote
live
against
long
the
enough
TV.
that no one's able to
It's
say
like,
that about
this
you at your
is the
funeral,
theater, man.
that's
Did you
just
do
too
theater at
fucking
school?
lucky,
Did
isn't
you
it?
do theater at high school, Mikey?
I like thinking
That's
about
it.
whichever
That's what I
Ty
called to
had
say.
to write this script.
Voss asks, is this Mikey attempting a hint of a Boston accent? And the answer is kind of. Just like trying to like
scene.
trying to like
That was
voice him
fun.
differently.
You guys like that? That was fun. I got really emotional. I got
Because
like,
it was meant to
actually
be
emotional.
like mechanically
how
there
was
was meant
that?
to be some kind of voice
I
change.
mean,
or
I don't
something,
actually
wasn't
know
it?
any of Cannonball's family, so I went
let's-
with the notes that you gave me. I hope that was all right. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? It's not like Brennan or whoever is going to see it. I mean, I assume.
Brennan.
John never got the voicemail
It's not like
that I left for him
Brendlin is
because that
ever
voicemail
gonna
never
see it.
existed.
So
So it
was
doesn't
Br- was
matter.
it
that some
Bren-
of the
was it
stuff made up,
Brendlin?
right? Like most of what I made up was Donnie's feelings, so it's not like they can check. My understanding is that the game runners won't know the difference, like the flinchite technology.
Cenotaph is
masking
playing
and
in
all
the
that.
background.
I mean, I stuck almost entirely to what
Hey.
you guys told me, so it should pass the smell test. It was a lot like my phone call. Like building and building until it went way off the rails. And by the time that I said that I didn't forgive him, I was starting to believe it. And then the waves of regret just make you feel all that much more manipulated until all of a sudden Matt's alive again.
Oh my goodness.
So
Maybe
we'll know in the
Mikey
morning
should
if
take
it
up
worked. That's when I knew
drama
after my
therapy.
first challenge. I woke up and it slowly dawned on me that Matt was back. So now Donnie
Matt's
goes to sleep
back?
and
Oh my
wakes up
God.
to discover that Cannonball is alive again, living his life from the time between the game runners killing him and
Be gone.
whatever time I'm in or whatever
5
time
cheers
you
for
sent
5
that
years.
to.
So Dionysus,
really-
thank you
I
for the
just need a
sub. Are you
briefing
Hunter?
from
I
when
always
you talk
forget
to
if
him.
you're Hunter or
I'm
not.
gonna need to
If you're
know how
not,
long
that's a
it's been when I
weird
go to
thing for
see
me
him.
to say.
I mean, I know that's against protocol.
Sage says Matt's back.
You
How
better
does
set
that
me up
happen?
Really nice after this.
Oh my God.
Donnie Evans is about
It's
to
a
need to go out to the
mystery.
real world and start the bloodshed. That means that I still need to make it look like I'm living a normal ass fucking life in the suburbs.
Ryan just wakes
Sorry.
up and his,
I'm still coming out of the
pictures on his
character. I was doing
phone
sort of like a
of
take no
Cannibal's
prisoners
dead body
guy
are gone. He's like,
who
oh
swears a
man.
whole fucking lot at his asshole brother. I mean, that's sort of the impressions I got from your notes. Anyway, the second challenge requires a video, which means it will need to look like I am in a house in order to sell that I am a real person. I'm sure that
Matt's back, I heard
costuming or
Python.
whoever
Yeah,
will
I
make
think
sure that I
what
look
we
like
all
I'm
learned
supposed
here
to.
is that Dylan
All of
really
the
needs
rest
to
of
learn
the
how to
challenges
enunciate
involve going
because
out
when
in
he
a way
says
that I can't
Matt,
do if I'm
he
stuck
sounds
here
an
in a
awful lot
flinchite
like
compound.
Python.
That's my expert opinion, by the way. Unless you have some disposable
To be
police
clear, you all
officers
say
around.
Python weird.
It's not like you have to let me out.
All
from
the
here.
non-Americans say
You can still
Python
keep
weird.
all eyes on
Python?
me. I'm only asking for somewhere to lay my head at night.
The
Because Donnie
list
fucking
of
Evans over
words
here is about to have
that
to
I
cut his
have
fucking
of
left arm off at the
like,
shoulder, you know.
slang that either does not exist and that I cannot use and taken Woe.Begone ad-libs, or just like, oh, they say that differently. What do you mean you pronounce Louis like Lewis?
Python
I
is
had
skinny pythons.
I had the first instance of me using what I didn't know was an Irish phrase that I picked up in college at work, and everyone's just like, what are you talking about? And I was like, you know, you got given out to, you got yelled at. They're like, what is this?
Wait, what was the slang?
The phrase is like, if you're given out to, it means like you're being like chastised or yelled at.
Oh,
So I was
I mean,
like, oh yeah, you got
like
given out to
getting
by
a telling
our
off.
manager.
I mean, that seems straightforward to me.
That's what I thought
this
too, and
quiz
everyone was
just-
looking at me like I was insane.
Yeah, apparently, I learned the other day that yonks
Walters,
is
the
apparently
Woe.Gone
not
boy.
universal.
Not available.
So,
At the tone, please record
adding
your
that to the
message. When you finish
list.
recording, you may
Ugh.
hang up or press 1 for more options.
Snaps his left arm
Whoa,
off
be
at
gone.
the shoulder.
Press 5.
Yonk, Yes, it means
Hey
like a
guys,
long
I hope you're all
time.
enjoying season 4 so far.
I
If you
haven't
like the
seen
show,
you in
should consider
yonks.
supporting it on Patreon at patreon.com/woe_begone.
Oh god, what do you mean you
There
don't
is a
say
monthly
telling off? Oh
Q&A
my
going up
god.
at the end of the month for $2 patrons, so now would be a good time to ask me anything. Not to mention
about getting
episode
a hiding?
instrumentals, soundtrack albums, a Diary of Eliza Schultz spin-off podcast, director's commentary, and more.
Ethan
Thanks to my
Norris,
10
I'm
newest patrons,
very
Morgan
American, and
Jackson,
I say
Arena,
telling people
Isabel
off all the
Wilson,
time.
Rowan,
So I'm like, I don't know what's
Marn
happening
S,
anymore.
Jasmine, Ray, Rick Platinum, and Monica
get
Quirk
scared.
for supporting the show.
It's like,
Enjoy.
what else is alive?
Warning, this episode contains violent themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Oh my god, violence? In my Woe.Begone?
The first challenge
Damn.
went off without a hitch.
More
The
like
first
anything.
challenge always goes off without a hitch. That's the point of the first challenge. It is designed to hook you in. The only difference this time was that we were introducing deception into the equation
I
in
lived
order
in
to
Ireland
manipulate
for
the game.
3 years.
I
That's
was
why
nervous
this
about
happened.
this. It introduced an element of unpredictability into a situation that I was otherwise able to predict fairly well. The Flinchites wouldn't elaborate on what they meant when they said that they were going to use technology to disguise my voice as Donnie Evans. I didn't get to hear what that sounded like. To me, it sounded like Mike Walters leaving a message on Cannonball's voicemail. Had Ryan regained and maintained control of Woe.Begone since the moment that I
split
Oh,
on
and
handed
also
episode
it's
one?
not
What do you mean
the,
episode one speedrunning, Hunter?
expletive
That
into
didn't happen.
Artemis Fowl.
Whatever they did to disguise me as Cannonball's brother had worked. I completed the first challenge. I was Donnie Evans, for all intents and purposes,
Damn.
for the length of this game of Woe.Begone, however long that might be. I was playing Woe.Begone again.
Again.
It was 5 hours and 58 minutes between the time that I finished the phone call and the time that the Flinchites were able to confirm that the first challenge prize had been delivered. Normally, this happens overnight. The phone call is made in the middle of the night, the player goes to sleep, and they wake up into their new reality. The new reality, with a living Cannonball in it, was confirmed by observing the existence of documents that were proof of Cannonball's death, namely an obituary in the paper and a publicly available death certificate. Cannonball had officially never
And all the
died.
pictures from Ryan's
I was
phone.
quite relieved to hear that. Though I resented my participation in Woe.Begone and how he had manipulated
Starts
me
yelling
to do
at,
things for the sake
at
of
the
the
sky.
game.
No,
I couldn't
put him
help but be
back!
more sympathetic towards him, as I had time to reflect on who he was and what his role in Woe.Begone actually was. He wasn't a game runner, he was a pawn. The things that happened to me were not his fault, at least in the
I do
broad
have to say
strokes,
that whenever
though he
there
may have
is an
facilitated
instance
many of
of
them,
Woe.Begone
he
being
hardly knew
played
what he was
again,
doing.
or being, like,
The
the
file
rules
about
being
him and his
rehashed
family
again,
that the
it's like,
Flinchites gave me to
it's a
reference to
good,
my phone call elicited
like,
some sympathy as well.
reference point,
He was a
like,
black
with,
sheep youngest brother who was struggling to thrive
like,
on his own as an artist
inside
and came from a
Tifu
family that couldn't even
type
find
deal.
itself the
Yeah.
ability to be
Bad
fully supportive
brain
even after
moment.
he had died.
It's just
The
like
situation was
a nice
bleak.
little
It was no surprise that he had found himself in a dark
reiteration,
place, talking to
rehash.
shady
No,
people
not
like
rehash.
Ryan.
Like a reminder.
Not to
of-
brag,
of-
but I'm something of a murderer myself.
Yeah,
It
it's
would
a
be
good little
hypocritical
reminder.
of me to come down too
Yeah.
harshly on him. So I suppose it's time to put my forgiving
some-
money
some
where
people
my mouth
don't
is,
like it.
considering how I eulogized him when Ryan told me that he had died. It's only fair to feel the same
Cowardly.
way now that he is alive again.
I will say
that
that
Cannonball
because
was my
I
choice for a first
caught up
challenge
with
prize. Actually,
episodes
it's
in a
more
very
complicated than that.
backwards
Playing
roundabout way.
Woe.Begone this
I was
time,
listening
know,
forward
of
at the
course,
same
that
time
the
as I
first
went
challenge
back
is
and
actually a
listened to the
setup for
start
the
again when I
fourth
first
challenge.
came in, because
Whoever
I
is
hadn't
brought back
listened
by
to
the
any
first
episodes
challenge is
before
to
I
be
started
killed
as
during
the
the
person.
fourth challenge.
So I was listening
That
to like
means that it is
episodes
inadvisable, to say the
101
least, to choose
onwards
someone you are
at the same
incredibly
time as
fond of.
going back
There is
to
always
the
the
first
possibility that
season.
you will find an opportunity
And
to counteract the fourth
like
challenge.
it
I
was
able
it
to
was
ensure
good
Matt's
being able to
continued
compare
existence. Personally,
like
I'm
how
being
Jam
kept
was
alive
describing the start of
by
things. 'Cause
someone,
yeah, it
somehow,
it was a nice way to catch up
question
quick
mark.
in a way.
That only eats at me a little bit every day. I mean, it doesn't feel like someone's coming to kill me any more than usual.
I've now
There are
listened
more
to
important
season
things
1
eating
like
me.
4
I think Mystery
times
Hunter
within
had
the
the least
past
traumatic
year.
scenario, bringing back his
Just
mother who was
getting
frail and
other
dying.
people to
He got
listen
see
to
her
it,
again,
and
but her
every
days were
time I'm
numbered
like,
with or without Woe.Begone, so it was still a profound loss, but one that was going to happen.
Oh,
If
that
it were too
thing.
good to be true, then at least he only ended up back where he started. Everything still gets wrapped up with a nice little bow. At least with Cannonball, I was
I will
not
also admit that
profoundly concerned
because
with the idea of
I
having to kill him to
speedran
complete the fourth
the
challenge.
back
I could provide
number of
another eulogy if
seasons
need
to
be.
catch up because I speedran it so fast.
The
There was a
idea to
lot of
choose
stuff that I
Cannonball was the result of
forgot
several interviews
that I
I
had
did
to
with the
do
Flinchites
another
inside
full
of the
re-listen
Flinchite
to
compound.
properly.
I say
It's like,
interview
oh yeah,
because
that
they don't like
thing.
the word interrogation. The reality is somewhere in between the two ideas. Ty was my handler, so he was in charge of getting everything that I know out of me. After he broke the bad news to me that I would be playing Woe.Begone again, I was incentivized to use my expert judgment to recommend a course of action to ensure that the operation went smoothly. I was to infiltrate Woe.Begone and get
What
the
is this
information
word?
by pretending
This
to be the
happened
game
last
as a new
year. I
player.
did this last year and I
Everything
got
would
stuck
have to
on
be
this
coordinated
word.
to maximize the amount of information that I could obtain.
Even
What
if
does
you
this
After
want
choosing a
to
first
act
prize
in
that would have
my
some
best
utility to the operation,
Best
someone who could help us
interest.
uncover the inner machinations of the Woe.Begone
then you'll
machine.
get fooled.
oh, wow,
well,
you did
you'll
get
After
get
deliberating
fooled.
with Ty, Cannonball, real name
But
Topher
you'll
Evans,
get
was the
it's
ideal
like-
candidate for a first prize.
I don't
He
know.
was,
Whatever
most importantly,
lyric
dead.
is
I should know
believed to
this.
be it is not it.
Goddamn.
He was also someone who was, quote, high up in the original structure of Woe.Begone, Woe.Begone presumably being an operation of 2 people while he was working for
It just
Ryan.
goes mumble,
So
mumble,
about as high up as you can
mumble.
go without being the ringleader.
Do ya?
Ryan did not seem to be an option for this task for whatever reason, though I took it to mean that he is still alive. Cannonball was alive during the time period that Ryan lost the game and someone else took over, which was an important area of study that the Flinchites were looking for more information about. And he was, again, a lot of presumptions here, likely killed by the faction that took over Woe.Begone after Ryan. At least that's what Ryan led me to believe when we met in person. It was decided. I was the expert. I was the only one with enough
Ryan
experience.
lost
It
the
sounds
game.
like you're
Oh
the
my
expert,
God.
It was my
Mark.
professional opinion that Cannonball should be the prize. And it was the Flinchites' opinion
That's
that
from
I
the
should be the one to
room.
show up to his apartment unannounced, looking for those important clues that he might have.
You're tearing me
This
apart.
is Woe.Begone.
Apparently, Tommy Wiseau decided instead of filming on some kind of location, he would spend millions of dollars on having a green screen Manhattan skyline.
Yeah, but they
Oh,
set the
that's
green screen up
such a-
outside, so they didn't even get like the lighting.
Jesus Christ.
So costly. Like, oh, crazy now.
It's not the Manhattan skyline; it's the San Francisco skyline, and they were in San
Oh, my bad.
Francisco.
That's crazy.
Good lord. Oh, Manhattan Skyline's a song. Maybe that's why I said that.
I didn't want to go to
'Cause,
Cannonball's apartment.
Kings of Convenience.
I had been there before, and that was not a fond memory of mine.
Because
I had yet to
he
be
just
humbled by
moved
the
to
enormity
San
of what I
Francisco and
didn't
didn't know
understand back then.
anybody, and
I
he
thought that
saw
Cannonball
Lisa,
was
and she was
there,
so
and I thought that all they had to do was
beautiful.
whack him over the head, and I would have some answers. That concept
seen
is
that
so
movie
distant
many
from my current
times.
self that it doesn't even feel like me when I try to remember it. I was so naive.
Do you go to
There wasn't even
the?
a
Do they do
bear back
screenings
then.
in your area where you have to?
Not in my
go,
area, but I have been
Not
to
go back,
2.
though. The Flinchites were not going to
Hey.
let me leave without
With the
using
cutlery
me
and
for all
all?
I was worth.
And
I'd
I've
already
met
started the
Tommy
game.
Hell
These are my
and
next
Greg.
instructions. It did beat the
Oh,
alternative instructions, though, which were
Damn.
to proceed immediately with the second
Dylan, I
challenge.
say this is so much
I didn't
love.
allow myself
This
to think
makes
about
a lot
the
of
second
sense.
challenge. I had already received the instructions for
Oh,
the second
you mean that
challenge
the
from
scene
Woe.Begone.
where
I was waiting
where
for
Mike
you
is
whenever
like,
I was ready.
"Do you understand
I did
live?
not feel that I was ever
Do
going
you?"
to be ready. The
You
point
are
of this
tearing me
reconnaissance mission
apart,
was to get
Lisa.
information about Ryan, how he operated Woe.Begone,
Why are
and
you
where
so
he operated it
hysterical?
from, how he lost control of it, and what Cannonball knew about the new game runners,
God.
and anything that happened after that. A secondary objective was to prod Cannonball into talking about aspects of the situation that we did not know, since that was a large and elusive category for us. The Flinchites were doing their own reconnaissance in addition to this, that I was not allowed to know the particulars of, but a first-hand account from Cannonball had the potential to help them out
so yes,
immensely.
for the
That is how I ended
uninitiated,
up on Cannonball's
the
familiar
room
doorstep.
has
I was,
a
of course, placed on said
shot.
doorstep
I'm not
through
going to bother
abrupt,
the scene where
disorienting,
it
and
just
uncomfortable time
there's
travel
a shot
in
of
true Flinchite
cutlery,
fashion.
and if you're at a
waited
screening
for my
of the
stomach to
room, it
settle,
is
took a deep
tradition to
breath,
throw
knocked on the
plastic
door.
cutlery at the screen when the
Nothing.
scene when the
For a moment,
shot
I thought I
comes
had the
up.
wrong address.
I think it's
It
a
had been
picture
few
that came
months
with
since
the
last
picture
time that I was
frame.
here, I think. It was possible that Cannonball had moved.
Damn.
I could be knocking on a stranger's door. I was relying entirely on the Flinchites' information, and they seemed to believe that he still lived in the same place. I briefly wondered about what would
There's
happen
something
if we
so
couldn't find the guy that I
free-flowing
brought back to
about
life.
the early
The Flinchites wouldn't
seasons
be
where I
happy with
didn't
me,
have
that was
any
certain.
idea what I was
It
doing.
would certainly put a wrench in future challenges.
I'm just
They
thinking
could
about
try to
how we
track him
get. I
down.
know what's about
If
to
I were
happen
him, I would
and how we
consider
get from
being
here.
anywhere
Like
besides the apartment where
everything
Woe.Begone
that
was
happens going
orchestrated,
forward just sort of
especially after Ryan lost
flows
control
out
the game.
of.
It was inviting trouble from anyone.
It's like,
that knew that he
oh,
was
and then
there.
they go and
Me,
do
for
this, but
instance.
then
That's probably how
Cannonball
he ended up dead in the
steps
first
in,
place.
and then he
A
takes
minute or
over.
two went by. I tried knocking again to no avail. I was still standing outside of Cannonball's apartment, wondering if this whole operation was about to go south.
Is this the one where he goes inside
Cannonball
and
was
falls
my idea.
asleep?
It was the idea that we all agreed on after I laid out everything.
You know
that
what
had
I'm
happened
talking
and
about,
given
or is
my
that a
expert
different
opinion.
thing?
It may have been more trouble than it was worth.
Oh god,
We could have picked
was-
some
I
nobody,
mean,
and we
it
wouldn't
could
have gotten
also
any
be the
useful
one
information, but we wouldn't be
where he
wasting our
goes
time
in and
either.
just
Whatever it means to waste time time
Bonk.
in this scenario. Anxiously, I tried in vain to look through the peephole in his door. As expected, all I could see was obliquely reflected light. It was while I was pressed up to the door, failing to see inside of Cannonball's apartment, that I felt something press firmly into my back. Don't
there we
turn
go.
around, a voice said. I attempted to remain calm. Topher, I greeted him. It's been too long. It really hasn't, he said. So I don't know what it feels like to have a gun.
No,
pressed up
the
against
Long
my
time
back,
no
I said.
see.
Is it
Nope.
something like this? Sorry, I don't have much feeling in my back these days, so you're actually lucky that I noticed. Something exactly like this, he said. Stay still while I get the door open. Eyes forward. He unlocked the door, presumably with his hand that also wasn't holding the gun.
I
and led
noticed
me
recently
inside.
that my mattress
Sit. He pointed his finger
sagged more
past me so that I
towards
could see it from
one end
behind
than
me,
the other, and
toward a
now I'm
wooden
just
chair
like,
in the
oh
center of the
no,
room.
do I have to
Hands behind your back,
layer
behind
on
the
a
chair.
bunch of
I did as I
boxes
was
or something
told.
onto
As I
me
turned around to
to
sit in the
make
chair,
up
I could
for
see
the
that Cannonball
sag?
was, in fact, pointing a gun at me.
My back!
Up until
No
that point, he
wonder.
could have been bluffing. Cannonball picked up some rope and bound my hands behind the back of the chair. Put your legs against the legs of the chair. If you kick me, I will become much less friendly, he instructed me. I complied.
Me, I'll
I
become
wasn't
much
trying to
less
get myself
friendly.
killed by Cannonball. Not after all that I've been through.
I can hear
Oh,
that.
this is
Pathetic way to
friendly?
go
This
after
is
all that had
friendly?
happened to
Okay.
me, after all the people infinitely more powerful than Cannonball had their shot at me. Once the tying was done, he stood up and faced me. Looks like you were expecting me, I said. Not at all, Cannonball replied. I was sitting here in my living room, minding my own business, watching TV, when I heard the knock on the door.
Watching
When I saw who
TV?
it was,
What
I
year
grabbed
is
my
it?
gun, found some rope to tie you up with, and went down the fire escape and back into the building. I'm playing it by ear. Oh, well, kudos, I guess, I said. Light on your feet. Are you gonna, you know, shove a sock in your mouth? No, we're going to talk, he
forgot.
replied. Oh, good, I said. That's why I'm here, too.
It's
Since
very.
we both want the
Don't
same
ever
thing,
get
he could,
ideas from
hide me.
movies
Not
that
a
like
chance,
if
he
you
said.
ever kidnap
Worth a
someone
shot.
and you shouldn't, and I disavow.
Where's Ryan? What did you do
But
with
if you
him?
ever do,
Cannonball
don't
asked.
shove a sock in their mouth.
Me?
It's
I shot back.
dangerous.
Why would I know anything?
The thing that I learned
Went to
from
meet
shoving
with
a
you at the
sock in my
Area
own
51
mouth
place,
is
and no one
thank
ever
God it
saw
was
him.
me.
Oh,
He
God.
said.
Because
He told you that
it
he was
was
coming to
like
meet with
it was
me?
so
I asked.
uncomfortable, and like I could
Everything was
easily
different
see
now.
myself
Cannonball had been
choking
dead when
if
Ryan
I
had
wasn't
initially met with
Yeah.
me.
in control.
It's just
It was the last thing he ever
suffocation
told
because
me.
it's just
He had a
it's just
plan to get
dry.
the game
Just
back.
dry.
Yeah,
You were at that
suffocation,
government
no
facility,
breathing.
The one that blew up. He was going to
to
use you to
quote
get Woe.Begone back, and then you
Papa
killed him.
Roach.
I could hear him gritting his teeth. I absolutely did not.
And if you're gonna
Not
have
because I
fun
feel any
times,
fondness
you
for
need
him,
a
but
drop
why would I?
object
He didn't have
because
any
you can't
power.
have a
He
safe
wasn't in
word
control of Woe.Begone.
if you're gonna
He
have a
didn't
sock in
any
your
power
mouth.
to gain from killing him. And why would you care? That guy didn't care whether you lived or died at all, I said. He made fun of me for keeping you
You
alive
could
last
also
time I
use a
was in this
series
apartment.
Of, like tapping.
I care, he
That's
said, because if there is
and
going to be
regular
time
chickens,
travel,
very
then I would like
important.
to be one
And
of the people
regular
who was
chickens.
closest to it.
Safe,
Ryan
sane,
was
and
the key to
consensual.
all of that. He knew how it worked, and I didn't. All I had to do was run his shitty little game for him. I did all the easy stuff, played stupid, and kept my head down. And as a reward, I was on the cusp of getting everything that I ever wanted. And I let
God,
him
I
out of my
kind of
sight for a
love
second, and
Cannibal
his
so
fucking
much. He's
scruff
so
date kills him out in the middle of nowhere.
He's
He told me that if he didn't come back to take that as proof that
he's not even a
Michael
little
Walters
guy, but he's
killed
a skunk. He's a
I didn't kill
skunkly
him.
redneck.
I had no reason to kill him.
Mhm.
I don't sound very
Skunkly is a good
convincing, but
word.
I didn't. Yes, he
Very
made me out there.
skunkly.
In fact, quite the opposite of killing him, I gave him everything that he wanted. And he tried to kill me
Big,
anyway for my trouble.
cat dunked in a
Something
bowl
doesn't
of
add up.
water.
I heard from him again after that. I
Vibes.
gave him the game back. Did you see him after that in the flesh? Cannonball asked.
But he's like the kind of cat that's like
No, but it was his
kind of like
phone.
they got muscle,
I worked with
right?
him twice, actually.
He's
He
skinny,
helped me
but
with
it's
some
like there's
codes
a
right
little
after he
muscle
visited me,
underneath.
and then after that, he led me through the steps to get the game back to him. I said. So you don't know that it was him, he said. Even if you weren't lying.
It feels like he interacts with Ryan
He hasn't
remotely
responded
a
since the
lot,
attack on
and
Old
it's
Brush
not
Valley.
Ryan.
You can't find anything on him after that point, I said.
Ryan doesn't even. Ryan don't got internet. Whoever Mikey's talking to is someone else.
People. We're trying to get to the bottom of what's going on. They're way more advanced than Ryan ever was. They're disguising me. I'm playing the game under an alias. I stopped short.
I'm kind
I
of the
almost told him
master
that
of
I'd saved his
disguise,
life.
like
I
the
couldn't
Dana
tell whether
Carvey
I'd
movie,
told
Master of
Cannonball that he was
Disguise.
a Woe.Begone prize was a wise idea right now. I didn't know how
haven't
he
thought
might
about
react.
Master of Disguise
I
in
held
such
my
a long
tongue.
time. Crazy
I'm
movie.
here on a mission from them. We want to know what
Weren't
happened
they
to Ryan
filming
too, I continued.
on
We wanna know how he lost the
9/11?
game in
Is
the
that?
first place.
Am
What
I
happened?
remembering that correctly?
You know, I thought it
Oh
was you
my
that took over
God.
the game,
I
he
do
said.
not know,
You
but
got
that
lucky and
feels
seized the
right to
opportunity,
me.
broke into his house and
let me
got
I'll
shot,
find
and then drew him
the
out once he found out where you were, and that's
anecdote.
when you made your move. Now that I see you in person again, I remember how pathetic you are.
Listen, the
A
energy
coward.
that film
You
has,
killed Ryan
yeah, I
like
believe
a
that they were
coward, but you
filmed
didn't
on.
changed the game for me. I mean, you wouldn't be in this mess if you had. Whoever it was broke into Ryan's house? I thought he said he had a failsafe, I said, trying to steer the conversation. He ignored me.
Dana Carvey confirmed viral story about observing moment of silence for 9/11 while dressed as the Turtle Man.
Kill me too. Is that it? Because I'm the only one left that knows what you did? No, I assured him, assuringly. He looked more volatile than he did when the conversation began, and this conversation began.
That's one way to never
I was
forget.
afraid of what he was convincing himself of.
True.
I didn't kill Ryan. I'm trying
Now
to figure
I'll
out what
never
happened.
forget for real.
He was not listening to me. And why should I believe you and not just beat you to death with an iron rod, huh? The evidence is not in your favor, he said.
Iron
half-shouting.
That
Because
had to
I'm
have been.
not
I had to have been
lying.
already doing the
Cannonball,
commentaries and
go
already
for it.
commenting on
Wait,
how
an
funny it
iron
was. I said
rod? You have a gun
iron
in your hand.
rod.
Why not use that? I asked. Because my walls are paper thin and I don't want the cops coming, he explained. Plus, that's what you did last time you were here. Oh, that makes sense, I said. I didn't come to kill you. Do I look prepared to kill you? He looked me up and down and thought for a moment. Then why the fuck are you here? I saw an opportunity to keep myself from getting killed, to alleviate his suspicions that I had killed Ryan, and it was a long shot, but it was the only weapon I had in my arsenal. Because you're my first challenge prize, I replied.
Damn.
I brought you back when I started the new game of Woe.Begone. Ryan told me that you were dead when he came and visited me. He showed me a picture of your corpse. He didn't seem to be too broken up about it. I brought you back because we thought that we could use you for information, which seems to be something of a bust. I let him process this for a moment before I continued. You are alive because of me. You're welcome, asshole. I had to pretend to be your stupid brother Donnie and leave you a fake voicemail to complete the challenge. I'm back in the game. Now are you going to tell me what I want to hear or not? Donnie, I was dead? He asked, still processing. The file said it was carbon monoxide poisoning, I said. The timing feels like it wasn't a coincidence. Whoever took the game from Ryan wanted you permanently out of the picture. We need to know what happened. Can you remember anything at all about what it was like after Ryan lost control? Cannonball was no
I'm just
longer
hearing my
listening to
line
me.
reads and thinking about
You're
the monologue, like compared to the
Woe.Begone,
monologues in this
he said.
season.
There was a flatness to his voice.
If you're
I've been
starting
really
an,
enjoying the monologues in this
This idea
season.
seemed
if
to
you're
make sense
starting
to me.
an audio
It explained why
drama,
Ryan was
you
missing
should
and he
know that you
wasn't.
don't have to get it perfect.
The people
Just
I work
start
for,
doing stuff.
I don't know what they're hoping to achieve exactly, but I do know
that
that they want to get
I don't
to
know.
the
I
bottom of
always hear
this.
all the
They
flaws
want to
when I
find the
listen
new game
to
runners and take whatever they have for
my
themselves,
own show.
I said. Cannonball had stopped listening to me. He stared into the middle distance for a second. Then, without saying a word, he briskly walked over
People
to the
don't
chair.
stare into the
He
middle
sat down
distance on my
in the
show
bedroom.
anymore
He
either,
did
by
not
the
need to
way.
tell me why he was suddenly taking a different course
Put her
of
on the
action.
blacklist.
He did not need to say out loud that if I was the one that brought him back to life, then I was the one who was going to eventually try to kill him. We both understood this. He took me into a
My
bedroom
friend
in the
at
back of
work
the
would always
apartment,
tell me
rummaged
that
through
she
a
was
drawer,
stopping to
and found a
stare into
sock
that
inside
sweet,
of it,
sweet
and
middle
jammed said
distance
sock into my
sometimes,
mouth
and I'm
to
just
prevent
like,
me from
Mel,
speaking further.
are you
Having a
good?
sock in your mouth is a genuinely uncomfortable experience. I do not recommend it for anybody for any occasion.
Oh, hey, I just said that.
Telling Cannonball about the first challenge was not a slip of the tongue, as spur of the moment as it may have been. I told Cannonball that he was the prize because I knew how he would react. I
Been
wasn't
liking
getting
how the
useful
monologues
information
for
from
this
him the way that
season
things
are,
were
like,
going.
almost spoken
This way, I knew
poetry
that he
kind of
wouldn't
flow
kill
to
me.
them. I really
Cannonball
enjoy
knew
that.
how the game worked.
I've
He knew
been
what would
liking that
happen to
they've
him
been
if I
making me
died. If there was
cry.
even a chance that I wasn't bluffing, then he would be making a fatal
yeah, it's
mistake
like
if he killed me.
diving
There was a
real
good chance that I
deep
wasn't
into
bluffing
the
because it explained why I was on his
emotional nitty-gritty of
doorstep
it
better
being
than any
good.
other hypothetical.
Just that
For
stream of
this
and I knew his
week,
brother's
consciousness
name.
is unpolished.
I suspected that he would hold me
I'm
captive,
so
and I was
glad I
right.
cannot
Being
picture
held
things I
captive
have
meant that
not
I just
seen
bought more
because
time
that
with
would
Cannonball inside
haunted
of his
me.
apartment. More time meant more time to think. It meant more opportunities to get information from him. More things that I could use to make myself valuable, to earn my freedom. On the flip side, it meant more time
I
away
thought
from
the
the
content warning was
Flinchites,
for
more time to
Skinner's Untitled
formulate an
Press
escape
Punk
plan.
show, but it was
First out
not.
of
That was
Cannonball's
just a
apartment, and then so that the
coincidence.
Flinchites could no longer find me. It meant more time between then and when I would be expected to cut my arm off. It meant more time that I could spend figuring out how to avoid doing that at all. You're a huge fucking idiot for coming out here and telling me that, he said.
It's okay, Sage.
Fuck.
It is not your fault.
I don't know what I'm gonna do, but you're going to stay right here while I figure it out. I said. He wasn't convinced.
Real sock
He
moment.
walked out of the bedroom, slamming the door behind him.
This is
I was
shades
left
of
alone, tied to a
Johnny
chair.
Sims stuffing his
It wasn't
fist
much of
into
a
his
plan, but
mouth
it was
when
a
he had to
plan.
pretend to be
Cannonball
gagged.
got the drop on me, and the whole situation was threatening to go belly up. I wasn't getting what I wanted, I wasn't getting what the Flinchites wanted me to get, and maybe most top of mind when I decided to take this route, I didn't want to cut my arm off. My survival instinct surprised me. I didn't realize what lengths I was willing to go to in order to stop myself from cutting my own arm off again until I saw a glimmer of a chance. But hey,
A chance?
A
chance?
Like from the
Either I find a way to
podcast.
escape and make a run for freedom, Cannonball gets bored or afraid of retaliation and lets me go, or the
You
Flinchites
don't know how
intervene
hard
and
it is for
begrudgingly
me
bail
not
out
to
of the
make that
situation.
joke at work all
4
the
months.
time.
There's so many words that just forever
Cannonball
cannot.
was surprisingly attentive to my
Oh yeah, this is
situation
the
during
4
that time.
months
He
whoops
fed me well
episode.
and made me stretch and walk around every day, albeit at gunpoint. I got regular bathroom breaks. I spent almost all my time in that wooden chair, though, including sleeping, even
Not
though there
to
was a bed
brag,
right in
but
front
I
of me
got
the whole
regular
time.
bathroom
I
breaks.
existed in limbo. Cannonball was in a pickle. If he let me go, he knew that I would be back to kill him later, but what else could he do? There was some kind of timer on the Woe.Begone challenges. How long until I failed out of the game? He tried not to talk to me, to no avail. I learned some things,
All of a sudden,
piecemeal,
you're
as the days
being
went
weird
on.
flatmates
It's
for 4
impossible
months.
not to talk at all to someone who was around for all of that time. I learned a couple things, piecing together what Cannonball would imply by the way that he said them. I learned that someone tore Ryan's whole house apart, at which point he lost control of the game. He emailed Flinch about it, but Flinch went silent, which
Damn.
is what I would expect from Flinch. I don't think he really cares about exactly who is doing what. Once he said something that indicated to me that he had discovered that he was being watched for some time, by guys in a van on his street that clearly didn't live in his building. They don't watch him anymore. I think that they were sent on behalf of the new game runners. I think that those were the people that killed him. Maybe they eventually decided to pose as maintenance workers and poison him in his sleep. This meant that there was yet another organized group involved in this whole fiasco. I don't think that it was the Flinchites. The Flinchites were not above this, obviously. Their boots operation is why my hand doesn't work like it should. They are definitely capable of the cruelty necessary to kill Cannonball, but they would have told me. It would have been in his file. It would not be a shameful secret that they were hiding from me. My hope was that the Flinchites could use this information, that somebody was watching Cannonball from the street with dates that align roughly with his former death date to track them down. Maybe that would make all of this worth it. 4 months is a long time to never slip up, especially when you have to deal with someone all day, every day for that amount of time. People are not that disciplined, not that regimented. Not just Cannonball, but also people who pretend to be that way. Eventually you're going to get careless. You're going to run low on the energy that it takes to keep up appearances. You're going to make a phone call in your boxers at 7 in the morning with the spare bedroom door open because you forgot to close it that night after you gave your hostage's bathroom break. It is going to slip your mind that your hostage has been sleeping upright in a chair, and so he wakes up pretty frequently during the night. And
I
then you
wonder
might, for
if that
instance, say in
season
your
of
phone
Search
call that
Party
you're
was
interested in purchasing a
ongoing when I
circular
wrote
saw
this.
that the person on the other line had put up on Craigslist, and you have some questions about safety. Could it, for instance, cut through your arm if there were an accident? Was there any sort of safety mechanism stopping it? Oh, no? Alright, but I better get a discount then. Who calls a stranger about a Craigslist ad at 7 in the morning? Truly a warped mind.
And then asks if they could possibly cut his
Cannonball
arm.
wasn't going to wait any longer. He could feel time running out. It
Thank
had been
God,
4 months. How much longer
Android
until I
now
lost
has
the game
call
and he popped out of
screening.
existence again?
If
He
someone
used to have
called me
handle
about
such
a
things.
thing at 7
He
in
would
the
know
morning,
better
I
than
just
most
have
what kind of
Google
timeline we were looking
ask
at here.
why they're doing
He was
it.
planning to force me to attempt the second challenge at gunpoint in his home. I was close to having a meltdown thinking about it, but I still had to pretend to be asleep.
He's crashing out again.
The bedroom door was open. If he noticed, then I didn't know what would happen. Keeping my eyes closed and
Mike
my breathing
crash
even
out
while I waited for him
vultures.
to get dressed and leave to get the circular saw was more torturous
Doesn't
than the
even
months
share
that
the
I had spent
important
tied
details
up.
about
He
whether
worked
he's
from
like
home and
plain
almost
or
never
passion
left.
boxes
This was my
kind of guy.
opportunity.
Damn.
Eventually he did leave, still not noticing the open bedroom
Cannonball's
door.
definitely
I quickly
like
began
a
making more
hard
desperate
pattern
moves.
boxers kind of guy,
I
right?
pulled my
Like,
shoulder
that does
violently.
make
I think so too.
sense.
The muscle
little
hurt,
bit of
but it wasn't
whimsy.
enough to get my arm around the back of the chair. I
Ari,
did
mine
again,
did it
this time even
automatically,
more
but I have a
violently, my
Pixel,
adrenaline pushing me
and
to ignore
Pixel
the
gets
pain.
Android
This time my
updates
shoulder popped
slightly
and both of
before
my
everyone
arms
else,
on
I
the same
think.
side of the chair, allowing me to free them from behind the chair, but still behind my back. I let out a cry of pain, muffled by the sock that was in my mouth. I could finally stand up, but my hands were still bound and my legs were still tied to the chair. I waddled awkwardly out of the bedroom and into the rest of the house, only made possible by the open bedroom door. I don't think I would have been able to get the door open.
Hey, Fee Nichols.
I looked around for something to free my legs. I was still too immobilized to make a break for it. I wouldn't even be able to open the front door. My hands were useless behind my back. I couldn't even bend
Mikey's
down
just
and
like,
untie
you
my
okay?
legs.
He didn't
I
shove a
couldn't find
sock in your
anything sharp
mouth.
to
And
rub
this is
against
like,
the
well,
rope.
why would he do that?
I tried jumping backward, putting my weight into the chair in order to smash it.
Maybe it's a
This didn't
Pixel
work.
thing.
Because my
Luck
legs were
says
tied,
that,
I wasn't able to
that
jump
he
at
has
all.
it,
It was
but
more like falling backwards.
everyone else is
I
like, what are
only
you
injured
talking
myself
about?
Further. I landed hard on my neck and part of my face. I could feel what would eventually become a black eye begin to form. With much effort, I stood back up, continuing with my slow wandering. I waddled into the kitchen. After all the effort that it took to get the silverware
I'm
drawer
one of those
open,
people
the
that
only knife inside was
leaves
a
the
butter knife. The rope was thick,
software
I didn't have time for
update
that.
on
Who
my
doesn't own a
phone
single
until-
kitchen knife? How do you
until
cook?
Until the reminders are just persistent.
Through some
and I can't
strenuous
do it.
gymnastics, I was able to get the dishwasher open. Among other things, there was a larger knife inside. It looked serrated, sharp enough to cut through the
Oh,
rope,
this bit.
and it was on the bottom row inside one of the spots for utensils. The door to the dishwasher made it impossible to get close enough to grab it. Using all of my strength, I launched the chair onto the door of the dishwasher. I could hear it bend and break under me. I reached around blindly
It
for the
wasn't
knife,
open.
stretching as far as I could. I was unable to grab the knife in my flailing. I rummaged around for several minutes trying to grab the knife. This is the situation that I found myself in when Cannonball came back through the door, circular saw in hand. The saw was not new in box. It was well-loved, speckled here and there with signs of wear.
Well,
God damn it! I leave you
That
alone
scene
for 1
from the
second
chair
and you made a
company. I
mess,
don't know if you
he
guys
said.
have seen it.
Oh well, easy come, easy go.
This shirt
We're
was
doing
well
something special
loved.
today. I think you've already figured that out, though.
See
I
the
hope that you're
buttons?
prepared. We're
They're
buying ourselves
pulling.
some more time.
They're starting to strain. This guy was at
I said.
his limit. I know a
That's
guy
it.
who's at his limit. He's
That
one of
sounds
our
terrifying.
members.
Oh God.
That's my favorite thing in the whole world, is that scene.
one of my work nemesis uses the phrase well loved to describe like really fucked up books people are trying to sell us. And I'm like, Rocco, you can just say that it is too damaged to take. You don't have to cuddle it down for them. Like, it's fine. You can say that it's damaged.
Divas.
Yeah, Sage points out
Yes,
you said
Sage,
one of your
my
work
nemesis.
I let out a cry of pain, muffled by the
Damn.
sock that was in my mouth.
Something about bookstores,
So sort
man.
of like this.
Listen, sometimes people are bad at their job and they make it your problem.
Hey guys, patreon.com/woe_begone
I'm so used to this
is
point
where
of
the Patreon
hearing
lives.
the.
You can visit it and throw money
and
into
then,
it. It spits out early
this is
episodes,
a Acast
instrumentals,
thing
2
we think
soundtrack
you'll
albums,
love.
director's commentary, and other stuff. That's patreon.com/woe_begone. Thanks to my 10 newest patrons: Derry, the AI Union representative.
These
Jessica
are so
Longacre,
short,
Morgan
these
Jackson,
reads. I guess I
Arena,
wasn't
Hyper
streaming
Shai
yet,
Ruff,
so-
Marn S, Jazz Valen, and Rick
You
Platinum
weren't
for supporting
streaming
the
at
show.
twitch.tv/woebegonepod.
Warning: this episode
No,
contains
I wasn't.
extreme
I actually
violence.
was
Listener
streaming
discretion is
on
advised.
my music one still, I think.
Hi there, I'm Mike Walters. You might know me from such roles
Hi,
as
Mike.
Mike Walters, the Woe.Gone boy, and the Bear of Old Brush Valley. Recently, you've known me
I
as Donnie
forgot
Evans,
about
my toughest
that.
role yet. It is that role, actually, that I've come to speak to you about today in this very special episode of Woe.Begone.
Whoa.
No, not yet. You might remember some
The
rare
opening-
occasions
the
where I've
opening
whined and
being fake
complained
out,
upon
so
learning
it'll
that I have a
be funny
task ahead
to
of me that is less than ideal. Though I generally handle hardships with a stiff upper lip, to borrow a phrase
Oh,
from
hey,
my
we're
friends in
halfway
England,
there!
sometimes I've let my temper get the best of
Hey,
me.
whoa.
12 hours.
In times of duress, I
It's
have
only
on
been
more than one
12
occasion said something
hours.
to the effect of, can't I just cut my own arm off again? In a petulant but ultimately jokey tone. Dark comedy, I've heard it called.
What a line.
What can I say? We do like to laugh here. Ha 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 ha. It is that repeated utterance of mine, can't I just cut my own arm off again, that I would like to formally rescind. Cutting one's own arm off is no laughing matter.
This is
I realize
episode
this
4
now.
of the
I take
season.
back
I
that
am
laughter.
terrified that I'm going to live forever.
When I made those remarks, I thought that I would never have to do such a thing ever again. How could I be made to do it again? Cutting my own arm off was a Woe.Begone challenge, one that I had already completed. It is easy to joke about such a thing because it was in the past and it was going to stay there. Now, of course, Donnie Evans is playing Woe.Begone and I am playing Donnie Evans, like a turducken of violence. I successfully completed the first challenge.
Turducken of violence.
Hard to fail
That's
that
that
one.
line.
On completion, I could feel a twinge of dread. The reality was slowly making itself known. That's alright, though. That is still in the future. I still had to talk to Cannonball first. I could worry about the challenge after I talked to him. I could compartmentalize it, only to worry about it later. Then, well, that interaction did not
That's
go as
exactly
planned.
what compartmentalizing
It led to
is.
me spending 4 months tied to a chair, only for Cannonball to be standing over me with a circular saw as I tried to escape. My escape attempt was
God bless.
frantic and painful. I was willing to go to extensive lengths to avoid cutting my arm off, even for just a little while longer. I would not joke that I wish I could just cut my own arm off again. It is no longer a joke. In my time being held hostage, I wondered why the Flinchites did not retrieve me. It could be that they were somehow unable to, but I think it's more likely that they didn't care. They were willing to see how everything turned out. I was providing useful data to them. Well, bully for them, I guess. It occurs to me now that if Cannonball forced me to do the second challenge, then they would not have to spend the money and resources to prepare the conditions necessary to complete the challenge. So perhaps they were pinching pennies. It is also possible that they were not able to intervene for some reason. I know that I have become harder for them to track further through time. Maybe that's related to the events
That
as they
was a
occurred.
whole thing. It was like,
Regardless of the reason, they
we've
did nothing
lost
to
track of
intervene.
everyone.
I was left
Remember
on my
that
own
when the
to deal with
compound was like,
Cannonball,
we've
and I
lost
dealt
track
with
of
him
everyone that's not you,
poorly.
dude.
4 months that were so boring as to be psychologically damaging later,
All our
time was
resources
up.
are just tracking,
Seeing the
like,
circular saw in his
voltages.
hand, I was reinvigorated with a drive to get to safety. I would be damned if I was going to cut my own arm off at gunpoint in
Maybe
Cannonball's
that got
house.
solved through the
I mean, it didn't
advent of the
work.
tracing
I
department,
writhed on
because
the
tracing
ground,
ends up
technically the door
being
of the
sort of the
dishwasher,
compound's
actually,
whole
for a
thing.
bit until Cannonball tied me up again and roughed me up in the
I was
process.
gonna say crazy to go
I wasn't
from
getting away.
losing
I was really
track
gonna have to do
having
this.
tracing.
This
Maybe it's
is
not.
Woe.Begone.
Maybe it's not crazy. Maybe
Track
it's like
trace.
literally related.
Someone gets a delivery one day with like a tracked parcel and it's like turns up to the next board meeting like, hey guys, I have a great idea.
Voz says because Toph was making a deal with Ty during these 4 months, which I think is a joke, but also Toph keeps saying that Ty owes him like a lot.
Owes him, yeah. And we're still not sure what that is.
No, because anytime it's like he's like, you owe me, Ty, and then Ty is like, transport you somewhere.
Hi. It's meant to be something big though. Very interesting.
Cannonball had the air of someone who had power for the first time in a long time. Giddy, sinister, with a newfound bloodlust. He was over the moon at having his plans start to come together.
That's
at
kind of
getting
like
the ball
how
rolling after all this
Cannonball
time.
is
He had
in
turned the tables
the
on his kidnapper and his future
Project
murderer,
Cannon
and was now going to
season.
exact revenge for all slights, past and future. On some level,
It's really
the
fun to
Project
have
Cannon season was
Nathan
I was absolutely going
do
to
his
kill him,
lines
and I
for
wasn't
that.
planning on losing any sleep over it. I couldn't fault
good.
him for wanting vengeance based on that alone. It excused his cruelty quite nicely. I was familiar with cruelty. I knew what it felt like to be cruel, to be
I will
pushed so far
always
as to
remember
enjoy
the
inflicting cruelty.
um,
I could see myself doing
George-
exactly what
the
Cannonball was
first Nine
doing
to
if I were
Midnight
put in his
Storage
position
Papers
instead.
story, where there
Still,
was that
I didn't
split
appreciate
story
it much
between
that it was
Jeremy
happening
and
to me,
Nathan.
that I was the
And
target of the
Nathan's
cruelty.
section made me laugh so
Being
much.
held
just because
hostage
of
with
the
no idea what was
dry
going to happen to
delivery
me,
of
I hadn't
just
had a chance to
this one
grieve
man
on the
so
inevitable
tired
pain
facing the
of the second
horrors.
challenger.
Uh-huh.
It only
Really? No
occurred to me to do
batteries?
so when I heard Cannonball make the phone call.
This character's one of the ones who
I
gets a
suppose
VA
that my
later. Yeah,
escape
this is
attempt
Cannonball,
constitutes something like
played by
denial.
Nathan Lunsford
Once he
later in the
returned with
show.
saw, I hit the bargaining
Yeah,
phase of grief pretty
George
hard and
Paper.
fast. It was urgent for me to convince him that
That
his
first
plan
9 to
wasn't going
midnight
to
with
work.
the two of
I had
them
to throw
is
everything at the
when
wall
I
and
was
just
looking
hope that
for
something
voice
stuck.
actors.
But Mike Walters isn't
For
playing
Edgar,
Woe.Begone, I
that's
said.
how I
Donnie
ended up
Evans is
picking
playing
Jeremy.
Woe.Begone. I don't know how they were going to pass me off as him, but it wasn't going to be me
Wild.
alone doing it. They have like a
But
costume
at
guy,
that
like maybe
point,
face prosthetics or
Nathan
something.
had like
I
a
don't even know what he
brief
looks like really.
cameo
I've
as
only
a
seen the
radio
one
voice,
picture, and that
wasn't
was months ago.
In
Cannonball laughed. He looks like any old douchebag,
Oh,
just
I
like
think
you.
Glacier.
We'll get
That's
some
too
baggy
far back?
clothing
No,
to hide
no,
your body
no.
shape.
No,
and put a
it
red
was,
Sox cap on you, and no one will be able to tell the difference. Not from
It
itself.
was
on video.
it was episode
Gotta shave that
73. It
beard,
was
though.
one that
It wouldn't be caught dead with that
Harlan
scraggly
was
thing.
in.
Instant giveaway. Scraggly.
Oh,
I
yeah,
haven't
yeah,
had access to
further
beard
forward,
oil in the
okay.
past few
I was
months,
just
as you might have noticed. Fuck
brain
you very
moment.
much. I replied. Fuck, Cannonball, I'm gonna
yeah.
look like a thumb if you shave me.
Oh,
Yeah. Johnny kind of looks like a thumb now that you mention it. It'll be funny, he said.
This
As long as you don't
song,
talk, you'll be
the album
His
version
voice
of the
is a lot
song
lower
turned
than
out
you,
really
so
good.
don't say anything.
The Look Like a Thumb
Just let me do all
song.
the talking. They should believe me. I'll be all like, Donnie, are you sure you want to do this?
Cannibal
Is it
premieres
really
in
worth it?
96,
All for
98 is the
And you can
Outpost
nod
Tavern
sullenly,
by
and then you can cut your arm off.
Yeah.
It'll be
Brown
fun.
Girl?
He smirked.
Yeah.
I hated how much he was enjoying this.
Because
I'm
96
gonna
is a
have to do
season
this challenge
finale.
no matter what, gun to my head or not, you know.
Yes.
I said. So why are you so set on me doing it at gunpoint? The Flinchites are going to make me do it anyway. They're orchestrating your participation, Cannonball said.
Yes.
They're gonna help you through the game, then they're gonna help you with the 4th challenge, and they're gonna help you kill me. Killing me was always part of the
That's
plan,
how
and
my
you were always
sister
in on the plan.
describes Channing Tatum
You were
as
gonna
well.
kill me and
What
not
the
think anything
fuck?
of it. I'm not gonna let that happen. They seem a lot smarter than you, a lot more capable of getting it done. It doesn't have to end up that way, I said. I was Anne's prize, and I'm still alive. I held my tongue about Matt. He didn't need to know about Matt. Maybe the Flinchites could protect you. Maybe we could fake your death using whatever technology they're using to disguise me, to make me seem like Donnie. He
That's
scowled.
a lie.
If I give you back to them, they'll have no reason to help me. They don't care about me. They brought me back to life for the reason of killing me again. They would prefer to do that to meet their own goals. I'm not going to put myself in front of them and ask for mercy because I'm not going to get it. If there's a way around it, we're going to figure it out without them. I haven't been sitting around with my thumb up my ass. I have plans. Plans? What plans? I asked. That's none of your concern yet, he said.
Well, who
I'll tell you
cares about
more
when
after you
each
kill the
character
pig.
was first voiced? Well, there's a bunch of them. He's like, I like that
Cannonball was
half
crude
of
as he
those
handled me,
answers,
tied to
well,
a
not
chair
half,
in order
like a
to
good
shave my
chunk of those
beard.
answers can be
I put
boiled
up
as
no
like 2
resistance,
episodes.
not really seeing the point of doing so anymore. I was afraid that he might cut me.
That's an exaggeration.
Sitting around with your thumb up your
Affected him in
ass
the
is
worst
also
way.
blacklisted.
It was a way that I was familiar with. It's how I acted when I thought that I had the upper hand against him when I kidnapped him. Though turnabout
when you
is
write
fair
so
play,
much,
I do wish
you
that he had decided
say
to,
phrases
be the better man.
multiple times.
Fuck, it can't be
You
that
just-
hard to
yeah.
be a better man than Mike Walters. Most people do that all the time without even thinking about it. So it's unfortunate that Cannonball was not one to show grace. You know you can't brutalize me too much, I said. I do have to live to the end of this. I've never actually done this challenge before and lived, remember? Cannonball smiled. You don't have to live that long, he said. If it's anything like the old days, you basically just gotta get the video out. That was your problem, if I remember correctly. You made it over to the phone and you couldn't send the file, so you died before you could complete the challenge. I could be wrong. I mean, you're not the only one to fail that challenge. I could be getting you mixed up with someone else. It's not like you were someone important back then. Am I someone important now? I asked. He looked me up and down. For some reason, yeah, he said. I don't really get it either.
That's
Like
an
you said, you couldn't even
implication
get through the game on your own.
that
You had to be bailed out by another player.
there were like
You
lots
failed
of other
upwards through the whole
players.
thing.
I don't know that that's
Even passed this whole
true.
thing into a whole new thing and kept failing upwards with these flinch eye
It doesn't
guys.
make sense for it to
He
be
rummaged around and pulled
true.
out a mirror and held it up to him. So how'd I do? I looked at my shaved face in
Whole
the mirror.
game is just to fuck with this one
Man,
guy.
I look awful. Recent injuries from my
Look
escape
like a
attempt
bum.
aside, my shaven face made me look, well, like a thumb. Yeah, okay, Cannonball said, slightly miffed. But can we agree that you were always gonna look like shit? I mean, I'm only working with so much
Hey,
here.
Dr. Lou.
But you
We're
do kind of
on
look like Donnie,
episode
actually.
4 of the
bones in
season.
your face are similar or something, I
Hello,
guess?
hello.
Is that why you picked him for your little project? Sort of, I think, I said. I mean, we knew that we wanted you because you could have information that could be valuable. We could have chosen a random person and gotten no info, but we decided to roll the dice with you. And if I was going to impersonate
you
someone
should
who might get a
listen to
chance to
the-
receive you as a
to the
prize, it was going to be one of your
episode 3 of
brothers.
Proof is
And
in the
what's his
podcast,
name?
when you get the card.
Brandon?
And went
Brendan,
up.
he corrected me. Brendan, yes, sorry, it has been a long time since I had to do the phone call. I hope I'm not breaking bad news to you here, but I don't think that Brendan likes you
Breaking
very
Bad?
much. As in, he seems to think so
Breaking
lowly of you
Bad.
that it made into the file that I got. He's publicly anti-Topher. I'm not even sure that you could have been an option if we had decided to impersonate Brendan. There might be someone closer to him that might be the obvious choice instead. Cannonball was quiet for a moment. I could see his reflection in the mirror, contemplative. I had some idea of what he was thinking. The file went pretty in-depth into the argument that I was supposed to be relitigating on the phone. Cannonball had to know what his brother thought of him, and it was an insultingly low opinion. Donnie cared. I pitched the words into the silence. At least enough to get your stuff. At least enough to yell at Brendan about you.
No.
That's something, I said. Yeah, Donnie can be a douchebag. He's got a temper too, Cannonball said. Brendan's worse. I could never do anything right by him, not even as a kid. I don't think he ever approved of
Cannonball's voice
anything I ever
changes
did.
so much
But
once
we're
I get a
done
voice
talking
actor.
about this. Why would I ever talk to you about this? Fair enough, I said, hoping that the concern that I was attempting to show would grant me
Dr.
some
Lou, they
mercy.
said that you should listen to
He
the
set
new
mirror
episode
down
of The
and left
Proof is
kitchen
in the
for a moment.
Podcast.
I could hear him rummaging around in what was probably his bedroom closet. He emerged a few minutes later. I thought I had this lying around somewhere.
It's
he
not up
said.
anywhere right
I could
now.
feel him place something on my head.
But it
he
will
held
be
up the mirror again.
early
It was a well-worn
next
Red
week.
Sox
This
cap.
week, it's Sunday
Genuine
now.
article from the man himself. Left it here a while back when he was visiting and never came back for it. That guy loves the Red Sox.
Check that there was one bit near the end
That's,
where I don't
oh
remember
God,
editing
I'm
this
about to
bit.
embarrass
Oh,
myself.
did I
That's
put this in the edit? Oh, that's it.
baseball,
And I have to, I
right?
have to check
I
that.
asked. I don't think you and Donnie would have much to talk about if you ever met, he said. Yeah, it's baseball. He took another look at me. Yeah, this'll do. If I squint, you do kind of look like Donnie.
These characters
Cell
can't
phone
come
video
back because
quality,
they'll
and we'll
talk
put some
about
distance between you and
baseball.
the camera. Not enough to seem suspicious, like we're hiding something, but, you know, enough to cover you up a little. We should be golden. And the warehouse lighting should make it even harder to tell that it's you.
I'm hearing
so,
is you
we're
know
good to
nothing
go.
about baseball.
Warehouse
I know
lighting.
very little. I know
asked,
that
confused.
this year's World
Oh, yeah,
Series
we're not
was
gonna
like
do
an
it here,
all-timer
Cannonball
as
scoffed.
far as
I told
good
you that my
World
walls are paper thin.
Series.
You think I'm gonna let my neighbors hear the sound of a circular saw and a man screaming?
You need to bring
And I
them
don't
back,
think that leaving
Dylan.
a sock
I
in your
can
mouth is a
I
good
can
idea
write about
either.
baseball
Why
for
would
you.
someone do that to themselves?
I'm
in
just
the
gonna
middle of
write
the
the
second challenge?
baseball scene from
They
the
could
first
suspect that something
Twilight.
is up. We have to put on a convincing
Oh, yeah.
show. You need to be
That's basically
realistic.
how baseball
You need to be
works.
able to show all of the pain. You need to be able to howl. You know, while your arm is being severed from your body and all that.
Oh, okay.
I had some time to imagine what Cannonball might do to transport me to the warehouse. He would have to keep me at gunpoint the entire time, which means that he couldn't simply be driving with me in the passenger seat. I could open the door and bail out of the car before he could get a shot off, especially with him having to look back at the road to avoid crashing. He couldn't hog-tie me and stuff me in the trunk. Even if he could lift me, he would have to get me down some stairs and onto the street where someone might see me. He could force me to drive, at which point I could attempt to crash the car and flee. No matter what he did, he was assuming some risk. I did see why he might think that these risks were not as severe as the risk of doing the challenge in his apartment. There was a decent chance that someone would hear what was going on and think that something was up. They might even suspect something before the challenge is done, and then the cops might show off to find me with a half-lopped-off left arm. That would be no good, to say the least. They probably wouldn't let me finish the challenge, obviously, and then I would have done all of that for nothing, so not even I wanted that. When I did the challenge, blood seeped through my floor and into the neighbor's apartment. If something went wrong in Cannonball's apartment, he would be totally screwed. Cannonball walked into the room with a large, long-sleeve, dark green shirt.
Cannonball put so
Here,
much
he
thought
said,
into
put
this.
this on. I found something baggy so it won't look like you. Long sleeves, I complained. But it's like 1,000 degrees outside. Cannonball looked at me confused. No, it's not. It's the middle of winter. Of course it was, I thought. It had been so long since I had been outside, I didn't even think about the weather
I think
changing.
this skipped forward in time past where we were
It'll keep
in
people
like
on the
real
street from
life.
seeing that your hands are tied.
Because this was like
Me out to your car with my hands
October,
tied,
right?
I asked. Another opportunity. If I were to make a run for it, he would have to decide to
This
shoot me or chase me down in the
probably,
street.
yeah,
Either would be quite visible
early to
anyone on the
mid-October.
street. And I think I can make a run for it. I mean, how hard could it be to wriggle myself free from him? Yeah, speaking of, hands behind your back again.
I try to keep it
complied and tied me
contemporary
back
with
up. He rummaged
current
through his
day
things and pulled out a
because
pill.
then I can
Open up,
write
he
about the
said.
weather and I don't
What the
have
fuck
to
is
worry
that?
that I was it was
Ambien,
winter
he said.
yesterday
You're
and
gonna
now
take a nap
it's
in the back
summer.
of the car until we get there. And you're going to
It's
shoot
always
me if I
just
don't
the
take
day that
I
it
asked
came
flatly.
out.
There are other ways of
So
getting you to
valid.
comply, he said. The gun is just the most dramatic one. I am capable of beating a bound Mike Walters into submission, I assure you. Do you
Bro,
really
who's
want more
sitting on
scrapes and
fucking
bruises on
what?
top of what you've already
Calm
earned for
down.
yourself? I didn't respond. I sat there while the opportunities were collapsing around me. Open
Sage
up,
says,
he
remember
said.
when you wanted to
I kept
track
my
the
mouth shut.
phases of the
He was going to
moon?
walk me out
I
to the
talked
car
about the
while I was
moon
sleeping
so
and
much
disoriented. Then he would
that
have
like
plenty
you
of
would
time
be
to
able
take
to
me
be like, well,
wherever
that
he
doesn't
wanted,
make sense
set up
because
whatever
of
was
the
needed for the
moon.
second
But now we
challenge,
know that
and
the
wait for
moon
me
is
to
the
come
back
to
of
it.
the
If I
earth.
didn't open my mouth, he was going to
Yeah.
open my mouth for me.
It's the back of the sun. It's the back
You're
of the
seriously going to fight me on this? Seriously? He asked. I didn't reply. I kept my jaw tightly shut. What's your fucking plan, Mike? You think I'm going to give up and let you go because you made this harder than it needed to be? I'm in too deep. You have to eat sometime. I'll put it in your food. The time for backing out of this was months ago. This has to happen now. If they're doing things like we used to do them, either we do this or you lose the game pretty soon. You don't want that. I don't want that. Just take the fucking pill. I wanted to shoot back at him. Fuck you, Topher Evans. Your stupid little shit show of a life. You had a second chance and you wasted nearly all of it fucking around with me when you could have been spending this time actually, you know, living. Even your douchebag brothers could see that something was off about you. They were right about you, even if it was mostly an accident that they were right. You were involved with Woe.Begone. You ran this.
Topher, you're the
This awful
worst thing
made
that
you take me
anyone
hostage.
can be
The
in
thing
this
that's going to
show,
force
which
me to
is
cut
a
my arm off,
straight
whether it's right
man.
now or once I make it back to the Flinchites. You operated the system that is going to cause me to kill
I mean,
you.
we don't know.
and
I
then
don't
you
want to do
retaliated because you
bisexual
knew that I would
erasure.
have no choice but
We
to
don't
kill you.
know.
Fuck you, Cannonball. Instead, I kept my
Something,
mouth
something
shut.
that
I kept my jaw
Bogone
clenched. I
reaction
looked him straight in the eye.
screenshots through
Cannonball took a
gritted
step
teeth,
back,
straight white
looked at
man.
me, and then unceremoniously punched me hard in the temple. The world blinked briefly, maybe a few
Blinked?
seconds, long enough
Blink
for my muscles
mention?
to relax, for my jaw to unclench.
That's all blinking is someone that is
When I
just
came
you're
to,
getting
he had one
punched in the
hand on
head
top
really
of my
hard.
head and the other holding my jaw closed. I could feel it in my mouth, the taste getting more bitter as it dissolved on my tongue. He tilted my head back. Eventually, the pill slipped backwards
that
into my
makes
throat
that
and then down it via
one-
peristalsis.
You can
Nothing
tell I
that
still
could
had a
do.
cat when I
couldn't
wrote
fight back.
this
I was
scene.
tied in place.
Aw.
It's like
What was
he
that
put
one
he put it in a
dream
little
he said
treat,
in
and I ate the little
Worse than
treat,
getting
and then
a
he
pelvic
held my
cancer.
mouth shut.
I felt demoralized.
Swallow it, swallow
Any
it.
fighting spirit that had remained was exterminated in that moment. All the opportunities had
It was a
eluded me.
dream
It was
sequence,
over.
right? Where
We should be
Mikey
good to go
also
in like
think it was
30
just
minutes,
like,
he said. I'll start putting
something
things in the
about
car.
blind
You
that
stay
they made
put.
on Scrubs.
I didn't say
Like,
anything.
why do you want
I looked
to?
down between my legs at the chair.
I forget
I was
the
tired. Not because of the
I forget
sleeping
the
medication,
line
but
that I
because
wrote
had
about
been
Cannonball and
tired
Ryan
out.
meeting on
Not
Scruff.
just that day, but everything. Not just Cannonball, but
I was just throwing
They bicker like an
things.
old
Out over
married
the course of
couple.
months.
I
was unable
the
to see it as
dynamic is
anything
still
else.
is
I had
so
simply
good. I
emptied
know we
out.
talked about this like
I remember
I
myself
know I
yelling
did talk
at,
about this
well,
at
myself,
length
the night
in
that
the
I was
last
sent back to
episode
fix
of
the fourth
Proof,
challenge.
but it's
Matt's
so it's
house.
just
It's so
I
good.
remember yelling that we should have done the honorable thing. the
Someone
reasonable
posted
thing,
the
and
clip
allowed ourselves
recently
to
of
die a long time ago.
it's like
Nothing had been worth it in a
Ryan
long time.
says
and then ignoring my own advice. I
Cannonball
got that
is
challenge
gonna
done
get get a
too.
nap after
I
this.
didn't
And then
die.
Cannonball
I
says,
lived on.
"You said that I could
don't
play
know how
with
or why I
alphabet
did it.
blocks."
That was before Edgar. Edgar put a little fuel in the tank. He's why I ignored my own advice for so long. Now I was without him. I was completely alone. Alone in the terrifying way
Damn.
that I always feared that I would be. alone like I was on the night that I learned that Matt
This
died,
is back
crushing me
when
alone
Mikey
and
cared about
unable to
being
die.
alone. That was his
And I'm
main thing he cared
terrified that
about.
I'm going to live forever.
I mean, arguably, he's still.
The next few hours, at least I
still
think that it
cares about
constituted a
that
few
because he's
hours or a
fighting
blur,
tooth
as
and nail all the
expected.
time for
My
H.O.
legs were unbound. I was essentially perp-walked to Cannonball's car. I was made to lie down.
I remember
of
writing
the back of
this
the car.
music.
I remember my
This
face
was
being
before I
pushed
was
against the
streaming
carpeting of the
soundtracks. I
floor of
remember
the
writing
car,
this
like
song.
gravity had become much stronger. I was really and truly zonked. From there, I slept.
Zonked.
Really
I remember
and
someone
truly
had
zonked.
such a
Zonked!
hard.
Into the
People
warehouse.
didn't like that I said
don't know where I
zonked.
was or how Cannonball had
I thought it was a
No,
fine
that's-
word.
It felt remote, as though we
It's
had
a
left
good
it
word.
alone. It also felt
Zonked
dusty and
is a
abandoned, so I
perfectly
didn't get to
normal
see it all
word.
that clearly. It's possible that Cannonball simply knew where an abandoned warehouse was. Somewhere that someone could get up
On
to
a
something
one-way
heinous
trip to
and
New
never get
Zonk
caught.
City.
It probably comes with a job, being able to locate
I always think
places
of
like
Cody from Street Fighter.
It
He's
came
got
back to
zonk
consciousness in
knuckle.
phases. Once I was able to tell where I was, I realized that I was sprawled on my back on a concrete floor, plopped down unceremoniously. I still felt foggy, as though there were a screen between myself and the rest of the world. Maybe it's better that way, I thought in passing. Maybe I won't know what's going on. Even as I thought it, I understood that it was false hope. Realizing that I was unbound, I sat up. Cannonball was a few feet away. Is the star of the show ready? He asked. I looked around for exits. I tried to stand up, but I wasn't ready yet, and ended up sitting down again. The doors are all barred, he said. This isn't my first rodeo. Come on now, get up. I've let you fuck around enough. It's time to actually do this. He paused to look at me. Well, you really wore out, huh? I didn't think it would knock you out like that. I really thought I was going to wake you up.
No doubt.
It took a moment to understand what he meant by that.
doubt.
I had been injured so frequently and across so much of my body that it was difficult for me to detect a new injury, especially in the fog that I was in. I looked down at my left arm. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. It's a pun, get it? Couldn't put my finger on it? Because fingers are on hands, and the hands are on the ends of arms, and Cannonball had popped my left arm out of its socket. Do you get the hilarious pun that I made? You pulled my arm out of my socket, I said blearily.
Let's all take
And
a
put the other
moment
one
to
back in,
appreciate
actually.
the joke.
It's a shame it couldn't be your right arm that we're doing this with. You did a number on it
explain the
trying to
joke some more.
escape. But now you can feel for where the separation between the bones are and cut there. It should save you some time, and time is of the essence here. I didn't respond. I looked down at my left arm. Are you ready? We need to get the show on the road,
I'm still
Mike.
curious as
I
to
could
how
hear the
much
excitement in
of
his
this
voice
he
as he
learned
pumped
from,
himself up.
he thought about
Let's
from
do this.
research and how much
He led me over
just
to the
already
contraption that he'd
knew
put
from
together.
past
It was
stuff and
more
was like,
thought
oh, yeah,
out
we
than
should just
mine,
look
more
at this
mechanical.
one.
It was something that had the appearance
Mostly,
of
I
being
was
designed
working
for
off
survival,
of
not slapped
back in
together
the
by
day
someone with
before
literally
Bon
no idea what
Appetit
they were
got
doing.
canceled.
So you hold on
They
here,
did this
he
big
said. You
Thanksgiving
rest your arm
thing,
on it so
and
that it
they
will be
went
still
into
while you
really
find the
big
separation with
depth
your
on
other
how to
hand.
like do
Then
a
you pull down
turkey
on
for
this.
Thanksgiving.
He grabbed a pulley on the other side of the contraption.
Yeah,
This allows you to lower the saw
my
blade.
suggestion was going to be
Pull
that he
down,
had
put
a
its weight on
farming
the pulley,
background.
and then you
because,
can
like,
control the
that's
speed at which it
that's
lowers
the
by
first
putting
thing that I
resistance on
think
the
of
handle as
without
it
you
goes
have
up.
that much instinctive
If you let
knowledge
go,
about it.
it'll fall at the speed of gravity,
learned
so
from
don't do that.
Dexter.
Guide it between the shoulder and the arm joint. As soon as it's off, I'll end the video and send it to the game runners.
Multiple
That's
people
when
have
you
sold
reach
us
out and push
Dexter in the
this
past
button.
month,
He just
and
showed a
every
big
time I
red
see
button
it, I
next to the
just
play
hear the
system
tiny
designed to be
Mike
used by the
Walters in my
right
brain
arm.
going,
And hold your left
"Fucking hate
shoulder into that
Dexter."
torch there. That's going to cauterize
They
the wound.
did a
which
new
will buy us
season
some
of
time while we're waiting for the
Dexter.
video to be
Isn't it?
accepted.
Yeah.
So maybe you won't bleed out and die on the floor this time?
Was it
He
good?
winked at me. I sat
No,
down
and it didn't
groggily.
get
I
renewed.
looked down at my arm again.
Wink wonk.
Did you get all of that?
Damn.
He asked. Uh-huh, I said. I thought I got all of it. Arm up, cut down, push button. Okay then, stand up, he
The
commanded.
VA
It's time.
stilification of Woe.Begone.
I stood up. I could see more clearly at this point. The doors were in fact barred.
Truly.
In my state, I wouldn't be able to beat Cannonball to one of the doors and unbar it in time to get free. He would be able to tackle me and drag me back to start the process over again. I walked over to the machine. Cannonball turned on the circular saw, which whirred loudly in my ear. He walked over to the video recording setup. I put my arm up on the platform designed to hold it still. I was empty. I stared dead-eyed at Cannonball as he readied the cell phone camera. Remember to look at me and give me a sullen but determined nod when I say the line, he reminded me. I didn't respond.
Sullen
I
but
just looked at him.
determined nod.
Here's your
Okay, we're ready.
motivation.
No funny business. We're here. Let's get this over with. Let's strike while the iron is hot, so to speak. There is no turning back now, okay? Okay. And action. I could hear the cell phone beep and the video started recording. We're rolling. Oh my god, Donnie. Are you sure you can do this? For me? Is it worth it? Cannonball's acting was bad, as though the presence of a camera had made him forget how to be a person. I stood there, staring into the camera in my dark green baggy shirt and Red Sox cap. I nodded sullenly. I couldn't work up
Don't do it,
determined someone would
Donnie.
have to do.
You have so
I
much
felt for the
to live
separation between the shoulder and the arm joint. I found it. Surprisingly, it hurt. I looked up at the saw blade. It was right over the separation. I took a deep breath, grabbed the handle on the pulley, and pulled it down. The mechanism that was holding the saw blade unlatched, and it was free, held only by my weight on the handle. I screamed preemptively as I eased the saw blade down into my left arm. It didn't feel like myself screaming, though the pain was white hot. It was no different than the first time I had done it. I did not feel detached from the pain. I felt every bit of it. I felt as though I was being devoured by it, devoured by scalding hot white light.
How many times has Mike Walters cut his left arm off at the shoulder by this point?
From the pain, I was unable to keep
or
pulling
like
down on the
past
pulley
this
to keep
point
the
where
saw
we
blade
are
up.
currently in the show.
Fortunately for me, this
There's
made me unable
one
to
more?
There's another
Saw
time.
went down through my arm, barely grazing.
Is
my
it
arm.
only the three?
I think so. I don't think that is a very extreme spoiler,
I could tell that
considering
I
it
wasn't
could be
remembering
anywhere
to
in the
breathe,
next
but there wasn't anything that I could do about it.
175 episodes.
I was not breathing. I was screaming.
You'll forget by then.
Screaming and 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 screaming.
This one
Cannonball
does
was
go better
right.
than the
I
first
don't
one,
think that a sock stuffed into
and
my
I
mouth
say
would be enough
that
to
as
prevent the
somebody
sound from
who
alerting the
initially,
neighbors.
when I listened
nobody
to
checked on me until
episode
my
2,
blood dripped through the floor.
I was like,
Did
it'll
nobody
be
hear me
fine. It's not.
screaming like this?
I'm better
Did
with
my neighbors
audio
not
horror than I
care?
am with visual
Wow.
horror.
You think you know someone, and they don't call for a wellness check and you cut your arm off in your apartment.
I had to
Some
pause
people,
and be
I
like,
tell
no,
you.
no, I can't do it.
The time
It's
from
too,
start to finish was
that's
agonizingly
not,
long,
it's
but
not
it was
even
shorter than the
aesthetically
attempt I made on my
soundscaped or
own the
anything. It's
first
just
time.
described so
It was
viscerally. I
probably
just could
only a
not
few
do it.
seconds,
I
stretched
couldn't do
forth
it. I had
psychically
to
into
skim
what
the
felt like
transcript.
hours. The saw lowered through and found freedom on
that
the
one
other
episode
side.
is the only one
It
that
hung
I can
there
think of that's
inertly,
sound
swinging
designed
slightly.
for it.
My arm flopped down, limp, onto the platform designed to hold it. Thud. I stood there in stunned silence. I had done it.
I think like
I had cut my arm
most
off
of the problem
again.
was
The
with
white-hot pain
episode 2 was the fact
It
that he
ate
was
at
like,
my
oh,
consciousness,
it didn't
threatened to
go all the
completely
way
consume
through.
me.
I have to
I stood
I have
there and
to
looked at my arm.
try again.
It still felt like
did.
it was part of me. I could see it, and my brain thought that I
Thud
could move it, but it was
mentioned.
gone. It was simply an
Thud
optical
mentioned.
illusion. It's what a brain does when it sees an
You and
arm that it
Thud.
thinks it should be able to move. It was
Thud
dead on the
who
table.
slapped,
I
by
stood
the
and
way.
stared at it.
Push the fucking button!
Cannonball yelled at me. I had forgotten about the button.
I had
forgotten
to have
about
just
Cannonball.
started
I was
doing the
drifting out of
commentaries
world.
and was
Blood
thinking
was
about how
everywhere,
I
of
used
course.
to
The
have
amount of blood was
voice
only
distortion
increasing.
like
I think that I was only
more
standing
often.
from the sheer inertia of already having been standing. Cannonball rushed over. I didn't notice him until he was holding
When are we
me up.
getting the Woe.Begone amusement park where we can experience the challenges?
He muttered and pressed the button.
That
Unsettling
seems like
flame
something
came out of
that
the torch
Dylan
on the
Griggs
left side of my
from
body,
9 to
cauterizing the
Midnight
wound
would
shut.
do.
After I was sufficiently scorched, he helped me to the ground.
Jake, if you
You
want
gotta
that to
make it like
happen, you
2
gotta
minutes,
get
buddy,
Mr.
he
Beast to
said.
listen to
Are you still with
Woe.Begone.
me?
He will learn all the wrong things
My
from
mind
it,
was
and
not
he will make
cooperating.
Woe.Begone
I was thinking
real.
about how I was going to die in a stupid Red Sox hat being held by Cannonball. How embarrassing. I could only think about how embarrassing it was. Such a stupid thing to be preoccupied by, but I didn't
More
have
or
any
less
choice in my
embarrassing
own
than
thoughts.
Dexter.
It was at this point that I lost consciousness.
Yeah, forget me not.
It's like,
that's the
this is so
announcement at
great.
$1,500 is the amusement
I looked
park.
at my left arm. It was there. Thank God. We did it. Somehow we did it. It was over, and it was the worst
It was
fucking
over.
thing that's ever happened to me.
One
And that's
Banksy
truly saying
project
something.
that was like
Even
a
with the pain gone now and the
Disneyland
injury reversed,
booth
it's still
thing,
so
but it
much
was all,
worse than
like,
the bear or
horrifically
even what the Flinchites did
messed
to my
up or what-
hand.
I can't remember what it's called
Cannonball
anymore.
heard me stirring and came into the room. Welcome back. I don't know how you experienced the last 12 hours or so, but you're with us again, so that's good. I thought I would give you some actual rest in an actual bed with all that you've been through. It was hard, but it needed to be done, he said.
How generous.
Fuck you, I said. Understandable, he replied. But hey, you're gonna have to do it anyway, right?
Understandable. Have a good day.
Understandable. Have a nice
Fuck
day.
you, I said. That's fine, we'll talk later. If my experience is anything to go on, we have a few days, and then we're gonna have to intercept a pig at my brother's house. So, get ready.
That's where he falls asleep. So, we're 1/3 of the way through, and I just really wish I'd slow down. Why am I talking so fast? It's 2:30 in the morning, Mike. Please. Slow down and enunciate, and do a cowboy voice.
And do a cowboy.
But not the cowboy voice you're gonna do.
A different,
better cowboy voice. Jim is doing a Mr. Beast impression in the chat. I gathered 5 guys who will win prizes if they cut their arm off from the shoulder.
What's up, YouTube? I just gathered 5 guys.
But I didn't pick a long sleeve shirt to keep you warm, like I care. Baka.
Baka.
It is 2:30
Hey
in the
guys,
morning.
there's a website
and
where it's
unlike
always
Dylan,
Woe.Begone, and that
I don't
website
have
is
to
called
be awake for
Patreon.
24 hours, so I'm gonna go to bed.
Patreon.com/Woe_BEGONE. You never
All right,
have
thanks
to
for
stop
hanging
listening.
out. It was cool. Thank you for not
never be
being
free of
too
me.
outwardly
So you might as well
judgmental
come
of the
listen to
movie I
early
made you
access
watch.
Episodes, Instrumental, The Diary of Elijah Schultz,
It
spin-off
was a fun
podcast,
time, all
director's
things
commentary,
considered,
Q&As, and
honestly.
more. That's patreon.com/woe_.
Bad
Was it the
movie,
kind
fun
of
time.
racism that just so egregious that you can't help but
Aaron
laugh?
G, Sydney Pache,
It was
Dairy AI Union
it was really
representative,
awkward,
Jessica
and it was
Longacre,
like it
Morgan
was trying
Jackson,
to be
Arena,
like a little
High
bit
Blesties,
like
Shy Ruff,
aware.
and Marn S for supporting the
It
show.
was
Enjoy.
it's hard to describe.
Warning: This episode contains
It's not of the
descriptions kidnapping and
times,
murder.
and it was
also contains a malicious mischaracterization of certain mental health
Listen,
symptoms.
Dylan, I'll say
We
this,
here at
I have
WO.BEGONE
seen
Industries
worse
LLC
and much more
are fully
racist
aware that
movies.
people with mental
So,
health
you know,
issues are far more
all
likely
things
to be
considered,
victims
Ain't that
of
just the way?
crime than to be perpetrators. Listener discretion
Had
is
a fun
advised.
time.
There are also sudden loud noises. Timestamps are in the episode
Good
description at the bottom.
Good luck, Dylan.
Good
I will
night,
see
thank
you. In
you.
like, 10 hours for games.
Yeah, I'll be here for another 11 and a half hours.
Yeah. Much to my mom's chagrin.
You have disappointed the old Chinese woman.
I am very much looking forward to the intermission, though.
My name is Donnie Evans, Donald Evans, but no one calls me that. Everyone calls me
Donald.
Donnie. I am 38 years old.
We had a
Topher
different president.
I remember this bit.
Is my little brother. This is my official prepared statement about the events that occurred on the evening of in which a police officer was killed by Topher inside of his home.
St. Louis.
We call him Topher for short. I'm going to call him Topher for this whole statement, so don't get confused.
Don't get it twisted, yo.
My relationship with my brothers has always been strained, but more with Topher than with my other brother, Brendan Evans, and more recently than ever before. I don't know what set off this chain of events, but Topher was becoming
Dylan did give up
increasingly
on
erratic and
Sporkle.
secretive. He would say or do things that would indicate that something was extremely off, but it was difficult to say what. It was scary. He would increasingly respond to questions with answers that were tangential or unrelated and disproportionately violent. He seemed preoccupied
Is this the
with
one? I
violence
believe
most
I
of the
started
time.
this with a
My wife and I worried that one day he might
uh,
snap and do something to us or hurt
content
someone
warning
else.
that I
We were considering cutting
understand
him out of our lives,
that
but
what
he
he's
started
doing
keeping
is
himself
really
so much that he
shitty
basically
here,
did that
where
for
he's
us.
like
Yeah.
accusing someone of having a mental
It was
illness
sometime
that
after
makes
his
them
erratic behavior
violent.
began that he turned up on my
Yeah,
doorstep
yeah,
one
yeah.
morning
This was the
unannounced.
one, yeah.
I let him in, since I hadn't decided for sure that I was going to cut him out of my life, and he didn't look like he was doing well, so I wanted to see if I could help. I thought that I could offer him some advice, or take him somewhere that a professional could help him. My wife was at work, so I was alone in the house.
So since we kind of talked
I don't
over that,
remember
I do
being
want to
scared of
say
being
that
alone
people
with
with mental
I
illnesses
thought
are
we were
much
just
more
gonna
likely to
talk.
be victims of
What's the
violent
worst he could
crime
do,
than
right?
perpetrators.
Ask me for money? I was fully prepared to give him money if he asked for it. I remember
So
welcoming him in
he's
and putting
doing
on
a
some coffee.
problematic.
I tried to make small
Mike
talk with
is.
him, like about the Red Sox or something, but he wasn't making any sense.
Problematique.
He kept trying to steer the subject back to this. I think it was a violent dream he had. Something about him getting his arm chopped off or being ripped apart or something. It was disturbing,
Damn.
and I remember thinking that I should flat out ask
Yeah,
him to stop
Ari, I'd
talking
like to do
about
the
it.
song
It
ones
wasn't so
where you
much
listen to
subject
the songs,
matter.
but
I've
I
watched horror
can't
movies.
right
That
now.
sort of stuff doesn't scare
I
me
just
that
used
much.
my numpad
But rather
again,
how much he
like
seemed
a
to believe that
silly
what he was saying
Billy.
was true. That someone had actually chopped his arm off, despite it clearly still being there. The next thing I know, I'm out like a light. I woke up on the floor of my kitchen being hogtied by Topher. I kept yelling stuff at him, stuff like, take the money, take whatever you need, we can get you some help, I can help you. You know, anything to convince him that it wasn't too late to stop. I did really want to help him, though, even though he was hurting me. He's my brother. I've known him since the day he was born. It's
Yeah,
funny what you
maybe
end up
he's my
focusing
brother.
on at times like these. I remember getting mad that he didn't seem to believe me that I wanted to help him. He was assaulting
I'm switching
me,
over to
taking me
unfair
hostage.
flips,
I was
by
mad
the
that he
way.
didn't think that I would actually help him. Nevertheless, he was not convinced by my bargaining. He finished tying me up, used a flat cart that I keep in the garage to get me out to his car and dumped me unceremoniously in the back seat. And there was a gun in his car. When we got to his apartment, he pointed it at me and told me that he was going to untie my legs, and if I tried to make a run for it, that he would shoot me in the back. And I believed him. Why wouldn't I? He'd come this far. I remember it being harder than I expected to get out of the back seat of his car with my hands tied behind my back. He rushed me up the stairs to his apartment. We had to hide from another tenant at one point by getting out of the stairwell so they wouldn't see that my hands were bound. I think that's why we took the stairs, so it would be easier to hide if someone else entered the stairwell. It's hard to sneak out of an elevator. I thought about calling out for help, but I was scared that Topher was going to kill me if I did.
Well, how do I do
think I may
windowed
have had a
mode?
concussion as well. Things were foggy, so resisting my captor became even more difficult. We got inside his apartment undetected. He led me into a back room and told me to sit in a chair. When I complied, he tied me to the chair and left the room. That was basically the last time that he would speak to me while I was in captivity until it was time to commit the murder. He would only come in to feed me. Ramen, chicken nuggets, just the cheapest, most processed foods. Easy to make, like he didn't want to waste time on me. I tried to talk to him every time that he brought me food. I wanted to know why he thought that this was something that he wanted to do. If I could understand what he thought that he was doing, then maybe I could try to convince him that he wasn't accomplishing anything, that he wasn't going to get what he wanted out of this. The cause and effect relationship just wasn't there, and I wanted him to see it. Nothing I said could get him to talk. It was like he was an automaton, mindless, only serving a function. He would let me go to the bathroom, but he was posted up outside the bathroom door the entire time. It was an interior room of the house, no windows, so I couldn't use it to escape even though it was the only time that I was alone and unbound. Even if there were windows, we weren't on the first floor. I entertained the idea of clubbing him with the tank lid from the toilet bowl, but I guess my cowardice prevented me from ever trying it. The longer I stayed, the
My
more
computer
it
is
broke me,
not
the less
happy
I thought
right
of clever
now.
ways to escape. And eventually I accepted that I was going to be tied up forever. Nobody knew where to look for me.
Hi Connor!
It was only the night of the murder that I learned that I was going to be forced to help him with it. I remember him telling me that I was going to help him do something, and when I asked what I was supposed to do, he said, "Tell the truth." I didn't know what that meant when he said it because he didn't tell me what we were doing or that we were going to a police officer's
It's so funny
house.
that he's
As he
spinning
walked me out of
such
the
an
apartment,
intricate,
I saw for the
weird
first time how
lie.
obsessed he was with this person. There were all sorts of files lying about, pictures of this guy, a calendar tracking his daily routine. I think that some of the pictures were taken from inside of his house. I'm sure that you have all of those for yourself now that you've been through his apartment. I don't know why this guy in particular, maybe because he was a cop. Topher's ex-wife, Kate, thinks that he was involved in organized crime or something like that.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
the
care about
ex-wife.
that.
Characters
I'm only
you
trying to
never
make
hear about
everything make
ever
sense.
again.
He never said the word murder, but I knew. From the litany of files that Topher had on this
He was
guy,
just married.
He
He
did
didn't
not
have a
have
kid,
healthy
right?
interest
Like,
in
not
him.
like how
There
men
was really
think
only one thing
so.
that could be going on.
Yeah.
I was going to be used as a distraction in order for Topher to commit a murder. I guess he was fixated on that guy from before he even
little
kidnapped
shaken
me.
is a
He had a plan the whole
murder.
time. I don't know why
Murder.
me. Why family? Why not a stranger? Why
Murder.
put your brother through all this? I
Shaken,
don't know what
not
I did to
the-
deserve this. Sorry.
Connor redeemed. Hydrate.
Once I saw the squad car
Oh,
in the
thank you
driveway
for
of the
redeeming
house we were
hydrate. I
pulling
only
up
have a
to,
little bit of
I
water
understood that I
left.
was supposed to tell the truth. I knew what that meant now. He was a police officer.
Chrome
I
is
was supposed
using
to knock on his
4
door. My
gigabytes
hand's still
of
bound, by
memory.
the way. I had to use my knee.
Yeah,
To knock on his door and
that's
tell him that my brother
right.
had taken me hostage, that I needed help, that he had tied me up.
I've been trying other
I assumed that
browsers
Topher couldn't just knock on his
recently.
door
I've been
for
trying
fear of
using
being
Vivaldi.
recognized as the guy
It's
who had been lingering around.
okay.
You don't get that many
It's-
pictures of someone without tipping them off that you're there,
I-
not without special equipment.
I think it's causing more troubles than
Okay,
it's
so
worth.
now,
You're right.
do I have to
should
describe
hydrate.
it?
I have juice.
Sorry, I'm suddenly, I'm feeling overwhelmed. I didn't know this would happen. You have the security footage.
Firefox would be
Do I
fine
really-
if
do I
it
really
had an
have to?
option to, like, you can
Okay,
either have all of your
fine.
history
A knock
or
on the
none
door.
of it.
He opened it.
There's no option to be like, just
He
save,
immediately
just
saw
save
my
me a
hands
month.
and asked
Just
what
save
was
me a
going
couple
on.
weeks,
I started
please.
to tell him. I remember trembling. I couldn't warn him. I was so afraid. I remember saying, "My name is
Slide
Donnie.
panel
I'm being
feature
held hostage.
in Vivaldi is
Help,"
pretty good.
or something
I'm
to
pretty
that
sure it's
effect.
causing me keyboard
I
issues.
remember he looked
It'll only
confused, like he was trying to
register half
understand.
my keyboard input.
I mean, I'm sure people don't knock on his door every day and say that they've been
it.
kidnapped. I remember I just kept saying, "Help me, help me." I could barely get the words out. I think that he
Help,
was about to
I need
usher me inside, and then
somebody.
Topher leapt at him.
I just
Topher's a big guy.
anybody.
I mean, the officer wasn't small, and Topher came at him like a linebacker. He was on the ground immediately. Topher had a knife, and he...
Linebacker Toph.
Do I really have... And he... Do I really have to say it? He slit the man's throat right in front of me. Right in the front room of that guy's house. There was so much blood. I remember it getting all over me. I asked him why he didn't shoot him. The only thing he said was neighbors. I guess that's why I guess he was scared that they would hear it. That was the only thing that he was afraid, though. I was terrified. Terrified of what he might do. Terrified of what he had just done and what I was helping him do.
Fair flips.
Terrified of what was going to happen to me if we got caught, or maybe worse, if we didn't.
If we did,
If Topher was feeling any
he's
of those
so
feelings, he sure didn't look like it.
Screamy. I don't know what the.
We cleaned up
I'm
as
so
best we could.
tired. He's so. I don't know what. I don't know the
Everything.
word for
There was
it.
too much blood. I didn't know what to look
Squeamy,
for. But someone
isn't
doing
it? That's
forensics
not a
would see that
word.
I couldn't. I was shaking so badly that I could barely help. I mean, I'm shaking now. You can imagine
So
how much worse it was then.
squirmy.
Topher gave me the iciest glare that I've ever seen in my life because I couldn't help fast enough. I wasn't refusing. My body wouldn't let me. Carrying the body out wrapped in garbage bags was even worse. I dropped my end at one point. I remember trying so hard to hold him up, but my body was still reeling from what had just happened. I dropped him. Topher gave me a black eye for dropping him. That's what the black eye is from. And then we drove off. I didn't know where we were going. I asked him what we were doing, and he didn't answer. We drove for hours in one direction. West, I guess.
One
because we ended up
direction.
or right outside of it. We dropped him off in the woods,
St. Louis.
covered him up, and immediately left. I asked him if that was enough, and if we should have dug a grave, and he said, no, it's not worth the time being out in the open. He said we only had to make it for 10 days. I don't know what he thought was going to happen in 10 days. I guess we'll never know. He said we needed to lay low for a while, and he always said it exactly like that, lay low for a while. I don't know why he thought it would only be for a while. I knew that we were going to get caught as soon as he started driving. It was only a matter of time. I thought that we might be on the lam for a while, probably a lot longer than 10 days, but sooner or later someone would figure out what was going on and how to find us. And I guess I was right. We drove in a different direction, not back to my house or to Topher's.
I lived in St. Louis
again
at the
for
time.
hours.
No, not at the time I
That's where you
started
ended up finding
Woe.Begone,
us.
but
we stopped at a
in the
gas station, and
past.
you probably saw the plates on the car. Topher tied me up again once we got to where we were going. It wasn't any different from being at Topher's house. I was still trapped. I don't know where we were. I don't know whose house that was. Maybe it was an abandoned house. I don't know how Topher knew to go there. Maybe he'd been staking out a hideout and found a house where nobody lived. And he still wouldn't tell me anything at all. 10 days. That's all I could get from him. I started to wonder if he was going to kill me in 10 days, if he was going to turn himself in 10 days. I didn't know what we were counting down to. He could have thought that the world was going to end in 10 days, for all I know. I guess if that's the case, we'll find out soon enough.
Can you turn your volume up on your end?
And the police showed
I
up,
feel
a
like
bunch of them.
Oh,
Topher seemed
me?
surprised
Oh.
that they had
Yeah.
found us. I knew that it was going to happen.
Oh, boy.
I don't know why he was so careless. But as soon as the cop car started to pull up, he bolted out of the back door of the house and towards the woods behind it. He left me tied up so I didn't even get a chance to run, and that's where you found me, untied me and put me in handcuffs. I know you guys are the detectives and not me, but in my experience, the guy tied to the chair is generally the victim, not the perpetrator, so no need for handcuffs.
Put it up to
Topher made it
18. I
past
don't
the
know if
tree
it makes a
line, but there was
difference.
no way he was ever going
Yeah,
to
I
get
was.
away.
It was
We
just
were totally
sometimes
outnumbered.
it was hard
I
for me
figured that you guys
to
would kill one or
discern
both of
between
us,
you
so
and the
kudos on keeping
show.
both of us alive, I
Yeah,
guess. And you know the rest better than I do, I assume. I hope that helps. He kept me in the dark about almost everything. I was a prisoner who didn't want to die, so I did what I was told. I didn't kill anyone. I couldn't. That's not who I am.
I'm just a little
I have no
guy.
idea what he's going to tell you. I think that he thinks that he's caught in some sort of elaborate scheme or game, and that something extremely important is going to happen in 3 days,
But that's
since the murder
just the
happened a week
theory.
ago. I don't know what convinced him of this, but I'm just glad that it's all over. I was beginning to think that I would never see the outside world again. That's my story. That's everything that happened. I am more
And
than
I'm
willing to
sticking to
testify
it.
against my brother and tell this story again in a court of law. I just want this all to be over. I just want to go home to my wife. Can I go now?
My wife. I just want to go home to my wife. Oops. I mean, my real
Excuse me?
wife.
What do you mean I'm not Donnie Evans? I showed you my ID. I showed you my social security card. I showed you my passport. What do you mean I'm not Donnie Evans? What do you mean that Donnie Evans is at home? I'm right here, in the flesh, over the phone. I'm quite aware of the kidnapping and the murder. I was the one who was kidnapped. And you're saying that there's somebody in my house?
It's so
was my wife there?
jarring
is my wife
when
okay?
a soundtrack
Holy shit, you have to get the guy out of my
album
house.
kicks
I don't know
in.
who it is, but that is not Donnie
Holy
Evans.
shit, there's a guy in my
He
house.
could be holding her hostage, making her say that it's me. It could be one of Campbell's guys. It could be one of Topher's guys. She's not safe there. You have to believe me. I gave you everything to prove that it's me. I don't know what else I can do to prove that it's me. I mean, I'm me.
It's me.
How could I even prove that any further? That doesn't make any sense. I'm Donnie Evans. I don't know what all this is, but I'm Donnie Evans. Did you ask that imposter to prove that it was him, that it was me? Did he have a passport? This is bullshit. This is all bullshit. I'm the victim here. I was the one who was taken hostage. I had to witness a murder. And you're making accusations about me? That's bullshit. I was released. You found me tied to a chair, remember? I'm not the one responsible for what happened. Why would you go to my house to begin with? Why are you calling me now while I'm at work? Why are you bothering me? I was the victim. I cooperated. I want to get on with my life as fast as possible. I don't understand why you're hounding me. Why would I lie to you about who I am? You know I'm innocent. You saw me tied up. Why would I lie? Why wouldn't I cooperate? Being Topher's brother doesn't make me look more innocent. If I were the detective here, I'd be more suspicious of family than if I had been just some random guy. Why would I pick a disguise that makes me more suspicious? I'm gonna get a lawyer. I'm gonna get a lawyer, and we're going to prove that this is bullshit. I swear to God, if you aren't going to bring me in for questioning or charge me with something, I'm out of things to say to you. I've agreed to testify against Topher in court, my own brother. I've told you every little detail that I remember from that night in excruciating detail, and I mean that excruciating. Both the amount of detail and the details themselves are excruciating. They are painful to recollect. I feel worse for having done so. My life is very hard right now, and you are making it harder. I've gone above and beyond what is necessary to cooperate, and I want to be left alone. If you want to show up with a
Jim
warrant,
says we
you
should
know where
bring
to
back
find me.
Don, and
My
he should
house.
be played by Anthony, Athen's brother.
Oh my god.
I don't know if you
Do it.
Fuck. Oh,
I don't know
what
if
am
you've
I
seen the.
supposed to do now?
There are photos.
I
We
can't
look
show up at
very,
his house.
very
What if
similar.
they find proof and I
Yeah,
get
I saw that one.
arrested? Do I lose? Fuck, I thought it would happen already. God, this alibi sucks. How much longer can this go on? What am I...
That's not the
boy.
time travel noise.
Still a while away yet.
It's very long.
Yeah.
3 heads in a row.
Very long and very loud.
I'm about to upgrade my coin to a nickel.
Whoa.
Can you imagine if it still was this long?
Oh, fuck. Oh.
Did you have a reason for making it as long as it was?
I think it was just a dramatic thing for this scene.
Hideout? Fuck, a cannonball? Where is he? Is he not here? Is he not here? I'm not tied up. Fuck, I'm gonna make it. I made it. Holy shit. I did it. There you are, I see you. Glad you made it back, douchebag. I was worried that something would happen. And you'd still be in jail
You
somehow,
don't
and
say
I'd have to find a way to
sucks
kill
to
you in
suck, I
prison.
remember.
That would have been a predicament. I did it. I laid low for a while, if only by the skin of my teeth. And now I don't have to lay low anymore. And you get to see me peel off from the hideout in your car. I can't imagine better timing if it had been done on purpose. Fuck you, Cannonball. Sucks to suck. God, if I hadn't made it back first. Thank God for lag.
This ping is terrible.
I am so fucking tired of being Donnie Evans. It's okay, Mike. It'll all be over soon. One challenge left. I've never been more pumped to murder someone. I don't think I've ever been pumped to murder someone. I guess it's all been innocent people up to this point. Let's see, Matt, the police officer, Ann's police officer, Hunter Jeremiah Hartley, a third police officer, 2 pigs. Yeah, I don't feel great about that list. Oh, and myself, that was an accident. Hey, asshole, let me in. I'm trying to zipper merge. You had this whole time to prepare to let me in. You're gonna run me off.
Wink wonk.
I just drove to Texas and back, and the worst part is merging. Actually, the worst part is we don't have roundabouts here, and I don't have a lot of experience navigating them. And it would just be like these little towns I'd have to drive through, and all of a sudden there'd be a roundabout. I got honked at twice in 2 different towns. One of them was weird. It wasn't a normal roundabout. It was something.
Why does it have to hurt?
It was something weird.
Why does it have to hurt?
Yeah, when my
Ouch,
parents were
owie.
teaching me how to drive, they took me to a specific suburb that has a lot of
guys,
roundabouts, so I had a
hello?
lot of practice.
Hey, Ty, I'm back.
Oh, these were all
My dad also made me do things like
I did the second challenge.
he also
I did
took
the
me to a
third challenge
parking lot,
too, actually.
like
No
one of the
thanks
kinds
to
that has
you.
like an island in the middle.
Are you gonna let me out of this stupid white void?
Almost paperclip shit, and he
that
made
mean
me.
that you know how to
It was
find
like a
me again?
Sunday or something. It was real quiet.
know
It
how
was
to find
outside a
Edgar?
park, and he made me drive backwards around the
I did everything
entire
that you
car
wanted.
park.
I was held hostage for months for you.
I'm now really,
Annabelle
really
wasn't
good
as
at
cooperative as
reversing.
I hoped he might be,
Yeah.
but I got some info, I think. I lied to the cops for you. I very nearly ended up in jail, and I'm pretty sure that means you fail the third challenge if you end up in jail. I could have used some help out there. Is someone going to show up and debrief me? Or give me a medal? It would be nice, but I'd settle for a decent meal and a bed that isn't a chair. Do the Flinchites have a doctor on staff? That would be nice, too. I'm in a lot of pain.
Everyone's a
seriously.
doctor at the compound.
I just escaped, and so the adrenaline is still
Everyone
wearing
in
off,
Ty's
but I can already
department.
tell that I'm going to need
Yeah.
help. Like, I think we're bordering on one of those situations where someone gets hurt and goes home and goes to bed, and they find them dead the next morning. Isn't that what happened to Billy Mays?
That's what I just said.
Damn.
Wait,
I didn't
car
remember that.
transported me. Like a moving car. Surely you know that, actually. You had to know that because you moved me. What happened to the car? Is it gonna keep going down the road? I was doing like 80. I was about to merge into traffic. Are you guys gonna do something about that? Hello? Ty? Are you there?
Sharks, hey.
I always assumed there was some sort of surveillance camera in this room. Am I talking to someone? Hello?
Wink
Can
wonk.
anybody hear me?
Fun
Love that.
times. That was episode 5, right? Yeah. We got one more before
yes.
the intermission.
The intermission that hits different nowadays.
Yeah.
I definitely remember a point on Twitter when everyone had been doing predictive text, like tweet a thingy using your predictive text keyboard thing, and I like came in the middle of it and I had no idea what was going on. I was like, oh my god, am I having a stroke?
Yeah, and that's all it was when I made that, was basically like a very basic predictive text.
Yeah.
Like it was barely a step above like what you have on your phone.
Hello?
And the image
anybody
stuff,
hear me?
none of the image stuff had
This
existed yet.
is Woe.Begone.
Mm.
Okay, Kofi worked few. Did you donate
Hey guys,
on Kofi?
welcome to the
Do I need to
mid-season
add
finale
something
for
to the
season
total?
4. I can't believe it's already time. Expect a goodie next week, and then we're right back into the season. By the way, the Audioverse Awards are happening right now, and it would be so cool if you would vote for me at audioverseawards.com/vote. There are a bunch of different categories, so feel free to vote for me for whatever
There's one
categories that
point
you think that I did
where
well in. Speaking of things I do
well,
good,
me
not
and
grammar.
a bunch of other
But if you like the
Kiwi
show and
friends,
want to
we
support it,
all realized that
patreon.com/woe_begone
we were probably
is where you
pronouncing
can do that.
Ko-fi,
Instrumentals, early
coffee.
episodes,
Probably
soundtrack
meant to be coffee
albums. If
wrong.
you're paying attention
But
to
we
this
all
conversation,
pronounce it
follow
right?
me at WOE.BEGONE Twitter.
Yeah,
I post for
it
this
probably is
episode
meant to
and
be
so much
coffee.
more.
Like that
Thanks to my
just
10
makes
newest
sense. Like
patrons,
branding
Indrid
wise,
Cole,
just makes
Roro,
sense.
Tom
But every
B,
single
Aaron
Kiwi that I
G,
was talking
Sydney
to, we were all
Patchett,
just
Derry, the AI union
I pronounce it
representative,
Ko-fi.
Jessica Longacre,
And like
Morgan
that's very
Jackson,
specifically
Arena,
because
and
there's
Hive
a
Westies for
was
supporting the
also
show.
it's also well
Enjoy.
the colors after the flower, but there's a type
Warning,
of flower
this episode
here
contains a description
called a
of
Ko-fi
violence.
flower.
Listener
The yellow
discretion is
the
advised.
word for yellow in Tadeo Māori is also Ko-fi after the flower. But every single one of us would we're pronouncing it like Ko-fi. I guess there's reason for that, huh? It's very interesting.
Yeah, I just say Kofi because it looks like Kofi, even though like the idea is you're buying someone a coffee.
Yeah, like that's their branding. It's like a cute like lo-fi thing. There's a thing, lo-fi, Ko-fi, nah. There was a guy, wasn't there a UN guy named Kofi Annan?
Yeah, that's what I think
that
of
was spelled
too.
like that too, yeah.
Do Kofi donations count to stream goals? Yes, if I can figure out if I like. I've been adding them sort of intermittently. Someone said that they donated $38 through there, and I don't see it.
Hello?
Oh, that's a
Are we
payment,
recording?
an order. Oh,
Is there
that's
supposed
where
to be
it would
like
be,
a
I
green
guess.
light or something?
I'm not
Normally when I
pressed
do this at
about it.
home, I
I'm
can
just
see
trying
the
to figure out what
program.
happened.
Okay, and I just I talk now. Are the levels okay? Mic check. Spectacles. Tint. Tentacles.
This joke.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
I did this during Fights by Fire.
Good to go?
When we were all together.
Sorry, I need this to go right. I really want this.
God, I love that joke.
It's important to me. I'm sure you understand. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I know you told me what I can and can't say. I mean, I've got the list right here. You'll cut out the parts that I can't say, right? Like if I slip up, you'll still send it with those parts cut out, right? Okay, I'll try.
You'll
I
edit
didn't
this
mean
in
that I'm
post,
not
right?
going to stick to the talking
You won't,
points. I'm just
you won't let
scared
me
that I'll
say
something
anything that'll
wrong,
get me
and you
canceled,
won't-
right?
Sorry, I'm grateful. I swear I'll try. I'm overthinking things. Let's just get started. Hi, Edgar. It's me. It's Mikey. I love you and I miss you.
It's
and
me,
I'm
your boy.
relatively safe. I wish I could hear you. I guess I need to prove that it's still me. With the way the technology is
I
these
like
days,
that I'm
someone could
talking
easily fake
slower.
my voice.
It's an important,
Don't think
somber
anyone knows
message.
that I call you my little panther when we're alone. Nobody
I've gotten
needs
like
to know our cute,
15
gross
tails in a
nicknames for
row.
each
I'm
other,
gonna go
so
crazy.
Now you know it's me. I'm not being allowed
There
to
we
call you
go.
on the phone. Not yet, they're telling me, though that does not fill me with optimism for later. I don't know how long
Rip.
it's been for you or when you're going to be receiving this, but for me it has been so long. Months, at least.
been yonks.
Maybe half a year from my vantage point, but then there's this whole temporal reality superimposed over my vantage point that I have not been allowed to observe. We may have been apart now for longer than we were ever together, and that scares me. I hope you haven't forgotten
They weren't
about me.
together for very
I hope
long
you haven't
before
moved
this
on.
started happening.
I guess I hope that. Honestly, I'm selfish, and I hope that you're still clinging to hope of finding me again. It's probably better for your mental and physical health if you aren't, though. I am trying to stay alive enough to be found. It hasn't been easy. I sound like a soldier in an ancient war writing back to my betrothed that I met like 2 weeks prior. Dearest Edgar,
Maybe even
I
a
am afraid
loser
that I
in
might
some
not
ancient war.
return from
Yeah.
the front. I have sustained a small cut on my knee, and since the only
Don't know
medicine
what
in
this
our
voice
time
is, no
whiskey,
idea.
I am cursed to die of painful infection. Please leave my skateboard to next of kin. Yours in death, Michael.
Michael.
I am in some quite capable hands where I am now. How you want to interpret
It's a
that is
Thai
up to
voice,
you, but I
Felix
will say that
says.
they are proving themselves to be capable of the task of keeping Mike Walters alive, if nothing else. I've learned that is an especially difficult task, one of the world's greatest feats, if previous holders of that occupation are to be believed. I can't tell you their names or the name of their organization. They won't tell me the name of their organization. If there even is one, they act like there isn't a name for their organization, but that can't be true. Like, there has to be one at some level. How do you organize an office and schedule meetings? Like, what's written on the iCalendar? The mind boggles. But you can imagine the type of organization that would be interested in the Mike Walters
That's such a weird
experience and
pull for
under
me
what
because
conditions they
I've
might prefer
no,
to keep me under.
It's so Mac specific.
You would be
Yeah,
entirely right
I
in your line
had
of
I
thinking.
had MacBooks through
I'm doing some
college, but
important
like
work in our
I
shared
didn't
field of
I didn't do
expertise.
like
I'm
the
useful to them.
organization stuff
That is
with
both
it.
why they have me and why I am so far unable to leave.
Like that's not something that I ever had to
They
deal
have
with.
granted me a decent amount of leniency in talking to you. I have been providing some excellent advice and fieldwork for them.
It's
and
only
this
really
message is the
called
fresh carrots
iCal
that they
anymore
have
if you're
offered as a
using
reward.
like the
line of work provides
URL,
enough
really.
sticks as it is. I've been promised even more upon completion of another set of tasks, though they are ramping up in difficulty
God, I
considerably by nature
accidentally
of the work.
said
They are aware that I have told you some things about
that
my profession.
Redacted was doing. I
You,
told my
of
mom that
course, pick up
Redacted
on
was
important
doing really
context of
well
what I
in the
told you while you were working
iTunes
in Albrecht Valley.
podcast
I know that
charts.
you're capable of piecing together many aspects of the situation and inferring the
That
rest.
hasn't been around for like
We also
5
know that you are
years.
difficult to get a hold of after a certain point in time.
Incredible.
These are people who fancy themselves experts.
And
at
yet the term
contacting people
podcast
across
is
a
still
wide range
alive
of
and kicking.
temporalities,
A
which
marvel.
indicates to them that your journey along this road is merely getting started.
I remember
In which case, I
I
beg
used
you,
to hate.
Edgar,
Well, it wasn't really so much as hate. I just got irrationally angry about the fact that my iPod model was not it was the model before the one that could get podcasts on it.
Uh-huh.
I was like, I can't. And I mean, all the early day podcasts were like boring anyway, so I wasn't
Yeah,
really
they
missing
really
out.
were.
on much.
I listened to some of them.
It is not a transformation I will allow you to make.
The first
I
ones that I
don't
cared
recognize
about were
myself in the mirror
Night Mail,
anymore. It doesn't
Night
help that someone
Vale,
shaved my beard.
and
Not
the worst idea of all
organization. They
time,
aren't monsters.
which is a podcast where
killed
they
a pig
listened,
a
where
couple
they
weeks
they
ago, and
watched
you know what I felt?
the Adam
Not
Sandler
nothing.
movie Grown
I
Ups
felt
2 every
relief
week.
that I got to hit something with a ball
and
peen.
talked about it.
An actual pig, not
And then after that, they did
No
Sex and the
remorse
City
or sorrow.
2,
Relief
the
that
one
I
where
could
they go to
put
Abu
my flesh and
Dhabi.
organs and violently destroy something. That's what I've come to. A monster. By the way, did you know that it's called
Is
a
an
ball
iPod
peen
having a
hammer because
return?
the round end
Possibly.
is for
I heard that
peening
Vine has
metal,
apparently made a
which if you
comeback,
strike it
so
to make it stronger,
all the golden
we're in the
oldies,
wrong profession,
apparently.
Edgar. We could be peening for a living. We could be peening right
So,
now.
yes.
I forgot about peening.
For all the uninitiated youngins
how I
out there,
ripped
the
to
term
bring levity to a
podcast comes
situation that didn't
specifically
call
from the
for
fact
it?
that they were
I
made,
mean, that's why you married me,
like they
right?
were
I think
radio
it says in my
casts
file that we're
made
married. I don't
specifically
know what
for the
that
iPod
means.
way back
If
in
we
the
got
day.
married, I sure as hell don't remember it. They won't tell me why they think we're married. It gives me hope that one day I'm going to get out of here and find you and you'll be
Radio
alive
cast?
and
I
you'll
say
still
radio,
want to
I
be
mean
with me and we
broadcast.
can actually
That
get
was still
away
like
and nothing
a
will be able to stop
downloadable
us and we
format,
can move to a small
generally
town away from
speaking.
civilization and set
I
up a mail
downloaded
shop and
podcasts
peen
to
all
listen
day,
to
every
at
day
work
for the rest
in
of
like
our lives.
2017.
They've been putting me through some pretty extreme tasks, though they pointed out that
Yeah.
it's nothing that I haven't been able to handle before. It's been rough, though. I might not come back to you in the same condition that I left in. Ownership of me changed
What?
hands for a few months, and the new owner wasn't as responsive to my personal needs as the organization. No toys, no catnip,
Damn.
just a litter box, if you get my drift. I'm on the mend now, though.
This was
All I had to do was
before
kill a man
Joe
and frame
Rogan was
another man
telling
for
people
murder
that
to earn
kids
my
were
keep.
using litter boxes in
I
schools.
can say that, right?
Yeah.
That I completed the challenge and that I framed him for murder. Like,
Back in the day
it's not
when
like it happened
Lasha used to listen to the Joe Rogan podcast.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
No, dude, I'll
That
keep that stuff
what
right.
that means
I
changed.
do wonder what kind of condition
like
I
not,
left
like
from your point of
not like
view. I don't know
entirely.
what happened after I left.
Like Joe
I
Rogan
don't know
was
if I
never like a
overtold everyone
thought
about what I had
leader,
done and where I had gone.
but
I made a
things
horrible
changed.
It's just like a yeah.
He was an annoying
It was
sort
less
of normie guy.
It had less implications.
Over might have covered it up.
Well, it had different implications,
Everyone
I guess I
except
should
one of the
say.
wiliest figureheads at the center of the operation. It may have appeared that things went on as usual, sans Mike Walters. This could all be
Sans
news
Mike
to you,
Walters.
But I made a decision.
Sans
and that decision
Mike
was
Walters.
irreversible.
Oh my God.
The only reason that I suspect that you aren't being held by Over or by someone else is that this organization is having me record this message to be sent to you. If you had been taken into custody after 357A, I doubt that they would think that this would reach you. When I left, our vacation was being viewed as highly suspect. I still don't know what that means. I don't know if
I
that's
have
the
a
truth or
friend
not.
whenever they're
Cause and effect have a way of
tabling
not
at the
working
artist
temporally
alley
when
at,
I'm
at
involved.
one of our local
If I led you into
conventions,
danger and I don't
they
know it
always
yet, I'm
inevitably
sorry.
get placed
I'm more
near
sorry
the
than I'm
Just
capable of
Dance
expressing or that you would feel comfortable
stall,
receiving.
like
If I
whatever
led
you
you
call that
out of
attraction.
trouble or danger, I
And
don't
so
know
they
it
get
yet.
to
You're
hear
welcome,
rah
I love
rah
you, and never
Rasputin
owe me
and
anything more than
Megalovania
what I've done for
all
you.
day,
I'm sorry if
all
it's squishy and cloying and
weekend.
gross. Absence makes the heart grow fond. And fond, as you well know, can be deglazed from a pan and used to make all kinds of delicious sauces and gravies. Emphasis on
As you
gravy
know.
in my case. As far as the checklist goes, I've got one more big thing that I have to do for these guys. After that, I don't know what happens, and I'm sure that they
The
don't
old
either.
biscuits and gravy.
When I did this the first time, this point was where
Crackers
things
and
started to
forth.
get fuzzy, less regimented. I especially am unsure of what happens because of the state of Over when I left. What happened to me would not make sense to happen again. I don't suspect that I will be earning my freedom upon completion of the next task, but I do think that things will change. I can't see the light at the end of the tunnel, but I can theorize that it might be there. We get married, after all. That's what I keep telling myself. We get married. I'm not even thinking about that as a happy ending or the right thing for us to do as a relationship, but it's a thing that happens. I need to get back to things happening to me. Like normal things, not like weird things. So I think that I'm getting towards the end of the time that I'm allowed to speak semi-freely. As you might have figured out, they are not letting me send you this message out of the goodness of their hearts. There exists some goodness in some hearts around here, but I don't think that any of that goodness is the driving factor for the way things run
Mike,
around
which?
here. Even the reward aspect of this
Which
message is
Michael?
not fully altruistic.
Which
I will
Michael?
work harder because of this. I will do better what I am
Did
told.
somebody
and
say
follow
why
orders without
time?
asking questions. They are correct about this. And I'm not just saying that because they're listening. Sizable, attainable, considerate rewards are how you get a good performance out of your workers, or your captives, or your weird hybrid of the two with the perfect eyebrows. Maybe not as perfect as they used to be. So, here is the call to action, Edgar. I have been told that this message will be delivered to you on a specific day, which is the day that these instructions are for. I'm going to sound clinical for a while as I read off the instructions. Please bear with me. I'm sorry, and I love you.
Gay.
In order for the plan to go off without a hitch, we will have to be in sync with you. These instructions are designed to give you plenty of time to get the steps done in time to do the final step within a precise time window, even if there is an unforeseen circumstance or person that presents itself during the process. Because of the potential security interference with our mission, it will have to begin under cover of night. You will need to access 116E after hours, which will be trivial for you. You should enter 116E
Jim,
via the
why?
front door at exactly 11 p.m.
The whole
in 0
whole
minutes.
song?
The plan is to enter Tier 2, but first it is important that you make a trip to the warehouse in the back of 116E. It is urgently important that you be alone inside of the warehouse. Please bring a strong flashlight to ensure that you will be able to check your surroundings, as well as a sharp knife for accessing sealed boxes in the warehouse. As you are likely aware, there are a plethora of boxes across many bays in the 116E warehouse. You are going to be looking for a box in position 65N. This bay might take some climbing to reach, which shouldn't be a problem for you. Obtain the device from the
Hey,
box
practice,
in
we're on
bay
episode
65N and
6.
put it
Oh my
in your
gosh,
bag.
hi!
Using your flashlight, check again to make sure that you've not been spotted. If you are spotted and positively identified, it is important... Wait. I never agreed to that. I'm not going to tell him to do that. Fuck, this is what I get for agreeing to something without reading the whole thing. God damn it.
The David Alt approach.
You thought I would object to this? That whole devaluing my life thing that I do sometimes, it's not a shaggy dog thing. It's not an act. I really would rather suffer death or a grievous injury than have him get hurt. I'm not joking. I'm calling this off. This was supposed to be my reward, remember? Not another way to make Mike Walters suffer. No, I'm not doing it. Shut it down.
Yes,
not
I
gonna
set an
tell him to do that.
automation on my computer that makes the
tell
sound
me
at
it
the
was gonna be
hour
that
and at the
dangerous.
half hours to remind my ADHD
Fuck,
ass
Edgar,
of
I
the
wanted you
passing
to
of
hear me, but
time.
not like this. If
But
you're
it's not
gonna-
a whole song.
Edgar, you're never gonna hear this,
It's
but
usually
I love
just
you. I
a
love you. I
ding.
miss you, Edgar. If you were spotted and positively identified, it is important that you have your knife ready in order to respond to any witnesses with lethal force. Even if they are
No,
unarmed,
no
remember,
despondent.
a positive identification of you and what you are doing will be lethal for both yourself and me. You will be acting to ensure my safety. Once everything in the warehouse is taken care of, exit the warehouse into Tier 2. This should happen at exactly 11:19
Trying to think of
PM.
instances of
Please wait
Edgar
until exactly this time
doing
to
a
exit.
physical
This
violence
should
that is
afford you more than
hands-on.
enough time to fulfill your tasks. You should turn your flashlight
My
off
brain
and
is
put it into
blanking.
your bag as you enter Tier 2. From there, you will take the device to... No, he won't know what that means. They want you to take it to the boulders, Edgar, the one that you can see if you walk along Marissa's route. There's a name for it,
Marissa
apparently, but I've never
mentioned-
seen it anywhere.
Whoa!
I don't think it's written anywhere in that lot. I mean, the whole thing is supposed to be unassuming, like there isn't anything there. But
This
you know
is
what I'm
like
talking
the
about. You've
least
seen it 1,000
Marissa
times.
since Marissa
That's
got
where you're going,
introduced.
and- You know what the damn it should be exactly 11:26 as you enter the site from the Tier 2 entrance. Once you are at the
I
site,
guess that's
there is a high
true for
likelihood
everyone
that
at
you will see
Over
someone
except
else
for
already
Edgar.
interacting with the site in an obvious way, maybe entering a code or entering a device into a slot. This is expected and has been factored into a part of your duties in order to
Meanwhile,
help
back at the ranch.
me. As with the potential witnesses in the warehouse, the other person or people interacting with this site at the time that you were scheduled to be there pose a lethal risk both to yourself
Cake
and
says
me,
Marissa should be
along with
mentioned in
posing
every
the added risk
episode.
of jeopardizing the mission.
When Marissa isn't on
Consequences
screen,
would
someone
be
should
quite
always be
negative for everyone
asking,
involved.
"Where's Marissa?"
Please dispatch
So
the
real,
room
so true.
immediately. Edgar, I'm so sorry. Please don't do this. Please don't. Once you are alone at the site, find a
No.
rectangular panel. It should look indented as though it takes some sort of rectangular key. You do not have this rectangular key, but we will be using the device that you took from 116E to interact with it in a different way. Take the device out of your bag and set it on the ground in front of the rectangular lock. Attached to the device, you will see an antenna and 2 wires. Extend the antenna as far as it will go and angle it such that it points towards the center of Tier 3, which will be roughly somewhere behind your right shoulder as you do this. Then take the wires and attach them to the left and right sides of the metal rectangular lock using the clamps provided
This
at the
is
end of each
a
wire. When you have done both of these
pre-base
steps, double check your
season,
work
right?
and
Like
then push
at
the
the
power
end.
button on the device.
Yes, they
It should be
found
the only
they
physical
found
button on the
base at
entire
the end of
device.
this
You should
season.
press
Like
this
Yeah.
button exactly
they go off to
11:45 PM and
found
0
base.
seconds.
Yeah.
It should power on, making a slight whirring noise of mechanical parts moving as well as a light. Please wait for the light
Robbie
to turn
was
from
was
yellow to
Robbie
green
this
and then
season
from
or I
solid
think
green to quick
Robbie must be
erratic
next
blinking.
season.
Like a modem,
Must
this
be next
device
season.
data is being transmitted
Yeah,
from the
'cause
device.
Because
Miles
Michael's
already-
Ensure the data
involved.
is being transmitted.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Your task
Okay,
has
there
been
we go.
completed. You should then make your way as quickly as possible into 116E and out the front. Avoid all contact with people and being spotted during this time. It is not as important as when you had the device, but it is still an extreme liability. You will have no need nor way to contact us after you've completed
Norway?
the task. The transmission of data should
Norway?
alert us nearly immediately that you have
Oh.
succeeded, and the data provided will go a long way to securing the operations that I am a part of. Thank you for... Edgar, I didn't write this. Thank you for being such a supportive and loving husband. You know that I would do anything for you, and I intend to as soon as I have completed my important work here. I love you, Honey Bear. This is not my nickname for him. I just talked about this.
It's a
The
good Father
organization
John
will let me
Misty
see you as soon
album.
as I complete my important work. I have not been told the reasoning
I
for these
have it on
instructions,
vinyl.
or what completing this plan will accomplish.
Love that.
This is the plan of the organization. They are telling me that it will help me without giving me any of the details. As you might imagine, there are several different groups at various levels of organization that are all competing for similar and limited resources. Your actions tonight will give us crucial insight into the actions of those groups and their intersection with the attack on 357A. It will also allow the organization that I am working with to access material that they have not been able to access before, including some information that they were unsuccessful in getting from me when I worked it over. That is what they are telling me. I want to get the hell out of here, and I'm hoping if I continue to do as they say and perform well, they'll let me get the hell out of here one day. That's the end of the script. Can I just have some time to talk to him, like for some last words that are mine?
It's 6.
I'm sorry to ask you to do all of that for my sake. I'm sorry because I know that you're going to do it and that you didn't think twice before deciding to do it.
$417.
I know that you're going to do it unhesitatingly because you love me, and that's what I hate most of all. I don't deserve that, and I don't deserve you, and I'm dragging you down into the depth of hell with me, and yada yada yada. I just want to lie in bed and watch a fucking movie with you, Edgar.
Edgar's like, I don't really like your movies, Mike.
There are people here, but they only talk to me when they
Can I
need to
pick
do
next
something
time?
for their operation. Most of the time, I'm alone in a room that I'm not allowed to
7?
leave. It's not any different than when I was taken hostage, except I can lie in bed all day. Most days I want to lie in bed all day.
Oh, hi, Ben.
This whole situation is upsetting, but it
Ben,
also
hey.
sucks in a very
yeah, we're
boring
listening
way.
to season 4,
That somehow
and we're
makes it even
flipping a
bleaker.
coin.
This is what suffering looks like.
We're trying to
Sitting
get it
around
10
all day,
times heads
wasting
in
my
a
whole
row.
life. Everything that I ever knew slowly getting memory hold as I commit violence for the sake of an organization that keeps telling me that they didn't kidnap me, but have failed to convince me of the distinction between my situation and a kidnapping. Anyway, time's running out. I love you. Fuck everything. Fuck the world. Burn it all down and start over. I love you even more than I did when I started this message. I would kill or die for you. I'm tired of worrying that I'm being too precious when I talk about you. I love you. I'm going to rend the world in twain with the magnitude of what I am ready to do. I am the world's most tired man, and I'm going to expend every single last modicum of energy into complete upheaval of the earth and its parts. I'm going to get out of this one day. Fuck the world, and I love you.
Let's not worry about how
Damn.
poorly
That's all the time that
conjugated
they're
that
gonna
was.
Grammatically.
I love you. We'll talk soon. Actually talk. Actually soon. I love you, Edgar. Goodbye. How was that? Do you think they'll buy it? Surely between that and the surveillance info we got from Cannonball's account of being stalked, you should be able to get them under your thumb. I mean, how could they resist acting on this intelligence that they intercepted? It sure sounds like I asked them to do something important. Something worth killing over. I'm sure they won't even notice how suspiciously easy it was to pick up this info before it could be put to use. And you have them where you want them, when you want them. Maybe you'll actually get some info this time, as opposed to when your boots roughed me up for no reason and got nothing out of it. I'm still waiting for you guys to have a physical therapist look at my hand, by the way. You owe me that, while I'm here. The acting like I was refusing to read those parts of the script sold the performance, in my opinion. It makes it feel like it wasn't planned, like it was done by a real hostage really being force-fed lines. I did it with the cops, too, when they asked me to prepare a statement about the third challenge, and they were getting just a little too hip to the fact that I wasn't Donnie Evans. An emotional performance can buy you a lot of time, because the emotion makes it impolite to question whether or not the words behind the emotion are
we're
real.
13 hours into a 24-hour
I find the key
stream.
to acting is to internalize the fact that you truly miss your boyfriend and are abjectly lonely in his absence because you're being held prisoner by a powerful organization. You know, method acting. Sorry, truth hurts, but it doesn't hurt you as much as it hurts me. Though you should take note that the emotion behind my performance is not fake. I really would burn it all down if you asked me to put him in danger. The difference being that you wouldn't be able to corral me back into the recording room. My cooperation would be permanently over. You better give me one hell of a real phone call after I,
Over?
Cannonball. And you'll have to let me know how far we've gotten as far as tracking him in the morning. I'm just too tired to pour over it tonight. That took a lot out of me. You know that it's
Alternate
cruel,
universe
right?
where Mike became a
You know that
thespian.
you've done me a cruelty, making me dig down into a real place and scrape the sadness up and out for your benefit.
What are we doing
I don't
then? We're
feel
listening
okay
to
about
season
this.
4 and flipping
I
a
feel
coin.
awful. I want to lay in bed and cry for a while and then fall asleep, and I plan to do that.
And we're
Assuming
not
that you don't have
enunciating or
anything else you're
slowing
gonna
down
make me
when we
do.
talk.
Sorry for getting riled up, but you brought it out
Maybe
of
it's
me.
just because I'm.
So,
it's 3 in the
fuck
morning,
you
so I'm
all,
like
fuck your
easily
stupid little
irritated.
project,
But
fuck you for not saving me
pretty
from
easily
Cannonball because it
irritated
was
by my
better for
lack
the
of
intel that
enunciation
way.
in these episodes.
Fuck you for making me limp around this huge fucking
Oh yeah,
complex
I
and
get
having anyone trying to
irritable when
help me.
I'm extensively
Fuck you for
sleep
not giving me a
deprived.
real phone call with
I
Edgar.
think that
Fuck
it
you
gets
for
a
not
little
tracking
bit
Cannonball
better
down yet.
after
Fuck you all
44.
in
That's
general
when
for
I
basically everything.
made my office in
A
that
double
closet.
fuck you goes out to Ty if he's behind that two-way mirror tonight for
And I
being
think
so
I
nice about
slowed
how awful
down
this has
and
been
took
for
my
me.
lines
That actually
better
makes it
from
worse.
there on out.
Fuck all of you. limping out of here and going the fuck to bed. Thank you for attending Inside the Actors Studio.
I always remember that when I was a kid, when we had to do speeches or whatever, one of the notes that I would always get was to slow down when you're talking, slow down, because I would always really be rushing almost through speeches. And then it's like, it doesn't really, I mean, it's not like it doesn't apply to voice acting as well, but it less so to Marissa, I think. Although I do have to slow down for parts where my accent would otherwise just be tripping. I'd just be tripping over everything, all my words.
Right.
Half my rewording sentences is because I will not be able to say it otherwise in accents. My accent is better than was when I started, but it's some of these running R sounds still get me.
Obtain the device from the box in Bay 65N and put it in your bag. Using your flashlight. Flashlight? Oh my god!
That still happens. 7? Oh. I got to 7.
Hey guys, welcome to Intermission 7. I hope you enjoy it. This episode was written almost entirely by a computer program. I provided the introduction and then a couple things to keep everything on track because it will try to stall out and not continue the plot.
It had a big problem with nothing happening, and then I have to be like, and then we did something.
Woe.Begone Season 4 will continue next week. Without further ado, here's Intermission 7.
Current generative AI models are so boring if you try to get them to tell a story. I remember
I guess it's because they're made to being like very they're made for sort of almost business purposes predominantly, like social or content creation.
I remember when I gave up on it. It was a long time ago. It was still before the discourse really happened, and it was just like you know how these start. It's like we've been retired and they brought us out of retirement, and so I was like setting it up like that, and it was like the doorbell rang and Edgar answered the doorbell, and
the year was
it was really set up to be like,
Edgar and I
someone's gonna beg you to come out of retirement. It's like, and then it was an edible arrangement, and it said congratulations on your retirement, and then they went inside and they enjoyed their retirement some more.
Regardless, we found respite in our little corner of time. We were retired safely in each other's company. Happily ever after. Our games of Shadowrun were winding down. Edgar and I sat at a small table in the den of our spacious home. On one side of the table was a large curved glass tank full of wolverines. I thought we'd have another quiet night at home, keeping ourselves occupied, passively watching the wolverines as we did most evenings. It's a shame. The world, our place in space and time, and the time travel technology that brought us together and threatened to tear us apart had other plans for us. Wolverines. I had them in mind, the wolverines in the tank, before Edgar said a word. We have to fix this, Edgar said. We need to stop the progression of time from that point and have it reset. He showed me a printout of our quote-unquote scans, the memory dumps of the cell phones we had brought with us when we attempted to travel. The cats we used for communication and transportation had triggered the alarms that we had no real expectation would be triggered.
Ejected
the program
cats
on the other
a
side
lot.
of the computer screen outlined the steps we needed to take to restore things to the way that they were. I looked at it for a few minutes, then pointed at a few spots.
Oh
on the
wait,
paper.
is this the Delilah episode?
Edgar, I said.
No.
I know.
Delilah's a different
thing. You
thing.
to let me do the honors.
Okay.
Waved his hands around
That started
in
in the
frustration.
postcards.
You're going to have to trust me. These
Okay,
numbers,
it did start in the
he
postcard.
gestured at the
Okay.
screen, a few cells blinking red. These aren't doing what I want them to. You'll have to do more than that, Edgar, I said. More than you're currently aware of, to be precise. I reached into his pocket and pulled out something. I brought it to my nose and sniffed it.
I reached into
what have
his
you got
pocket.
Here? I asked. It smells like pepper, he replied. Edgar tried to explain to me. Time was coming to an end. The wolverines were going through the last throes of their life cycle. I could feel it. The situation is untenable, Edgar said. He smiled a sly smile at me. You're going to have to go back to 2040, back to Old Brush Valley, or what was left of it. Charlie will be there, waiting for you. I nodded solemnly. He was right. He pushed the button and I felt the old familiar feeling of time travel. I was in 2040. I was among the dilapidated walls of a long-abandoned building inside of Old Brush Valley. It felt like home in the worst way. I had traveled back in time for the first time in years. Charlie was there to greet me, that old familiar smile of hers. I didn't know what to say to her. We sat in silence for a few minutes. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what I was going to say. Tell me about this, Charlie, I finally said. Charlie is a feline person of indeterminate gender. Her name is Lori, but she's known to call herself Charlie. She is always warm and friendly, almost childlike. I would say that she's a misfit. It would be more accurate to say that she is an outsider. Her father was the sheriff. The lives of her and her mother are poor. Both of her parents died before she was old enough to leave the home. She looks a bit like an old lioness, dark and fierce. The ideal cat, actually. She is not always sweet. What's the damage? I asked. How can I help? How's Over? She was silent for a moment, licking her paws. Well, it's all right, she said. It's just a little crazy. She rubbed her head against my leg. Most of the day shot to pieces. Well, we have to try to fix it. I rubbed her chin. Edgar's in my earpiece. He says hi. There's not a thing I can do. It's too far gone. She stopped rubbing my leg. I'm not sure what to do, you guys. I know, Charlie. I think that's why I'm here. The doc told me you were sent here to help us stop the timeline from getting altered. Who's wrecking the timeline? Hunter? Anne? Cannonball? Maybe Hunter, but it's all too confusing to sort through, Edgar, Charlie replied. She sounded exasperated, which was rare for her. That was the big question, I said. He said the same thing when we met in 1885. I paused. So what do we do? Edgar, you are a feline. All I know is I'm not going back, she said. She doesn't have a choice, Edgar, I said. The Eternals won't sit back and allow her to lose the life she spent so much time fighting for. She'll be asked to save the timeline. Is anyone doing the Woe.Begone challenges? I've cut my arm off before for the sake of winning Woe.Begone. I guess I'll do it again. Are we playing the game again? No, Edgar. She hung up.
Again.
What do we do
She
now?
hung up.
She came over to me and sat on my lap. Do we just wait for someone to finally get us out of here? I kneaded her belly. She purred loudly. No, Charlie, I said.
I think
have a
that
plan.
Mike's a
There is an
cat
old
too.
veteran and a time
I
traveler out there
needed her
somewhere.
belly.
The ship will try to help them figure out how to get things fixed.
Catification.
They can be
Making
us.
biscuits.
We just need to find them. She snuggled in my arms. She's a cat. I kneaded her belly. She purred loudly. Now, where do you think we can find the Flinchites? I asked. If I remember correctly, they owe me a favor or two, or 10. Charlie laughed. The Flinchites are wherever you are, she said. Of course they are.
So
Where
true.
can I find Hunter? I asked.
The real
He's a bit
Flinchites.
ahead of you, Charlie said. He's out in the woods with Cannonball. They must be looking for something. Cannonball has a flare gun, and Hunter is using his power to protect him. They aren't close enough to see
His
you, but
power.
they might hear us. Maybe we should go help them. Mike, she purred. That is one dangerous group. The Flinchites? Yeah, I replied. She shook her head and growled. I do not like talking to them, she snarled. Ty is all right, I assured her. The rest of them I could do without, but still, let's find them. Lead the way, Charlie.
Ty
Charlie
was
saw
so
Hunter and
not a
Cannonball camp out in the
character.
woods. They had been gone
Yeah.
for a couple of hours, and it split up
It's
in
so
search
weird
of
to think
something.
about.
You found them, I said. Are they in trouble? Sort of, she said. They're looking for a device. It isn't doing what it should be doing. The portal is malfunctioning, she growled. You need to go. Charlie, I said, exasperated. Go, she growled. She leapt from my lap and into Hunter's arms. Hunter! Hey, cutie, Hunter said.
Hey, cutie.
Oh my, Edgar exclaimed into my earpiece. Look, the four of us need to find the Flinchites ASAP, I urged the group. Between myself, Charlie, Cannonball, Hunter, and Edgar in my earpiece, we have everything that we need to restore order to the timeline. Let's fix the dimensions. We need to find the Flinchites. Not so fast, Hunter said. You're right, Mike. The Flinchites are a very bad group, one that we shouldn't tangle with. If
Damn.
we bring them here, it will bring chaos to this universe. And if we don't, we may have no Earth. When are we supposed
Oh
to
my
meet?
God.
I asked. Tonight, after sunset. Of course, I said. I picked up my car keys. Then I'll be heading back to the lab. Hunter and Cannonball, if you can't fix the time portal, give me a call. I'll come by and help you if we can. You know my number. Night came, after sunset. Charlie and I met Hunter and Cannonball at the rendezvous point. Ty Betteridge, the Flinchite, showed up only minutes later. He looked younger than I remembered, even though I had seen him since this time period. Time travel will do that. I sensed that this was a very important night, but was reluctant to get into it. We headed into the woods to a place Hunter called the Lost Woods, a sort of maze-like forest. We sat on the rocks near a tall cliff, and the five of us shared a small flare gun. So, Hunter said, I've come up with a plan. Is it possible that this was all simply a dream? I asked. It would explain a lot of things, but probably not all
Dang.
of them, Hunter said. Things have happened that cannot be explained. There is no activity in Tier 3. The time travel technology at the center of Over is active again. We are looking at some bad ramifications. Do your guys know anything about this, Ty? I asked him. Yes, Ty said. It was discovered just a few months ago. There was a massive fire in Vermont. I was at home when the first alarm sounded. My son was home, playing in his room. I think he must have been under some sort of trance. I was pulled away from the house before I was able to make a rescue or contact others. I would have been safe there. My daughter was taken with me, somewhere far from here, in the presence of another time traveler.
You heard the Lost Woods theme on
Another
banjo.
time traveler.
I don't think so.
Who do you think it is? Do you think that it's Anne? Hunter asked. Yes, Ty replied. I'm sure of it, but I can't find her. No matter how hard I try, I can't locate her, and I'm not sure if it's due to my lack of cooperation. Do you know where your daughter is? I asked him. I have a pretty good idea, he said. And what is it? Hunter asked him. Inside Tier 3, Ty said. At the center of Over, the reason we're all here. All of us looked down at the ground as he said this. So, how do we break into a top-secret government facility, like old times? Charlie asked. We won't break into anything, I said. I can't remember the exact procedure. It was all encrypted on our time machine, remember? All right then, Hunter said. You don't remember? It's simple. We just fly the machine, kind of like our spaceship through the portal. It will remain inert until it passes through the portal and reaches the base.
10.
Once it is inside the base, we will hijack it and just fly it straight in. If it's the real deal, they'll be prepared for us. Well, if we need someone to pilot a spaceship, I think we all know just the woman to do it, Cannonball said. Really? I groaned. Are you going to make me say it? Cannonball asked. Who else could get the job done? Marissa looked as strong and full of life as ever in her space-time suit.
Marissa's theme
She was
plays.
easily the most accomplished spaceship time pilot the world had ever known, which was impressive, even though there weren't that many of them. It was weird to see her older, wrinkles daring to make themselves known on her face. Marissa was more than just a pilot, though. She was a friend. Marissa was my ship. She might as well be my mom. What's going to happen to the others? Marissa asked. They will be assigned to another base, I'm sure, I told her. All right, well, the good news is your daughter will get to stay with you, Marissa said. She will have a nice, quiet life, hopefully. And if she doesn't, Cannonball asked. Then I don't fucking care, she snapped back. Are we going to ram the spaceship into Tier 3 of Over, or what? Come in, meet the crew, she said. I'm sure you remember them. She ushered us into the ship. Hey, Chance, hey, Shadow. Look what I found on the side of the road. 5 sorry-ass time travelers looking to get into Tier 3. Chance and Shadow laughed heartily. They were beaming when they saw us. You people don't know how to plan anything, Chance said. I swear to God, sometimes I get the feeling you just roll the dice and then just follow them. Well, we kind of planned it that way, I told them. We do have a time machine, you know. We can just dump you at the base, get back in your ship and go back to your own time, Chance suggested. I know, I said. It's not that I'm eager to see the reawakening, it's that I don't want to see the future. Like, we don't know what kind of damage will be done. We know what will happen, we just don't know how badly, Shadow said. I just think we're too young to be dealing with this shit, Marissa shot back. But we're here, so let's deal with this shit. Like old times. Like old times, Hunter said.
Everyone needs to stop saying old times.
Again, I said. Let's do it, Charlie said. Marissa hit a series of buttons on a control panel. The ship lifted into the air and traveled instantly through time and space into Old Brush Valley. It focused its lasers at a building at the center of Tier 3 and fired. Smoke poured out, as did a handful of people. Punished Hunter, I snarled. I knew that he would be involved.
No.
Fuck yeah, I'm with you, Chance said. I'll get in on this. So what's the plan, I asked. It's simple, Marissa said. Get in that base. Save the kid. No questions asked.
Base.
Make it fast. You will have to kill some
Hell yeah.
people. They will have warned the civilians. Kill, huh? Well, I ain't afraid of some rich little brat, Chance said. I've killed my fair share of people, I said. Leave the dirty work to me. All 7 of us got out of the ship and marched toward the building in formation. Punished Hunter was waiting for us there. I thought I killed you, Punished Hunter said. You did, I replied. You killed all those people. I thought you were the one who killed the little boy, Punished Hunter said. He was a little boy, Hunter, a martyr. He deserved to die, I replied. What would I know about that? He asked. You know that he was right, and you know that he was wrong,
Hunter's
I said.
like, you killed that little boy. Mike is like, of course I did. He deserved to die.
That the mayor lost his son. He's taking it hard. I think the government is trying to blame you for it, I said. I don't give a fuck what they do, he said. Well, we're going to get in that building and do what has to be done. I have a retirement to return to, I said. I am so sick of time travel bullshit. It's more fun when I'm beating the shit out of you, Punished Hunter said. Take it out on somebody who cares, I shot back. Like Hunter? He's such a scared little boy, Punished Hunter said. Scared little boy, I asked. He sure is. He thinks you killed those kids, Punished Hunter said. I'm not the one who killed those kids. I don't have to protect him because he's a coward, I said. He always wanted to prove himself, to be the best. He wanted to prove himself with me. Now he can. I won't get in his way. Hunter, fuck this dude up. The rest of us will head inside. Without hesitation, Hunter leapt at Punished Hunter, like he had been waiting his whole life to do so. We could hear the pained wails of their fighting as we made our way into the building, unable to tell who
Stop
was winning
hitting
the
yourself.
fight.
Stop hitting yourself.
Inside Tier 3, Building 225B, we found the mayor, his wife, and a few of his staff were dead. They had been either beaten or tortured. Hunter had a chair thrown at his head, but he continued to fight. We were joined by Cannonball and Trapper as I quickly worked out our attack strategy.
Trapper.
2 big guys
Shout
like
out
us
to
who could
Trapper.
overwhelm Punished Hunter and run him out of the building.
It's like there's a
Trapper and
character
Chance
named
were holding
Hunter,
while
therefore
and I
there is
ran
a
to
character
rescue the
named
little girl.
Trapper.
Hunter was a
Makes
violent
perfect
man.
sense.
I had a hard time telling him and Punish Hunter apart. We stormed our way into the center of operations, the place where it all began, the place that time travel emanated from in the first place. It was the first time that any of us had ever seen the source of all time travel, and we were all there to experience it together.
Whoa.
Holy shit, Marissa said. Ty's jaw dropped. We were all in awe.
Holy shit.
In the center of the room was the device that made all of time travel in the universe possible. It was an ominous being, so large that it filled up most of the room. The device glowed a vibrant green as it looked down at us, like it was preparing to destroy us all. A single alien in a slinky black and red outfit that was barely recognizable as human, the alien was looking at the device.
Really,
It stared as
the
if it were
alien was
staring
barely
into the face of
recognizable
God,
as
waiting for
human.
God to speak. The silence was deafening. What's happening? I yelled at the alien. The alien looked at me. It looked exactly like the alien we had faced before, only its eyes weren't completely white. They were a disturbing deep red, and it looked as if it were studying me as it stared into my eyes. Hello, my children, it said. What brings you to this place? Brother, it seems like you've been waiting for me to show up, I said.
Brother.
Yes, I have. You've come a long way. You've learned much about me.
Bruh.
I am not what you thought I was.
Bruh.
I am a being of uninterrupted time, but you may call me Flinch.
No fucking way, mate, Ty said, breaking his normally formal demeanor. You're Flinch? Cannonball shouted. Holy fuck. I wish Ryan were alive to see this. What? What's the big deal? I asked. I thought you guys were fucking crazy. No, Flinch said. We're not. But that doesn't change the fact that we are going to fight each other. I thought we were supposed to have a meeting, Hunter said. This isn't good. I have arrived at the meeting, Flinch said. I hope you understand, but please, don't fight. It will be brief. Are you okay? I asked Hunter as he struggled to stand up, blood leaking out of his mouth. I could kill this fucker with my eyes closed. You cannot do that, Flinch said. I have access to all of time. Even if you did, I could reset this moment until you failed. He was cold and clinical, like a robot. I'm not sure I like your attitude, Hunter said. You have the will to fight, Flinch said. You cannot
Loving
deny
this
that.
snarky
But you are
Hunter,
still my
right, yeah.
children. I wish you all the best. It will not be long until you fight again. Why are you here? Ty asked. Why did you come to this event? You cannot deny that I have built this machine, Flinch said. What I wanted was for you to be together in it. But it is my duty to protect my greatest creation, not to tell you that I built it. What do you mean? Trapper asked. The time travel object is my greatest creation.
No one
Flinch
wants
said.
your
And
input.
it is here inside of Old Brush Valley. And now I am going to use its
Shut up,
powers
Trap.
of time travel in order to make sure you never find it. You are destined to fight each other, and it is not the time to start. This is
Damn.
bullshit, I shouted. You're not here to make sure things go well. You're here to stop us.
I am here to stop you, Flinch said. You can't do that, I said. You can't take that away from us. I can do whatever I want, Flinch said. You will fight each other as long as I tell you to. You are angry, not confused. This is not a game. This is not Woe.Begone. The consequences of losing
Damn.
this time machine could be devastating. And what
Oh
if
my
it's not our
god, not the
time?
Queen's
Cannonball
bees.
asked. Then I will reset it, Flinch said. Just then, the whole building of 225B began to rumble. Not even Flinch looked like he knew what was going on. Suddenly, the building rose off of its foundation. The universe swirled around us. Finally, the building crashed back down in a different location, a nearby mountain. The mountain fell away, and the sky was empty, the aftermath of an explosion. Standing in the void, with a triumphant grin on her face, was Anne. You weren't going to have a reunion without me, were you? She asked. Flinch looked
Hell yeah,
terrified.
Anne.
He eyed the time travel device, his greatest creation. By the Force, I hate you! You are all dead! I will rebuild you in the next place! That's not the point, Anne, I said. How do we know that this is even possible? How do we know it's not just a big trap? They will not be a trap, Gotham,
And it's
Anne
fucking
said. I did not erase this timeline. I just changed the path we would take. But you told us that this wouldn't work, Ty exclaimed. No, I said that I wouldn't take them in my time machine, Anne said. That is the only change. The rest of the timeline completes itself. That machine, the one from 225B, is inert now. Flinch looked horrified and defeated. You destroyed my masterpiece, he wailed. I built this to end our existence, you idiot! I will not destroy
Oh,
you.
you
I'm
idiot.
just trying to
Her eyes
end our
blazing.
existence,
Now
you
come, we must find a
idiot.
safe place. Anne walked over to the device and picked it up. It crumbled
Look
into
what you've
pieces in her
done.
hands like dust. Let's get out of here, Mike. I thought you were supposed to be retired. Together, we all walked out of the building for the final time. As we walked to the SkyTrain station, we debated on what to do next. We have to do something, Cannonball said. What if he's right? Maybe we're all dead. What will happen to Trapper and the Rangers? Look, Trapper said. Don't you think that that's a good thing? I mean, you can't get rid of Flinch. He's the only one who can be a problem here. And what about the Rangers? What will they do when he's not around? You've seen how good the Ranger training is, Cannonball. The Rangers will always be there to enforce the space-time portal. I think that means that everything will be all right, Ty said. The Flinchites will help as well. What is a Flinchite without Flinch?
Why is this
Shadow
one in
asked.
such slow
We all
motion?
laughed. I looked down the tracks to the SkyTrain station.
Dramatic. I
did it!
Sorry, guys. This is my train.
Oh.
I'm bound for 2048. Back to peace and quiet and Edgar. I'm going to miss you guys.
Good
I forgot
job!
how much I
Oh,
love
the
you.
smiley faces.
You won't be able to
Good
visit,
job.
Trapper said. I have 2 extra tickets. That's all right, Trapper, I said. This next chapter is something that I have to do on my own, just me and Edgar. We waved goodbye as the SkyTrain took off. The next thing I knew, I was back in my house with my wonderful husband and my tank full of Wolverines, who were doing much better. The trip had worked exactly as planned. I kissed Edgar on the cheek.
This
and
game
he
is called
smiled.
Unfair Flips.
I've missed you so much, I whispered into his ear. I can't wait to go back. He chuckled, but not too soon. We both looked up at the sky. It was dark, and the stars seemed so near. What's the time? I asked. It's about 1 a.m., Edgar
What's
said.
the time,
I have to get up at
Mr.
6 to
Wolf?
go to the gym. The Wolverines are going to need
Damn.
extra exercise.
It's
Okay,
way too early to
I
go to the
whispered.
gym.
I'll see you then. I love you, Edgar, I said, my eyes filled with tears.
I have a friend who
Love you
does go
too,
to the gym
Anne,
at 5
I said.
o'clock, but he
I'll see you in
also
a couple
finishes
years,
his shift
Anne.
at 3 o'clock in the
Love you,
morning,
Edgar,
so...
I whispered back.
My roommate,
both kissed
I
and my
tried to
tears
do
stopped.
gym stuff because I
I had
wanted to go to
everything I could ever
circus
want.
school
I
senior
had my
year of
best friend
college.
back.
Oh,
And
I've
I
always wanted
I
him.
tried going to the
Cannonball
gym with
and
my
Flinch
roommate,
and the
but he
Rangers
went
were
at like
safe.
6.
Hey, Edgar.
I
Yeah.
couldn't.
Why don't we just go out like old times?
Was your
We used
roommate
to do so
also
much together.
circusy or
Tomorrow,
just a
maybe.
general
I'll take you to the
gym bro?
mountains.
He was just a gym guy.
Yeah, I'm down with that, Edgar
Mm.
said. As
He
we
was
both
an
smiled,
engineering
looking at the
major.
stars. I took Edgar's hand and squeezed it. Do you remember that time we saw the Northern Lights? I
Applied
asked.
physics.
Of course I do,
At the
Edgar
gym.
said, and gave me a squeeze. That's why I think I like your dad better, I said, looking up into his eyes. I think you're crazy, Edgar laughed. Not so, Edgar, not so. We went inside and went to bed. The Wolverines mewed contentedly in the tank. I was tired, but at least we were going to make it back to our friends in the other world. Tomorrow we would finish the book. Tomorrow everything would be back to normal. Just one more thing, I said to Edgar. Could you promise me one more thing? Of course, he said. Will you never leave me again? I promise. This time, our kiss was long and hard and filled with emotion. I promised myself that no matter what, I would always love Edgar and the Rangers.
When you
As the kiss
hard,
ended,
you
I felt something
hard.
against my lips. He's going to kiss me, I said to the tank. Yeah, Cannonball muttered. He's already done it once tonight. And he's going to do it again, Flinch said. I looked around, but nobody was paying attention to us. I pulled up the covers and we fell fast asleep. This was our first time out of retirement, but it would be far from our last. Little did I know that Flinch was already planning something diabolical, a scheme to bring all the Rangers together without me, my Ranger friends, or the Green Lanterns. But that's a story for next time. The end.
Just like a zoom, to imagine like a zoom, and it like at the very end, it pulls back, and there's just like all this other shit that was just like standing just out of frame.
I'm thinking of a very specific shot in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie, the one that had Martin Freeman in it, when they were doing the bunch of crash zooms out to show all the Vogon spaceships surrounding Earth.
I think that's the funnier of the two AI ones. Though the other one has like, there's like a fist bump, and it calls it like the collision of the two hard cubes. That's all I remember about that one. Oh, and it tries to give the rules for pool.
Find them.
Yeah.
She snuggled in my arms. She
No.
Adamant that she's a cat. This is gonna be so fucking hard to get there. Okay. She snuggled in my arms. She's a cat.
She snuggled in my arms. She's a cat. I need it. Hey guys, happy Halloween. If you haven't listened yet, there's a bonus episode of The Diary of Eliza Schultz in the feed
Halloween.
that was created just for the spooky season.
Whoa!
It's a standalone, so you don't have to have heard the rest of that podcast to know what's
I
going on.
remember getting all my
Speaking
shit
of
done
Eliza
and
Schultz,
going and
on Patreon
staying in
at
the woods for 3 days.
patreon.com/woe_begone, you can get episodes of that show and this one early, instrumentals and soundtrack,
WOE.BEGONE
cues
pod.
and A's, clips of my cats meowing. I just uploaded a new one of those. Director's
Shout out to cat
commentaries.
clips.
I
and more.
love cat
Thanks to my
clips.
10 newest patrons. Ariel Diaz, Theo, Song Kim, Jeremy Cloutier,
Ariel.
Birdie Archer, Moth's Teeth, August Fairies, HT, Indigo, and Chloe Aiden for supporting the show. Enjoy.
This is 43, yeah.
Four challenges.
And it's 29
I didn't know that there would be
minutes
4
long.
challenges when I signed up for Woe.Begone. I didn't know much of anything
Drop
when I
in the
signed
bucket
up,
compared to
but
some of
even
the
after
finales
the 4th
now.
challenge, I still wasn't sure. It is only after so much time has passed that I am confident in saying that there are 4 challenges. Still, I hesitate for fear that I might be proven wrong. Discrete challenges seem to be over after the 4th one. That is when things
Over.
change. When things open up into a greater world of information, into a somehow greater scale of violence, at least in my experience. Violence that doesn't simply reverse itself upon completion of a set of tasks. 4 challenges. One taught me love, one taught me patience, one taught me pain. I'm so amazing. I kid, they all taught me pain. The new set of challenges that have served as reconnaissance work for the Flinchites could not have played out in a less ideal manner. I had been kidnapped, forced to do the challenges at gunpoint, and almost ended up in jail after completing a 3rd challenge that was 3 extra days longer than the first time I had done it, presumably to make it more difficult for new players. The only way
Yeah, I
that
saw
I was able to make it out of
Stay
captivity
Strong,
was because
Ari.
I had the good fortune
And
of
I didn't
returning
know
to
if they meant
hideout
Ari
before
in chat or
Cannonball,
Ariana
and was quick on my
Grande.
feet enough to make a getaway in his car. Cannonball's car, however, was not stealthy enough to keep me from getting captured again by the Flinchites.
Oh no,
I
go
never
to
learned
bed,
what happened
Colin.
to that car. Perhaps it is still driving forward to this day, exactly as I left it. Maybe it plowed into that idiot that wouldn't let me merge. Asshole, you deserve it. I didn't learn anything, hardly anything, from completing the challenges again. I learned that I am not immunized from pain. Pain is a hot and nauseating sensation that I cannot seem to inoculate myself against, no matter how many times I receive it. I don't become stronger, I don't get used to it, I don't become resistant, I lose more of myself. I write another monologue in which I talk about how close my pain has come to destroying me. You're tired of hearing about it, I'm tired of talking about it.
We were flipping a coin, but now
I'm
I don't want to
tired.
leave this screen where because
I
I
never
won.
stop being tired.
And we're listening to
If
episode
I were going to
43 of
progress in any
WOE.BEGONE.
way, that is the chief aspect of my situation that I would need to fix. You can't change anything if you're always too tired to do anything but follow instructions. The Flinchites were not terribly concerned
I have a
with helping me
question.
out
Do
after
we
they
want to
acquired
listen to
me
the
again.
original?
They gave me a bed to rest in, which was more than I had
44,
become
or do we
accustomed
want to
in
listen to
prior
the
months in
Redux?
captivity. But they were not interested in helping me heal or waiting for me
I
to be
wanna
fully
listen to
ready
the
for what I
Redux.
want next.
Yeah,
It's
I
less
think yeah.
embarrassing
The
for
3rd
me.
challenge for them, they ended up having to do their dirty work
I was gonna
in
say
some
with
sort of
the
false flag
change
operation,
context,
the details of which were hidden from me. The details
the
of
context
most
of
things were
future
hidden from me.
knowledge. Well,
I
I
gave
don't
them
know.
one piece of crucial information that I had learned in my time away.
Future
that
performance
someone was stalking Cannonball
influencing
up to
the
moment that he
3
originally
past.
died. Presumably the people who had taken over
I
running
was going
Woe.Begone
somewhere with
and were
that, I'm
tying
sure.
up loose ends. I was told to record some false flag messages to Edgar to lure those new game runners out into Over, though the true intention behind those messages were hidden from me as well. I wasn't ready, mentally or physically, to do that work, and so I kept my head down and I did as I was told, without asking questions, which is almost never a good idea in these situations. It wasn't any different than the first time that I played Woe.Begone, the first time that I did the 4 challenges, the first time I got stuck out in the middle of nowhere in a facility and was asked to do as I was told without asking questions. There was only the illusion of progress. The number corresponding to the challenge that I was on went up, only signifying that I had followed orders. I was helping them progress while I was jogging in place, getting more tired and not going anywhere. As long as I was doing what I was told, I would never acquire power because the people who were actually acquiring power did not want me to. There was not enough to go around. The Flinchites did not bring enough to share with the rest of the class. If I wanted out of the Flinchite compound, if I wanted out of Woe.Begone once and for all, if I wanted to see Edgar again, or anyone else for that matter, I would have to begin to act in extreme disobedience. I would have to figure out what that meant and then set a plan.
Not just
into
regular
action.
disobedience.
But first, I needed to complete the 4th challenge. Cannonball knew what was coming. He was resourceful. He had an understanding of what sort of people were interested in locating and killing him, and so, unsurprisingly, he was on the run.
All I
couldn't find him on my own.
Now that I'm listening to
The
this
world is a
episode is
large
just
and
like
scary
trying to
place,
parse it through
but I
the
both needed
randomly
and
generated
wanted
text
him
of the
dead.
previous
My
episode.
Yeah, me
objective
too.
reminded the Flintites for a fleeting moment, like planetary bodies in sync for the first time in eons.
Ha!
We were going to kill
There
Cannonball.
goes Ryan.
This is Woe.Begone.
This poll isn't going how I imagined because I think 75+% of people who are quote unquote viewing this stream are currently asleep. Good morning, Kobe. I was not at all expecting Redux to win. Now I sort of feel bad that I had the poll. Life is hard. Why is life so hard? You have to decide things, and there are ramifications.
The Remy.
I was disappointed to find out that I would not be involved in any
Redux
of the fact-finding
won.
relating to tracking down Cannonball for the 4th challenge.
What an upset.
That was all going to be taken care of, quote-unquote, for me, even though that went against my wishes.
Let's listen to
I
both. That
wanted to
adds
help.
30 minutes
Cannonball,
to this.
like myself,
Listen.
like Edgar, could not be surveilled past a certain point, in the way that the technology
One
had
pen
allowed
left,
them and
one
everyone
pen
else with
right.
technology to do. I was certain that this was not because he was dead. Him not being dead was sort of the problem. They gave me more hope that Edgar was still alive, as the Flintites had suggested to me that he was. I wondered what exactly the shortcoming was that they couldn't see me, Cannonball, or Edgar. Perhaps they couldn't see anyone and were covering it up? It seemed that any time the subject was raised, the answer was that they weren't able to see the person using the technology anymore, so maybe they couldn't see anyone. Cannonball was the albatross around my neck. He was involved in this from the very beginning of my journey, and he had proven to be an even more malicious actor than I could have ever suspected of him. He had gone from unwitting participant to Woe.Begone organizer to corpse to captor. He had changed from inert entity to enemy on multiple occasions. He had hurt me severely, first from afar and indirectly, and then finally in person. I wanted to be in charge of tracking him down. I wanted to do everything that I could to get it done, but the Flintites were keeping me at arm's length. Being involved in the hunt for Cannonball would give me access to information that the Flintites didn't want me to have. So I spent my time like I had been spending it, doing nothing unless called upon to do something. It was torturously boring, but it allowed my body to heal in the meantime. They couldn't pull the trigger on my behalf, of course. At some point they would have to involve me. My life was quiet and isolated. I had plenty of time to ruminate on the feelings that I found myself having, about how badly I wanted to kill him. I knew that they were frightening feelings to have while I was having them, but that didn't stop them from happening. I knew that my personal trauma wasn't a blank check to inflict suffering onto others. I knew that I had an ideological investment in restorative and non-retributive justice. That did not prevent me from feeling how I felt. I was tired. I was too
This is what I
tired
meant
to
by
actively prevent
my
myself
politics are
from
in my
feeling
show,
that way.
right? Like it's weird
I
for
wanted
someone
to
so
kill
opposed to my politics to be into it.
There was a message from the game runners that served as the de facto beginning of the 4th challenge. Then a few days passed and the Flintites scrambled to get a location for Cannonball.
I feel like
I
the
was
people
skeptical
who
that they would
want
make
the
any meaningful
original
headway.
care
Without the
more.
technology, I didn't see how they were any better than the average person at retrieving
You know what I
information.
mean?
They had access to manpower, but that was pretty
Emotional
much it. Their
investment.
boots on the ground could
Like
beat
the
some
people
information out of
that want to
someone,
hear
but I
the
imagine
Redux
finding the right people and getting the right
are
information
just
was
sort of like,
basically a
oh yeah,
lost
that'd be
cause.
nice. And then the people who want to hear
It
the
took about a
original are like,
week.
we
I
have
think
to hear
counting
the
days was
original.
difficult, until Ty walked into my room. I was in bed, like I usually was. I sat up. Ty never came to see me unless he wanted me to do something. You finally found him? I got straight to the point. No, unfortunately, he said in the polite way that he says nearly everything. I believe he is expecting you, so he has done all that he can to vanish. Did you try his apartment? I asked. Why would he be at his apartment? He asked. Well, if he's, quote, on the run, then the last place people would think to look for him would be at home, so that's the safest place,
True.
right? Would you be in your apartment if you were trying to hide from us? Ty asked. No way, you'd find me there, I said. You checked the apartment, Mike, he said, sounding perhaps a little frustrated.
Sage, I do
with me.
not want to listen to
I don't
the
think
original.
That they checked the apartment.
I want
Just
to.
a hunch.
I want people to be pleased
We have a job for you, he
to
said.
feed the
You know
validation
Topher
machine.
Evans and Donnie Evans better than anyone here. We've
But
watched Donnie's house, but we haven't seen any suspicious activity. He's not hiding out
sensibilities
there.
and
However,
comfort
we can't rule out that
is
Donnie has some idea of where
pulled
he
in both
is, or might know
directions
someone who
because
might have an
I
idea.
could give people what they
And that's where
want,
you come in.
or
We
I
need you to
could
knock
play
on
the
his door and
less
ask some
embarrassing
questions.
version of the
I shook my head.
podcast.
Johnny's not going to know anything, I told him. Have you looked at the file you guys put together? They aren't exactly friends. Donnie is his closest family member, but from what I can tell, they don't even like each other. It is one of several lines of inquiry, Ty said. We are attempting to gather information from as many sources as possible. If this line fails, there will be others. Yeah, and last time you sent me out, I got kidnapped for months, I replied. That won't happen this time. It would not provide any useful data, Ty assured me. Oh, well, if it won't provide
there's
any
no useful data.
then, I retorted. To be clear, this isn't a request. This is an order approved by the organization. He said,
Forget-me-not says
"Don't
flip a
worry,
coin.
At no point was I under the illusion
I just
that I had a
flipped
choice," I
1,838 coins.
replied. Good. You leave in 15 minutes.
Is
Make
the
whatever
Redux the
preparations you need.
Patreon
Wear the clothes that
only
you were wearing when
exclusive?
we reacquired you from
I feel
Topher,"
like it's
he
been in the
said.
feed at some point.
The Donnie Evans disguise? I asked.
Because
That's
if
the
one was
one.
the Patreon,
Maybe it will
because
give
if
you
the Redux
something to
was the
talk about
Patreon
with him,
exclusive,
he
then I
said,
would
or put him at
say that
ease.
for this. But
Fine,
only
leave
if,
so I can change,
you know.
I said. He left and I changed into the clothes. I prayed that Donnie didn't ask me anything about the Red Sox.
People are
might have
saying
been
they
just
thought it
happened
was an
that I guessed correctly
intermission.
that they were a baseball team. I hadn't had the resources to get acquainted with them in the intervening time. After getting dressed, I stood in the center of the room, braced myself, and waited. For 11 minutes. It doesn't take that long to change into a shirt and jeans and a hat. I didn't have any other preparations to make. How could I make preparations? I didn't have any material possessions. You can't mentally prepare. It's just awful every time. The next thing that I knew, after 11 minutes the next thing I knew after those 11 minutes were up, I had traveled. Once my vision was good enough to look around, I found that I was standing in the middle of a cozy living room, complete with a fireplace, reclining chairs, a television,
This
a
is
rather
where he
traditional
falls
approach
asleep.
to what a nice living room looks like. I immediately panicked. I wasn't supposed to be inside the house. What was Donnie going to think when he saw a guy wearing his clothes had barged into his house unannounced and was standing in his living room? Did the Flinchites fuck this up? Did they mean to put me outside?
Maybe it was
but
in
missed
a
for some reason.
No, because I
Were the
used to do like a
blueprints for his
Patreon
home
sampler
wrong
pack
or
that I'd
something?
upload to the main
Was Donnie
feed. But
building
I don't
onto
think
his
it's in that
property without
either.
a permit, and so there wasn't a public record of this room existing? I mean, Cannonball could be a bit unhinged at times, but building without a permit? That is a line that a man should never cross.
That
As I thought
that
these
woman on
things, I noticed
TikTok
that no
who's
one
just
was
like
rushing in to
digging
confront me. I crept around the
a
house
tunnel
extremely slowly.
like through her
The
house.
living room was not in the front of the house, so I had to pass through a large
like
portion of the house to
underground.
get to the door. I didn't see anyone. Once I began to suspect that I was alone, I even resorted to walking back through the house saying, "Hello?" in the way that people only do when they've entered a house that they suspect that no one's in. Hello? Hello? Everybody does it the exact same way, and nobody ever does it unless they're entering a building and are checking to see if it's empty. Where did we all learn to do that from? Television? Donnie Evans wasn't home. Neither was his wife. I checked the clock above the fireplace in the living room. It was midday, likely a workday, I thought. I was alone and thought that I might be for quite some time. I sat down in the leather recliner. It was so comfortable. I hadn't sat down on anything designed for comfort and not cost in a very long time. There was a window. I could see outside. I could see outside, and I wasn't having to kill a policeman or flee from Cannonball. It was the first time that I had seen outside and not had to worry since Matt's house, I guess. I took a moment to soak it all in. I put my feet up. I had a few minutes at least. I knew that Donnie worked a normal 9-to-5 job, so it would be hours before he got home. I could go outside after a few minutes of enjoying the amenities of Donnie's home. Go outside and enjoy nature for a couple hours and come back once he got home. I didn't know why the Flinchites had made so many errors, and I didn't care. I was too comforted by actually being inside of a home to care. It didn't even matter that it wasn't my home. I had been deprived of anything like a home for such a long time. Even over didn't feel like a home, more like a job that I lived at. This is what I wanted. This is what all of that running away was about in the first place. This sort of comfort. I could finally enjoy some privacy and comfort for a short time. All I had to do was not fall asleep in that chair and everything would turn out just... I woke up to the sound of the doorbell ringing. I was startled, first by the sudden awakening, and then by the knowledge that I'd fallen asleep in Donnie's house. I checked the time. It was still mid-afternoon. Donnie hadn't come home yet. The doorbell was ringing. The doorbell was ringing. It was ringing again and again in quick succession, as if the person was frustrated that no one was answering. I didn't know how long they had been ringing the doorbell before I woke up. I made my way to the front of the house and did that thing that people do where they peek through the blinds to see who's at the door, but sometimes the person knocking can see you and it makes things super awkward. Also, Donnie's door had a stained glass insert in it, and someone on the outside would definitely be able to tell if someone entered the front room. I'm burying the lead here. The person was wearing a dark red mask that obscured their entire face. It was sort of like an old school hockey mask, featureless and face-shaped, with holes only for the eyes, nose, and mouth. The person rang the doorbell again. This time he cleared his throat, signaling that he knew that I was there. Donnie didn't seem to be the type to entertain masked individuals in the early afternoon. I doubt that his house had seen many Eyes Wide Shut style parties in its day. It slowly began to occur to me that it was possible that the Flinchites had not been forthright with me about what they intended for me to do in Donnie's house. They hadn't made any mistakes. They had plonked me down in Donnie's house, knowing that he wasn't going to be home for a few hours. They also knew that someone would be ringing Donnie's doorbell a short time after I had arrived in the house. That was the actual point of the mission. I was dressed like Donnie Evans. They told me to dress like Donnie Evans. This was Woe.Begone. This was like when I had spoken with Ryan after receiving the 4th challenge. I had been sent to speak with Hunter when he got his 4th challenge. I had been sent to intercept a Woe.Begone game runner at Donnie's house. I knew that I had to open the door, so I opened the door. The man was wearing all black with black shoes and a hoodie covering the top of his head. The dark red face mask was the only distinguishing feature. It was impossible to make out any features of the man himself, other than his height, which was around the same height as me. Donnie Evans? The man asked, speaking slowly and deliberately. Who wants to know? I replied. Nobody ever answers with who wants to know
no
unless
full
it's
sleep in
actually
this bed and
them,
everything will
the
be
man said.
just
Anyone else would say,
I'm
no
awake.
sir, you have the wrong house. Guilty as charged, I replied. Woe.Begone.
Woe.Begone.
I'm here about a challenge.
Woe.Begone.
The man said. May I come in? Can you prove that you're not another player that's just come to kill me? I asked. 71523, he said. I don't get it, I said. When was the last time you checked the drawer in your study? He asked. I don't know. Yesterday? I said. I assumed that he had no way to verify that, since if he did, he would likely know that I am not the Donnie Evans that had been living in the house. Check it now, he said. There will be a note that was not there before. 71523 written on it. A player could not have put it there. It is a locked drawer. Wait here.
Damn.
I'll check it and come back, I said. He nodded. I shut the door behind me and looked for the study. It only took a few seconds. I examined the drawer. It was locked, and I did not have a key for it. I checked the desk for the key and found nothing. It was likely that Donnie Evans had the key on his person and not in the house at all. I ran to the bedroom and checked the bedside table. Nothing. I had no way to retrieve the note. I was going to have to pretend to see the note and hope that he didn't ask to see it. 75123. 751... shit. 71523. That was it. 71523. I returned to the front door and opened it. 71523, like you said. That's proof enough for me, I said. Come in. I led the man into the dining room. We sat down in chairs facing each other, and he began to speak. You have received the instructions for your challenge, he said. The Jagoff ran off a couple weeks ago. Nobody's seen him. Not me, not Brandon, nobody. Toph, the prize or whatever, I said. You will have to find him, the man said. Don't know how to do that, I said. You will have to find him, the man reiterated.
Oh, thanks. Very helpful.
I lose the challenge? I go back to him being dead anyway? I asked. The 4th challenge is a gateway. You have seen what is possible. You can become what is possible. The technology of the game is material. It was gained by us through material means. That means it must be guarded in material ways. That means it can be accessed by people. People like you. We are the arbiters of access, he said. Fuck's that mean? I asked. You're gonna let me use time travel? You will be closer to the access, he said. We will still require your work, but you will have proven yourself qualified for the work upon completion of the 4th task. And if I refuse, I asked. Life will be difficult, and you won't remember why, he said. I didn't remember that being part of the deal when I played the game for the first time. I thought that if I quit playing, that life would simply go back to the way that it was before Woe.Begone, with Matt being dead, but the rest of my life staying the same. I wondered if this was always the way that things were, or if this was a new addition made by the new game runners. I had never met anyone who would stop before completing the 4th challenge, to my knowledge, so I couldn't know for sure. It's also possible that if I met someone who backed out of the fourth challenge, I wouldn't be able to remember it. Is that a threat? I asked. I mean-mugged him, trying to put on the Donnie Evans bravado that I lacked in my real life. The difference between he and I. It is a statement of intent from someone with power to someone without, he said. A credible threat. Were you planning on completing the fourth challenge? Well, it's not like I have a choice, according to you, I said. I only ask from curiosity, he said. Are you going to help me find him? I asked. Consider finding him to be part of your qualifying task, he said. However, we will give you one piece of guidance. We like to reward the people who are at the top of the leaderboard. That sounded like the Woe.Begone I knew. Once upon a time, I received the honor of getting to cut off my hands for being, quote, in the lead, if that's even a real thing. Okay then, what's the clue? I asked. Right now, he said. I could hear something briefly rattle in one of the rooms, sounding like metal against metal. It is in the same drawer in your study. I will take the steps necessary to put it there later, but it is there now.
Oh no. Oh,
yeah, I know how time travel works, I said. You should wait until I leave before you
I'll be
retrieve
back
it.
in just a
It is
second. I'm gonna
unwise to leave a
splash cold
stranger
water
alone
on
in
my
your
face.
house, he said. You make a strong argument, I said, thankful that he wasn't expecting me to retrieve it in front of him. You're going to kill him then? Topher Evans, you are going to kill him? He asked. I nodded.
Oh, okay then.
I believe you. Even if I didn't believe you, that would also suffice. I was merely here to tell you what is at stake, he said. Well, thanks for telling me, I guess, I replied. You will receive instructions upon completion of the task. The sooner the task is completed, the more competent we will see you, and will devise future opportunities accordingly. That is the end of what I have prepared to say. It has been nice meeting you, Donnie Evans. Goodbye. He barely got the word goodbye out of his lips before vanishing into thin air, traveling through time and space back to wherever he came from. How dramatic. That whole thing is dramatic. It's exhausting to talk to someone who talks like that. You shall retrieve the prize for the extrication of the fourth quantum of the task of blah blah blah. I went to college too, dude. You're not impressing anyone. I was glad to be rid of him. I would have liked to stick around for a bit longer, but I already felt like I was running on borrowed time still being in Donnie's house, especially after inviting a Woe.Begone game runner inside. It was at that moment that I remembered that the game runner had left some sort of clue inside of a locked drawer in Donnie's study. Shit. Donnie probably shouldn't be allowed to look at whatever it was if we were planning on stealing his identity to kill his brother. I proceeded to tear the house apart very gently, moving absolutely everything that wasn't nailed down and then putting it back exactly as I had found it so as not to alert anyone of my presence. The key was not in any unlocked drawers, nor on top of any coffee tables, dinner tables, under any litter boxes, inside the tank of any toilets, or in the pockets of any of his pants. I checked for over an hour. The key was not in the house, but the clue was too important. I needed to get it out of the drawer. Donnie would be back eventually, and I needed to get the clue and get out before then. After a few minutes of deliberating on what to do, I went to the garage to look for something to bust a drawer open with. And there I found my old friend, the ball-peen hammer, just sitting out in the open. Good memories with that good old ball-peen. It had only been a few weeks since I used one to kill a pig, while a kidnapper had a gun trained on me in case I decided to get wise and try to use it to free myself. Good times. Happy memories.
Good time.
I returned to the study with the ball-peen hammer. I pulled the desk out from the wall to get a look at the back of the locked drawer. It was made of the same flimsy metal as the rest of the desk. I proceeded to strike the metal with the hammer until a hole formed. I then stuck the head in the hole and then used my body weight to pull the hole open wider until I could
Why
fit
did
my
I say these
entire
words?
fist inside. Please don't isolate that sentence and take it out of context. I took the note that had the number written on it. There were other documents inside as well as a cell phone. The documents appeared to be Donnie's personal documents, so I left those alone. The cell phone appeared to be a burner cell phone with important messages for Cannonball. I thought I remembered that phone, though I couldn't be certain that it was the same one. Regardless, that seemed to be the clue, so I took it. After I secured the clue, I did the best that I could to pull the remaining metal back off of the drawer so it looked like there never was a back to it. Maybe Donnie would think that the drawer never had a back? But why would a locked drawer not have a back? That would be for him to figure out, but I doubt that he would figure out the relationship between that and the time travel murder game. I put the desk back, took the metal scraps, shoved everything in my pockets, returned the hammer to the garage, and went out through the garage door, having it close behind me. This meant that I could get out without having to leave any doors unlocked. I walked down the driveway to a sidewalk and proceeded to walk, pockets full of garbage, for a few minutes, maybe 15 at most, waiting for the Flinchites, enjoying the sunshine. I wanted to get away from the scene of the crime. Eventually, I turned a corner into an alley and felt the familiar, nauseating sensation of being transported by time travel technology. I was in the White Room again. It wasn't as unpleasant an experience as the previous times I'd been in the room. This time I was expecting to be picked up by the Flinchites. The first 2 times were sudden and against my will. Ty was prompt in entering the room this time. "Took you a while to get alone," he said. "We couldn't transport you with the cars on the road seeing you. We had to wait until you went into that alley." "I wasn't even thinking about that," I said. "Why didn't you tell me why I was actually going to Donnie's house?" "We didn't want you to know," he said matter-of-factly. "Why didn't you want me to know?" I asked. "That is none of your business," he replied. "I am not here to explain operations to you. I am here to debrief you. Did you meet the person from Woe.Begone?" "Yes," I said. I assumed that the point was to intercept him so that Donnie didn't see him. "Correct," Ty
What's
said.
on the screen?
"Did
Me.
you get any extra information?" "No, he just told me that if I fail, then life will be worse.
I was playing a game
and
where
I
you
wouldn't
flip a
remember
coin.
Why. I don't remember receiving a threat like that from the first time that I did the challenges. Back then I thought everything would go back to normal. This wouldn't be the first time that they've taken some liberties with the format, even if they've kept the bones the same. I assumed that it wasn't Ryan that rang the doorbell?" he asked. "Whoever it was wore a full face mask. It was hard to tell anything about him. If it was Ryan, he didn't tell me that my cover was blown," I said. "Well, he probably wouldn't tell you," he said. "But still, it probably wasn't him." I nodded in agreement. "All right, well, now that that meeting is done, we can focus all of our efforts on finding Cannonball. You are to remain in your quarters until we are ready to deploy you. Do you understand your instructions?" "Instructions don't get any easier than that," I replied. "All right, good meeting," he said. A moment passed, and then we were transported back to the main section of the compound, and I was led back to my room. I changed back into the clothes that the compound had given
Praxis,
me,
the music
waited
set
for
is
a bit,
starting when
then
this
got
is
under
done.
the covers and took out the cell phone, like a child trying to text after bedtime without getting caught. I didn't tell Ty about the phone because I wanted a chance to look through it first. If they knew that I had it, they would have taken it away from me without letting me see it. They would be able to poke through it eventually. I would have to tell them about any information that I found if I wanted them to investigate it. It was better to ask for forgiveness rather than permission in this case. What were they going to do, punish me? They
So in,
needed
like,
me, and
3
there was little that they could
hours.
do in way of punishment anymore. For all of their faults, they were fairly averse to physical injury, at least inside the compound. I looked through the contacts. None. I looked at incoming and outgoing calls. None. I checked the text messages. Several. I started at the top and then just started reading in order, trying to figure out his plans. Some were boring, some had salacious information that was not at all relevant to Woe.Begone, but that I appreciated reading anyway, and one text thread was the clue that the game runners were presenting to me. I read through the text thread. Cannonball had been making arrangements. He was sneaking around. He had a guy to hook him up with everything that he needed to make a getaway to... Riga? Where the fuck is Riga?
Riga.
Riga.
This has been Woe.Begone.
Riga mention.
Next time, we'll probably pull out a dang map.
Riga.
Thanks for playing.
Going to Riga.
This is when the real star of the show.
So I queued up the original. Does Riga think that being awake now is a crime? She's not as she used to get really upset. Like she wouldn't go to bed unless I was going to bed.
Aww.
We can listen to the Redux too? No, because it's 29 minutes long.
One Tommy pain, one Tommy pain, one Tommy pain. I am in pain.
That's how I feel right now.
Oh, apparently Redux is in public.
Happy post-Halloween. If you haven't listened to the Halloween collab on the feed 9 to midnight, you're missing
Redux
out.
is a
It's 9 of the best
re-recording of
indie horror
episode
podcasters
44
sharing
where
stories,
I
but
do the
also
Michael
I'm there.
voice
It was
right.
a lot of fun to make, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Because the Michael voice
Speaking
didn't
of enjoying
exist.
things, if you like
Anyway,
the
what I was
show,
gonna
you
say
can
is we
support
can
it on
listen to the
Patreon
original,
at
but I'm gonna take a quick. You guys can listen to it, and I'm gonna go over there and cuddle with my dog for 20 minutes. So I don't have to hear it.
More. That's patreon.com/woe_begone. Many thanks to my 10 newest patrons: Byron, Astrid, Mac McCure, Ariel Diaz, Theo, Sung Kim, Jeremy Cloutier, Bertie Archer, Moth's Teeth, and August Ferries for supporting the show. Enjoy.
I remember I was set up on the couch.
Warning: this episode contains a depiction of violence. Listener discretion is advised. It also contains loud noises.
Yes, you were
Timestamps
bundled
will
up
be
with a
at the bottom of the
blanket.
description.
It sounds wrong and weird. Never mind. Is that sounded? Everything sounds bad. Like everything sounds wrong.
Riga Mansion.
Lumokes, thank you for the $15. Riga Mention. Yeah, whatever. I give up. I give up. It broke.
He balked it.
We should be back to normal, yeah?
You're very hot on the mic, but yeah.
I'm very hot on the mic. Am I still?
It's better.
Riga? What are you doing? What are you doing? Riga Mention.
Riga Mansion.
I bet you're wondering why I called you here today. That was a joke. Mikey, it's me, it's you. Yeah, I figured that out, believe it or not. We're getting off on the next floor. You're walking into a trap. We need to get out of here
No,
ASAP.
but
They told me that Cannonball
got
would
wind
that you were coming to Riga, and there's a man with an eye patch up there that will shoot you in the head the second that the elevator door opens, so let's get off on this floor, shall we? I mean, you make a convincing point. Stairwell is to your left. We're going to go down to the first floor, out through the front entrance, and then into the getaway car, which is a red Opal. I don't know what an Opal is. Mikey, it's going to be the only car that's parked in front of the hotel. That doesn't matter. You can learn about Eastern European car models later. Can and will.
Red
They're
Opal
not
getaway
going to
car.
fall asleep. Look great, by the way. I dig the turtleneck. I mean, usually when I see myself from the future, I'm a whole lot more injured, but you can have this conversation in the car, maybe? You walk slower when you're talking, and there's a Latvian assassin with a silenced pistol whose target didn't arrive on time and is now roaming the hotel looking for... You walk slower when you talk, too. Okay, you take a right, and then a left, and then straight forward through the lobby, out the door.
I can't listen to the old Michael
Revolving
voice.
door, fancy.
It'll kill me.
There's another one of us? I mean, someone's got to drive the getaway car. Are there more that you need to know about? No. Any that I
don't need a
to know
timer.
about,
I'm
but
a
that you would like
big
to tell me
boy.
about? Well, you don't need to know. Aw. Hey, Mikey. Nice to meet you. Name's Michael. Around here they call me Mikhail. You've met my business partner, Mike. He talks like that, and he calls himself Michael. You'll
It's
get used to
bad.
it.
Why is
It
it
works out.
bad?
Like he's Michael, and I'm Mike, and you're Mikey. Mikey? Why do I always have to be Mikey? Why can't I be Mike? I mean, you're the youngest. I'm too damn old for people to call me Mikey. I'm leaning into this whole
I'm too
grizzled
damn
man
old
thing.
for people to be
Oh,
calling
is
me
that
Mikey.
your pipe, then? You're damn right it is, bub. Yeah, that's why he's
Bub?
playing badass dress up.
Bub.
You're one to talk, pal.
I
Mikey, you think
can't,
this
I
asshole walks
can't.
around the apartment all day in a turtleneck
It
and chinos?
hurts.
Doesn't normally dress like that. Got a haircut this week so we could look cool on our mission. Mikey, do you think this asshole walks around the apartment with a shirt on most of the time? Yeah, I'm just
can't
not
do
gonna
it.
answer
I
either
can't
of
do
those.
it.
Attaboy.
Someone redeemed
Anyway,
Michael
on your
voice a
right,
little
you'll
while
see
back.
Latvian
I
National
can't.
Library. You're not
I'm
gonna get to
sorry.
see
You already
the
done did it.
House or any of that shit this time.
I did
Hey,
2.5
that's
hours
tour
of
guide,
it.
That's something. So why am I here then? Because Ty apparently doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. Or he wanted some hired gun to toss your body in the dog of a river. Take your pick. Mike, when do we start talking like this?
Never.
I don't know, and I'm not looking
It gets
forward to it.
fixed.
He was like this when I found him. But you know, it could be that one of Ty's buddies wanted you gone. The Mike Walters project wasn't super popular with the higher-ups. I think it ended up being Ty's pet project, and then
They're
everyone else
not
just had bigger fish
there.
to fry.
This is about as good as I can do.
Good news is, Big Dog Michael Walters here to bail you out. You know it's a godsend. They sent you on this.
I'm gonna need you all to
mission.
squish that
No
Michael.
botched trip to Riga, and no getting you out of the
Squish.
complex. Wait, does that mean that the two of you are busting me out? Well, that's the plan. And Cannonball? Well, he caught wind of your plan and made a run for it. Don't know what he heard or how he heard it. Well, he ran right into the loving arms of me and Mike here, so he might have heard of a plan, but he didn't hear about our plan. You killed Cannonball? Nah, man, you gotta do the honors. What he means is, WOE.BEGONE is finicky
Nah,
and we
man.
aren't interested in taking chances. If Michael and I mess up, there is a distinct possibility that we just stop existing. Our futures collapse into you or however it works, and we all end up in the dog of a river together. So I have to do it. Well, I don't want to get blood on my clothes, and you're the worst dressed, so I think it'll be you. Not to mention, you are the youngest, Mikey, so you gotta do whatever we say. Sorry, those are the rules. So, to be clear, you have him, like he's tied up
I
somewhere?
think you have to
It's sort of poetic,
use
right?
900
Back at the
channel
apartment
points
waiting
to
for us.
unlock
Shooting fish in
modifying
a barrel, or more accurately,
an
like
emote.
slit in the throat of a man who is hogtied and bound to a beam in our
Wait,
apartment.
wait,
So I can just kill him? I don't have to do like ridiculous Woe.Begone stuff? Like, what about all that stuff I did to make myself seem like Donnie Evans? Like, what about that stuff? Like, all the stuff that the Flinchites did to mask my identity? Okay, so we don't know, but we think that there's a high likelihood that when the Flinchites said that they were protecting your identity and making you seem like Donnie Evans, they were actually doing, nothing? We think that it's possible that Woe.Begone didn't care at all if you were Mikey Walters or Donnie Evans or Beyonce. You said that you were Donnie Evans, and so they sent the stuff to Donnie's house, maybe even to fuck with you, but I don't think they care or even know about you. I don't think that a Red Sox hat is going to fool anyone that has the technology they have. It can't be Ryan running things. I mean, I can't confirm his
shaved
death,
my
but there's
beard
no
for
way it's
this.
him. He would have shut you down as soon as he figured out it was you. The Arbiters don't care about Cannonball or Ryan or any of that stuff that you care about, so they let you play the game, because why not? Michael, make a left up here and then start making some frequent turns. We're being followed. On it, boss. We're being followed? Yeah, that guy in the beat-up white van is definitely going wherever we're going, and I don't remember giving him keys to the apartment. God damn it, take the pipe out of your mouth. I can't understand. I'm driving. I need both my hands. We're being followed. Arbiters, do you think? I don't know. Arbiters, Flinchites, anyone we pissed off in the last 10 years. Which means that the plot to lure the Arbiters into a trap inside of Over didn't work, I take it. You're damn right it didn't. They lied to us, landed Edgar in the fucking hospital, and got fuck all for their troubles. Like, what, a couple dead boots? Serves them right if you ask me. Is Edgar here? In Riga? No, God, no. We're on
Riga
business.
Mansion.
This is a dangerous business, Mikey. There's the van that's following us
Riga
right now.
Mansion.
Edgar is safe. He is not here. I mean, you don't need to worry your pretty little head about him. Speaking of worrying, guys, our company doesn't want to get lost. I'm officially opening the floor for
You guys
suggestions.
don't know what
if
you're
anyone's
missing
got
with the
any.
Redux.
Call the
And by that I mean if
police
you've
and
heard
say
the
that someone's
show
following
since
us?
this episode, you do know what you're missing.
We have an
Because what
American
you're missing
hogtied
is
in our living
this,
room.
but
We do not need
performed
to involve
better.
Latvian law enforcement. I don't know, then drive around until he gets bored or runs out of gas or whatever. Well, he doesn't look too bored, and we've got a... Well, actually, I don't know how much gas we have, because the meter's broken, but if I were to guess, maybe a 16th of a tank.
Car chases really change with the whole, like, the
Mike, you got any ideas?
scopes change when you have cars that can now regenerate battery based off kinetic energy stuff when you brake.
I don't know what to tell you.
Doesn't hit the
man.
same
You're the
anymore.
driver. I mean, we went
Didn't
through
we
all
vote for the Redux? Yeah, but I made an executive call that the people who wanted to hear the original
Well, look
wanted
at
it
this way.
more.
This gentleman is clearly dead set on meeting with us this afternoon. I say if he wants to speak with us, we can give him what he's asking for. You can't be serious, Mike. You work with this guy. He can't even keep the voice up all the time. I mean, technically, I am this guy, which is even worse. Oh, fellas, I'm serious as a heart attack. We're gonna hang right here, go into the woods, get us some privacy, and see what
My
this
man
man's got
Lauren
in his
Bacall
mind.
himself.
And if he wants to resort to fisticuffs, then so be it. Nothing we can't handle. All right, hang on to something, folks. These roads can get quite turbulent. All right, here should be fine. You two wait here. I'll see what he wants.
Yeah,
and
I'm
then we
definitely
can,
really
discuss
enjoying
options
myself.
together. Sound good? You're actually gonna get out of the car. Sure, why the hell not? I'm feeling spirited today.
I have the same feeling, like, listening back to my initial performance as Marissa. It's like, oh, man.
Holy fuck.
Like,
Did you
I mean,
tell me he was
like,
gonna do that?
oh, I would
had
just
a is
I would do it
such
different.
a
I don't hate it,
known
but it's like I could punch it up so much more.
Oh shit! Fuck, that happened so fast.
Like considering the short time frame that I had, I think it was pretty good. But like
Yeah,
especially since I hadn't done accent stuff in a heckin' long ass time, not for like that extended amount of time. But now it's just like, yeah, I definitely have more of a feel of immersive voice.
I mean, you don't tail someone when you got good intentions.
I don't need as much
You're gonna
accent
actually learn
warm
to
up
shoot
time
one day,
anymore,
by
I
the way,
find.
Mikey. You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn at over. No, come on. I didn't want to get my clothes bloody today, but you don't always get what you want. I mean, that guy sure didn't. Let me get this fucker in the trunk, Mikey. Mike, get in his car and drive it into the forest, way off the road, far as
Where
you
can we
and
find the
walk
Redux,
back.
by the way?
Something you
It's
left running
definitely
for you.
on the
You should be ready
Patreon.
to go by the time you get back.
I don't. I guess I guess it's not available anywhere else. I don't. I haven't listened to it in a long time. It probably sucks too. Like I probably do the voice different now than I did whenever I did it.
He has a badge. Looks like he does have a gun, though.
I mean, that's how it usually goes, isn't it? You're slightly better than when you created a thing.
Oh well. I mean, we were gonna dispose of one body tonight anyway, right? It was another corpse among friends, huh? Here, grab his legs. We'll just throw him in the trunk. Nice and easy. It's not far to the apartment. We won't get caught.
Ari, it's 30 minutes long.
That'll do her. We're good to go, Bob. If you say so. Well, if it isn't Mr. Never Seen a Corpse Before. Come on, man. I know you have. Buck up, Buttercup. You're gonna have to do it next, you know. Well, I don't have to like it. Don't gotta. Makes it a lot easier, though. If I'd have hesitated, we'd probably all be dead or captured. You know this man. Name a single time that worrying made things better. You can't. I know 'cause I can't. You turn into me, remember that. Whatever. Hey, that's the spirit.
Half and half it.
Why are you like this? Who's to say I am, pal? Maybe I'm just doing what
That's slightly more sensible than my initial idea of pan one of them hard left, pan the other one
Yeah.
hard right.
I'm sorry that I said that it sucks. That was hyperbole. I can definitely hear a lot of flaws in
I've
this
got some
season
questions
listening to it
before we
now.
get there.
And I'm not in a
that's, sort of
mood
the
that it
question.
makes me
Earlier you
receptive
said that you wanted me
to
to
being gracious
slit
towards those
Cannonball's
flaws.
throat?
Because
You have
I've
a
been
gun
streaming
with a
for 14
silencer,
hours.
even. Why wouldn't I just use that? Got 2 guns now after that little escapade. You can pop them in the head if you want. I just figured you wouldn't wanna. Being scared of guns and all that. Hey, I am not scared of guns. You are, bud. Yeah, you are. Okay, fine, but I'm not that scared of guns. I respect them. Point being, you can do whatever you want with them. There's a baseball bat in my room, just saying. That might be
Yeah,
better.
basically,
actually.
it's MW.
No blood? Could be slower. Think you can handle that, baby Mikey? I think I can handle it. I mean, I really hate this dude. Yeah, we remember. Also, don't fucking call me baby Mikey. We're the same goddamn person. Save it for Cannonball, pal. Okay, question 2. I'm free from the compound after this? Really and truly free? As far as we know, you should be good to go. You're still useful to them, but not nearly as useful as before you completed the challenges. They'll come after you, but not with the force of the whole organization. At least that's how it was. Things could be different now, of course. No guarantees of safety. Mike and Michael Walters cannot be held liable for any damages. You signed the contract. We'll talk more when the last challenge is, actually done. Gotcha. It just doesn't seem real yet. It feels like something's going to swoop in the last second and stop us. I mean, I guess it almost did. Well, something's gotta happen sometime. If not now, then when? We'll talk more about what happens after, when after actually arrives. I don't want you to split your focus. Fair enough. One final question. Last call for questions was about to happen anyway. I mean, we're almost... you said something about a dog of a river. What does that mean? Oh, Daugava. It's the name of the river that goes through Riga. Mumbles here didn't enunciate. Hasn't enunciated a single thing all day.
Dog of a Riga.
My boot up your ass. How's that for grizzled old man talk? Frustrating and annoying. Well, we're here, boys.
Riga,
Oh,
the
wow.
name
It
of the
looks
city,
like
if I
shit.
remember correctly,
We
actually
can't
comes
afford
from
any
the
better.
old
Saving
German
you has not
term
been a
for
very
the dog of a
lucrative business
river.
venture. Plus, I haven't even seen the
Cute.
inside yet. Worse. Yeah, but we're getting rid of the really big, loud eyesore in the middle of the living room today, so you can see the
It's got that
renovations are
dog in it.
underway. Are you ready to do this, Mikey? Really ready? I don't know. It's weird. I mean, on one hand, Cannonball... No, that was a rhetorical question. It doesn't matter. It's time. You have to do this. You have to do this now.
With your eyes open, it's gross.
You're right. You're right.
I can see it.
Let's do this.
So, welcome to our little abode. It's not much, but it's ours. Make yourself at home. Don't mind the mess. I mean, it's always just a little bit messy. Not much we can do about that. Yeah, I bet it is. Cold too. Mikey, it's literally Latvia. Did you even know anything about Latvia other than that it's cold? It's like the one thing about Latvia. I know things about Latvia. Like,
I know
there's
so
a
many things about Latvia.
Yeah, I was gonna say you know so many
something.
things.
That is cheating. You only know that because Michael told you. No, you asked
You
me if I
said-
knew anything about Latvia. I
You
think it's
said-
probably pronounced Latvia, by the
You
way.
shake.
And you said, "Do you know
You
anything
shake.
about Latvia?" And then I said the thing that I
shake.
knew. That's not cheating.
Yeah, do you want to
Michael,
treat?
back me up
So
here. Not
clever.
cheating. This asshole's
can't
gonna
see
yell the
you.
whole time that we're here, though. So maybe we can get a move on.
Can't see
Cold as
you,
balls
you're
too,
too far
and
down.
there's heat in the car. So maybe just kill this dude and we can get on the road. Plus, there's a corpse in the car already. So we're gonna have to do logistics just to get everything packed and ready. So maybe we should respectfully. I'm the one that's doing the 4th challenge. I'm the one that's playing Woe.Begone, so maybe I should be the one in control of how long everything takes. Sorry, I don't mean to get testy, but I guess I did. You guys can sit back and relax for a minute or whatever. I have to actually kill someone. And, like, I hate this fucker, but killing someone has a permanent and destructive effect on the world and my soul. So give me a minute. Soul, Mikey,
sleepy.
since when? Your soul is so blackened it might as well be outer space. Killing him is the equivalent of pissing in an ocean of piss. Man. I have the leverage here. Like, I'm the one that has to do it. So you have to listen to me. Well, we're the fuckers that have to help you, and you're only making it harder for us to get the job. Man, there is no job unless I do the deed. Do the deed. We're already back to euphemisms. You gotta kill this fucker. It's not like I'm refusing to do it even. Like, why are we even yelling at it, man? You fucking
That's
break.
fine.
Give me a break. And you get your fucking hands off me. That's better. Y'all remember we're killing Cannonball, right?
This is the 40-year-old version of me that I met in Latvia. Have a fucking
It's probably pronounced Latvia. I think we'd all feel better if we got the show on the road. He's gonna have to shoot him, Michael. I mean, geez, look at him. Like he's not slitting any throats tonight. Just as well. We'll give him that gun that we got off the other guy. Make it look like they killed each other, maybe. No one's gonna be able to figure out what happened. He literally teleported here, and Cannonball might have teleported here too. We don't even know. So, any investigation will turn up nothing, I'm sure. Don't hurt to fabricate a good story, though. Mikey boy, I'm so sorry, but we gotta start doing this. I am freezing cold. It's only gonna get harder the longer we stand here. You gotta do this, and you gotta do this, man. This is what you came to Riga to do. It's time to do it. That is, if I don't flip out and kill this man who somehow has the
That
lung
word
capacity
doesn't
and
mean
never
any
stops
of the
screaming.
normal things it
It's
means
only
to
getting more
people to me.
difficult and colder, and just fucking do it, man. Here, take it.
Completely new
This is a challenge, and that's why I came here, and I have to do it. For Edgar.
Fredger.
Do it so I can see Edgar again.
So here's an idea.
I thought it would be.
We'll play the rest of the season.
But it would be a lot Here, this will make you feel better. This man fucking kidnapped us, Mikey.
And
He kept us
then
for 4 months. Remember
once
that?
it's
Remember when he
done,
made us cut our arm off?
we'll play
That's
the
that guy.
Redux, and I'll
He
take a
tortured
break
us for
during the
funsies, and
Redux.
he won't stop yelling, so
Go
we should
downstairs,
just
get some
fucking
coffee,
kill him,
freshen
man.
up, set up for the
Complete
acoustic
fourth
stream,
challenge,
and then
get
I'll
it
be like
over
a
with, and then
30-minute
it's
break
over.
that I
The
take.
Woe.Begone challenge is
Kind of like
over
an
again. Don't
intermission.
you want that? Remember when we went back
It's
and
the
helped ourselves
intermission.
complete the 4th challenge last time? That's sort of what we're doing for you now. But remember how you said to us that Woe.Begone had completely destroyed you, and that you should have done the brave thing and just fucking died? Remember that? You wanted it to be over so bad, and you have to want it to be over so bad now, so can you just please do it? I'm gonna do it. Just, I have to do it on my own time, okay? I'm almost ready.
I wish I had had Nathan for Cannonball, for
Topher Evans.
sock
That
mouth.
can be a special
Destroyed my
episode
life
moment.
in a way that you will never be able to fully comprehend.
special
time is it
episode
right
with
now? It's
additional
4:26.
voicing.
And humiliation and loss on a scale only made possible by technology that makes those concepts unlimited in their scopes. You are on the
And after this,
forefront of a
there's
more
4
radical way to
episodes
inflict
and a
suffering on the
9-minute
world.
intermission.
It truly transcends what I believed to be possible.
Oh wait, oh, it's the ads one.
Or that I have been cursed to live forever by the consent of my
What?
participation in Woe.Begone.
Is it the ads one?
Radically from
Yeah.
one side
The one
to
with
the
the ad.
other,
I don't remember
Yeah.
which ads one it is.
feeling the bone-chilling ascent and descent every
Intermission 8
single
is
time.
brought to you by... I don't remember
You were
which
the
ads
reason
those
that I
are, though.
shamble across the earth,
It'll
immortal
be good
dead man
anyway.
walking. I'm going
The
to
ad reads
kill
are funny.
you, and you are going to die, and I'm going to have to cope
There
with
are
the
some
terror
Night
if
Vale
you believe
ads that
won't
still
be
live
the
in my
end of
head,
things.
rent free, so to
For
speak.
me and
Like the
myself,
Hulu
but
one. The
horrifyingly
first time I heard it, we
painful
didn't even
horrors as
have. I don't know if
You made a game
does New
where the
Zealand even
stakes
have
were
Hulu.
life
Let
and
me
death,
check
and
that.
games have conclusions. I can only hope that I can stop playing before the same thing happens to me.
CT, thanks for hanging out.
Topher. Good luck staying dead.
It is not available in New Zealand, so. But the Hulu ad that was Woe.Begone, there was a Night Vale Night Vale bit once that still lives in my head. Hulu. It's such an earworm.
Did you,
I can also never say Michigan properly ever again.
Michigan.
Michigan every single time. Michigan.
Are there any Night Vale listeners out there? You should be getting redacted ads on Night Vale this month.
Ooh.
Yeah, man.
Good night. Enjoy your Australian normal sensible bedtime.
Me and Michael will get him. Michael, if you'll grab his legs and I'll grab his head and we'll move him. I did it. I did the 4th challenge.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool that Redacted's got ads on Night Vale.
Love that.
And it made me jealous, and I'm definitely talking to my people about it.
This, you're gonna send me home. That's the plan. We just gotta get you there.
And my people are
I
the
have to
same
say
people
that-
as Redacted's people, to be completely clear. I do mean talk to Rusty Quill about it.
Just send you wherever we want to. So we're gonna figure it out.
I feel like there's
Yeah, I do have to say that Athens' like experience in like marketing and comm stuff, the application of it here with Redacted and everything, I am just I'm so like impressed in the way that like I've been around startup ecosystem circles as like contractor doing, not as a startup person but doing filming for them, and it's just like knowing like just seeing the application of it to Redacted throughout the whole crowdfunding campaign and everything, and like getting special guests, this, that, and the other. I'm just like, it's chef kiss. It's so good. I am in awe. It's delightful.
He's definitely putting the legwork in a way that most people don't.
That he thought that was my actual
Yeah, he's got the experience, but like I expect that's from like doing like running the escape room and that kind of other stuff as well, because that was essentially his own business, I think it was, or something like that. But it's just like the app, just having that knowledge is just, I can just you can see how valuable it is just watching him apply it.
Saved our
It's
lives,
just it's
dude.
great.
If I
I
had been
have
acting
so much
normal, we would
respect.
have just died in that car. Neither of you said anything, but I was shaking so hard after I did that. Oh my god. Yeah, I guess our next mission is to figure out who the fuck that was and what they wanted. Like, did they know we were doing the 4th challenge? Did they know that Mikey was here? Like,
Yeah, it also
what
has the
was
VA of
that?
Charlie and Chance. It
Very
also I'm in it
Mhm,
in
mhm.
episode
Car like you're
6.
Butch fucking Cassidy. What
There
was
is a New
that? How did you
Zealander
do
that is not me.
Because I'm Smooth's butter partner. There's a lot of people I don't recognize.
Man, I wish he hadn't teleported away. It is so much easier to hide a body with 3 people instead of
Did
2.
with
Fuck, there's 2 of them
aka
too.
Roger.
I almost forgot. Okay,
Mhm.
you sit him down and get the door, and we'll get this done already. Yeah, I'm on it. Let's do this. What a day.
Oh yeah, Tal was in the newest episode. Yeah, and Devin's in it. Harlan's in it for a second.
As a writer? Oh.
No, as a guest, as a goon. And he yells at he yells at Kane. So he goes, Kane.
Yeah, it's okay.
Which I believe people really liked because of characters in his show. Oh, that's Sparkplug. Sparkplug got really upset that I was crying with a sock in my mouth.
Oh, I loved that.
Riga doesn't do that. She gets upset because
Patreon.
I'll run out of this room and slam the door when I'm
you can get early
performing as Y.
Clips, Q&As, director's commentary,
And Riga
more.
get really upset
Did
because
you
she
know
thinks
there's
that
a
she's
subreddit
locked in
/
here
r /
forever.
WOE.BEGONE? There's also a
Oh,
Twitter
no.
@WOE.BEGONE pod and a Discord.
She doesn't
link
care
in
about
description.
me.
You never have to
Woe.Begone.
stop talking or
Wow,
thinking about
Woe.Begone
WOE.BEGONE.
pod, not
Speaking of
Woe.Begone
Patreon,
pod
though,
yet,
Many
huh?
thanks to my 10 newest patrons: Byron, Astrid, Mac McCure, Ariel Diaz, Theo, Song Kim, Jeremy Cloutier, Bertie Archer, Moth's Teeth, and August Ferries for supporting the show. Enjoy.
Oh yeah, Nathan's in it too.
Home. A place that I had not considered
very
home
much
until
as
it
a
was ripped
guest,
away from
I
me.
believe.
I felt adrift
For
for most of my
reasons
adult
that you
life.
would understand
I
if
had
you
an
listened to the
apartment when I
first
started
episode.
Woe.Begone, but it didn't mean anything to me. I wouldn't feel any loss upon leaving it behind. I left it behind without much
Loss?
consideration as soon as it became convenient. My sentimental nature wasn't pronounced enough to call it home. Old Brush Valley didn't feel like home either. It was always somewhere that I was going to be temporarily. It was a place with a room that I could sleep in between shifts. It was the avenue for my curiosities. It was a backdrop for meeting my boyfriend, for exploring the unknown, for being ripped apart by man and beast alike, for giving in to my most depraved emotions.
Is this
It didn't feel like home.
Is this
until I
a
couldn't
fan
go
favorite
home
episode? People are
anymore.
popping off about 45.
I thought that I was going back to the compound. I assumed
I don't
that
even
they
know what the
tracked me
plot.
down
I don't
and
even
were
remember what the
reclaiming
plot
what
of
was
45
theirs.
is.
Pressing subject
It's
that
got
they
the
were prepared to
songs in
tinker
it.
with as the next part of Woe.Begone played out. The mics in Riga told me that I was about to be free, but I didn't trust them. They knew that they were free, but they didn't know everything. I felt like I didn't know anything. I was totally at the whims of complicated people making complicated decisions in a complicated system. I didn't feel as though I would have everything figured out by the time that I became them, first one, then the other, Mike and then Michael, over the course of what appeared to be about 10 years. There were aspects to them that I couldn't imagine the progression of, couldn't see myself in the situations that would produce them, Michael especially. It would be preposterous to say that anything about my recent experiences gave me hope, but that is what I am about to say. I felt hope looking at the two of them. There was some continuation of Mike Walters going years into the future. Those iterations had their own eccentricities, but they seemed like they had reached a peace that I had never experienced. There was a light in their eyes that wasn't there for me. They had energy. They had control of the situation, at least until they didn't anymore and I was whisked away without warning. But the nuts and bolts of the mission went off without a hitch, even though we were unexpectedly attacked on the way there. They had the ability to
This is
help
when I
me.
painted glass.
They
It
took
has a
charge quickly
version of
and
painted
confidently.
glass.
They knew how to shoot a gun. They told me that Edgar was safe. Michael had a gold band on the ring finger of his left hand. It looked natural, like it belonged there. I laid in my bed and looked up at the ceiling. There would be chores to do, questions to answer, but it was late and the world was asleep. I checked the time on my phone. It was well after midnight on the night that I left to stay with Matt. The night that my misguided animalistic
after
desire
midnight.
to flee transformed
can
into an
relate.
all-consuming need to flee. A need so severe that I was willing to kill for it, and that killing in turn fed the need. It was too late to stop me.
The need
I was already
was
past the
big.
gate, on the road, howling at Matt on the phone and driving for 26 straight hours to Vancouver to try and dissolve into nothingness in his guest room. I was going to be there relatively soon. It was all going to happen. The Flinchites were going to pick up that mic, likely regardless of anything that I did to warn him, producing me as the end result. Whoever sent me back
Wait,
to
was
that
this
day
like
was
the
not
1 year
giving me a second
anniversary
chance.
EP? It
If
was
anything, they were
no.
rubbing my nose
It was
in it.
really just
This meant that my time at Old Brush Valley
it
was
made
roughly
sense to
contiguous.
do for this
I hadn't
episode.
been gone long enough for
It would
anyone
have
to
been
notice.
around
I
the
didn't know what
anniversary
became of Hunter
though.
after I left. Over didn't try to track me down. They
Someone
would have
just
found
redeemed
me.
to put on the
It
cowboy
appeared to be
hat.
quietly covered up. I could go back to work. I could go back to
I'm
normal.
wearing
Yeah, I'm
headphones.
surprised I haven't
hadn't
seen a
watched the
single
life
cowboy
leave his
hat yet.
eyes, as if I hadn't just spent months being put through
Welcome
the
back,
ringer.
Arson.
I could show up for breakfast in
I'm
the morning
awake.
and see
Oh
everyone.
my gosh, hi,
I could show up for my
Austin.
patrol without anyone asking me where I had been. I could see Edgar. Edgar. He hadn't received the message yet.
Hi.
It was a ruse on top of a ruse. They told me to record a fake message to him, giving him instructions that would lead the runners of Woe.Begone into a trap inside of Over. The Flinchites were tricking them. We called them Arbiters because the enforcer of the fourth challenge called himself an Arbiter of Access. But the Flinchites were tricking me as well. They did send the message. Michael told me that the operation landed Edgar in the hospital. The Flinchites, of course, would not tell me what happened while I was in the compound. Ty shrugged in his polite and professional way and explained that those details could not be disclosed to me.
Oh,
that
someone
message
already
hadn't arrived
redeemed
yet.
take off the
Surely
cowboy
it
hat. I
couldn't
was
have its
going to
intended effect
explain
if
that
I
I
were to
can't wear the
intercept it
cowboy hat
warn
and the headphones at the
Whoever
same
returned me
time.
wasn't the Flinchites. I was going to ruin their entire plan. I was going to make sure that when I became Michael, that I wouldn't have that story
My
to
favorite
tell.
episode is
That would
Bruno's
be the first
birthday. I
order
don't
of
remember
business
what
in the
happens. I
morning.
remember it's
Edgar
puppy
was asleep.
birthday. That's
I took
episode
solace in
100.
that. He was asleep and he had no idea that anything had happened. He would never have to know. He would never have to worry about it, about me. I could endure the grief of those months of separation for the both of us, and I would be happy to do so. Over. Woe.Begone. Flinchites.
Yeah, I think it might just be called
Hunters,
the clip show.
Arbiters. Flinch. Ryan. Anne. Marissa. The Bear. Old Brush Valley. I wonder what it is about that place.
Flapper and Shadow 2. I think Jim got shadow banned.
Oh no!
I don't know what to do about that.
Oh no.
I don't. There's I can ban them.
6:37 a.m.
I can time them out. I can warn them, and I can mod them.
6:30 a.m. even on days that he didn't work. He kept a much more orderly schedule than I did. He would try to keep me on some semblance of a schedule on the nights and mornings that we spent together, but that was usually
you're not
a wash.
banned.
I'm one to lay around until noon unless there's something to get out of bed about, which these days usually meant seeing Edgar or committing murder. 6:37 was enough time for him to get up and
But
put
it
on
looks
the
like
coffee.
everything's
He
showing
got
up.
in the shower at
Everything's going
6:45 every morning.
to
I was hoping
mod
to
mail,
intercept him
which I don't
before
even know how to
then, but not
check.
so early that my knock would wake him up. I knew that it took exactly 11 minutes and 4 seconds to walk to his cabin, if I walked at my normal pace. Because of the circumstances, I got there 36 seconds early, and then
Manage
proceeded to wait
suspicious
nervously on his
user.
doorstep for those 36 seconds in anticipation of knocking
No,
on
I
it.
don't want to.
I had been awake since 3:45 a.m., not being able to sleep due to thinking and rethinking and ultimately overthinking about showing up at Edgar's door as soon as it made sense to in the morning. I am terrible at waiting in the best of times. The time in between getting ready and leaving is torturous to me. Watching the sunrise that morning was some of the most hellish waiting that I had ever endured. To say that I was anxious to see him again is a terrible
I
understatement.
don't know if you're still trying
I was
stuff.
shaking violently enough that it was difficult to actually knock on the door. I had no reason to believe that he wasn't in there, but I had learned to fear the worst. I even peeked in his window before I knocked, though I didn't see him. My teeth were chattering, even though it was a warm morning. It was still the end of summer, which is something that I hadn't considered until I walked out the door in a flannel shirt. It had been winter when I finally made it out of Cannonball's house. It was freezing cold in Riga. I had severely overdressed. I imagined that I would have been sweating on the threshold of Edgar's door, regardless of what I was wearing. I knocked and then waited a full calendar year for Edgar to answer, which my watch approximated as about 16 seconds. He opened the door nonchalantly, not in any hurry, and smiled, surprised to see me. I was struck by how beautiful he was and how effortlessly he was beautiful. Even opening the door, I could feel the grace in his movement. His kindness was externalized on his face in a way that I can't quite pinpoint. He looked at ease with himself and with the world. "Mikey," he said, relaxed as ever. "You're up early. Did you tell me that you were coming?" "Hey, Edgar. No, I didn't tell you that I was coming. I was in the neighborhood, and I knew that you were already awake." I choked out. So much for being cool and not letting him know that something had happened. I could tell from the moment that I saw him that I wasn't going to be able to hold back my emotions. I am not well regarded for showing emotional restraint, and it had been over 4 months from my perspective since I had seen him. Edgar's surprised smile turned into a look of concern as I stood there, trying not to weep on his doorstep. His expression ultimately settled as the concerned look that someone gets when they know generally what genre of thing has gone wrong but have been kept too far in the dark to understand exactly what it was. He ushered me in, quickly but gently, putting his hands on my shoulders. I winced, being protective of my back after all it had endured, only figuring out that he was taking my coat when he had gotten it mostly off of me. I could feel the heat in my face. I thought that I must have looked quite alarming when he answered the door. He sat me down on the couch and situated himself close to me. "Is this what I think it is?" he asked. "Probably," I said. "Mikey boy," he said, "you can't keep doing this. I worry every night that I'm going to find you dead the next day." You wouldn't. Whoever kills me will probably hide the corpse," I said. "Stop," he chided me. I was calming down in his presence. I snuggled up closer to him on the couch. "I wasn't really in the neighborhood," I said. "I know," Edgar said, "but I'm glad you're here." He paused to look at me. "Have you been up all night? You look awful."
I have been
cut
up
him
all
off.
night.
"What? No. You look tired," Edgar said. He was quiet for a moment again. Is your hair longer than it was yesterday? Like a lot longer?" "My hair grows fastest
overnight.
"And this is how many days worth of growth exactly?" he asked. 140, I said. Mikey. And you're never going to tell me what happened. I know that look. That look means I'll never get the story out of you. Oh my God, Mikey, he said. He was right. "Well, there is one thing that we do need to talk about," I said.
Whoa.
I feel like this is somewhere, like, at this point in the season, it's, because we've been doing this dance where, like, Edgar doesn't know what's going on for so long that it feels like
Edgar took a shower.
while I'm setting
I
up
helped
season
myself to some
5,
coffee, but ended up falling
like,
asleep.
that
before he
information
got out of the shower
barrier is going to
anyway.
have to break.
At some point, he gently nudged me awake and guided me to the bed, an offer which I graciously accepted. I don't think I have an actual memory of this. I think because I woke up in Edgar's bed that my brain decided that I must have gotten there by some means and made up a story that seemed appropriate. If Edgar didn't do it,
Can you tell
else
how
could I have
much
gotten there?
slower
Well,
I talk
suppose
now
the
that
technology to
I'm
move me
sitting
does
down?
exist and has been the bane of my existence for some time now, but surely that would have roused me from my slumber.
I feel like I
At some
started
point,
talking
I
a
woke
lot
slightly
slower
as
after
Edgar got in the
episode
bed beside me.
44.
"Did you get that alligator back from the store?" I grumbled. "Alligator?" Edgar asked, confused. "You don't get
You
the
find that
points unless
you have certain different postures when you're voicing
Mikey,
different
are you awake
iterations.
or asleep?" he asked.
Yeah, but
That
I
sounds
don't
like
think
dream
that they're
logic.
as pronounced as people
Both, I
act
said.
like they are.
"Well, are you feeling
or maybe
rested enough
perceive
to
that they
tell
are.
me?" Edgar asked. I opened my eyes. "Oh, there's not enough time before you have to go to work," I said. "I'm back from work," Edgar replied. "You slept all day?" "Oh," I said.
Is the
The world
alligator
was
a
coming into
Discord
focus
reference?
around me. guess
I
haven't
mean,
been
I
in a
wasn't
nice
making any
bed in a
purposeful
long time.
Discworld references, but I will say
"Are you
that
going to tell
my
me how there
favorite
were somehow
Discworld is
140 days between
The Amazing
yesterday and
Maurice.
today?" he asked. "No," I said. "You're really not going to," he said, realizing that I was serious. "Is that okay?" I asked. "It's not," he said and sighed. "But I guess that comes with the territory. What did you need to tell me?" "Well, did you get the alligator back from the store?" I repeated. "No, seriously." He laughed in a way that indicated that this was the last chance I would have to riff before he started being more firm and demanding answers. "Fine," I said. We should sit up, maybe?" Edgar asked. "Fine," I said. We sat up. I looked at the clock. "Fuck, it's 8 p.m.? I asked. Yep, talk, he said. Okay, so I have been to the future, I said.
That's going to be
and
me
I
later
don't want to
today.
scare
I'm going to
you.
go to bed and I'm
I
going to
ran
wake
into some
up
future
and it's going to
iterations of
be 8
myself there.
p.m.
Oh my god, you're in the future.
Huh. You live long enough to have future iterations, he said, trailing off. I'm not teasing. That legitimately
Why
makes
sound
me feel less
surprised?
concerned. I've got 10 years left in the tank, assuming that them being alive means that I live long enough to become them, I said. It has to mean that, right? he
Insane
asked.
Danny.
You would think
Let's not
so,
brag
but
about
I
how much
really try
lovely
not to be
sleep we're
optimistic
getting.
anymore, I said. Anyway, the oldest one, Michael,
How
told
am
me
I
something was
doing?
going to happen.
I'm doing.
To you,
I'm doing better than I was an hour ago, I
Edgar
think.
went quiet. He froze in place.
Is that because you've hit a second wave, or
because this part of the show is
Everyone
less
gets killed
embarrassing?
someday, Edgar. Nobody
Um,
lives forever, I replied. He glared. The time for riffing was, in fact, over. I hastily got back on track. So Michael was like, see here, partner, there's a plot in Old Brush Valley bound to go belly up for them operators and whatnot, and Edgar's gonna get laid up in the hospital a few days because of it. But that hasn't happened yet. I think we can stop it.
I
Edgar
will
stared at
admit
me.
my Discworld
Why did you do a southern accent
reading
just now?
list has
He asked.
been small. I have
Oh, because Michael
not
has a
worked
southern
through as many as I
accent,
should, but I know that
explained.
Mort and
you're
what's the other,
Michael,
Going
he
Postal
replied. Yes,
are the
I
two
said.
that are the ones
So
to
you're saying that
read.
in the future you will have
I will
a
add the
southern
amazing Maurice to
accent,
that
he
just
said.
because it was very funny.
I guess so, I said. Why? You like it? Kind of, he admitted. Well, and I'm gonna have to work on it, I said. Did you say that I'm gonna be in the hospital? He asked.
And I believe Going Postal is
It's
the
gonna
one
be a
that
real okay
contains
corral by the looks of
the
it.
economics of boots.
During my captivity, I was coerced into
Very
sending
important.
a message for purposes of leading a rival group into a snafu. It purported to be a message to you, though I was told in confidence that it was a ruse and that your involvement was a fabrication. I learned in Riga that I was deceived and that
why
you were
do you
subversive
like it?
in
no,
a
that's
mysterious
God,
way.
God.
Since
See,
you
I'm a
have not
fake fan.
received said message, I believe
He's
that we
like,
can subvert
why
this
do you like it?
mission
And Edgar's
keep you
like,
out of
it
the
needs
fray
a
entirely.
lot of
It should
work.
be as simple as ignoring it. And that's the whole tall tale, Pilgrim. You ain't got a message like that, have you? Yeah, no, I haven't, he said. Captivity, Riga, rival groups, Mikey. Are you seriously going to say these things and not explain yourself? Mm-hmm, I said.
The word
The subject
Riga
eventually got
just
dropped and we moved on to smaller
pulls
talk.
me all the
I
way
would have
out
to keep
now.
an eye out for the message. I wondered in what form
Even
it
though
would
like
be
the show
delivered
still
and if it
takes
would be
place in
exactly as I
Riga.
had recorded it, or
They
if
just
the
call it
franchise
the
would change
apartment.
parts of it. But that was all stuff for a future
Just
Mike
like the
Walters to worry
movie.
about.
Wow.
I was home. That night we got comfy on the couch and watched Dune. The David Lynch Dune. I had returned to a time where the Dennis Villeneuve Dune
Dune,
hadn't come
the
out
one
yet.
with the rock.
I had squandered my chance to see that Dune during my time in the future.
This episode
and
is so
I'd have to wait all
old
over
that
again
the
for it to
new
come out.
Dune hadn't come out
Nothing
yet.
wrong with the David Lynch Dune. Don't believe the discourse. It's not as good as Eraserhead, but it's a passable movie in my opinion.
It's kind of a giant mess. David Lynch was alive when this episode came out too. He probably didn't hear it, but
Can you imagine?
I think that there's probably one famous person who's heard Woe.Begone. Like one
I
like
felt
really famous
having seen
person.
Edgar in the flesh. Making sure that he
There are
was
some
safe
people
was my
who
main
have like
motivating factor
Wikipedia
for the past
pages
several
that
months,
have heard
and I
it,
can
but
now
they're not
confidently
like.
say that Edgar was
But I mean
in
like
fact
a
safe,
really
and that we were
famous
developing
person.
A plan
I think
to
there's
keep him
one.
safe from the imminent danger heading his way. A danger which admittedly is largely my fault.
Danger.
But this is an enormous task to strike off the list.
Like
though it is far from
Zendaya's
the
gonna
only
be
one.
like, when I'm
I had a
not
lot of
busy
time to
being
myself in the few
Michi,
months prior,
I'm
and I spent a
listening
lot
to
of that time thinking
Woe.Begone.
about Old Brush Valley, specifically wondering what it is about that place. I had several questions that needed answering, but the morning after staying at Edgar's cabin, I had a starting place. Namely, the man around which the intrigue of Old Brush Valley energy and resources tended to revolve. The very first person that I met upon arriving there, the one, the only, Hunter
one.
Jeremiah Hartley. Okay, so not the one, the only, the three, the many, Hunter Jeremiah Hartley. I left Edgar's house, went home, took a shower, changed clothes, and immediately set out to cabin 44C. Hunter answered the door. I didn't know that he would. The last time that we spoke, Hunter had told me that someone with my voice had led him into 357A, causing it to explode and leaving him with a scar across the side of his face. I winced
Kablooey.
when he opened the door and I saw the scar. In addition to the distinct possibility that an iteration of myself that I could not account for gave Hunter that scar, it was the same scar that Punish Hunter had. Punish Hunter, if you remember, being an iteration of Hunter that I shot and killed after he initiated an altercation. Or more accurately, it's because I felt like doing it at the time. Seeing Hunter's much fresher scar reminded me that if I understand things correctly, I was going to eventually
That's
drive
funny
him
because
into
I
a
was talking
perpetual
about
rage and then kill him when that
that
rage
feeling
became too much for me to
undermotivated.
handle. Punish Hunter
Like
did look
during
older than innocent
Proof is in the
Hunter, but not
podcast
by too many
episode,
years.
and how I came around,
He was like,
at
did I
the,
come
and
from
then
somewhere?
and then in like this
Meaning
episode,
Hunter
it's like,
only
yeah,
had
that
a
was
few
kind of
more years to live
undermotivated
because of me. I pushed all of that down as he let me into his cabin. You look different, he observed. Shaving a haircut? Something like that, I replied. Well, it looks good on you, he said. I think he was trying to be polite. What brings you out this way? It's a long walk from your cabin. He was speaking to me as though nothing
goodness,
had happened
everyone's
between the two of
arriving.
us. I briefly entertained the idea that there might be 4 Hunters Jeremiah Hartley out here, and that this one somehow knew even less than
Not
Innocent
anymore.
Hunter, but there wasn't any evidence and that wouldn't explain the scar. I got to the point. So, Hunter, there's 2 of you. You know the other 2 of you?
It would be
I
ridiculous
asked.
if there
It
were
felt almost
4
rude to bring
iterations
it up
of
like I was
someone.
committing some sort of faux pas.
Damn.
His tone
Just imagine
changed.
that.
That's classified, Hunter said. You're tier 1. Come on, Hunter, I said. You know that I already know about them.
this little
If I
guy.
didn't know, then I couldn't bring them up. I just need to know when the last time you talked to them was. You don't need to know anything. You're tier 1, he repeated.
Oh, man.
Look, Hunter, it's a small thing and it's really important to me. Did you talk to them yesterday or today? I can put on my puppy dog eyes if you want, I said. He gazed into the middle distance, deciding his word choice carefully.
Yep,
We
middle
meet
distance.
daily to discuss work.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about that.
My big, wet, beautiful puppy dog eyes lit up. So if you meet with them daily, that means that you have met with them today? I asked. Both of them. That's what I want to know. I don't need to know like what you talked about or anything like that. Just were both of them there? I don't see how this interests you, but yes, both of them, he said.
Cool, okay, thanks, bye.
That's all I wanted to know, I said. Oh my god, Hunter, thank you. I owe you one.
See ya.
You owe me so much more than one, Hunter replied. True. I'll just get out of your hair, I said. That's fine with me, he said. The politeness was gone. We said our goodbyes and then I left.
Owie.
I waited until I was out the door before I gave my enormous sigh of relief.
I have a soft spot for narratives where it's like 2 people who tried really hard to be friends or who are trying really hard to be friends and it just keeps on not working out for whatever reason.
It wasn't someone moving the Hunter that I killed, because this Hunter was even older than that. So it doesn't seem like we've seen the end of Punished Hunter. One of them has to live to be even older. But Hunter died before the technology was stolen from Over. So whoever saved his life, it wasn't them. Could it be Woe.Begone? The Flinchites? Someone else who would benefit from this? I had no clue, but I did intend to find out. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't being commanded. Woe.Begone wasn't telling me what to do. The Flinchites weren't telling me what to do. The Arbiters weren't telling me what to do. Cannonball wasn't telling me what to do. Future versions of myself in Latvia with southern accents weren't telling me what to do. I had a moment of freedom and a moment of paranoia. I knew that it wouldn't last forever. Someone had put me back in Old Brush Valley. Whoever it was put me there for a reason, and I don't think that it was to practice my southern accent, which I think is coming along nicely.
It's not.
Whatever that reason was would soon become
You notice that he
clear.
calls it a southern accent, and it eventually becomes the cowboy voice.
Yeah. It's interesting that it is called like that the cowboy accent is sometimes people just call it the southern accent because in like I mean you get up to literally Montana and then some people do talk like that there too.
I mean, there are different
Cowboys.
there are different southern accents.
Well, yes, true. But the kind of cowboy drawl that is stereotypical kind of, you know, it's not always southern, I guess, is what I was trying to badly word at. I've heard that sort of accent come from up Montana, and I guess that makes sense coming from like Western expansion, kind of. Everyone mows in and up that way. Well, people, not everyone, people.
Eternal Cinders, thank you for the follow. Say,
Oh,
Jess, is
woohoo.
pretty Texas, right? Well, my accent isn't super Texas. I mean, the accent that I do for Michael is sort of, it's an idiolect, and it's based sort of on how people talk around where I live. But yeah, they brought up the McElroys, who are from West Virginia, and that's definitely like a very different thing. That was hollowed.
I'm also particularly fond of southern accents that are non-rhotic. I think that's maybe maybe more old-fashioned thing. I'm
Please
not
don't
sure.
make fun of
Like,
me for not
if
knowing
it's
how to
still
say
in
Denis
use for...
Villeneuve's name correctly. It's
It has
French.
an
It's probably
offensive
like,
name.
all the letters are silent. It's like Denis Villeneuve. Is that close? Did I do it?
Oh, no.
It's called, that accent is called Plantation Southern.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Hey
God.
guys, this is going to be a long announcement. There's a timestamp to skip
I
ahead.
think I maybe just saw it
If
called
you're
maybe like
listening to this
older
episode on
southern,
release
like an
day,
older
then
southern
tomorrow,
accent. I didn't know it was called
November
that
18th,
though.
marks the 1-year anniversary
Tragic.
of Woe.Begone. I had no idea this podcast was going to
Whoa,
be
the 1 year
anything when I started writing
anniversary.
it, and it's evolved into more than I could have ever dreamed
Did I
of.
do a 24-hour
I'm so proud of my
stream?
weird little podcast.
No, I didn't, because I wasn't streaming
I
yet.
hope you've enjoyed the twists and turns that the show has taken, and are ready for even more as season 4 draws to a close. And I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. In other news, the reprise songs from the last episode, episode 45, are now available to Patreons at patreon.com/woe_begone, and as a standalone EP on Bandcamp at woebegonepod.bandcamp.com
Oh, but why
for
does it make it
$2.50.
garbage? This sounds like
It's
a
a
cool
4-song EP that
accent.
comprises Old
Super
Brush
real
Valley,
like it. I
Painted
love
Glass,
that.
Guide Dog, and Hallowed, as heard in episode 45. I had a lot of fun making it, and it was a great way to reminisce about how important music has been for the series. Finally, if you've been enjoying the
Oh,
show,
yeah, American
you
Southern
can legally
and
marry this
English
show on
with
Patreon
country
at
accent.
patreon.com/woe_begone.
It's funny, it's like,
there you can find
music's
early
really
access to episodes,
important to the
Eliza
series,
Schultz
and then
podcast,
there's like
instrumentals,
6
soundtrack
songs
albums, cat clips, Q&As,
in like the
director's
whole
commentaries,
series
and
so
more,
far.
in addition to legally making Mike Walters your husband. That's patreon.com/woe_begone. Thanks to all of my patrons. and to everyone
Parasocial
who's been part of
relationships
the
were
Woe.Begone
not as
community in
intense
any
when
way over the
I
past
said
year.
that
You
to
give
my
me the
audience.
energy
Okay,
for
yeah.
doing this. Special thanks to my 10 newest patrons: Rat and Cameron, Nick Long, Byron, Astrid, Mac Mercure,
Oh, who's
Ariel
having
Diaz,
lunch?
Theo, Sung
But
Kim,
bring me a
Jeremy Gauthier,
bubble
and
tea.
Birdie Archer for
Okay.
supporting the show.
Enjoy.
Ben Rowe upped his pledge during the recording. I see you, Ben. Logan Cheshire and Sarah Jane pledged while I was editing. Thanks to both of you. Enjoy the show. Warning. This episode contains a description of violence and gore. Listener discretion is
Violence
advised.
in my Woe.Begone.
You never know when someone just won't want to
First stream I've
hear
caught.
whatever.
I'm a huge fan
That's
of
why
the
I do
series.
content warning.
Happy 5
Oh, I
years.
know. I'm just, it's just the time travel violence murder show.
Eternal Cinders,
It's more
thank you
rare
for
when there's
the
not.
1,050 bits.
Whoa!
If you tell me how much money that is, I'll add it to the total because I don't think it did.
Went to bed. Repeat. I didn't stay with Edgar all of the time. I needed his company, but I also needed my space. You might remember how glad I was to be in Donnie's house alone, even though I was on a mission. I could be alone in a space that was mine, unobserved as far as I knew, for the first time in months, and I relished that. It wasn't even that I was doing things that I wouldn't do otherwise. I was mostly just watching movies.
The most recent
I just
episode,
took
it was
great
like,
solace
warning
in the
for
knowledge that nobody
spiders,
was
and I was
watching
like,
me.
huh? Why is there a warning for spiders on this one and not the
I didn't
previous?
have any evidence that someone was watching me. That's about as factual as I can be here.
Skateboarding to
Probably no one was
Metrodon.
watching me,
One
but who
time I
knows?
was showing my friend, like I have a
Mikey,
friend
the
like
younger Mike
from
Walters,
college,
inhabiting
and
the
we
same
were
time
we were
period,
talking
was still at Matt's
about like
house
what are
and
we up
would
to
be for
these
a few
days.
days. He had his little tantrum, ran off, and destroyed his phone when he got there. If anyone was trying to reach him,
he was like,
for
"I'll check
instance,
it
his
out," and he
boyfriend,
checked
who was
out
still in the
episode
muck and mire of this
36
Old
because
Brush
it was the
Valley
newest
thing,
one at the
who, in at
time.
least one of these iterations, didn't even know where Mike
Probably.
was for weeks, presumably. It was going straight to
If
voicemail.
this is your
That's
first
probably for
episode,
the
please
better,
go back
though.
to the
I don't know
start,
what the cell
please.
phone company would do if it saw two identical phones with two identical SIM cards in two different countries. Besides, charge me more, of course. But Mikey was in Vancouver, probably getting high, and probably on the same self-destructive streak that I was on when I was there. Poor Will Mikey Walters can't handle the consequences of his actions. That must be super fucking hard for him. Why am I so
My mum
mean
and
to
my
the younger
sister went to
Mikes?
Vancouver recently.
I
It was
remember
a
someone getting
family
really
On this
mad
day,
at me
several days after
for
arriving
thinking
back in
that,
Over, while I was
that
staying
was
in Edgar's
funny.
cabin
They're
for
like,
the
"That's
night
super
that the
fucking
messenger
hard for you."
I
It's
got
like,
up to use the restroom.
and I remember
in
like,
Matt's
why
Pikachu
does he
boxers
talk like that?
early
Does
in
he
the
think
morning.
it's
It
funny?
was around 4:30. It was so early that
Damn.
even early bird Edgar wasn't awake yet. If I hadn't needed to pee, there was no way that I would have seen the message before him.
And this
He
was
would have
4
woken
years
up and
ago,
listened
so
to
I
it long
clearly
before I got out of
just
bed.
let it go.
So maybe, just maybe, someone filled my bladder up for me so that I would wake up in time to see the message. You can't tell me that
Whoa.
it's physically impossible. The technology
Serendipity.
exists. No one can say for sure where the P came from, and that's the mystery.
Oh, this
that
is
we are
Woe.Bgone.
uncovering
Oh my god, this
today.
is Woe.Bgone.
I'm Mike Walters, and this is Woe.Begone. I noticed a padded envelope that
The
wasn't
intro
on the coffee
fake house
table
is
when we had
never
gone to
not gonna
bed.
make me laugh.
It didn't have an address on it, just Edgar, so I knew that it wasn't sent through the mail. I was entirely sure that it hadn't been there before. The bold black Sharpie
Inkstand
writing against the
Danny
pale
says,
yellow
"Back to
envelope
piss,
was
are
visible
we?"
from some distance, even in the dark. I could see it from the doorway of the bathroom. I would have remembered seeing it, and Edgar would have opened it before he went to bed. I immediately knew what it was. I had been waiting for a message to appear in some sort of
Thank you for
non-traditional
redeeming
way, and this one
Hydrate.
just sort of appeared on the table overnight.
My water bottle's
Oh, yeah,
empty.
hydrate.
I'm gonna have to go fill up my water
quietly
bottle.
and carefully. Inside was a small USB drive, basically just the USB port and a little sliver of plastic and metal on top, extremely small. Continuing to sneak around, I picked up Edgar's laptop,
Man,
returned to the
I
bathroom,
saw a
and closed the door.
USB-C
I plugged the USB
thumb
drive into
drive
the laptop,
recently,
turned on
and
the
I was
faucet
like,
so that the sound would be
whoa,
covered up, and opened up
finally,
the drive.
we have
I
reached
didn't
the
bring
future.
headphones with me to Edgar's cabin, and Edgar's headphones were on his
Mind-blowing.
bedside table, and he would definitely wake up if I rummaged around right beside his head to retrieve them. There were two files inside, an MP3 titled First, and a JPEG titled Second. Neither the image nor the audio file had thumbnails. I thought that the audio file must be my message to Edgar. I wondered in what state it would reach him. I had been lied to about what it was for, so I wouldn't be surprised if they tampered with my words as well. They could make me say just about anything, considering how long my message was. It was just a matter of editing. I double-clicked on the MP3.
True, I'm really good at
I could tell from the first
Frankensteining
moment
dialogue
that something
because of
was
my job.
terribly wrong. The recording began with an inhale before the speaking began, and I've heard enough of my own voice to know what my breathing sounded like, and it was patently not this. This breath was higher, shallower.
for the
It
hydrate
wasn't mine.
redeems.
I knew even before the speaking began that I was not going to hear my own voice. Did they change my voice like they said that they did for the Woe.Begone phone call? That didn't make any sense. I was talking to Edgar. He was supposed to know that it was me. That was the mission. These concerns ricocheted rapid-fire through my head, not having time to complete themselves before the speaking began.
Yeah, if people
Hello,
weren't
Michael,
around for the
a
end
voice
of the
said,
writing a
mildly
thing
distorted with
together,
some
I got
anonymizing
halfway through
filter,
editing,
but
and
seemingly
Athen had sent
female.
me
I'm
blank
sorry to deceive
files
you like
instead of
this.
what he meant to
It was
send
necessary
me,
to disguise this
and then
package as the package
immediately
that you expected to
vacated his
discover, to ensure
home.
that you would find it and understand it as soon as you could. It is also disguised
So I'm
to
gonna
deceive
finish
others for
editing it off
strategic
stream.
purposes that we cannot disclose to you. It is good to see you alive again. We have some urgent happenings that we need to discuss. The jig was up. Whoever sent me back from Riga was watching me, and now we're coming to collect what I owed them, whatever that
It was
was.
time to move on anyway. We
The
needed
pee
to
jokes
watch
are over. This
a problematic
is
film.
Woe.Begone.
But you guys got to see Act 1 edited together. How was Movies with Michael? We had fun. The movie was more problematic than I wanted it to be. It was a Western from 1963. But it can be fun to watch bad movies. And there's one scene that I should have taken the reins, no pun intended, and skipped forward through. But
I sat, awestruck, on the toilet in Edgar's bathroom, laptop perched in my lap, listening to a message I was not prepared to receive through tinny laptop speakers. The information you are about to receive will be crucial. I apologize in advance that we cannot tell you everything that we know. Information sent backwards through time tends to propagate backwards through time. There is always a risk of information leak to a time that we cannot control. We have reason to believe that you are aware of an upcoming plot that involves you and your husband inside of a high-security area at your place of work. Our understanding is that the plot will be initiated by a deceitful recording made by yourself and disseminated to all of the involved parties. Our apologies to you if these are not the facts as you have experienced them. This is not an accusation, merely the reality as we have observed it to happen. Getting this message to you at this moment was what could only be considered a mathematical feat that required considerable data as well as trial and error. This message should be received by Michael Walters inside of Old Brush Valley before the incident in question. If the recipient of this message is instead the husband of Michael Walters, Edgar, we are deeply sorry for your loss, and you are free to end your listening here. The events described will play out differently for you. We apologize that we are not able to predict or elucidate further. We are aware that your participation in this upcoming breach of the high-security area of Old Brush Valley Energy and Resources was not the result of any malice on your behalf, but rather something that you were coerced
You think
into,
they're keeping the
essentially at
husband error
gunpoint.
on purpose to
As
emphasize
such,
that
we
they
do not
don't
find
give
you
a
at
shit?
all liable for the consequences
Oh, and not
of that
because they're
mission,
shipping?
though we are asking you now to help mitigate the effects. Though you do not gain anything in the present by helping our organization, the consequences of that night will reverberate intensely
Welcome
throughout
back,
the rest
Jim.
of
Do
your
you think
life,
that it's
and
a
you should be offered
PC
chance to
versus mobile
participate.
thing?
Though I warn you that you are going to be upset at what you are about to see, please open the image file that came with this recording, labeled Second. It is only after viewing this image that you may understand the consequences. Truth be told, I had already opened the image file. I had absent-mindedly clicked on it while I was listening to her talk.
Wink wonk.
I had been sitting in shock, unable to look away but desperately desiring to, while she prattled away about how hard it was to contact me and how the Flinchites had set me up or whatever pointless thing I already knew or didn't need to know. On the screen was a photograph of Edgar, taken outside and at night, in a place that appeared to be Tier 2, in one of those dark spots in between buildings where I would often hide while I was waiting for guards to pass on their routes. No one else was in the picture. Edgar was on his back, splayed haphazardly, his eyes
Jim,
open
when I
but
clicked on your
unfocused,
profile, it
gazing
didn't,
at
like,
nothing.
tell me that you
Blood
were, like,
pooled around his head and neck,
under review
still
or
half bright as
anything.
it began to darken on the ground. There was a thick, dark gash extending from one side of his neck to the other. The gash did not appear to be one clean swipe. Someone had cut Edgar's throat. There was blood on his hands, Edgar having had enough time and awareness to try and keep the wound closed before the blood loss fatally weakened him. Hands that sat limp, unorganized
I love that
across his
podcast films
torso.
will be awful, horrible, sadistic
Gentle
people, but
hands.
are never homophobic.
My
I
time
mean,
in Riga had been fast-paced and mission-driven. There wasn't any
the
time
straights
to talk
are
about the myriad
wildly
of things that must have
outnumbered,
happened between my
so
experience and the experiences of the other mics. I had the chance to ask a few questions, but mostly relied on context clues to figure out what had happened in their lives. They told me that Edgar had ended up in the hospital as a result of the Flinchites' deceit, but I was back in Old Brush Valley to stop that. Edgar wasn't going to die. They told me that Edgar was safe. They wouldn't even let him come to Riga with them. He was safe. Michael had a wedding band on his finger. Edgar didn't die. Edgar didn't die. Edgar didn't die. I closed out of the image. Edgar didn't die. Who was this person talking to me? What was going on? What was she saying? Edgar didn't die. There was a lull in the recording here, likely so that I could understand what I was seeing uninterrupted. I could feel my cheeks flushing. She continued. We found that image upsetting, as we imagined that you did too, but we thought it necessary to show you the consequences of that mission in a way that would demonstrate that we are not deceiving you. You are going to soon learn that your husband's participation in these events is not as avoidable as simply opting out, as you might have hoped. He is going to be inside of Tier 2 on that night. We do not foresee any way that you or he will be able to stop this from happening, even with full foreknowledge of it. However, we believe that with the correct preparedness, you should be able to obtain a more desirable outcome, both for yourself and for us. Now that you see the incentive structures at work, I can begin to describe the necessary actions. These instructions should be followed immediately in order to ensure their efficacy. The longer the time between you receiving this message and acting on it, the more unpredictable the situation becomes, both from our perspective and from a mathematical standpoint. Please prepare your usual items for accessing Tier 2 and proceed there without hesitation.
Oh,
Once you arrive
Dr.
at the
Liu,
keypad on
the
116E,
CIA
you
or
should
the
begin next part
FBI,
of the
someone
recording.
put out a note
What a morbid
about
relief
how
that the
people will
instructions
say
were
in
tagged
Minecraft
immediately.
when they mean
The
in
message
real
had caused
life,
my
so
adrenaline to
they're
go
on to us.
haywire.
It doesn't work
if I had
anymore.
to sit and wait, I thought that I might jump out of my own skin. I opened up Dropbox in an incognito tab, sent the audio file to my Dropbox, and ejected the drive from Edgar's computer. I did not attach the image. I did not intend to ever see that image again, in person or otherwise. After making sure the file had transferred correctly and bringing it up on my phone, I then tossed the USB drive in the toilet and flushed. What? Yes, it's bad for the pipes and probably
In
the
Woe.Begone,
environment, but it's whatever, it's tiny, it's a little bit of metal and plastic. I'm not making a habit out of this. I've never had to do that with a USB drive before or since. You've probably flushed those flushable wipes before. Do you know how bad those are for the environment? Look it up, it's disgusting. So maybe consider the facts next time before you judge poor old Mike Walters, who was already running around like a chicken with his head cut off. These hypothetical imagined critics, man, they never give me a break. What's up with that?
So relatable.
I got dressed as quickly and quietly as possible and sprinted full speed to my cabin. She hadn't specified what I needed, but I did need canned air to trick the outer lock of 116E. I could grab some headphones while I was there as well. It was several
Does
minutes
Base
of
have a
running in the
Minecraft
dark, but
server?
it was very late or early,
I think
and there was
maybe,
almost no
but
one to
only
witness
like a
me.
couple people use it.
I arrived at my cabin panting and grabbed
and
the
they
canned
tried to
air,
get everyone
a bag,
into it,
a knife,
but they
my
just couldn't get
headlamp,
anyone
and my
interested
overissued
enough.
pistol for good measure. I didn't know what was considered my usual tools for entering Tier 2, and I didn't know if the recording was certain either.
I
grabbed some
see
earbuds
people
and put them
build
in as
like
I
their
ran out the
big
door,
houses
again
and stuff, and I'm
sprinting,
like, I
my
wish
pace
I
ever slowing
could
as I
do
began
that,
the
and I
warehouse.
can do it.
Being out of
But
breath
then
wasn't the worst
I
of
go
it.
to do it. It's
My
like,
ankle
oh, I
throbbed
can
from
do
when the
that,
flintlights had
but then I
broken
don't
it,
want to.
My back hurt
It's
from the several
a bit
types of injuries
difficult.
that it had sustained, and my heart was racing from adrenaline and being out of shape from my time in captivity. Recounting it with a clear mind, it's obviously a better idea to meet out your stamina so that you'll still have some when it comes time to actually do the thing that you've set out to do. But I can say with confidence that I was never going to do that. I was much more likely to have a heart
normal
attack trying to
mode,
get
whatever
through the
not
doors at
creative
116E
mode
as
is.
fast as possible.
I like digging a
Many
hole
aching
after
minutes
7
passed
minutes and
before I made
waiting
it to
out
the
the
front
night.
doors of 116E. I knew that Marissa saw me in her patrol cart as I made my way to the entrance. I didn't care. Thank God
Survival,
it was her.
yeah, thank
It must
you.
have been near the end of her
The only
night
thing I
shift.
could think of was
I could hear her
hardcore,
yelling
which
to me
is
from a
different.
significant distance away.
Hey, Mikey. Hey, Mike. You're going in this late? Hey, did you find something?
The door shut behind me and I could no longer hear her. The earbud was already in my ear. I hit play on the recording. You should be inside of 116E at this stage of the instructions. Please enter 3852911 on the keypad and proceed to the back. I hit the numbers as fast as I could while she said this. If you did not bring a bludgeoning item, please grab one from the warehouse. There should be hammers there.
Marissa has huge Gamma Girl energy for real.
I turned on the
Marissa
headlamp
would
as
be
I
one of
entered the
those
portion
people
of the
in
building
that
without windows.
giant,
It took a few
like
minutes of
that
searching,
town,
but I
that
did find where they kept the
Minecraft server,
hammers.
that city
I
with
had
like
to pause the
a
recording
island with like
in order to
1,000
keep it from
people on
proceeding
it.
to the next step.
That
I hit
video
play
that got
before
like
I was ready
100
for it.
million
I hoped
views.
that didn't mean that I was falling behind
Marissa
schedule.
would be like one of the last
Once you are
people
ready,
standing
make your way to the
there.
boulders on the border of tiers 1 and 2. As always, do not allow yourself to be
so
seen.
powerful.
I complied. What was it about these boulders? So much seemed wrapped up inside of whatever they were, but as far as I could tell, they were just rocks. Rocks that were important enough that the Flintshite boots drove a knife through my hand, that they attacked my friends in order to find the device to, quote, use them, a device that I never had,
Rocks
and no one
and
else that they
trees
interrogated
and
were even
trees and
aware
rocks.
of. I
And
didn't
rocks
have a
and trees
device
and
this
trees and
time
rocks.
either.
And
Was I
water.
supposed to already have this
And cactus.
device? It wouldn't be the first time that someone had falsely assumed that I knew its whereabouts and had access to it. If it was in the warehouse, I hadn't been instructed to retrieve it. Was I going to have to shock myself again? The recording sat silent, predetermined, unable to answer me. There was nothing that I could do but make my way through Tier 2 to the next location.
Minecraft server just for the
I made it to
ties.
the boulders. I was
I
entirely
had
out of
such
breath.
trouble with the count
The recording
authentication.
resumed right on time. Maybe I wasn't running late after all. I could feel my heartbeat throbbing in my ears. I could hear the blood pulsing with each beat. The pulsing rivaled the instructions in its volume, so I turned the volume up. In the lot with the boulders, you will find an input port for an electronic device. Locate this input port now. I found it immediately, because I knew where it was from before I knew what it was, the last time that I was here. The recording remained silent, as if she didn't expect me to find it so fast. I hit the forward 15 seconds button to get to the next instructions, but I overshot my mark and ended up having to hit the back 15 seconds button, but my hands were shaking and so I hit it twice and then I just waited 30 seconds because I was scared that if I hit the button again I'd have to wait even longer. Your task is simple, the voice finally said. You are to destroy this port and the power box beside it. Using whatever bludgeoning weapon you found in the warehouse, first destroy the port, then the metal box beside the port. This box is essentially a power supply. Exercise caution. Both of these objects have been known to generate a lethal amount of electricity and have been known to be extremely volatile. I ignored the warning. What was I supposed to do with that warning? I was supposed to hit this shit with the hammer, and no amount of knowing that I was going to get shocked would ever change that. I guess what it did do was prepare me for a dangerous amount of electricity to flow through my body when I struck the device port, which it enthusiastically did. The rubber on the end of the hammer did not protect me from what must have been an enormous amount of electric current. Upon me striking it, a large amount of electricity visibly arced and made contact with both of my hands, even though my hands were a hammer's length away.
Thank you for dimming
My
the
already
hydrant.
pounding heart pounded even harder. I hunched over in pain, afraid that I might have just electrocuted myself. I hit it 5 more times before I couldn't physically stand the electricity any longer. I looked at the device port. It looked mangled. What was once rectangular was of no discernible shape. Any key that fit into that lock was now entirely useless. There was still the power supply to destroy. There was no way that I could hit it with the hammer, not if it would also produce that amount of electricity. I couldn't take any more of that. I knew what I was feeling. This was the feeling I often felt where I eventually learned that I had died, and then someone had done the thankless job of unkilling me and were likely chastising me for getting into that position in the first place. This was a mission that was very important that I not die in the middle of it. Even with someone sending me cordial instructions to save my husband's life, my boyfriend's life, I still wasn't sure that there was anyone out there with both the
My boy
ability
Edgar.
and the desire to unkill me in a pinch. Still, I couldn't leave until I destroyed the power supply. I produced my pistol, stood close enough that I could hit the box with my poor aim, made
I
poor
love
by
it
my
when
shaky
pistols are
hands, steadied
produced.
myself, and fired at the box. I fired a second time. I fired a
Feels
third
so
time.
old-timey.
I fired a fourth time. I was prepared to fire as many bullets as I had to. I fired a fifth time. The fifth bullet ricocheted off the mangled metal box and embedded into my left
Owie.
arm. I winced in pain, but
Yeah,
somehow
that'll
kept
do
myself
it.
from crying out. I looked at the box. The exterior and its electronic components within were shot. They were literally shot. They were irreparably damaged. They would not be able to power anything anytime soon. My mission was complete. The instructions in my ear were telling me to go back the way that I came from, back into 116E, but I thought that I had made enough noise that I faced significant risk of capture going that way. If the patrols were anywhere near me, they would be heading toward me as quickly as they could manage. I rushed forward to the fence between tiers 1 and 2. Using the claw end of the claw hammer, I frantically dug in the ground. When I could barely squeeze under the fence, I shoved my body under with significant force. I could feel the ends of the wire of the fence dig first through my shirt and then into the flesh of my back. I squeezed under the fence like a rat. I could actually feel my chest compress as I scrambled under. My ribs reported a dull pain. Marissa could probably see me. I couldn't see her, but I could see the light from her
yeah.
cart, as though she were watching me from a distance. While my face was pressed into
He's
the
just
dirt,
watching going,
scrambling
oh
to get
man,
back
that's
to my
so
side of
cringe.
the fence,
Cringe.
wires tearing at my back, I saw an object in the dirt, right in front of my nose. I had to cross my eyes in order to see it properly. It was the button, still there from the last time I had to scurry under this very fence, dead and silent, stained brown from months of being covered in dirt, a relic from a similarly brutal time. I grabbed it as I made my way out from under the
Marissa's
fence.
like, I need to get this
Might
on
as well
camera,
destroy
no
some
one will believe
evidence
me.
of old crimes while I'm at it. I ran back out to the main road and then proceeded to walk as calmly as I could manage the rest
This
of the way
isn't
home so as not to draw
Rovey
suspicion.
witnessing.
Marissa definitely
That's
saw
a
me,
that's
but
a
she did not approach.
something that happens
I
next
could only see
season,
the lights
right?
from the cart. I didn't know what she saw or heard.
Yeah, Robbie's
I hope
next
that
season.
whatever
There's
it
a
was, she would let
thing
me get
where
away.
Mikey
If
thinks
I knew
that
her,
Marissa's
she had
watching
answers that
him,
she wanted
and
as
it's
well.
Ravi.
It was civil twilight by the time I got home, the sun not visible yet, but its light beginning to peek over the horizon. I had made it most of the way home when the instructions stopped explaining how to get out of Tier 2. The way that I had chosen was much faster and safer. After all, I live and work here. I should know the best ways to get around. After instructing me to exit 116E and begin walking to my cabin, it left me with one final message. This concludes your instructions. Thank you again for your cooperation. We again apologize for not being able to send back more information to explain why it was necessary to do what you did. If that information somehow made its way further back in time than you are now, it could undo all of our efforts. Upon entering your
Everyone's
cabin,
so
you should receive a message
explanatory.
confirming that
In the
this
future, it's
incident
gonna be
has
like,
been
yep,
altered to your
propagation
benefit.
risk.
Thanks, Michael. Have a good morning. The message ended there. The final message, the have a good morning, having a friendly warmth to it that I wasn't expecting. I picked up my pace to make it back to my cabin. I burst in and looked around. On the kitchen table was an envelope, the same size, shape, and color as Edgar's, with the same handwriting, this time Mike written on it in bold black letters. I tore open the envelope. Inside was a single piece of paper with a sentence written on it, hoping to redeem my prize. I stared at it, puzzled. Prize. My phone buzzed. A text message. I unlocked it and checked the message.
Hoping to redeem my prize is the name
Breakfast?
of a song.
It was from Anne.
About how long do we have left? In the stream, we've got 9 hours and 40 minutes. We've got 8 hours and 40 minutes, rather. We've got 2 more episodes, 2 more main episodes. One's 26 minutes, one's 41. And then...
Approximately an hour and a bit.
Yeah, intermission is 9 minutes. And then I think what's going to happen is I'm going to let the Redux play and I'm going to take a 30-minute break. And come back and do the live set, yeah.
I have now moved into the wardrobe. I can't talk on DC, like on mic after midnight. if I'm just sitting in my bed, I can't do it after midnight because my parents' room is right next to mine and my voice will go right through the wall.
Whatever shall I do now?
You can't hear
It
what I'm
hurt.
saying, you can just
Ouchies.
hear that there's
I've
someone
got
talking.
bad feelings about this. Funny TV show reference. But now there's blood everywhere. Oh no.
My wardrobe also doubles as my recording studio.
Hey guys, if you haven't listened yet, the soundtrack for episode 45 of
Oh, hey,
Woe.Begone is
Cenotaph is
available on
playing in the
Bandcamp
background
at
right now.
woebegonepod.bandcamp.com, as well as the Patreon at patreon.com/woe_begone. These songs are reprises of 4 of the original songs from the Woe.Begone soundtrack. I had a lot of fun making it, and it was a fun way to celebrate 1 year of Woe.Begone. Speaking of Patreon,
calling things fun, I still do that.
Patreon.com/woe_begone is the only place besides my house
like,
where
I don't
you
know,
can
it's
hear my
fun.
cat yell at you.
I did it 'cause it's
In addition
fun.
to cat clips, there's early access to episodes, instrumentals, Q&As, director's commentaries, a secret Discord channel, and more. Thanks to my 10 newest patrons: John Grills, Duke,
It
Ryan
was-
Begg,
first of all,
Courtney
shout out
Boyle,
John
Sarah
Grills.
G, Logan Cheshire, Rat and Cameron, Nick Long, Byron, and Astrid for supporting the show. Enjoy.
Second thing, that Discord was supposed to be linked to my Patreon, and it wasn't, so it was impossible for anyone to join it.
What? Yeah.
And so I just ended up making it public.
Anne's cabin was luxurious, decadently furnished, and thematically ornamented. The whole place was designed to feel comfortable and rustic, despite how sprawlingly large it was. This was because Anne was not staying in a cabin provided by Old Brush Valley Energy and Resources Lodging Logistics Division or whatever it's called, but rather an Airbnb that she was renting out as a base of operations. She had been there for several weeks, waiting quietly in preparation for the events to play out as they had, all while I had been making a trip into Tier 2 to sabotage some necessary equipment for the upcoming mission that the Flinchites had roped Edgar and I into, a mission that apparently led to the death of at least Edgar
Hey,
in some
Kritsune.
iterations
Things
of the
are going
scenario.
okay.
I had
How about
Hello
you?
and
prevented these
goodbye.
iterations from occurring. I sat in
See
a
you,
wooden
Sage.
kitchen chair that had been dragged into a comfortably sized bathroom. When Anne had texted asking if I wanted breakfast, I immediately shot back that I was only interested if she was able to field dress a wound for me. She thought that I was being cheeky until I showed up to her place bleeding from my left arm. I hadn't made much of it in the moment. The adrenaline of what I was doing was enough to mask any pain, but I had accidentally shot myself in the left arm. A limb that at this point felt more like a cursed instrument, destined to forever be a magnet for suffering,
Should get
since it
armor
was
for
first
that.
sacrificed for Woe.Begone, rather than a natural extension of my body. A reverse phantom limb. Anne had
Ooh,
been a
we're
war journalist
referencing
for some time out of
earlier
college,
episode
and had picked up
titles.
significant first
Whoa.
aid as a result. She was able to properly stitch me up in the bathroom, but the bullet was staying in there.
War
Like when Marissa
correspondent
shot
moment.
me, it had only passed through flesh, sparing the bone, though unlike that gunshot wound, this one didn't graze me. It hadn't struck any organs, arteries, or joints, but it hadn't exited either. It lost considerable energy ricocheting against the electronic device inside of Tier 2 before striking me. I made sure to send a quick text message to Edgar, since it wasn't like me to wake up and leave before him. Didn't disappear on you. Old friend is in town. I'll fill you in soon. Cowboy emoji. I washed up,
Secret
got my shirt back on, and made my way back to the kitchen. Anne had actually made breakfast. Biscuits and gravy. That's a pretty alright
Old
food
friend
that
is
I'm
in town.
notorious
You
for
think
eating
that
a normal
Edgar has
amount
never
of.
heard stories
A
about
gesture
Anne
of goodwill,
from
she
Mikey?
explained. As if sewing me up wasn't enough.
I've heard so
I
much about
inquired.
you. Ah.
Maybe I'm feeling guilty because I've done worse than that to you with a gun, she said, a faint smile appearing and vanishing quickly from her lips. It was truly the least that I could do. Did you ever figure out how you survived my 4th challenge, by the way? Nope, I said. No clue. Her biscuits and gravy weren't as good as the biscuits and gravy from the diner, but I was appreciative. Interesting, she said. This whole thing's a mess, you know? You and Ryan and the Flinchites and these new people? Arbiters, I offered. We called them Arbiters at the Flinchite compound after one of them told me that he was the Arbiter of Access to Woe.Begone.
Speaking of
They've
Antler,
kept Ryan's flair
my
for the dramatic, I see,
usual
she
Saturday
said.
game, well,
You should have seen how he
Saturday
was
for
dressed, I
American time,
replied.
has
But
been
yes, they've kept a lot of
Avatar
it
Legends.
intact. I can't say that I understand
using
why,
that
though.
system.
You would think that
Pretty
they
fun.
want to meddle in space
I made a whole new
without having to run
island
a
because
game
I wanted
on
to be a
top of it.
waterbender, but I didn't want to be from Cold
I
Island,
guess they don't know what they're
Cold
doing,
Place.
Anne
So
said,
I just
taking
made a
sip of her
whole new
coffee.
Pacific
They have
slash
Woe.Begone, but
Melanesia
they
slash
only have the
Austronesian
finished
side island.
product.
Slapped
They
it
aren't
right in the
able
middle
to
of the
reverse
ocean.
engineer
Boom.
any of it. It's like if you have the code for something, but you don't know how to read it. You can change some of the variables, you can make the numbers bigger or smaller, and you can get some result, even if you don't know how the rest of the code is executing that variable. But you can't add new parts from scratch because you don't understand the language. They're script
Ugh,
kitties.
me learning to code
If
for
they're
real,
script
for real.
kitties, how did they manage to steal Woe.Begone from Ryan? I asked. If you have 1,000 Bitcoin, you don't have to steal anything, Anne said. You think that someone bought Woe.Begone off of him? I asked. I think he took the money, cashed out, and fucked off to somewhere that no one would bother him anymore, she said.
Bye-bye.
Well, I understand that impulse, I said, but why do you think that? Because Ryan's disappearance was completely bloodless. He left his home one day with a couple of suitcases, boarded a flight to who knows where, and hasn't been seen or heard from since. He seemed like he was in a hurry to get to the airport like someone trying to catch a flight, not desperate to get to the airport to dodge an attempt on his life. He didn't move his stuff out, but the day after he left it was completely gone. No storage facility, no movers, no U-Haul. No sign of a struggle, no sign of anything really. Everything was completely cleaned out without anyone entering or exiting the building. I think that was his severance package. A one-way ticket to anywhere that isn't Woe.Begone.
Severance mention.
These new guys don't have to worry about learning the technology to hide
Severance
a corpse,
was
and he
coming
gets to live
out
his life out in style.
around the same time
He
this
knows
season
that they have
came
the power
out.
to ruin everything if he decides that he wants to come back for some reason. And how do you know that he left? I asked. Because I was watching his house, duh, she said indignantly.
Duh.
I suppose I should have picked up on that. For how long? I asked. Since you told me who he was. One of the first things that I did after your little snafu taking Cannonball hostage was to figure out where Ryan lived and how to keep an eye on him without him noticing.
I love her.
Speaking
Get shit
of
done.
the original Woe.Begone crew, you did kill
Severance
Cannonball,
is very good,
right?
Rain.
She asked. There was no concern in her voice, only interest. Yeah, it was actually not as difficult as I thought it was going to be. I had help, I said. Had she been watching Cannonball's apartment as well? Did she see me get taken hostage for 4 months? I have some idea of the type of help you had, she said. Speaking of, I guess it's time that we address the elephant in the room. I'm not just coincidentally in town to patch you up and feed you comfort food. The Flinchites' mission is
Oh,
tonight.
man, really?
That's why I'm here. I haven't been sitting around while you've been traipsing around Old Brush Valley. I've been getting shit done. We've got a mission of our own tonight, Michael Walters. You, me, and Edgar. We've got our own to pull off. Don't say that word, I said, only half jokingly. What word? Michael? I thought you liked being called Michael. I thought I was building you up a little. I'll stick to Mike from now on. Anne said. No. I said. Why? She asked. Anytime I say that word, something unspeakably awful happens. Don't use that word. I know that I sounded silly and superstitious, but it was true. Anytime I called something a H-E-I-S-T.
I mean, it's like
Everything
the
went to
Scottish
shit.
play, right?
Yeah.
I get chills just saying it.
You can say I'm playing the part of Macbeth,
Okay,
but you
then
have
what
to
should I
say
call
that
it?
I'm
Anne
putting on,
asked.
but I'm in a
I
production
don't
of
know.
Scottish
They
play.
say we're gonna fuck shit up, maybe, I said. All right, Mike, we're gonna fuck shit up for a bunch of different people in Old Brush Valley. Tonight. Let's get ready, she said. It was time to start planning. This is Woe.Begone.
There we go. That's 8 minutes before the
Hey.
theme song kicks in.
And apparently wearing green is bad luck because Molly had died on stage while wearing green. There's a very, very funny episode of the Amelia Project about this, that includes this, written by Felix Trench.
Good morning, Nam. Happy 6:30 a.m., I'm pretty sure.
God, I love the Amelia Project. So good.
We got straight into it after breakfast. I was running on only a few hours of sleep, but I was systematically replacing the adrenaline in my blood with caffeine. I could sleep when I was dead. Hopefully not soon, but not out of the question. Anne was as poised and composed as always.
I can sleep in 8.5 hours.
It was the first time that I had seen her in the flesh since she had shown up in Old Brush Valley and told me that she had killed me, completing the 4th Woe.Begone challenge by revoking her own prize. A night that I don't remember, one that was described to me with a tranquility that I didn't fully believe. She portrayed it as a quiet and calm night of convincing me that it was the right thing to do.
I think I'm at the part
similar
of the
to how I
night
thought that
where
my
people are
4th
going to have to
challenge
tell
went
me
until I was on the
what
other
happened
side of
during it.
cracking skulls with the butt of a gun until everything
I
aligned
can't really
perfectly.
tell you what's going
I
on
didn't
in this
begrudge her
episode
anything if she
unless I
lied to
really
me.
focus.
It would be hypocritical for me, of all people, to hold anything against her, and, though I wasn't above being a hypocrite, I was beyond resenting someone who had a valid reason to kill Mike Walters. If the truth was more gruesome than the story that I was offered, it would not offer me any catharsis to know the truth. Anne convinced me to let her kill me in my cabin, and I agreed. That is the truth as it was relayed to me. It didn't matter, and there was no time to discuss it now. We were on even footing for the first time since she knocked on my door and explained to me that she was playing Woe.Begone in order to reverse me bleeding to death in my apartment in a DIY amputation rig. It was time to talk about the future. So, to be clear, it was your voice on the recording, right? I asked. That was me. Well, I know that it's going to be me, she said. It's from the future, I concluded. You sort of have an idea of what the future is going to look like, I think. And I do too, Anne said. When you went to kill Cannonball, you had help from yourself in the future. At least that's what I'm guessing, based on the information that I've received from myself. 2 of them. How did you know that? I asked. At some point we get organized, apparently. There are Anns and Mikes out there making moves across different points in time, keeping in communication with each other and carrying out operations, she said. How old was the oldest Mike?
You mean like
About
a
10 years
council?
older, I said. I turn out to be quite the character, it seems. I did not elaborate. I do too, I think, she said. She sent me your little message to Edgar that the Flinchites had you record. I don't know how she got it, but it set me in motion. That's why I'm here. Quite the odd piece of audio. He's your little panther? I'd rather not talk about that, I blushed. No, it's cute. You two clearly love each other. You should lean into that. It reminds me of when you and John first met, she said. I was still blushing. We were talking about the future. I tried to steer us back to the conversation. Well, I'm still thinking about how cute the 2 of you are, and you can't stop me. But whatever is going on in the future, the seeds of it are being planted right now. There's future Anne sending recordings to me and you, plus the stuff with the other 2 mics, and that's just the beginning. I think the big event that kicks everything off happens tonight, she said. The voice on the recording, you, I guess, kept emphasizing that you had to be extremely careful about sending information back in time, because if information can make it back in time this far, there's a danger that it can be sent even further back and into the wrong hands, and all of the plans could be undermined, I said.
Was
I
the
think that's why
Anne
this is the
alive
earliest
that
that we get to know these
Marissa,
things.
like,
The
in
Flinchites run
one
into difficulty
twin?
tracking any of us after
Was
this
that
time as well,
Anne
which seems related.
Prime?
And it's just in fact this
So
big
to
Tier
speak?
2 event that they had you orchestrate, she added. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't either, I said. Not with how cagey the Flinchites were about what my message to Edgar was actually going to be used for. Which is why I started preparing right after I got that message from myself, she said. We're going to build something for ourselves, Mike. Like the Flinchites, like Over, like Woe.Begone, but it's all ours. An institution connected to itself through time that will
In
only
this
strengthen
dream,
as
it's
we
about
grow
just
it.
no Mike for too
That's
long.
why
It's
I
so
came out here
true.
when I did. I've started getting ready. If someone is going to be at the forefront of this institution, then it's going to be me. I don't mean to sound like the boss or anything, but we have to get started now, and we need to hit the ground running. I mean, were you making any plans to do something like this? No. I could if I wanted to, I said. You sure could, buddy, Anne
He's so real for
teased.
that.
The recording came with a note in my handwriting and today's date. That means Edgar is going to get the recording today, and the big shindig starts at 11 o'clock. I told Edgar about it, and I told him to steer clear, but you made it sound in your message like we don't actually have an option. At least Edgar is going to be there no matter what. No word on me or you being there. I guess someone will transport him there if he doesn't follow instructions of his own accord, I said. Some of the worry about what would happen to Edgar crept back in under the excitement. I didn't get the message from me, so I don't know what's in it, Anne said. Long story short, you had me destroy a bunch of shit inside of Tier 2. You said it was to keep Edgar from dying, and you had convincing proof. One of the future mics told me that Edgar got hospitalized from the incident, but there seems to be a likelihood that he will get killed. You texted me as soon as I got back from the job, so I thought you knew, I said. I texted you as soon as the sun was up, she said. That might or might not be a coincidence. It sounds like you predicting what you would do, I said. You left a note, too. It said, hoping to redeem my prize. Cute, she said. She must have done that. But she's right. I finally get to enjoy the benefits of bringing you back, she said. We're going to develop a parallel access point to time travel. I'm going to meet your boyfriend. We're going to kill a bunch of people at your workplace. It's going to be fun. What do you think happens tonight? I asked. Well, it seems like the Flinchites want to use Edgar as bait for the Arbiters. He's doing something with the boulders, inserting a device into a port, she said. I destroyed that port and the power source that goes with it last night, I said. Well, that really throws a wrench in someone's plan, Anne said. They made me tell Edgar to kill anyone at the boulders tonight, I said. It sounds like they made Edgar into a big target, she said, not just an unfortunate casualty. Well, that's not going to happen now, I said. I made sure of it, and you seem to have confirmed it for the future. So what is going to happen? We take charge of our destiny. Or, if not our destiny, then we collapse the probability of whatever potential actions we might take, she said. We don't wait for them to drop Edgar into Tier 2 like a sitting duck. We go in there, locked and loaded, ready for whatever happens.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I said. As long as I don't think about the inevitable bloodshed, that makes us sound fucking awesome. Hey, it would be the first time that you died kicking ass and taking names, Anne said. That you know of, I corrected her. What do you think is going on with those boulders? I thought that everything inside of Old Brush Valley was gone after what happened inside of 357A, but they seem to be still important somehow. The Flinchites think they're important, the Arbiters think they're important. I had to go destroy part of it last night, so clearly you in the future thinks it's important. The first time I ever saw the Flinchites is when they roughed me up in my cabin trying to get information about these boulders. Sounds like something that works even without 357A, she said. Without Flinch, without the Woe.Begone technology.
Oh,
I
that's
said,
interesting,
At least that's
Arson.
what I thought was in there. I thought that's why I got sent to Old Brush Valley in the first place.
I've never really
And
explained
attack
the
their temporal
earpieces
security
just because
program
I
inside
feel
Tier
like
2 didn't work anymore. I thought that was proof.
any technological
Maybe it's
explanation would
something
just
more
be
primitive than
boring and
Woe.Begone?
like ass
She asked.
covering.
Well, it did shock the fuck out of me both times that I was there, I said. We can speculate on what it is and where that second access point is after we take care of the standoff that's going to be happening tonight, she said. It appears we'll have to step over a pile of bodies to figure out what the boulders are actually used for. So what's the next step? I asked. I think it's time I meet your boyfriend, Anne said.
Husband.
It's time to let him in on our little plan and we can prepare together. Plus, I want to make sure he's not trouble if he's going to be
I
dating
think that's
you.
one reason,
Yeah,
part of
Anne,
the
when
reason
I'm
why
in a
I can
relationship, the person who usually
keep
turns out to
interested
be
in
trouble is my
Woe.Begone,
boyfriend,
even
not
though
me,
I
said.
myself am not always super duper into sci-fi, or like especially harder sci-fi, because it doesn't go
Anne
too
and
much
I made
into
our way to
the
Old Brush
jargon
Valley.
and the
I
nitty-gritty
texted
parts of
Edgar and
that.
let him know
It
that
can
I
be
was heading
interesting,
over
but
and that I was
sometimes
bringing a friend.
sometimes it
He
can be
asked if
too
it was
much.
about the message, and I told him that it was. He didn't
I'm
respond
gonna
further.
stand up
I
real
assumed
quick
that meant that he had
and
listened
turn
to
my
it.
heat down a little bit,
Charlie
and
was at the
also
gate, as ever.
I've got
She smiled
almond
at me
milk
and then
just
gave
sitting
Anne a
here.
serious once-over.
I'm gonna take it and put it back
Hi,
in the
Charlie.
fridge.
This
Fridge,
is Anne.
fridge.
She's in town this week and wanted to drop by. I
need to
explained.
stand up.
I remember you.
Everyone
she said,
stand
with
up, do a
You've visited
stretch.
before.
Sword
A
on
while
Bushi.
ago?
Sword on Bushi.
Oh, right, I did. To see Hunter. I'm friends
Sword
with
on
him
Bushi.
too. She said.
Genuinely, very good exercise.
No, I think it was to
by the
see
way.
Mikey Boy here, Charlie said.
Also fun.
Oh, yeah, I guess this is my third time here. Me and Mikey just ate at the diner when I came to visit him, though. I didn't go inside. She paused for a moment. Oh, I don't think it was you at the gate when I came to visit Hunter. It was some guy? Taylor or something? Troy. Right, that must be it. Charlie smiled politely, but I could tell that she was trying to work out exactly what was going on. It was her job to keep suspicious people out of Over, after all. She looked at me questioningly, as if she were trying to use her body language to ask me whether I was safe with
Troy
Anne.
Mansion.
Then her demeanor became softer, more cheery. See any bluebirds this morning, Mike? She asked. Not this morning, I replied. Darn. Well, let me know when you see one, she winked. I'll buzz you in. There was a buzzing sound and the gate unlocked. We passed
That
through
might
the
be
metal
the
detector and
first
proceeded into
mention
Over.
of Bluebird in a canonical
Bluebird
episode
was a
since
code word that
episode
Charlie had given me to signal to her if someone had come into
30.5
Old Brush Valley
was
in order to give me trouble.
undone.
We didn't speak terribly often outside of
Yeah.
work, but she was highly protective of me. I wondered if she was that protective of all of the employees or if I just exuded an aura of needing protection. Regardless, her instincts were
Which makes me
mostly
super
correct.
ooh-woo about
This
it
was the first
when
time that
Michael
anyone had
still
come to
calls
visit
her
me without
Bluebird
malicious
later. Like,
intentions. I did wish that she
my
would be
heart.
less vigilant this one time, though. The less people remembered about our movements inside of Over, the better. Her attention to detail and the metal detector at the gate prevented Anne from bringing her gun in, since she was a visitor and it wasn't an over-issued service weapon. That meant that we would be one gun down tonight if things went like they seemed that they would. We made our way directly to Edgar's cabin in hopes that as few people as possible would see us. Edgar opened the door and ushered us inside. Hi, Mikey. Edgar looked at Anne. Let's see, Matt's dead, John's a big burly guy, I'm pretty sure, There's only one woman that Mikey ever talks about from his old life,
John
so
mentioned.
since Mike's only ever had 3 friends as far as I can tell, by process of elimination, you must be Anne. Nice to meet you. I'm Edgar, by the way. Pleasure to meet you too, Anne said.
The
Mikey
fact that
has
only
only
Michael
said
seems to say
wonderful
it and not
things.
Mikey's.
I like him, Mikey.
Yeah, I think
15
because
seconds and he's
Michael
already
comes
problem-solving.
from
We're gonna need
a
that tonight.
version
Edgar
of
stiffened up
events
slightly when Anne
where
mentioned
it
tonight.
it
He looked
was
upset in a
Charlie who
way
named
that other
Bates
people might
and
not
was more
notice,
involved
looking
in
at the
Bates.
ground
So
slightly
I
to
think
his
that's
left out into
probably
space.
why.
I thought we were ignoring the message, Edgar said. He scratched the back of his head. Not that I didn't appreciate hearing it from you, even if my eyes did threaten to roll out of my head while you talked about ball-peen hammers. I hated that part too, Anne said. She's heard it? Edgar asked. Look, change of plans, Edgar, I told him. Anne showed up with some new info and some bad news this morning. We don't have a choice to ignore the message. If we ignore the message, we're gonna get dragged in kicking and screaming. And if someone's dragging us into it, that means they already have their metaphorical hands around our wrists. What are you saying? Edgar asked. We're going to have to go into Tier 2 tonight, I said. We're going to have to go through with the plan, at least up to a point. It's the only way that we stand any chance. He stared at my arm while I spoke. Mike, are you bleeding? He asked.
I feel like my commentary has been sort of reduced to hearing a word and saying the word that I heard.
Goes smoothly, I said. Edgar let out an
Bit
exasperated
Eulalia.
sigh. And what is it that we're gonna do once we get in there? Follow directions? Mike, you told me to kill people in that message. You told me when you got back
Huge
that I ended up in the
mood, Aspen.
hospital. We aren't following all of the
I made like
directions,
maybe
I
one,
said.
two
It's
new
not even
proper
possible
friends
to. I
at uni
destroyed
during
that
my
device
uni
book this
years.
morning. I do
My
think that I
existing
need to
friend
point
group at
out
the time
that
were
just because
people
we're
that
not
I'd
following
known
directions doesn't mean that we're
like
not
since
killing
either high
anyone,
school or
Anne
even
said.
early in some
I glared
cases.
at
Some of
her.
those people I had known
Mikey,
since
if we spread
primary
around the
school.
possibilities, we are going to die in there. She turned to make direct eye contact with Edgar. Edgar,
Taylor
there are people
mentioned and
working on
Chance
this
mentioned the
that have
same
already
episode.
seen it happen
What does it
and are
mean?
trying to prevent it from turning out how they experienced it. We're moving heaven and earth to keep you alive. Do you understand what we're telling you? Someone already knows what happens if we ignore the message, and the result involves body bags.
Missy.
Edgar didn't respond. He looked to the side again, staring off into the distance. Then he looked at me.
Oh, not the middle distance
I could
this
see
time.
him lingering on my left arm, freshly stitched up. Then my hair, longer than it could
far
have grown in a
distance.
single day. Then at my face, aged further than my years.
1,000-yard distance,
He looked
maybe
down at
even.
my
Nah,
hand,
not quite that
deeply
far yet.
scarred and not fully functional. He looked at my gun, holstered at my hip, the rare
Oh,
occasion that
no.
I kept it with me.
Three
He looked
friends
me
with
in the
aspirational
eyes,
homeschool.
my uncertain, nervous glance and
Oh,
easy
I thought
giveaway.
homeschooled were meant to. Well, I mean, maybe it's different
You were
overseas, but I
gone
know
for
in
so
New Zealand they
long,
have like
he finally said.
programs for
I
like,
could hear it in your voice.
well, a
the
network
recording.
basically, where all homeschool club,
I didn't even have time
homeschool
to
kid
notice
can
you were
still
gone,
have
but you were gone for so
social
long.
engagements. You know, like
He
get to
went
know each
quiet.
other.
Nobody spoke.
Yeah, in America, homeschool kids are stereotypically like not well
One of us is going to
socialized.
die if we don't do anything.
Damn.
Do I have that right? At least one of us, I replied.
At
You're in the
my
most
local
danger,
library, there
Anne
is
said.
a regular D&D
And we're going to
club
be dragged into this
for
regardless of if we prepare
homeschool
for it or
kids
not.
that like
Edgar
belongs
continued.
to, well, that is
That's what we've been told,
played
Anne
by.
said.
What's the word I'm looking
And
for?
Mike is
The
an
players are all
awful shot
homeschool
with that
kids. It's
gun,
like
but
their
he
their
won't
club
practice with
group
it.
thing. It's
He
pretty cool.
continued
It's
further.
like set up for homeschool
Hey, I
kid.
used it today, I countered. Ignore the stitches. So we're all going to go into Tier 2 together and hope that we
Like,
can
I'm sure not
somehow
all
prepare for
homeschool
whatever
kids
bloodbath
are
is going to
part
happen,
of
and that
that
whoever
network,
dies
but it
tonight,
is
it won't
certainly
be any
a
of the three of
support
us,
thingy
he concluded.
that is,
Exactly,
you know, there.
Anne said, solemnly. We
So
all
there
looked
are,
at each other for
I
a
have
moment,
some
all
friends
of
who
us still
are
standing
who
around
were
in Edgar's living
homeschooled
room.
who probably
None of
know
us
more
hadn't
people than
sat
me.
down during the entire conversation. So, me and you are doing the shooting, right, Anne? Edgar asked, breaking the silence. Mike tells me that you used to be a war reporter. I think that would be the best course of action, Anne
That
said,
became
especially if
canon
there
so
own two guns to go
slowly
around. You know, Mike shot
that
himself
she's
with his
some
own
sort
gun
of
this
war
morning. That's what I had to
journalist.
stitch up. My face went red. Well, you should see me in
It
10
makes
years,
sense
I
given
said.
the
I'm a regular old Butch Cassidy by
circumstances.
then.
Like,
The
who else
Sundance
would
Kid was
put
the one who was
themselves
a good
through
shot, Anne
the
replied.
game
No, I
to
mean that when I'm 40,
satisfy
I'm gonna look how
curiosity?
Brian Newman did when he was 40. You're welcome, Edgar. I winked at him. Anne broke apart the small talk. All right, crew. She looked at her watch. Game time is in about 8 hours. Let's start solidifying some of these plans.
Game time
shall
is
we?
in about
First
8
thing
hours.
we should do is review the recording and take notes, I think.
8 hours and
Edgar, you
15
have the
minutes
most
of
tier
game
2
time
knowledge,
means I
correct?
get to to bed.
Edgar nodded. Oh, but I've seen it the most at night, I interjected. Right, she said. We'll map out the area and plan an itinerary around that. Mike, you've seen an Arbiter before. We've both seen the Flintshite goons. Between the two of us, we should be able to imagine some of what's going to happen tonight. Everything we can predict will make us safer. And just like that, the plotting began. It was all coming to a point, out in the middle of Old Brush Valley. Mike, Edgar, Anne, Tier 2, the boulders. The possibility of a future where we have control. Next time, a standoff in the middle of the night, in the middle of a highly classified government facility. Us, the Flintshites, the Arbiters, over. Woe.Begone. Thanks for playing.
Yay! One more episode, and then an intermission, and then the redux. What are we gonna do when we get to like season 15?
Oh my god. It's gonna take all night.
It was like 10 hours long.
Even on 2 hours, even on 2 times speed, it would be fine.
That being said, that'll be the 16th anniversary of Woe.Begone if we do it one season
My
per
god.
24-hour stream.
That's...
And I'll be in
that's-
my late
I thought you were ignoring
40s.
the message, Edgar said. Well, Edgar, most people do ignore the message, but it's a very underrated podcast. It's not as ambitious as Life After, but if you listen to
The
Life
message is
after you
fine.
listen to the message, there's a whole bunch of Easter eggs in there. So it's definitely worth checking out, and it's super short, so go listen to the message.
The
What were we
finales are
talking
not
about?
often 2 hours
Murder?
each past season 10. One season finale has been 2 hours.
They've frequently been feature
Hey
length,
guys,
though,
welcome to the
by
end of
official
season
film
4. There will
standards.
be an intermission episode next week, and then season 5 will begin on December 15th. Hope you enjoy the season finale.
Wow.
If you really enjoy it, consider supporting the show on Patreon at patreon.com/woe
Damn.
_begone. We have all that stuff I always talk about. Early episodes and instrumentals and cat clips and director's commentaries. A Q&A is going up the day that
When
this
do I
episode
start
is made
saying
public on
early
the feed.
access to ad-free
Come see all
episodes,
there is to
instrumental
see.
soundtrack albums,
Thank you
Q&As,
so
director's
much to the
commentaries,
over
movies with
100
Michael,
patrons
postcards,
that have supported
corkboards,
the
and
show,
more
a milestone we
corkboards.
just reached.
When you
Thanks
start
especially to my 10
introducing
newest
ads.
patrons, Kelly,
Oh, yeah, I
Michael
bet it
Larson,
is
Lady Nikita,
when ads
John
happen.
Grills, Duke, Ryan
Yeah.
Knight, Courtney Boyer, Sarah G, Logan Cheshire, and Rat and Cameron for supporting the show.
Courtney Boyer's
Enjoy.
still a patron.
Warning.
Mm.
This episode contains a description of violence. Listener discretion is advised. It was darkly exhilarating, getting ready, waiting for night to come, cleaning and checking guns, packing bags with weapons and ammo. We re-listened to the recording that I had made for Edgar. I cringed, hearing my own voice, hearing what I had
Me
deemed important
too.
to say in those moments. I remember being filled to the brim with things that I needed to
I
say.
have gotten uses out
I
of
was
my
barely
own
able to
voice.
get out what
I
was
don't know
overflowing
when it
before I was
happened, but
cut off and
I
made to
have
give him
somehow. So
instructions. It had
Ari
been months
asks,
since
would
I
you
had
ever
any
split a
real
finale
human
into 2
connection,
parts?
and
I
here
have,
was being
episode
teased with
107
the
and
connection that
108.
I longed for the most.
Hmm.
They cut the parts where I faltered, at least for Edgar's version of the message. They cut the moments where I told him not to follow instructions that I was giving him, where I told him not to kill anyone, where I mentioned that I was giving these instructions against my will. What remained could be boiled down to, I love you. You have to do what I'm telling you to do, or you will never see me again. I found myself angry all over again at the Flintshites, at Ty. They hid their willingness to manipulate me behind a facade of being businesslike and polite,
Facade
or promising
mention.
me my eventual freedom as long as I cooperated. They made the
business
whole affair
people
sound
violent?
transactional.
My god.
I
Never.
cooperated and still got hurt. I wasn't freed from my efforts. Someone else had to free me from them. We based our plan off of the Flintshites' plan. The message that I recorded instructed Edgar to be at a certain stage of the plan at a certain time. Enter Tier 2 at 11 p.m. sharp. Exit the warehouse with the device at 11:19. Enter the region
Yeah, I
with the
always
boulders in the
say
device
violent
port at
description
11:26.
or depiction,
Activate the device at
though as
exactly
soon as the episode
11:45.
starts, you can probably figure
This
out which
gave us
one
an
it's going to
idea of what
be,
was
because
expected
it's
of
either
us
going to
and
be
when
an
an ambush might
episode
occur.
with descriptions or an
The
episode
Flintshites
with
wanted the device
depictions.
activated at a certain time, which meant that the Arbiters would show up at that time in order to intercept the proceedings. We determined this moment, during the last stage of the instructions, to be the most likely opportunity for the Arbiters to attempt to kill Edgar and steal the device or otherwise fulfill their plans. It was hard trying to fill in the motivations of the two groups in conflict here. The Flinchites did not want to simply lure out the Arbiters. If they did, they would only have to pretend to send the message to Edgar, which is what they told me would happen when I recorded the message. Then the Arbiters would show up with no device to be found. The Flinchites actually needed the device for their own purposes, which meant that they needed Edgar, because he could enter the warehouse in 116E and retrieve it for them. My connection to Edgar had provided the perfect opportunity for them to get what they want and to take out a rival faction in the process. This is how we came to assume that Edgar was most likely to be killed after completing the stated mission, or at least getting close to doing so, having put the ball into the end zone, so to speak. Combining those presumptions with the warning that Edgar would be thrust into the situation with or without his consent, the three of us concluded that the best course of action would be to act out the plan as dictated to us until we got to the instructions pertaining to the boulders. We would enter through 116E, retrieve the device, and exit the warehouse at the predicted time. We thought that would keep everything marginally under our control, even if that control was limited by doing as we were told. Strength in numbers would ensure that, even if things went wrong, the three of us would be capable of setting things back on track, together. Unfortunately,
The fact that
everything
Lost
else
Year
was
so relevant,
entirely
like
up in the
over
air,
10 seasons
and
later, is
suggested
so
coming up with a
cool.
detailed plan
Rain, what if
anyway.
I told you that it
Things
was
might change on the
15?
way
We're
there,
15
in which case we would
seasons
change our trajectory.
later.
But if we weren't there with a purpose, we were asking to be picked off while we were wandering around inside of Tier 2 figuring out what
Does
to
the
do.
Lost Year come up in the
We
current
decided to
season?
place
Yes,
the
it
device in
does.
front of the port in the boulder region and then get the hell out.
I don't.
The port was
I don't
damaged
think that
beyond
any more
repair,
should
so
be
putting
said
the
than
device
that.
there
But
was as far as we could take the instructions. The Flinchites could worry about what happened next, intercepting the Arbiters for their own purposes. We hoped this would be enough. It was a future iteration of Anne that had me destroy the port. We trusted her to know what she was
Arson,
doing.
it sounds like you're
She
pretty
wouldn't have
close to
instructed
catching
me
up
do so if
anyway.
she had any doubt. This is what we told ourselves.
Didn't you say that you were on the
More
Zodiac
instructions
season?
left.
And
We
wasn't
hoped
that
Edgar would be
last
free to
season?
leave. If not, we would have to improvise. There was no way to plan for every contingency of what was coming, even if we assumed that there would be a linear temporality to it all, which was not a safe assumption. We pored over the message again and again. We made maps of where everything was, what could be hidden behind, where patrols normally were, how likely any of them were to be close enough to hear gunfire and respond to it. We mentally steeled ourselves against what might happen.
I will say, if
The
you
clock
finish the
struck 11.
Zodiac season and you
I tricked
felt
the
like
lock
things were getting
open
too
on the front
wacky and
door of
silly with it,
116E. It beeped and
season
unlocked.
19 is a course
I pulled open the
correction.
door.
Not a
Anne,
course
Edgar, and
correction,
I
but like
stepped
a.
inside. This
I needed the show to be less silly.
Tone shift.
More silly is always better, though. No. Whatever I feel like doing is better than whatever I don't want to do. I feel like that's basically my whole driving force is I don't want to be silly right now. And so it's not silly. I'm a serious artist now.
Edgar said as he put
I'm
the
a
code
dark,
into the door
brooding
that led into the
podcast.
116E warehouse and out
He's
into
in his
Tier
blue
2 and
era.
opened it. It feels like going to work,
Blue
but
period.
technically I think it might legally be treason. Most of the best things in life are, I found, I replied. Edgar turned on his flashlight, using it to direct us down the hallway and into the warehouse. He led us into the back, navigating the place with a sense of confidence that I lacked. I had never seen the warehouse or the hallway that connected it to the main building of 116E in the day or with the lights on. My image of it was always incomplete, marred by black spots that my flashlight had never reached into, my brain filling in gaps with what I expected based on every hallway and warehouse I had ever been in. Edgar had seen these places lit up more times than he could count. He probably had dreams of walking down those halls, just as I had dreams about walking my patrol route. He ushered us into the warehouse and shut the door behind us, at which point the rest of us turned our flashlights on. I looked around the warehouse, shining my flashlight out into the darkness. It found only darkness and not the side wall of the warehouse. The warehouse was larger than I ever had reason to explore. When I had passed through it, it was always with the intention of getting to Tier 2.
Yeah,
on the
this
other
is a
side.
fan favorite episode,
I
I
never
think.
had time or knowledge enough
Or is
to
it
go
just
through
the episode
storage
with
and see if there was
Cenotaph in it?
anything that I could use in there. I assumed, correctly in my opinion,
Okay,
that most
no
of the
los
tools in the
dos.
storage pertained to technology that I did not understand nor have
I
access
think
to.
for me, it's
I
not
looked
my
at the rows of
favorite
objects stretching out
episode, but it
before us.
sets it
Fuck,
it sets
that's a
up
lot of
season
storage
5. I
bays,
think it's my
I
favorite
said.
setup
How are
for
we supposed to
like
find
the
the right
next
one?
season.
65 in, Anne said. It said 65 in the recording. Do you know where that is, Edgar? Kind of. There's a system to everything, but I've never had to work with any of it before at the front desk. In is a classification, but I don't know what the different letters correspond to. They should be in alphabetical order, though, so, this way. He gestured with his flashlight. We followed him. What is all of this stuff, Edgar? I asked as we walked. Interfacing materials. None of this is allowed inside of Tier 1, so people traveling into Tier 2 that need these tools can check them out for however long they need. It's for people visiting from other high-security sites and employees being trained for Tier 2, mostly. Though sometimes Tier 3 rents out stuff when
You
they
never
need it.
hecking remember the
There's
full
an
name. It's
extensive
We Have the
database
Bear
of
and the
who signed
Bird
in
Song.
and what they took, and how many minutes and seconds they were inside of Tier 2. Assuming that you get it the legal way, of course. I don't suppose that this thing with 65 in will be returned to its bay when we're done with it, which is going to be a paperwork headache when someone notices, he said. He came to a stop. All right, we're here. 65 in, up there. He shone his flashlight upward. There was a storage bay labeled 65 in, 4 bays up. Each bay was around 5 feet tall, so the bottom of bay 65 in was 15 feet up in the air. Well, Mikey, get to climbing, Anne said. I couldn't see her face in the dark, but I could feel her grinning at me. Kind of hard to climb with, this. I gestured at my weak hand, and then my left arm, and then my back. With this, everything, I guess. Edgar turned to Anne. You want to help?
Realizing
We
that
can get
WOE.BEGONE
this
has
done
almost
faster
as
if I
many
have an extra
episodes
set
as
of
Welcome
hands
to
up
Night
there.
Vale. I mean,
Sure, it
they
might
do
be a
every
good
other
warm-up
week,
for
and they
everybody.
take
Anne said,
January's
making
off.
circles with her shoulders in preparation. With that, they both began climbing up the metal frame of the storage bays, grabbing onto the bar that constituted
My
the
show
floor
is
of the
more
bay,
like
and then
Magic
pulling their body
Tavern.
weight up and over into the bay. They had to do this 3 separate times to get to 65 in. With their lights pointed away from me and into the storage bay, I could
Magic
barely see
Tavern has
them.
more episodes than me.
Just
they
as
don't
they
have as
arrived
many
at bay
seasons
65
because
in,
that's
I saw
not
a
how they
glint out of
do
the
their
corner of my
seasons. They
eye,
do their
back
seasons
the way
per
we came from.
100 episodes.
I jolted and turned in time to see a distant flashlight.
Psst, there's someone here. Hide.
I whisper shouted to them, the quiet but reverberant warehouse amplifying my voice. Edgar and Anne went silent and turned their flashlights off. I turned my light off and scurried into the bay on the floor below them, putting as many boxes as I could between myself and the main floor of the warehouse. A minute or so later,
Magic
the light
Tavern
was
is
upon us.
fully improvised.
I watched hopelessly as the light poured over the bay 2 away
I
from
mean,
me.
you think I'm sitting
then the
here
bay beside
writing
me, and
these
then
episodes?
ultimately
I
the
made
bay
this
that I
up
was
as I went
hiding in.
along.
My shadow projected sideways and out
I
from
was
behind
telling
the
you
bay.
guys in the
I had been
Discord, you
spotted.
just talk twice as
Put your
fast and then you
hands up
slow
and
it
get on the
down,
fucking ground
and then you can get a
now,
30-minute
a
episode
voice
done in
said
15
authoritatively.
minutes.
I have instructions to kill anyone who doesn't cooperate. Come out with your hands up and get on the ground immediately. My heart sunk into my stomach. He knew I was there. The best that I could hope for now is that he didn't know that Anne and Edgar were above me, and I could provide a useful distraction. I came out with my hands up, tripping over a pallet for good measure, skidding onto my knees as I fell out into the main floor of the warehouse. I looked up into the light. It was bright, and I couldn't tell who was pointing it at me.
Magic Tavern's creator is the person who
Holy
made
crap, it's
Dead
Mike,
West Song.
The voice said.
And that's
he
all I
lowered
know
his light
about
and
it.
his weapon. I got a better look at him.
Arnie
Hunter
Niekamp?
Jeremiah Hartley. Of course it was. Hunter? I squeaked. What are you
But
doing
that's
here,
not-
Mike? He asked. I tried to see his face in the darkness.
I don't know who
The
did.
scar on
I
his
assume you
face
mean
appeared
Dead West
fresh.
theme song.
This
I assume
was
it wasn't
innocent
Arnie
Hunter. I
Niekamp.
suspected as much. I could ask the same thing, I replied. They assigned me to Tier 2 patrol tonight, he explained. Something happened here last night, so they put some trainees on extra shifts. They didn't tell me the details. I might have had something to do with that, I muttered. That's not important. I'm here because Edgar is in danger. There's something going on at the boulders tonight, and it ends badly as long as we don't do anything. People from outside over. Maybe even lots of people. I can explain everything. Do you trust me? Mike, of course I don't trust you, he said. So you better have a great explanation. I wouldn't be assigned out here if something wasn't going on. You're gonna have to tell me everything that you know, and then we can talk about trust. He shined his flashlight up toward the bay that Edgar and Anne were hiding in. Is that, Edgar up there? He asked me. Yeah, we had to get something from the storage bay, I explained. You can come down. It's Hunter Hartley. I said, my barely above conversational volume sounding like a shout in the warehouse. I heard the zipping of a backpack, and then Anne and Edgar climbed back down. The device was secured. Step 1 was complete. The 4 of us stood in a circle in front of the bay where I had been hiding. I anxiously looked at my watch. We were on a tight schedule. "Hi, Hunter," Edgar said.
8
"He knows me
hours
from the front
remain,
desk,"
by the
Edgar
way.
explained to me. "Yeah, I know Edgar here from training," Hunter said. "I knew he was your boyfriend, too, but I
Slight
guess I've
correction
never
to what
really
Jim
seen
was
you two
saying.
together until now."
The person
turned
who
to Anne
did
and
the
extended his hand.
theme
Hunter Jeremiah
for
Hartley, pleased to
Dead
meet you.
West is a
Anne
sound
accepted the
designer
handshake.
for However
"Anne,"
the
she
Magic
said.
Heaven
She
and a
blushed.
director of
I was
another
confused.
improvised
Anne had told Charlie that she
TTRPG.
had met Hunter when we were at the front gate together, and that had confused me as well. I had no recollection of that happening, and Charlie didn't seem to either. Then Anne seemingly knew the night guard Troy's name, which as far as I knew, she didn't have a reason to know. And now she was introducing me to Hunter as though they had never met,
Knowing people's names?
except for
It
what
looks
she had
like
said
their
at the
main
gate.
job is at
There was
CD
no time to
Project
interrogate her
Red,
about this,
which
though.
is
The clock was
as a
I
sound
would
designer.
list
have to
above
file
Hello
away
from the
from
Magic Tavern also.
I explained the situation in broad strokes to Hunter. Edgar had been forced into a dangerous plot, much like Hunter had been with 357A, and it could be even from the same people, but none of us were sure yet, and there was a set of instructions that was leading us into a trap, but we didn't have much choice as the alternative was worse, which we knew from future intel. The standoff would be happening at the boulders, we were on a timer, and in a few minutes we would need to make our way there. Hunter looked at us in silence for a moment, studying us, thoughtful. He took a deep breath. "And this is one of those objectives that Over can't ever know about, right?" he asked. Yeah, if you don't mind," I said. "The less they know, the better." "We've done a few of those," Hunter said. "More recently."
Anyone else
They tell me
remember
that I go
Hunter
on
and
to do a
Anne
lot
maybe
of them.
having a
I get
thing?
it. You've got the right
I
guy
would
for
say
that.
that
He
that's
did the
not.
zipped lips
I don't
motion
think
with
that
the
was ever
fingers
really a
across his lips.
possibility. I think it
And
was
I know better
something
than to
that
get in Mike
Mike
Walter's
was
way,
paranoid
not
about
with what
in
I
that
know about you.
episode where
So I guess
Anne is
I'm
trying
along
to
for the
kill
ride.
him.
Let's get to it. Edgar looked impatient. "I hate to spoil this moment, but this moment seems to be taking a while, and we've got a minute and 15 seconds. At least
Someone
if we
just
want to exit the warehouse on time,
redeemed
so let's move."
5
he said.
minutes of the Michael
We walked
voice.
briskly to the back of the warehouse and over to the door with only a few seconds to spare. "Well, they're my instructions, so I guess I'll do the
And
honors,"
put on the cowboy
Edgar
hat.
said. He looked at me, and then at the door,
And
looked at his
hydrate.
watch, took a deep breath, and opened the door just
Oh,
as
I
the time on his
forgot to
watch
hydrate.
read
Ugh.
11:17 and 0 seconds. He stepped through the open doorway. Immediately as he stepped through the door, his flashlight went out. I couldn't see him anymore. A shot rang out from close range.
I can't.
I heard the gunfire and the report of the bullet against the metal of the warehouse door in
refusing.
quick
I'm gonna
succession.
turn
I
hydrate
couldn't
off
see
if y'all
Edgar.
keep
I
doing
couldn't tell if he
this.
was still in the doorway. I didn't know if he had
Gonna
been
get
hit.
water poisoning.
Instinctively,
I
headed for the
can't.
door.
Do
I was
it.
standing
my
several feet
God.
back
I'm
from
not
it when
gonna
Edgar
do
opened
it.
Anne put her arm out to hold me back.
This is like
She
when
quickly
Amber
took off her
Devereaux
flashlight
had to
and
put
handed it to me.
a
It was the bag
big
and the device
old
from the warehouse was in.
cooldown period
"Hold this
on
over your
Jelly
head
Bean
and get on the
time.
fucking ground," Anne said. I tried to take another step forward, not fully processing what she was telling me.
I
She
haven't.
grabbed my
I'm
left
not
arm
at
and pulled me to
second
the ground.
wind.
I winced in pain at having my
I
still
think it's
wounded
gonna
arm
be
jerked around like that. "Get on the fucking ground,
maybe
Mike.
another.
You don't have a weapon.
Hopefully,
There's no point standing in the
within
way
the next
unless you
hour,
want to be a
because I got to
meat
do a
shield.
dang
Sorry about your arm.
acoustic
Stay
set.
down." I did as I was told, putting the bag over my head to protect
Do you have a
it.
set list,
I
or
heard
you
more
just gonna wing it?
gunshots. Hunter had a head
I
start on
put together
Anne
a
while she
list
was
of
making me
40
take
songs
cover.
I may or may
I heard
not
3 more
do.
shots, and then everything was quiet. I felt horrified and useless. I didn't know what was going on. I was left to cower in fear while Anne and Hunter took care of things. I could hear the sound of nocturnal insects from
I'm
the
sure
mouth of the
Rigo will be
warehouse
happy to
door.
provide
I could
harmonies.
hear shoes on grass and concrete.
She don't talk much.
"All clear," Anne half yelled
Damn.
back to me from outside. "There were 2 of them." "No Edgar," Hunter said. I leapt to my feet and hurried outside with the bag that Anne had given me. I turned on my flashlight and looked around for Edgar. "He's okay?" I asked. I knew that the area outside of the warehouse was quite similar to the place in the photograph that I had been sent of Edgar's corpse. This ambush could have easily been the one that returned that result. I didn't see him. "He's not here," Hunter said. "What do you mean, not here?" I asked. "I watched him vanish," Hunter said. "Someone moved him right before he would have been killed." Hunter turned to look at me. "Was that your plan? Did you do that?" "No, that was not our plan," Anne answered for me. "We have no way of doing that. If we did, we would have a much better plan, I promise you. I don't know who would do that or why." "Maybe they thought that he had the device on him," I said, holding up the bag that Anne had handed me. "And he would have had it if he had been the only person here, if we weren't holding it for him." "That makes sense. The shooters and whoever transported Edgar both might have thought that Edgar was carrying the device," Anne said. Mike, do you recognize these guys? She pointed her flashlight to her left, where one person was sprawled out, dead, postured much as Edgar had been in the photograph. Then she pointed it to the right, where another person similarly lay dead. They were both wearing hard plastic masks, like the Arbiter had been at Donnie Evans's house, except these masks were black and not red. That's what the Arbiter looked like, I said. Mike, you check this guy with me. Hunter, you take that one. And just tell me if you find anything, a plan, an earpiece, anything at all. Anne said. Hunter nodded, went over to the body on Anne's right, and began to check it. We did the same with the body on the left. Anne knelt down by the corpse. Moment of truth, and it is... Anne pulled up the mask. Do you recognize this guy, Mikey? She lifted his head up so that I could see better. I studied his face. His eyes stared blankly ahead like Edgar's had in the photo. His expression limp but somehow terrified at the same time, like any other body I had ever seen. I looked at him, trying to remember if I recognized him, from the Flinchite compound, from anywhere.
Oh my god, Ty
Doesn't
fucking
ring a bell, I'm
Betteridge?
afraid, I said.
Ty
She laid
Betteridge
his
is
head
the
back
other
down
one.
and started going through his pockets.
Oh,
I
good.
helped her through.
Because
After
Hunter
a few seconds of
has
looking, I
an
found
emotional
something in one
moment.
of his pants pockets.
Mm.
I thought it was a cell phone at first, but upon further inspection, it was clearly something that wasn't mass manufactured. It looked more like a graphing calculator, bulky and with a low-resolution screen and physical buttons.
I still have my
It
graph
appeared to be
calculator
on and
from
functional,
Calc.
at least according to a green LED light.
I
on
don't
the
know where
front of the
mine is. I
device.
think it's at my
The
mom's
screen
house.
displayed characters in code, variables that I had no way of understanding, a language that I didn't speak. I held it up to show Anne. Any idea what this is? I asked. She looked at it, pondering. It's definitely something, she concluded. Throw it in the bag. We can tinker with it later. I did as she said. Hey, we heard Hunter say from the other side of the doorway. His voice was shaky. I know this guy. I shone my flashlight over to where he was. He was kneeling beside the corpse, mask lifted up to see his face. The same type of device that we had found was sitting in the grass beside them. All of the color was gone from Hunter's face. I walked over to see for myself.
Speaking of harmonizing,
My eyes
I found out
widened
that
in
War is
surprise
Coming
and
is a
fear.
very, very fun song to harmonize to.
Hunter, I said, this is...
It's
I caught myself.
pretty much at the top of
Okay,
my
so
range.
This is Ty Betteridge, I said.
It's
I
at the
was
top of
looking at
like
the face of
Ah!
Ty Betteridge, the man
It is Ty.
responsible for directing me
Yeah,
in the
it is.
Flinchite compound, at least a decade younger than the Ty Betteridge that I knew, but entirely deceased. I looked at Hunter, puzzled. Could he be mistaken? Yeah, Hunter said. I could hear the shock in his voice. I killed Ty Betteridge. Fuck, Mike. I killed Ty.
Damn.
Ty from 116E. That Ty.
Damn,
Oh my God, Mike.
congratulations.
Why was he out here? Why did he have that thing on him? Why was he
Congratulations.
shooting at Edgar? Ty from 116E, I asked. What are you talking about? Ty. Him and Edgar started around the same time. That Ty. He does interfacing in
Around the same
116E.
time.
Fuck, Mike. He's so young. Why was he shooting at us? Hunter said. I could see him losing his grip, realizing that he had just killed someone that he knew. I didn't have the capacity to console him or to
Roll
get him back
Saturday.
on track. I was still grappling with Hunter knowing Ty at all. I
Facade,
looked
you've
again to
been
make
purple
sure.
this
It
whole
was definitely
time to
Ty
me.
Betteridge, the Ty Betteridge that I knew, minus a few years. It was an unmistakable likeness. This was not a strange coincidence of names. It was Ty, Ty from the Flinchite compound, Ty from apparently 116E. Hunter and I were somehow thinking of the same
Just a
person.
fucking kid. Only
I
50
don't
years
know
old.
Ty from 116E.
Oh, this was baby Ty.
I said. A future version of this guy took me hostage. You're telling me he worked at Over? Hunter didn't answer. He seemed unwilling to engage with my questions. Hey, Anne, can I get some help over here? I called out, hoping that Anne's wartime experience would be helpful in getting Hunter back to his feet. Anne walked over to us and handed me a gun. Here, Mikey, courtesy of that guy.
Yeah, this is the
She
season
pointed at the
finale of
corpse that
season
we had
4 of
searched together.
Xenophon.
Just don't
and
hit
then we're
us or
gonna
yourself
listen
with
to
it,
the
okay,
intermission.
hotshot?
And then we're
Anne,
gonna
can you help
listen
with him?
to a
He
remake
knows
of
that
episode
guy.
44
I said
while I
solemnly.
get
She
refreshed
nodded,
and
her
ready for
solemnity met
the
mine,
live
and
set.
then she knelt down to speak to Hunter face to face. She kept her voice low and calm. Hunter, they were shooting at us. You would be dead if you hadn't shot back. We all would be.